A summer night at midnight at the arrival hall of a domestic airport. Shrill screams erupted from the crowd. Shang Tian is out. Ah, Shang Tian. Shang Tian. Idol, look over here, idol. Cries of Shang Tian rang out one after another. Ah, Shang Tian, I love you. I want to have your babies. Shang Tian, a currently trending wildly popular young male idol, had only just stepped off the plane when a swarm of fans blocked him inside the airport's arrival hall. The fans' piercing screams rose in waves, each louder than the last. Shang Tian sighed, truly helpless in the face of it all, yet there was nothing he could do. This was the price of being famous. With practiced elegance, Shang Tian removed his sunglasses. He lifted his hand in a suave wave toward the fans, the corner of his lips curving into a perfectly standard smile. Lowering his voice to a husky, charming tone, he said, "Thank you, everyone. I love you too." He blew a kiss, instantly detonating another wave of high-pitched screams that rang through the hall. The security guards who had come to maintain order trembled slightly at the sheer volume. Only under the escort of the security guards did Shang Tian finally make it out of the airport and into the private car arranged by his manager. The moment he sat down in the car, Shang Tian hissed in pain, baring his teeth. His assistant stowed his bag, then hurriedly turned around to ask, "What's wrong?" "Damn it," Shang Tian growled. "My foot got stepped on over 100 times, it's about to be ruined." Shang Tian whipped off his sunglasses and tossed them aside, then took out his phone and handed it to the assistant. "Scroll through my Weibo for me. See if there's any news." The assistant hurried to take it. By news, Shang Tian meant checking whether anyone was smearing him, whether anyone in the industry had mentioned him, or whether his name had appeared among the trending topics. The young assistant already understood his habits well and carefully scrolled through the feed. Suddenly they turned to Shang Tian, speaking in a grave tone, "Idol, you're being flamed." Shang Tian had been dozing against the seat back, half asleep, but at those words he jolted awake as if electrocuted. "Who?" he snapped. The assistant cautiously handed the phone back to him. "Damn. That shameless jerk posted a group photo and actually retouched everyone except me." Shang Tian instantly flew into a rage, his temper surging sky high. He flung the phone back to the assistant and ground out between his teeth, "Go find some photos for me in the gallery. Find several. Requirements: this male god must look handsome, mesmerizing, dashing, and extraordinarily impressive. That jerk must look short, clumsy, with a wretched face, and best of all, make him look like he's wearing a green hat." The assistant fell silent. Shang Tian snapped, "Hurry up. This male god is waiting to post on Weibo." "Okay," the assistant muttered, quickly tapping open the photo gallery. By the time they returned to the apartment, it was already past 1 in the morning. Shang Tian headed straight into the bathroom and took a quick shower. Brimming with inexplicable confidence in his own physique, he never wore underwear after bathing. He casually wrapped a towel around his waist, walked into the bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep almost instantly. In the haze of sleep, a sudden electronic beep sounded in his mind, followed by a cold mechanical voice, "System has detected target. Target individual bound. Beep. Binding complete." A row of flashing question marks seemed to streak across Shang Tian's mind. He jerked awake, sitting up abruptly, rubbing his eyes. What on earth was happening? Just then a man dressed in a tattered blue cloth shirt, hair roughly tied up, looking like a beggar disciple straight out of a Jin Yong martial arts drama, came running up to him, panting harshly, his expression full of misery. "Young master," he cried. "Young master, disaster has struck. The alliance leader was defeated by the people of the demon cult and then took his own life with his sword." Shang Tian thought. Someone please tell this male god what in the world is going on. "Young master, though alliance leader Shang has perished, his noble spirit remains. From this moment on you are our new generation's ruling alliance leader. We martial artists shall swear our lives to your service." Another elder in torn clothing entered as he spoke, and behind him streamed a large group of people. Every one of them was smudged with dirt, wielding swords or iron clubs. Without another word they dropped to their knees and shouted in unison, "Greetings to the new ruling alliance leader. May the alliance leader's fortune be as vast as the heavens. We shall swear our lives to follow the alliance leader, upholding good and punishing evil and annihilating the Re-Tian demon cult." The corner of Shang Tian's mouth twitched. At this moment he truly wanted to roar, to leap up and shout, "What the hell is going on? And what was this Re-Tian demon cult? Someone had better explain. Did they not know that he himself was heaven? If they dare offend me, I'll kill them," he thought grimly. But the situation before him was clearly not right. He decided it would be wiser to stay calm and figure things out first. With that thought, Shang Tian tentatively raised his arm, cleared his throat, and addressed the crowd, "Esteemed heroes, you may rise." The crowd fell silent for a beat. Something about that line of dialogue sounded strangely off. After a brief pause they pushed themselves up with their swords and clubs, clasped their fists, and said in unison, "Thank you, Alliance Leader." Beep. Mission successfully initiated. The mechanical voice suddenly sounded again. This time Shang Tian listened carefully and realized it was truly echoing from within his own mind. He immediately asked silently, "Who are you?" "Hello, host. I am the Pretendant Carry 001 Foot System. You may also call me Systemkin," the voice in his head replied. Shang Tian's eye twitched. After a pause he continued, trying to communicate with it. "Where is this place?" "A Wuxiao world," Systemkin answered. So his guess had been right. He had crossed into another world. Shang Tian let out a small miserable wail in his heart and continued to ask the system, "Why was I brought here? Is it because I'm too handsome and even the heavens are jealous of me? Or was it because I went to bed without underwear last night and unintentionally seduced some god? It has to be that. That must be why I was expelled from Earth." Systemkin fell silent for a moment. This host's imagination was truly wild. "Spit it out. If you don't talk, I'll beat you up." Shang Tian snapped inwardly. Just as he was about to ask further, the elder with the iron club suddenly spoke again. "Alliance leader, the Re-Tian demon cult has plagued the martial world for a long time. Please lead us to eradicate them as soon as possible." Once he finished, the crowd behind him echoed in one loud voice, "We beg the Alliance leader to lead us swiftly to destroy the demon cult, unite the martial world, and uphold justice." At that moment Systemkin chimed in from his mind as well, "Mission has been activated. Please proceed to eradicate the demon cult and unify the martial world host." Shang Tian was stunned for a moment before suddenly understanding. He immediately asked, "So I was brought into this world to carry out a mission?" "Correct," Systemkin replied. "What if I refuse?" Ow! Before he could finish, a searing flame burned across his chest, the pain forcing him to bare his teeth and cry out. At the same time the electronic voice sounded rigidly in his mind, "Refusal will result in punishment." The elder with the iron club, seeing the new alliance leader suddenly emit a strange cry, hurried forward. "Alliance leader, what's wrong?" he asked. Though the pain had only lasted a moment, it had nearly twisted every tendon in his body. Shang Tian clutched his chest, still shaken yet outwardly forced himself to appear calm. It's nothing. I was just boosting morale," he said. Then, snatching a brief moment, he asked Systemkin in his heart, "If I complete the mission, can I go back?" "Yes." Shang Tian's heart leapt with joy and he almost jumped up immediately to charge into the mission. But he held himself back and asked, "Then what happens if I fail?" "Then the next mission will be activated. Only after you complete one can you return," the system replied. "So you're saying I can terminate or switch missions at will?" Systemkin fell silent for a moment. "All such actions will be punished. Please conduct yourself with caution, host." Shang Tian was speechless. "Host, please move quickly to complete the mission or you will be punished again," the system reminded him once more. The former predator boy idol could only hold back tears, feeling utterly aggrieved. "Fine, I accept," he said. With that his spirits straightened at once. He sprang up from the bed, waved his hand toward the people below, and declared, "Very well. This alliance leader will now lead you to eradicate the Retian demon cult and unify the martial world." "Alliance leader is wise," the people below chorused. "Wait, that reminds me, I don't know any martial arts," Shang Tian suddenly blurted to Systemkin in his mind. This was a wuxia world. If he went out like this, wouldn't he be hacked to pieces in minutes? How was he supposed to lead anyone to destroy a demon cult? He realized with abrupt clarity that here, without martial arts, he was essentially cannon fodder. "Don't worry. This system will assist you," Systemkin said. Shang Tian narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. "That's more like it." Within a few days, Shang Tian had adapted to the environment of this world and grown accustomed to his explosively overpowered identity as Wuling Alliance leader. Under the summons of the elder with the Iron Club and several other elders of considerable prestige in the martial world, a great number of righteous martial artists were gathered. Together they set out to uphold justice and annihilate the demon cult. Thus a mighty procession set off on the road. Shang Tian was revered at its center, seated inside a white palanquin, eyes closed in leisurely repose. Ah, he truly was born to be worshipped, he thought. Wherever he went, he was always the brightest one. It couldn't be helped, he was simply too handsome. As he was indulging in self-admiration, the system suddenly reminded him, "Host members of the demon cult have arrived." "What?" Shang Tian's eyes flew open, his spirit instantly invigorated. "Already? Then hurry up and give me my cheat, I need to complete the mission." Just then numerous figures suddenly sprang out from all around them, each one wielding a sword or brandishing a blade. The elders at the front shouted, "Protect the alliance leader." Immediately the clang of weapons and the sounds of fierce combat erupted all around. Shang Tian, still eagerly awaiting the system to hand him a golden cheat, felt his blood starting to boil. But when the system remained silent, he grew impatient. "Hurry up," he shouted inwardly. "This alliance leader is ready to charge onto the battlefield." The system sounded almost troubled as it fell quiet for a moment. "The cheat isn't with me," it said. "What? Not with you?" Shang Tian exploded. "You useless piece of trash! Useless system!" Before he could finish cursing, a sudden wave of blazing pain seared under his backside, burning like fire and forcing him to cry out, "Ha!" as he tumbled out of the palanquin. The ground was hard stone and the impact drove a sharp stabbing pain into his tailbone. He was just baring his teeth and trying to stand when a flash of cold light streaked toward him. Startled, Shang Tian relied on his past experience filming wuxia dramas and rolled on the spot, narrowly avoiding the sword. Without time to get up, he roared inwardly, "Where the hell is my golden cheat?" Systemkin replied, "Are you certain you want it right now?" "Of course." "Hurry up and give it to me." Shang Tian snapped. No sooner had he shouted than a map suddenly materialized out of thin air before his eyes. At the same time Systemkin's icy voice sounded, "Find it yourself." Shang Tian snatched the map with one hand. Without time to scrutinize it, he darted into the dense grass at the roadside, carefully pricking up his ears to listen to the sounds around him. He had originally thought it would turn into a prolonged, brutal slaughter, yet unexpectedly, after only a brief bout of chaotic fighting, the people of the demonic sect suddenly withdrew and the surroundings quickly fell back into silence. A certain elder said solemnly, "The demonic sect has always been full of cunning schemes, sinister and treacherous. For them to retreat so abruptly, there must be some hidden plot at work. In my opinion, we must not pursue. It is better to set up camp here first and only make further plans after we have grasped the situation." "Alliance leader, what do you think of this?" Alliance leader. Hearing himself mentioned, Shang Tian hurriedly rose from the grass, straightened his robe, put on his signature charming flawless smile, waved his hand, cleared his throat, and addressed the crowd with righteous dignity. "This alliance leader has just gone to scout the terrain. The terrain here is treacherous and perilous. That elder with the pouch was right. This alliance leader holds the same opinion. Everyone has worked hard. Then let us temporarily find a place nearby to set up camp. Below, the crowd fell briefly silent, exchanged glances, then cupped their fists and nodded slightly in unison. Very well. We shall follow the alliance leader's arrangements in all things. Good. Then everyone rise. Shang Tian also cupped his fists and shouted boldly. This suited him perfectly, for it would conveniently allow him to follow the system's map at night to seek out his golden cheat. With this thought hidden in his heart, he joined the others in searching the nearby area for a suitable place to camp. At night, when the moon hung high overhead and only a few chivalrous men remained by the bonfire on watch while the others had gone to sleep, Shang Tian took out the map the system had given him during the day, drawn on a piece of sheepskin. He flapped it disdainfully to disperse the pungent stench it exuded, then tucked it into his robe and quietly slipped away from the rear of the camp. Only after he had put some distance between himself and the camp did he pull the map out from his chest and unfold it on his palm, staring at it for a long time. Who could tell him what all those winding, twisting lines on the ox hide and a red dot here, a little flag, there were supposed to mean? As a thoroughly modern man born and raised in the present age alliance leader, Shang frankly admitted that he always used navigation apps when going out. Who even knew how to read a paper map anymore? Suppressing the urge to strangle that tormenting little goblin in his mind, Shang Tian took a deep breath and asked the system, "Systemjin, I can't understand this map. What should I do?" If it dared to say it did not know either, he really would strangle it. "I can help the host navigate," the system replied. After quite a while the system answered, paused, then added faintly, "But as for strangling this system, the host should abandon that notion." Shang Tian fell silent. Useless system, trash system, clearly you can navigate, yet you did not say so earlier and instead handed this male deity such a worthless map. The system also fell silent, inwardly considering whether it should give the host another round of punishment. A moment later Shang Tian suddenly broke into a wide grin and said ingratiatingly, "Then I'll trouble System June." The system silently withdrew the flames it had been about to unleash. Though it was night, the moon was bright and the stars sparse, so there was no need for lanterns. The road ahead was perfectly visible. Guided by the system, Shang Tian first passed through a stretch of forest, then climbed over a small hill and finally stepped onto the barren peak upon which he now stood. At first he could keep his composure, but after walking for nearly 3 hours without any gain he grew impatient. Just as he was about to ask, the system said, "We are almost there." He swallowed back the questions he had been about to voice and kept walking for another hour or so. Suddenly towering stone peaks rose all around ahead of him, piercing the clouds, and within that forest of stone spires faint flickers of firelight seemed to glimmer. "Host, we have arrived. Your golden cheat is just ahead," the system's cold, emotionless voice suddenly rang out. Shang Tian had been utterly exhausted, both body and mind, but upon hearing these words his spirit instantly revived. He quickly asked, "Really? You're not lying to me?" "This system never lies," the system answered stiffly. After a brief pause Shang Tian said, "Very well, this male deity will now retrieve his golden cheat." He imagined it must be an extremely formidable top-secret weapon that could annihilate everything in its path. Once he obtained it, it would surely help him wipe out the demonic sect in minutes, destroy the Ritian sect master, complete his mission, and then he could return to continue being a wildly popular youthful idol. Star-like excitement flashed in Shang Tian's eyes. He looked around, seeing no lurking danger, yet he did not dare be careless and walked cautiously down toward the stone forest, glancing left and right at every step. The closer he walked, the more he sensed something wrong. He could not pinpoint exactly what was off, only that a faintly strange aura had seeped into the air. "System, you truly did not lie to me?" Shang Tian could not help asking again. This time, before the system could answer, 4 figures suddenly flashed out from the surroundings. 3 men and 1 woman, all of them radiating a palpable wickedness. One was bald with a knife scar across his face gripping a pair of iron hammers, another had hair covering half his face and carried a crescent-bladed saber, the third had his hair tied back features handsome a long sword in his hand. Only the woman was clad in alluring crimson, her appearance exceedingly seductive, yet she held no weapon at all. The four of them encircled Shang Tian on all sides, their wicked gazes fixed upon him. Shang Tian halted abruptly, stood where he was, looked over the four of them and once more demanded of the system, "System, you really did not lie to me?" "I did not," the system replied. "Then what is this situation now?" "Host, do not be afraid. This system guarantees you will come to no harm." Watching the four figures gradually pressing closer, Shang Tian instinctively wrapped his robe tighter around himself and asked, "You're certain?" The system answered firmly, "Certain." "Young Alliance leader, who would have thought you would deliver yourself to us of your own accord?" the seductive woman in crimson said as she advanced toward him. Shang Tian frowned slightly. What did she mean, deliver himself? He had come to retrieve his golden cheat. He asked, "Who are you?" "Ha ha ha." The man with the scarred face and iron hammer suddenly threw back his head in a great laugh, the flesh on his face trembling as he roared, "The young Alliance leader actually doesn't recognize us, the four heavenly kings of the demonic sect." "Ha ha ha." "What? The four heavenly kings of the demonic sect?" Shang Tian was stunned. "Damn. System, get out here. I swear I'll beat you to death. You still claim you didn't lie to me?" The system selectively pretended to be deaf. Ignored by the system, Shang Tian suddenly felt that things were going very wrong. Only now did he think of running. Though it was obvious he could not escape, he still bolted at once, dashing toward the red-clad woman in an attempt to break out. His reason for choosing that side was simple. Of the four, only the woman held no weapon, so Shang Tian assumed she must be the weakest. He soon realized how wrong his judgment had been and nearly burst into tears on the spot. He had barely run a few steps when the red-clad woman suddenly extended her hand. With a swift flick, several small black snakes with blood-red tongues shot out from her sleeve, flying straight toward Shang Tian. The tiny snakes landed on him without missing their mark, dropping onto his body from midair and quickly winding themselves around his neck, arms, and shoulders. Since childhood, Shang Tian had feared snakes most of all. He went deathly pale in an instant, body locked rigid where he stood, not daring to move a muscle, hardly even daring to breathe. The woman approached him with a seductive, wicked smile. "Young Alliance leader, don't be afraid. As long as you behave, my darlings won't hurt you." Shang Tian could not utter a single word and could not even spare the concentration to communicate with the system. Yet the previously deaf system chose this moment to speak again. "Host, your golden cheat has arrived." The words had barely been spoken when a voice tinged with sinister chill yet possessing overwhelming authority suddenly resounded from above. "All of you withdraw." As soon as the words fell, the four heavenly kings who had been surrounding Shang Tian with wicked smiles instantly grew fearful and dropped to one knee. "Yes." Then they rose at once and vanished like a gust of wind. In an instant Shang Tian was left alone on the spot. Yet he still did not dare move, for though the red-clad woman had departed, her snakes remained. Shang Tian was on the verge of tears. "Sister, could you wait a moment? If you are leaving, at least take your snakes with you." "Host, your golden cheat has arrived," the system reminded him again. Shang Tian fell silent. If he believed it again, he might as well ascend to the heavens right now. As his tight, shallow breathing approached suffocation, a black figure slowly descended from the sky ahead of him, accompanied by a wave of sinister, chilling aura. The man landed straight and tall, less than 10 meters in front of Shang Tian, his figure as razor-straight as a sword edge glinting with cold. He wore violet robes, his cape billowing lightly in midair, and his black boots stepped across the moonlight as he walked toward Shang Tian. Shang Tian still did not dare move at all, but his eyes remained fixed on the newcomer. The closer the man came, the more Shang Tian felt the chilling, sinister aura emanating from him, and the more clearly he could see the man's features. His black hair was bound high with a purple jade accessory. His lips were thin and cold with a faint trace of wickedness. From his nose bridge to his forehead he wore a golden mask embossed with intricate patterns, its metallic surface gleaming icily under the moonlight. He lifted his hand and a folding fan appeared within it. With a soft flick as the fan opened and swept through the air, the little black snakes coiled around Shang Tian's body instantly dropped to the ground. Once freed of his bindings, Shang Tian immediately leaped away, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the snakes. Only after exhaling several long breaths did he turn to look at the newcomer and ask warily, "Who are you?" The man did not answer. Instead he suddenly shifted, appearing directly before Shang Tian. The corners of his lips curled into a wicked smile as he said in a chilling yet commanding tone, "This sect master is Ri Tian. I have come to marry you." With that he placed his hand around Shang Tian's waist, tightened his arm and lifted him up in a bridal carry, using Qinggong to soar with him toward the demonic sect's sect master hall. Suspended in midair, Shang Tian's eyes flew wide open. His head roared as though thunder had struck it, rumbling wildly again and again. "What? System, quickly tell this alliance leader what is going on. This development feels wrong. Wait, could it be that the way he crossed over was incorrect? It had to be. Should he go back and cross over again?" The system, however, found the situation delightful and said lazily, "Host, your golden cheat has appeared. You may now embrace it as you please." Shang Tian was speechless. The leader of the demonic sect's hall lay deep within the stone forest. Shang Tian was being carried through the stone pillars, the wind howling past his ears while a roaring sound echoed in his mind, yet his body instinctively clung tightly to the person holding him. The system whispered, "Host." Shang Tian replied. The system continued, "Host." Suddenly Shang Tian snapped back to reality, "You useless trash system. I'll strangle you." The system hurriedly replied, "Host, please remain calm. This system hasn't betrayed you, the leader is your golden finger." "What?" Shang Tian was astonished. Just as he was about to ask further, the leader of the Sun sect suddenly landed with him, and before he could see his surroundings clearly he was abruptly picked up again. A deep seductive voice whispered in his ear, "Since you've come to me willingly, I shall take you to the bridal chamber tonight." After saying this he carried Shang Tian into the inner hall. Shang Tian exclaimed, "I admit him handsome, a god among men, but I'm a male." "Wait, let go of me! Let go of me!" Shang Tian struggled and shouted, "Demon, open your blind eyes and see clearly. I'm a male? But this leader likes you." The leader of the Sun sect smirked wickedly, quickly carrying him inside, pressing him against the bed, and leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "The one I wish to marry is you." After finishing, a cool kiss landed on his lips. A warning signal flashed violently in Shang Tian's mind, and he quickly rubbed his lips with the back of his hand. "System, come out and explain this clearly. I guarantee I will kill you." The system fell silent for a moment before quietly reminding, "Host, you can't kill me. Instead, think about how to cling to the golden thigh." The system explained, "In this world the leader is the greatest golden finger and no one can defeat him." Shang Tian exploded, "Then why do you still want me to eradicate the demonic sect?" The system continued, "Host, remain calm. In the stone forest you passed through to enter the demonic sect there are 6 black flags. As long as you remove these 6 flags the task will be considered complete." "Really?" Shang Tian's eyes lit up as he asked, "You're not lying to me? This system never lies." "Great. Then I, the male god, will go remove the black flags," Shang Tian said excitedly, but upon seeing the lips coming down again he couldn't help but tear up. Suddenly he exploded, pushing against the leader's chest. "Wait." The leader of the Sun sect looked at him with narrowed eyes. Do you really want to marry me?" Shang Tian asked. "Yes, I wish to marry you," the leader said, lightly lifting his chin with a finger. "Aren't you willing?" "Damn. Naturally, I am not willing, Shang Tian thought. But on the surface he suddenly acted shy and looked down at his clothes before raising his head to blink and talking to himself, but one must wear wedding garments for marriage. Then this leader will have someone make them for you right now. The leader of the Sun sect stood and said to him. Shang Tian immediately nodded, looking eager. Good, then hurry up. The system said. How, what's going on? Shang Tian replied, this male god has his own plans. As soon as the leader of the Sun sect left, Shang Tian immediately got out of bed. System, quickly help me check if anyone is guarding outside. The system felt carefully and replied, no, there is no one guarding outside the hall. Did the leader of the Sun sect go far? The system sensed again and responded, he has gone far. Shang Tian smiled, very good. This male god will go remove the flags now. Then he could complete his task and return to continue being the popular young man. It was already late at night and outside, just as the system said, there were no guards. However, Shang Tian still cautiously poked his head out to confirm before quietly pushing the door open and stepping outside. Though he was nervous, everything went smoothly, making him feel a bit uneasy. But at that moment Shang Tian was too anxious to complete his task to think much about it, and he quickly arrived at the front of the stone forest. The stone forest was formed by towering stone peaks, each pillar standing tall like a giant tree, and the gaps between them were so narrow that only one or two people could walk side by side. Shang Tian stood below and looked up for a long time, but he did not see any black flags. Unable to help himself, he asked the system, where are the flags you mentioned? The system sensed carefully but could not confirm the specific location, responding, the 6 flags are planted on the tops of 6 stone peaks. I do not know the exact locations. So what do we do now? Shang Tian asked again. The system thought for a moment and replied seriously, I think, host, you should go back and cling to the golden thigh. Shang Tian replied. Forget it, I'll just go in myself and search one by one. With that thought he stepped boldly into the forest. It was strange that although the stone forest was filled with stones, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air reminiscent of some kind of flower. It wasn't overwhelmingly pleasant but gave a refreshing feeling. As Shang Tian walked, he let out a long breath and was about to take a deep breath when the system suddenly reminded him, host, don't inhale this fragrance, it's mist. Upon hearing this, Shang Tian quickly covered his mouth and nose with his hand, but it was already too late. Damn. The most useless system ever, why didn't you say so earlier? As expected, right after he complained, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Above the stone forest, a leader dressed in purple with a golden mask sat atop a peak, resting one arm on his leg, his deep gaze fixed on this side. Suddenly a smile crept onto his lips as he swiftly descended with lightness. After landing, he swiftly wrapped his arms around Shang Tian, gently caressing his lips with his fingers, then turned and carried him back into the hall. Back in the hall, the leader suddenly reached up to remove his mask, revealing his exceptionally handsome features. With a wicked smile, he leaned down and lightly kissed Shang Tian on the forehead, gently placing him on the bed, and whispered in his ear, sleep now. Then with a flick of his sleeve, a folding fan appeared, spreading open, and with a gentle wave extinguished all the candles in the hall. The next day, Shang Tian woke up abruptly, sitting up straight and glancing around, surprised to find himself back in the leader of the demonic sect's hall, feeling puzzled as he clearly remembered running to the stone forest. He thought for a moment and quickly called out to the system, System, can quickly tell me what happened last night? Host, after entering the stone forest you were knocked out by the mist, the leader appeared and carried you back. Shang Tian was astonished, and then, the leader kissed you. Instantly a dark line crossed his mind and he hurriedly asked, where did he kiss me? The system replied, on the forehead. Shang Tian finally let out a sigh of relief, that's good. However, recalling last night, his mood sank again. He had thought the task had become simpler, but now it seemed it was all in vain. The stone forest was filled with mist and he couldn't get in. Moreover, he couldn't perform lightness skills, so there was no way to reach the top of the peaks. How could he remove the black flags from the stone peaks? Just as he was at a loss, the system reminded him again, the mist in the stone forest was set up by the leader who has the antidote. He is also the only one in this world who can fly the host to the top of the stone peaks. After the system's reminder, Shang Tian finally realized why the leader of the demonic sect was his golden finger in this world. There are two ways to complete the task. First, eradicate the demonic sect and kill the leader of the sun sect, but he is invincible in this world, so that route is blocked. Second, remove the 6 black flags from the stone peaks in the stone forest. Although it is also difficult, it is clearly more feasible than the first option. But how can he obtain the antidote or convince the leader to fly him to the peaks to remove the flags? As Shang Tian pondered, the system again quietly reminded him, "Host, you can use the beauty scheme." The beauty scheme? Shang Tian raised an eyebrow, but after thinking about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. He recalled how the leader of the Sun sect was infatuated with him last night. Although it was their first meeting, why was that? Could it really be because he was handsome? Was he so good-looking that even men couldn't resist him? Certainly. Shang Tian sighed. Well, who told this male god to be so handsome? It seems I was born to rely on my looks. For the sake of the task, I reluctantly accept your suggestion. The system replied. At this moment, only these 6 dots could express its feelings. Suddenly, with a creak, the wooden door of the leader's hall was pushed open from the outside. Shang Tian thought the leader of the Sun sect had returned and quickly put on his signature charming smile. However, to his surprise, a woman entered dressed in black, half of her face covered by a black veil, holding a wooden tray with a bright red wedding garment neatly folded on it. Shang Tian was still haunted by the memory of the woman who had released snakes last night. Worried that this black-clad woman might suddenly unleash snakes as well, he quickly stepped back a few paces. The woman continued to approach him, raising the tray high, and gently bowed her head, saying, "Shang Alliance leader, this is the wedding garment that the leader instructed me to bring for you. Please try it on." What? Wedding garment? Shang Tian's brow twitched and he quickly asked the system, "What's going on?" The system replied helplessly, "Host, you mentioned last night that you needed to wear a wedding garment for marriage." Shang Tian was taken aback, but I was just saying that casually to send him away. The woman saw him hesitating and added, "Please try it on as soon as possible. If it doesn't fit, it can be altered in advance." Shang Tian had no choice but to stiffly take the tray and said to the woman, "You please go outside first." "Yes." The woman bowed and quickly left. Seeing her leave, Shang Tian immediately set the tray aside and lay back on the bed, asking, "What do I do now?" This male god only agreed to the beauty scheme but never consented to marry that demon. The system thought for a moment and replied seriously, "Host, I think you should just go along with it." Shang Tian responded. Forced marriage, how to deal with this? After finishing a bland lunch, Shang Tian decided to first seek the antidote for the fog before attending to other matters. As the night before, he first had the system sense the surrounding aura to ensure no one was watching, then approached the wooden door and gently pushed it. Finding it unlocked, he cautiously opened it and stepped out. System, quickly locate the antidote for the fog, Shang Tian whispered, carefully glancing around. System, wait a moment. Shang Tian, all right. While the system was locating the antidote, Shang Tian looked around again. Last night he hadn't paid much attention, but now he realized the surroundings were quite beautiful, filled with exotic flowers and rare trees with fresh air and the sounds of birds and fragrant blooms. Shang Tian couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was strange, though he was the martial alliance leader captured by the demon sect leader to be wed, why was no one guarding him? The system said faintly, because the host can't escape anyway, so there's no need for guards. Shang Tian. In your heart, am I really that useless? But then he realized to leave the demon sect he had to pass through the stone forest, which was filled with the fog. Without the antidote he truly couldn't get out. So the priority was to find the antidote. Even though he had decided to cling to the powerful Riqian sect leader, he still needed to prepare himself. Shang Tian, done locating. System, yes. Shang Tian, then guide this handsome man. System, are you sure you want to go now? Shang Tian, of course. If you dawdle, I'll beat you. System. Since no one was guarding him or restricting his movements, the journey went smoothly. Under the system's guidance, Shang Tian soon arrived at a stone cave entrance opposite the direction of the stone forest. Near the entrance grew many vine-like green plants, their branches climbing the stone walls, forming a natural floral arch covered in colorful blossoms. It looked quite beautiful. But for some reason Shang Tian suddenly felt a familiar sense of being tricked by the system. He quickly asked, "System, you're not messing with me again, are you?" System, no. Shang Tian, really? System said flatly, really. After a slight hesitation, Shang Tian decided to trust the system's words. Thinking he was already here anyway, he took a deep breath and cautiously stepped inside. Inside there were still no demon sect guards. Candles flickered on both sides of the stone walls, providing ample light. A cool breeze greeted him, instantly refreshing his body and mind. After a few steps he heard a drip-drip sound. Looking up, he saw water droplets falling from the cave ceiling not far ahead. He walked a little further and suddenly the system said, "Host, there's a pool ahead. Beside it lies a garment containing the antidote for the fog. Go and retrieve it." Shang Tian paused. Something felt off, but retrieving the medicine was urgent. He said, "All right." He dashed toward the pool, but as he reached its edge he felt as if had been struck by a hammer. How could he have so easily believed the system's nonsense? He stood frozen at the poolside. This pool was called the Desire Skill Pool, its waters perpetually warm, where the sect leader Riqian practiced his internal arts. The sect leader stood with his back to Shang Tian, naked, his muscular body exuding a unique sensuality in the water. Hearing the sound, he slowly turned around, wet hair clinging to his side. A faint smile curled beneath his mask. Suddenly he rose and pulled the person at the pool's edge into the water. Shang Tian, still reeling from the realization that had been tricked by the system again, was abruptly yanked into the pool. With a splash, water sprayed everywhere, soaking his clothes which clung to his well-maintained body. "Duh! I mean sect leader!" Shang Tian exclaimed, splashed with water, struggling to break free and climb out. Rishan's eyes darkened as he pulled Shang Tian back, this time into an embrace. His wet fingers gently brushed Shang Tian's cheek, then tilted his chin up. His voice, low and seductive, whispered in Shang Tian's ear, "Stay still and let me hold you." The system whispered, "Host." Shang Tian, "They'll strangle you, you useless piece of junk." System, "I didn't lie. The antidote is in." After all, this was his golden ticket. And besides, this handsome man was just too beautiful. "But sect leader, could you please put on some clothes while holding me?" The system whispered, "Host." Shang Tian, "They'll strangle you, you useless piece of junk." System, "I didn't lie. The antidote is in the sect leader's clothes. You said you wanted to retrieve it now." Shang Tian paused, "But I'm still going to strangle you, you broken system." "Ah!" As he screamed in his mind, a sharp pain shot through his tongue, making him cry out. "System, a small punishment. Host, please forgive me." Shang Tian wept silently. Seeing his pained expression, the sect leader held him tighter and asked, "What's wrong?" Shang Tian couldn't speak, so he pointed to his mouth. "Your tongue hurts?" the sect leader asked. Shang Tian nodded. "I have a miraculous pain-relieving balm. Want to try?" Shang Tian hesitated, but the searing pain on his tongue made him nod eventually. The sect leader carried him to the poolside, swiftly retrieved a red ointment box from the clothes, opened it, glanced at Shang Tian with a slight smirk, and suddenly lowered his head to lick it. Shang Tian was baffled. "My tongue hurts. Why are you eating the medicine?" As he wondered, the sect leader suddenly pressed him against the pool edge, one hand firmly gripping the back of his head, the other pinching his cheek, and kissed him. Shang Tian tried to resist, but his body was pinned against the pool edge, unable to fight back. Not daring to resist rashly, he could only close his eyes and scream internally. Finally the kiss ended. The sect leader released him, gently stroking his hair with a finger, and asked softly, "Does it still hurt?" Shang Tian looked utterly defeated. The sect leader's eyes darkened as he lifted Shang Tian's chin and asked gloomily, "You don't like it?" "Damn. Being forcibly kissed, of course I don't like it." He was about to explode in fury when he suddenly realized, hey, it didn't hurt anymore. So he quickly said, "No, it's not that." "Then you like me kissing you?" Rijian squinted. "I'd rather like the sky." But for the sake of a honey trap and a golden ticket, Shang Tian nodded shyly and charmingly, I like it." "Then we'll get married tonight," Rijian said, immediately carrying him out of the pool. With a wave of his hand, the clothes on the ground flew into his grasp. In a swift motion he was fully dressed. Then he grabbed Shang Tian, tore off his wet clothes, wrapped him in his own outer robe, and carried him out of the cave. Shang Tian wiped away several tears in his heart, then looked up cautiously and said, "Sect leader. Call me Rijian." Shang Tian. "Damn. I'll screw you first." Wiping away more bitter tears, Shang Tian looked up with a shy, blushing expression. Rijian. What's wrong?" Shang Tian remembered that when he first transmigrated, the original Martial Alliance leader had just slit his own throat. An idea formed in his mind. He gathered his emotions and said, "I want to marry you immediately too, but I am from the righteous martial arts world. My father just passed away. If I, the new Martial Alliance leader, get married now, won't I be scorned by the martial arts community and cursed for eternity?" Rijian stopped in his tracks, his sinister smile vanishing. His eyes darkened as he looked at Shang Tian. "Alliance leader Shang's death, though not unrelated to my demon sect, was not my wish. I simply like you and want to marry you." Shang Tian was startled. Seeing Rijian unmoved, he gritted his teeth and let his eyes redden slightly. "I know, so I don't blame you. But my father's body is still cold. As his son, not only do I fail to mourn him, but am getting married. Am utterly unfilial and heartless. How can I have the face to live on?" A tear slid down his cheek. He blinked at the man holding him, his voice trembling. "How can I face the martial arts world in the future? Besides, we only met for the first time last night." Rijian stared at him, his eyes complex and unreadable. His fingers once again caressed Shang Tian's cheek with infatuation, his voice losing its sinister edge and gaining a hint of deep emotion. "It's your first time, but not mine. From the moment I saw you, I wanted to imprison you in my demon sect." Shang Tian was surprised and probed, "Then we..." But the sect leader suddenly withdrew his fingers, shifting his mood. "So you want to postpone our marriage?" "That's exactly what I was waiting for." Shang Tian quickly wiped his tears, looking deeply reluctant but helpless, his eyes glistening as he looked at him. "Yes." Unable to see the sect leader's expression under the mask, Shang Tian only heard his voice grow somber. "How long?" Shang Tian tested. 3 years. "No." "Then 1 year?" "I can only endure 1 month at most." He tightened his hold on Shang Tian. "All right, 1 month it is." Shang Tian's heart soared with joy. 1 month was enough, as long as he got the antidote for the fog. The system, having been silent for a while, finally couldn't help but remind him, "Host, don't forget to take the antidote. It's on the sect leader." Shang Tian rolled his eyes internally. "I don't need a stupid system like you to remind me. This handsome man knows to get the antidote." He cautiously moved his hand to feel around the sect leader's waist, but after searching for a long time as they were about to return to the main hall, he still hadn't found it. The system couldn't help but remind him again, "The black jade on the right side of the sect leader's waist is the antidote." Shang Tian quickly moved his hand. There felt a piece of jade, nervously gripped it and tugged gently. The black jade felt cool in his hand, but Shang Tian was sweating as he held it. Even though he saw deep affection and indulgence in the narrow eyes of the sect leader, he couldn't be sure that if his intentions were discovered, if the reason he was so obediently letting himself be held was just to obtain the black jade, he wouldn't suddenly become enraged and take his life. After all, the sect leader was the master of the demonic sect in this world, a true villain. But fortunately he had not been discovered, and Shang Tian let out a quiet sigh of relief. The sect leader entered the inner hall alone, holding him and embracing him on the bed, his narrow eyes unabashedly filled with love and indulgence. His voice was deep and enticing as he whispered in Shang Tian's ear, "In a month you will completely belong to me. It makes me somewhat impatient just thinking about it." Shang Tian he. As if finally recalling something, the sect leader stood up and released him. He looked at Shang Tian, whose alluring body was only covered by an outer garment, and his gaze darkened slightly. A flicker of desire instantly bloomed in his eyes. If it weren't for their agreement to wait a month, he would really want to undress him right now. "I will have someone bring you a set of clothes immediately," the sect leader said. He finally remembered. Shang Tian rolled his eyes internally and blurted out, "Okay, bring me a pure white set. I want to be a beautiful man like a white lotus." Feeling something was off after he said that, Shang Tian quickly inhaled to cover it up, but the sect leader suddenly bent down again, his long fingers gently lifting his chin. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "But I want to see you in red." Shang Tian's lips twitched and he stiffened. "All right." A woman dressed in black, her face half covered by a black veil, soon brought in the clothes, carefully holding the wooden tray. The seductive and colorful attire was placed before him, and Shang Tian resisted the urge to rip it apart, lifting the clothing with his fingertips, then disdainfully tossing it aside. "Shang Tian, system, let me die. System host's request is unreasonable, denied." Shang Tian, heartbroken and disillusioned. At that moment a voice suddenly echoed outside the sect leader's hall. "Report to the sect leader, there are people outside the stone forest clamoring for the sect leader to immediately hand over their leader Shang." At this announcement the atmosphere instantly tightened. Shang Tian quickly composed himself. He knew that as a martial arts leader who had mysteriously disappeared, those in the martial world would surely come looking for him. He understood this well, but he didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Now that he hadn't completed his task and still had to cling to the sect leader's golden thigh, there was no way he could leave the demonic sect. But those people didn't understand his situation and were solely focused on rescuing their leader. But clearly they were no match for the demonic sect's people. Shang Tian felt a sense of worry and looked up. Sure enough, the sect leader's lips curled into a faintly cold smile, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He moved his palms slightly and suddenly turned to Shang Tian. "Stay here obediently, I'll go take a look and be back soon." At this moment Shang Tian couldn't care less about disliking the color of the clothes. He quickly pulled them on and shouted, "Sect leader, wait. I want to go with you." The sect leader had already reached the doorway, but upon hearing this he suddenly stopped, turned to look at him, and his expression darkened slightly. "You want to leave with them?" Shang Tian hurriedly dressed and jumped off the bed, anxious. "No, I just want to go out and tell them that I'm willing to stay here and they can return on their own." The sect leader stared at him for a moment, said nothing further, but suddenly pulled him into an embrace. "All right then, I'll take you out with me." With that he wrapped his arm around Shang Tian's waist and swiftly flew towards the stone forest. Shang Tian was dressed in red while the sect leader wore black today. The contrasting colors of their clothing appeared unexpectedly harmonious in the air. From above the stone forest one could clearly see the exact direction and position of the 6 black flags. Shang Tian clung tightly to the sect leader's body. Although he understood that he was going out with him to rescue those martial artists, he did not forget his task and hurriedly called out to the system. "System, quickly note down the positions of these black flags and make a map as fast as possible." "System, okay, this system has received it." The sect leader's lightness in movement was unmatched, and soon he had flown over the stone forest, gracefully landing in front of it. As soon as they landed, several elders from the martial world stepped forward and spoke. Leader Shang Tian steadied himself and quickly nodded to the elders, but before he could say anything, the elder with the staff exclaimed, "Leader, you must have been captured by the demonic sect. I'll come to rescue you right now." With that, he suddenly slammed his staff into the ground and charged toward them. "Elder, please calm down," Shang Tian hurriedly shouted, but he couldn't stop him. War was about to break out, and under the elder's lead the martial artists surged towards them like a swarm. Shang Tian nervously tugged at the sect leader's sleeve, just about to say, "Sect leader, please show mercy." But before Ri Tian could act, the four kings of the demonic sect suddenly descended from the sky, leading a group of demonic sect members to swiftly engage in battle. The scene instantly spiraled out of control, plunging into chaos. Shang Tian felt a buzzing in his head. Without a doubt, this war was ignited because of him. It's over, he would become a calamity. What to do? Currently, the number of participants from both the demonic sect and martial world was roughly equal, but it was clear that the demonic sect held the absolute advantage, as they were backed by the stone forest, able to retreat or attack at will. In contrast, the martial artists were solely focused on rescuing their leader and did not consider that by coming here recklessly they were forcing themselves into a narrow path, essentially courting death. Host, during the task you must not let anyone die because of you. Otherwise the task will restart and the difficulty will double. The system reminded him. Shang Tian gritted his teeth. Even without this rule, this beautiful man wouldn't allow anyone to die because of me. After saying this, he urgently turned to look at the sect leader beside him, but the sect leader still wore a calm expression, though a hint of cold, murderous intent was evident in his eyes. Shang Tian grasped his sleeve, filled with expectation. "Sect leader, can we stop this chaos?" The sect leader turned to him, the killing intent in his eyes instantly fading, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "All right, I'll listen to you." With that, he suddenly soared into the air, and a sinister yet commanding voice resonated in the sky, "Everyone back off." This powerful command echoed strongly, and before it dissipated in the air, the demonic sect members immediately complied, swiftly withdrawing into the stone forest behind him. Then the sect leader's black sleeve suddenly opened, and a purple folding fan flashed out, opening and landing in his hand. With just a few flicks of the fan, purple particles began to fall from the sky, rapidly dispersing into a layer of purple mist. The miasma descended, enveloping the martial artists. The group that had been clamoring suddenly quieted, swiftly sitting down but still feeling weak. One voice, angry yet feeble, exclaimed, "The demonic sect is indeed despicable and shameless. They actually resorted to such lowly tactics against us. This is soul-dominating miasma. It can render a person powerless, unable to move. Everyone quickly sit down and use your inner energy to focus," one elder proclaimed. Shang Tian was startled and was about to call the system to clarify what the soul-dominating miasma was, when the returning sect leader suddenly pulled him into his embrace and coldly addressed the crowd. "Your leader has now promised to marry me. In a month he will belong to me. Out of respect for him, I will let you go today." Before the martial artists could react in shock, the sect leader immediately lifted Shang Tian and flew towards the sect leader's hall, with the wind howling past their ears. Shang Tian, system, quickly tell me what the soul-dominating miasma is? System host, please wait a moment while I check the information. Shang Tian. System, soul-dominating miasma is a unique poison of the demonic sect. Although it cannot directly kill someone, it can render them completely powerless and unable to move. Those affected by this poison will remain trapped without an antidote until they starve or die of thirst. The sect leader will not provide them with an antidote. Shang Tian was furious that Ri Tian, this villain, even said he would let those people go for my sake. He actually deceived me. System, he did not lie. In the sect leader's view, since he did not directly kill them, it counts as letting them go. Shang Tian. So does that mean I have to steal the antidote again? Shang Tian asked. The system was afraid his volatile host might explode again, so it did not respond. But the sect leader's voice suddenly sounded beside his ear, slightly deep. Go back and rest, I have matters to attend to. With that he brought Shang Tian to the entrance of the sect leader's hall. Shang Tian suddenly felt something was off and hurriedly grabbed him. Sect leader. The sect leader turned back, and through his intricately carved golden mask his narrow eyes held a hint of warmth amidst their wickedness as he gazed at him. What is it? Sect leader, please spare them, Shang Tian pleaded, his eyes sparkling. After all, I am their leader, I cannot just watch them die. All right, I will not kill them. Then sect leader, could you give me the antidote? Before he could finish, the sect leader interrupted him, gently kissing his forehead. Be good and go in to rest. With that he turned and left. Shang Tian, damn it. Leave the antidote behind before you go. 3 days later at night, Shang Tian lay on the bed with his eyes closed, asking, System, has the master gone far? The system carefully sensed for a while before replying, he has now gone far away. Upon hearing this, Shang Tian immediately threw off the blanket and got out of bed, saying, all right, let's go get the medicine now. The night was dark, almost pitch black, so Shang Tian took a lamp and cautiously pushed open the wooden door to step outside. With the system's guidance he quickly arrived at the place to retrieve the medicine, but in front of him was a stone wall. Shang Tian shone the lamp on the stone wall and asked, System, are you sure you brought me to get medicine and not to face the wall? He thought to himself, I haven't done anything wrong to deserve facing the wall. The system awkwardly replied, Host, take a closer look, this is a mechanism stone door. Shang Tian asked, oh, then tell me how to get inside. The system sighed, feeling drained from following such an irritable and lazy host, saying, on the right side of the stone door there's a recess, to look for it, host. Shang Tian moved the lamp over to search and indeed found it. After a careful observation of its shape he realized it was exactly the same as the piece of ink jade he had stolen from the master. The system said, Host, the ink jade is the key to opening the stone door mechanism. Upon hearing this, Shang Tian immediately took out the ink jade from his clothes. After a moment of hesitation he carefully and tentatively placed it inside, and it fit perfectly. After the ink jade was inserted it suddenly made a cozy sound, then spun around by itself. Following that, a muffled boom echoed from above the stone door and the door slowly rose from the ground. Shang Tian looked at all this in surprise. Once the stone door completely lifted and settled he immediately walked in with the lamp. Inside was pitch black, he had entered a passage. As Shang Tian walked while looking around with the lamp he suddenly remembered something and said to the system, System, be honest, is there something you haven't told me? The system immediately replied, no. Shang Tian narrowed his eyes and asked, really? The system's voice turned smaller, really? Shang Tian asked, are you sure? If you don't tell the truth, do you believe I will really kill you? The system was speechless. Although it knew that no matter how crazy the host yelled at the air it couldn't die, it still felt a little guilty. After a moment of silence the system spoke softly, Host, actually the ink jade is not the antidote to the mist. Shang Tian replied, haha, I knew this broken system would trip me, how could a piece of jade possibly be an antidote? However, considering that this piece of jade could open the stone door, I will reluctantly forgive you. He then added, wait, I can't forgive you. Without the antidote to the mist I can't get out of the stone forest after retrieving the antidote for the soul seizing miasma, nor can I save those people, so I still want to kill you. The system could not bear to watch its host go madly strangling the air and hurriedly said, Host, calm down. This is the secret chamber inside the evil sect specifically for storing medicinal pills, so the antidote to the mist is also here. Shang Tian was taken aback. I already guessed that. The system replied. Hee hee. After walking a little further suddenly light appeared on both sides of the stone walls, illuminating the surroundings brightly. Ahead was the secret chamber for storing the antidote. At that moment several whoosh sounds suddenly came from the stone walls. Arrows shot out. Shang Tian was startled. Relying on his past acting experience, he quickly flipped his body and dove to the ground. After waiting for the sounds of the arrows to cease, he cautiously got up and was surprised to find he had escaped unscathed. "Host, the antidote is inside, hurry and get it." Without the system's reminder, Shang Tian already knew, so he quickly dusted off the dirt on his clothes and hurried inside. Before him was a square stone chamber filled with all sorts of jars and bottles on stone tables. Initially thinking that it would take some time to find the numerous jars and bottles, but with the system's help he quickly found it. Shang Tian carefully tucked the small red bottle containing the antidote into his clothes. As he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a small dagger hanging on the stone wall. The dagger was somewhat old and had a bronze hue, but the carvings on it were very intricate. Shang Tian hesitated for a moment, walked over, took it down and tucked it into his waist, considering it a self-defense weapon from now on. Coming out from the stone door, Shang Tian retrieved the ink jade from the right side of the wall. While heading back, he asked the system, "What time is it now?" The system replied, "It's midnight." Shang Tian responded, "Report Beijing time." The system answered, 0058, which is equivalent to around 1 in the morning. Shang Tian thought to himself and immediately quickened his pace. The direction he took to the secret chamber to retrieve the medicine was opposite to that of the stone forest, so there was still some distance to the stone forest and crossing it would take some more time. Out of breath, he finally arrived at the stone forest. Although Shang Tian's character was somewhat delicate, he did not dare to delay and immediately took out the antidote to the mist and swallowed a pill before walking in. Once again a refreshing floral scent greeted him, but Shang Tian now knew it was the mist, so he dared not take a deep breath. The martial artists who had been trapped outside the stone forest for 3 days looked utterly exhausted, with their heads bowed, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Shang Tian looked around and, sensing no danger, hurried over. He first approached the elder with a staff, who before he could speak laboriously raised his head, leaning on his staff. His gray beard twitched at the corners of his mouth as he said, "Leader." Shang Tian immediately took out a pill and gave it to him, then handed over the remaining bottle of antidote, solemnly saying, "Elder, this is the antidote to the soul-seizing miasma. Distribute it to everyone, let them take the medicine, and then lead them away immediately." After taking the medicine, the elder was finally able to stand with the support of his staff, looking at him in surprise. "Aren't you leaving with us, leader?" Upon hearing this, Shang Tian stood upright, cleared his throat and said with righteous seriousness, "I still have some important matters to attend to here, so I cannot leave with you for the time being. Once I complete my tasks, I will return to find you all." After saying that, while the elder's powers had not yet recovered to stop him, Shang Tian immediately turned and entered the stone forest, lest he be stopped once the elder regained his strength. Shang Tian intentionally waited 3 days before coming, thinking that by now they would have exhausted their energy and wouldn't have the strength to shout. Once they received the antidote, they would leave immediately. Passing through the stone forest, he carefully slipped back into the master's hall. At this moment, Shang Tian lay on the bed and finally let out a sigh of relief, asking the system, "Have those people left?" The system replied, "They have left." Shang Tian, feeling weary, closed his eyes and said, "That's good." Finally, he didn't have to worry about the task restarting with double difficulty. As a delicate young man, it was the first time Shang Tian had walked so much in one night, and he was utterly exhausted, resulting in an exceptionally deep sleep. The next day, in his dazed state, he suddenly heard a voice beside him carrying a hint of coolness. "Why?" Shang Tian took a while to wake up from his daze. It seemed his body felt a bit hot, and he unconsciously tugged at his collar. His chest was partly exposed, revealing a large area of honey-colored skin, appearing extremely alluring in the morning air. The master stood before the bed in all black, and beneath the golden, intricately carved mask, his originally somewhat cold and sinister eyes suddenly bore a vivid intensity. He stepped forward and pulled Shang Tian from the bed into his embrace, gazing at his charmingly sculpted face, and suddenly asked, "Why?" Shang Tian, still dazed, was pulled into the embrace so suddenly, causing him to immediately awaken. The atmosphere felt a bit off and he had an inexplicable bad premonition. Did the master find out about last night? Feeling a bit flustered, Shang Tian didn't know how to respond and could only curve his lips into a perfect and alluring smile, saying to the master, "Good morning." The master's darkened gaze fixated on him as his long fingers lightly lifted his chin, his tone icy and slow as he asked, "Tell me about last night, you why?" Shang Tian cursed inwardly, realizing he had indeed been found out. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Even the usually calm system was no longer composed, unable to help but say, "Host, what should we do?" However, the usually impatient host was unexpectedly calm this time, softly saying to the system, "Don't worry, I have my beauty strategy ready." Shang Tian was always very confident in his looks. Taking a deep breath, Shang Tian looked at the master, his eyes sparkling like stars with a glimmer of water, saying, "Master, I..." But before he could execute his beauty strategy, the master suddenly leaned down and kissed him on the lips, his fingers sliding down his neck to caress his smooth chest. This was a kiss laden with intensity and aggression. Although Shang Tian was pursued by many, in reality he had rarely truly kissed anyone apart from acting. Since inexplicably traveling here, he had been forcefully kissed by a man several times in just a few days, causing his heart to uncontrollably race. His mind was filled with a flashing warning signal, and just as his clothes were about to be half removed, Shang Tian felt his chastity slipping away. He wanted to bash his head against the wall, but the master suddenly let him go, pulling at the fabric on his right shoulder, his expression changing drastically as if he was at the peak of tension and concern. His sinister eyes suddenly filled with disorder and anxiety, asking, "Are you poisoned?" "What? Him poisoned?" Shang Tian was taken aback, immediately turning his head to look at his shoulder, only to discover that a thin wound had been drawn on his right shoulder at some unknown time. Although the cut appeared to be minor, the surrounding skin had already started to darken. When did this happen? Shang Tian looked utterly bewildered. However, the originally cold lips of the cult leader suddenly curled into a barely noticeable faint smile. He adjusted Shang Tian's half-draped shirt around his waist and embraced him, saying, "But do not worry, I will save you." Shang Tian, the leader, as for last night's incident, I will not pursue it any further. Shang Tian, seeing that he had not spoken for a long time, the leader released him, laid him flat on the bed, covered him with a blanket and said, "I will instruct someone to prepare the antidote for you." After saying this, he turned and left. As soon as the leader was gone, Shang Tian immediately wore a sorrowful expression and said, "System, am poisoned. If I die, can I go back?" The system splashed a bucket of cold water on him. "Rest assured, host. If you fail to complete the task and die, there will be another world waiting for you." Shang Tian. Upon hearing a bang, the heart of this male god shattered. He pulled the blanket up further, wrapping himself tightly, and said, "Systemkin, am poisoned." The system replied, "It's not like you have a cold." Shang Tian, wrapped in the blanket, tried to recall when he had been injured or poisoned, but the leader could see clearly with just a glance. The arrows shot from the cult's secret chamber walls were all poisoned. These poisoned arrows had a slow-acting toxin, and because they initially caused numbness, Shang Tian did not realize when the arrowhead had pierced his skin, thinking he had safely dodged it. Although this poison acted slowly, it was still a lethal toxin, and because of its slow nature, the antidote would take longer to prepare than usual. On the first day, Shang Tian was fine. He just felt hot when he woke up in the morning, then gradually felt cold, and by evening he began to feel some weakness in his right arm. The leader ordered someone to prepare the medicine and lifted the bundled-up Shang Tian from the bed, embracing him. With elongated fingers he blew on the spoon before bringing it to his own lips and then to Shang Tian's, his thin lips curling into a slightly wicked arc, saying, "Drink up." Shang Tian looked at him, blinked, and opened his mouth to take a sip. Damn, it's bitter, nearly made him spit it out. The leader observed Shang Tian's expression of disgust and reluctance to drink, unable to help but set the bowl aside and gently stroke his chin, asking, "What's wrong, is it too bitter?" Shang Tian didn't say anything, but his expression clearly conveyed, "Why are you asking when you already know?" The leader's lips curved into a smile as he lightly kissed his forehead and turned to the door coldly ordering, "Add some sugar." Before long a maid dressed in black brought a jar of sugar and added a few spoonfuls to the bowl. The leader first tasted a spoonful himself to confirm it wasn't bitter anymore, then scooped a spoonful for Shang Tian, gently coaxing, "Good boy, it's not bitter now, drink up." Shang Tian still looked reluctant to drink, first teasingly licking a little with his tongue before finally taking a proper sip. The system silently watched all of this, finally unable to hold back the comment, "Host, you are so delicate." Shang Tian rolled his eyes. Who told this male god to be so handsome? So I'm allowed to be spoiled, what's the problem? The system. Alright, you have your reasons. After finishing the medicine, Shang Tian began to feel a bit drowsy. Since the antidote had a certain counteractive effect on the body and Shang Tian lacked martial arts abilities and inner strength to protect himself, the leader had given him a light dosage of the medicine and slightly added a calming ingredient. After Shang Tian fell asleep, the leader adjusted the speed at which the toxin spread within him using his inner energy, perfectly controlling it before the medicine could take effect, allowing him to completely eliminate the poison from his body. For several consecutive days Shang Tian lay wrapped in blankets on the bed. It had always been like this. Whenever he caught a slight cold with a headache or fever, he would definitely stay wrapped up at home for days without going out, and he would insist that his assistants and managers knew that this male god was sick, urging them to come care for him. The leader held him, having fed him a bowl of porridge, and asked, "Would you like me to take you out for a stroll?" Shang Tian, wrapped in the blanket, replied, "No." However, the leader did not heed his refusal. He suddenly got up, picked Shang Tian along with the blanket, a wicked smile curving his lips, his voice low yet commanding as he leaned close to his ear and said, "Whether you want to or not, we're going." After saying this, he carried Shang Tian out of the hall using lightness skill to bring him to a redwood pavilion in the cult. Surrounded by various unknown exotic flowers and plants, the air was filled with floral fragrance. Wrapped in the blanket like a silkworm, Shang Tian had only his head exposed while the leader sat beside him, gently pinching his face. Shang Tian moved slightly, realizing he had no strength left in his body. Although the leader had been helping him to detoxify every day, he still felt weak until the poison was completely removed. Since he couldn't fight back, Shang Tian could only let the leader hold him, occasionally pecking him on the cheek or pinching his handsome face. Shang Tian felt exhausted, wondering why he was the one who needed to cling to this golden thigh, yet this golden thigh was the one who kept shamelessly holding on to him. "Systemkin, do you think this male god has lost weight recently?" The system replied, "No." "Have I become more handsome?" "No." "You broken system." The system. "Is honesty also a fault?" But this system never lies. The leader sat with him in the pavilion for a while before suddenly getting up, passing through a patch of flowers and grass, plucking a small white flower and placing it on the blanket near Shang Tian's chin, asking with a low laugh, "Do you like it?" Shang Tian. "I like it, sure." After blowing for a long time, he finally managed to blow that small white flower off the blanket, but the leader swiftly embraced him and flew up to sit on a branch, plucking a few green leaves and holding them in front of him, a wicked smile on his lips as he said, "These are for you." Shang Tian. Damn, what a lunatic. After blowing for a long time, he finally managed to blow those leaves away. After being tossed around all day, by evening Shang Tian thought he could finally wrap himself quietly in the blanket and be a silkworm, but the leader suddenly took him and flew up to the top of the stone peak to enjoy the moon. And also to admire the flags. Although Shang Tian had been flown over the stone forest by the leader several times before, it was his first time sitting on the peak like this. The stone peaks within the stone forest stood densely towering like giant trees. From above it looked quite spectacular, and one could clearly see the 6 black flags surrounding the stone forest, distributed in 6 directions, forming a hexagonal formation. Wrapped in the blanket, Shang Tian gazed at the flags fluttering in the moonlight, wishing he could fly over and pull them down immediately, but unfortunately he was now a weak silkworm. The leader held him tightly, his slender eyes gazing at the night sky, his face adorned with a delicately carved golden mask that reflected a faint cold light under the moon. He then lowered his head, fixing his gaze on Shang Tian, and asked, "Do you like being with me?" Shang Tian was momentarily stunned. "I like it." "Well, I don't dislike it, at least." The leader's gaze deepened and he gently stroked Shang Tian's face, saying, "As long as you obediently stay by my side, I won't pursue anything you do wrong in the future." Shang Tian was stunned again. "Really?" Thinking that since he already knew, he tentatively asked softly, "Including when I stole your ink, Jade released those martial artists to get medicine and took the dagger hanging on the wall of your secret chamber?" The leader's expression remained unchanged, his gaze as deep as a lake in the night, with a hint of warmth hidden within the sinister undertone. He replied, "As long as you want those things, you can take them freely, as long as you stay by my side." Shang Tian. Damn, why am I feeling inexplicably touched? The leader leaned down and lightly kissed his lips, saying, "It's getting late, I should take you back to drink your medicine." After saying this, he suddenly got up, the black cloak billowing behind him in the night sky as he leaped away, carrying Shang Tian back to the leader's hall and gently placing him back on the bed. A maid dressed in black with half her face covered by a black veil soon brought the medicine as scheduled. The leader took it once again, wrapped Shang Tian in the blanket and patiently fed him the medicine spoonful by spoonful, blowing gently as he did so. His slender fingers carried a hint of a sinister aura, but the soup he delivered to Shang Tian's lips was warm. At this moment, Shang Tian finally focused on the leader for a moment. Because he wore a mask, Shang Tian still did not know what the leader looked like and speculated that it was probably because he was ugly, right? Thinking that if he encountered a beauty like himself, he would be even less inclined to remove the mask, Shang Tian thought for a moment and concluded, "It must be system, he." After drinking a bowl of medicine, Shang Tian began to feel a bit drowsy, but a minute before closing his eyes, he suddenly stretched out his hand from the blanket and grabbed the leader's clothes. The leader looked down at him and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you being so nice to me?" The leader's thin lips curled into a faint smile, his voice deep and enchanting as he leaned close to Shang Tian's ear and said, "Because I like you and want to marry you." Shang Tian's eyelids grew heavy and kept sinking down. Drowsily he muttered, "But this male god doesn't like men." The leader. After several days of feeling weak and powerless like a silkworm, Shang Baobao felt as though he was about to become completely useless. The master embraced him, fed him the last drop of medicine, and then held him tightly in his arms, whispering seductively in his ear, "Sleep now." Shang Tian, feeling weak in his master's embrace, heard this voice and quickly fell into a deep slumber. The next day, upon opening his eyes, he heard the excited voice of the system in his mind, "Congratulations, host baby, you no longer have to be a silkworm." Shang Tian was taken aback. What on earth? The master consumed a lot of internal energy last night to completely detoxify you and restore your body. The system explained excitedly. Really? Shang Tian asked in disbelief, immediately trying to move his body under the covers, and indeed he felt restored. He then asked, "So you're saying the master spent half the night using his internal energy to detoxify me?" The system replied, "Not just last night, every night after you fall asleep the master uses his internal energy to detoxify you." Shang Tian was once again taken aback. The system continued, "The master is truly good to you." Shang Tian responded, "Yeah, this handsome guy knows and is also very touched." 2 minutes later, Shang Tian threw off the covers and got out of bed, stating, "Systemkin, we're going to go raise the flag tonight." The system replied, "Host, where's your gratitude?" Shang Tian, "No idea." Finally, in the stillness of the night, he carefully climbed out of bed and made his way to the stone forest. At the location of the flags above the stone forest, Shang Tian had previously asked the system to remember it and create a map, so this time it was easy to find. He quickly arrived at the foot of the stone peak where the closest flag was planted. Under the moonlight, Shang Tian stood below looking up at the stone peak and thought it was quite high. He then asked the system, "Do we have climbing tools?" The system replied, "No." "What about a ladder?" "No." Shang Tian sighed, feeling drained. He gazed up for a while longer and finally said, "Let's go back." The system questioned, "Aren't you in a hurry to complete your task?" Shang Tian replied, "Heh. Hurry for what? You useless broken system." He couldn't sleep all night after returning, tossing and turning in his blankets. Thinking back to the promise he made to the master to finish the task in 1 month with only 4 days left, he realized if he failed to complete the task in 4 days he would really be forced to marry and wed the master. The mere thought of being forced to marry a man, to have a wedding, to consummate the marriage and be dominated by him made Shang Tian want to bang his head against a wall. He just wanted to quietly go back and continue being his popular young star basking in the limelight. He just wanted to quietly go back and continue being his popular young star basking in the limelight, adored by fans, with a crowd following him, crying and yelling to have his children. This image seemed beautiful just thinking about it. The system responded, "Ha." As the night gradually faded away, the eastern sky began to show a hint of dawn, and Shang Tian became anxious and troubled. He initially thought that with the antidote to enter the stone forest, along with the specific locations of the 6 black flags, and his body restored, he could quickly complete the task. Now he realized he had overlooked a fundamental and serious issue. Every stone peak in the stone forest was too high and he couldn't perform lightness skills, so he couldn't ascend. Did he really have to learn lightness skills to complete the task? It would take at least 10 years, right? By then he would have turned from a delicate young star into a faded old meat and still be dominated by the master. The more he thought about it, the more miserable it seemed. Shang Tian said, "System, this handsome guy feels so tired. You need to comfort me and tell me I'm handsome." The system responded. At this moment the sky was already gray, and suddenly the wooden door of the master's hall was pushed open from the outside with a click. Shang Tian immediately closed his eyes upon hearing the sound. The master entered wearing black clothes, bringing the morning dew with him, and almost instantly appeared by his bedside, leaning down with a slightly wicked smile, whispering in his ear, "Shang Tian." His voice carried a hint of a chilly breeze brushing past Shang Tian's ear. He couldn't help but flutter his eyelashes, but he didn't open his eyes. Suddenly he recalled what the master had once told him. The master said that in the demonic sect anything he wanted could be taken at will. Would that include the 6 black flags? If he used this as the final condition for marriage, the master would agree, right? As long as the master helped him complete the task, he could immediately return, so even if he agreed to marry him, he wouldn't have to worry about actually getting married. Thinking this, Shang Tian pretended to groggily open his eyes, looking at the master with surprise. "Master, what brings you here?" The master wrapped his long arms around him, pulling him into an embrace and murmuring seductively in his ear, "It's almost dawn. This master missed you, so I came right away." Shang Tian felt a ticklish sensation in his ears, sighing inwardly, and looked at him. "Master. What is it?" Shang Tian's gaze lowered slightly, hesitating for a moment before looking at him and cautiously asking, "You said that anything from the demonic sect can be taken if I want it, but what if I want something I can't obtain?" The master smiled and pinched his cheek with his long fingers, saying in a deep voice, "Then tell this master and I will help you get it." "But will you ask why?" Shang Tian stared at him, his eyes sparkling like stars. "No," the master replied, his voice suddenly deepening, his hand encircling Shang Tian's waist, "but you must agree to marry this master and belong to him forever." Shang Tian seemed stunned for a moment, his gaze flickering, and he asked in disbelief, "Really? As long as I agree, you will help me get whatever I want?" The master's lips curled into a smile, his narrow, slightly wicked eyes now filled with a deep, unshakable tenderness as he leaned closer, saying, "Really, tell me, what do you want?" That affectionate gaze and tone were incongruous with his identity as the master of the demonic sect. If it weren't true love, how could one possess such a gaze and tone? Shang Tian suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Though he was used to being adored and was accustomed to self-love in reality, he also knew that such sincerity was hard to come by. Yet he blurted out, "I want the 6 black flags above the stone forest." After saying this, he involuntarily tightened his breath. Shang Tian felt a bit nervous, but the master's expression seemed unchanged. With a wicked smile he replied without hesitation, "All right. This master will take you there now." Without waiting for Shang Tian to react, the master immediately lifted him from the bed. Shang Tian instinctively clung to the master as the wind rushed past his ears. Once he reached the peak and stood beside a fluttering black flag, he finally confirmed that this was real. At that moment he finally regretted not having listened to the system and grabbing the golden thigh sooner. Had he known seizing the master's golden thigh was so easy, he wouldn't have stolen the antidote or sneaked into the stone forest at such a late hour. "Will you pull it out yourself, or do you want me to help you?" the master asked as he suddenly embraced him from behind. Shang Tian came back to his senses, feeling warmth flow behind his ears, his body instinctively twisting in his embrace, and he immediately replied, "I'll do it myself." The master said, "All right." After saying this, he stood up and let go of him. Shang Tian gripped the flagpole tightly and pulled with all his might, initially thinking it would come off easily, but the flagpoles had stood atop the stone peaks for years, withstood wind and rain, and he couldn't pull them out at all. After several attempts, the flagpole still showed no sign of budging. Shang Tian looked despondently at the master, who wore a smile. Before he could say anything, the master quickly came over his palm, covering the back of Shang Tian's hand, and in an instant the flag was thrown into the air. Shang Tian was momentarily stunned, and upon realizing it he couldn't help but think, indeed, such a golden thigh. After pulling down 5 flags in succession, he finally reached the last one, feeling as if he was floating. As long as he pulled down this last flag, the task would be complete, and he would immediately leave this world and return to his original life. Shang Tian gripped the flagpole, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness, but as he tightened his fingers they suddenly slipped uncontrollably. The master stood behind him dressed in black, his cloak billowing in the wind, with a wicked smile on his lips, and the golden mask on his face refracted a warm glow in the morning light. Shang Tian turned to look at him, and a complex unknown emotion rose in his heart. He recalled the scenes of the master feeding him, giving him medicine, wrapping him in blankets to get fresh air, and using his internal energy to detoxify him every night. He hesitated for a moment, but the feeling quickly faded. "What's wrong?" the master asked as he noticed Shang Tian's strange expression. Nothing at all." Feeling guilty, Shang Tian quickly turned his head, closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and red-gripped the flagpole while the master's warm hand once again rested on him. "I'm sorry, master." Finally, when the last flagpole was pulled out and thrown into the air, Shang Tian thought to himself. He thought that once he opened his eyes again he would return, but unexpectedly the system's voice seemed to have been reformatted, turning into the stiff mechanical voice from the beginning, suddenly notifying him, due to the host's forced changes, the task has been altered. Shang Tian's eyes widened in shock. "What?" The system's voice gradually returned to normal. "Host, the next task target is the master." "What?" Shang Tian immediately erupted. "You bastard, broken system. Didn't you say that pulling out the flags would complete the task and I could go back? It was like that at first, but you forcibly changed the task, host." "When did I?" Before he could finish shouting, a sudden burning sensation coursed through his body, so painful that he couldn't help but scream, causing his body to lurch violently, losing his balance and nearly falling off the stone peak. The system stated, "This is the punishment for the host's self-altered task." The master immediately caught him around the waist, using lightness skills to swiftly return to the master's hall. "What happened? Are you feeling unwell?" The master placed him back on the bed and immediately asked with concern. Shang Tian swallowed blood, suppressing the impulse to lash out, and calmly replied, "It's nothing, I just suddenly had a leg cramp." Internally he roared at the system, "Damn! You broken, heartless system, explain yourself." When did I forcibly change the task? System, you said it yourself. Pulling out the banner would bind you in marriage to the sect leader, so the mission altered itself. The mission target has now become the sect leader. What? That already counts as changing the mission. Shang Tian paused, then realized the latter point was the crucial one and asked, wait, you mean the mission target has become the sect leader? Could it be that after all the permutations the ultimate task still requires him to kill the sect leader? Shang Tian clenched his fingers, his breath tightened without him noticing. The system sounded uneasy, its voice lowering. Yes, but this system did not anticipate this at the outset. Shang Tian felt his heart sink and then flare up in anger. Damn it! You damned system, heartless as ever. No, I want to change the mission. The system instantly reverted to its electronic tone. Host request unreasonable. Denied. Shang Tian snapped, then this idol refuses to accept your task. The system replied, then host, my apologies. No sooner had he finished speaking than Shang Tian was seized by a sudden agony in his chest, as if thousands of needles had pierced him at once, body convulsing, a strangled cry escaping him. It lasted only a moment and left no physical wound, yet in that instant the pain felt as if every tendon in his body had been painfully twisted together. The system said, this is punishment for the host arbitrarily refusing a mission. Shang Tian went pale, hand pressed against his breast, and spat, get lost. You trash of a system. I will never speak another word to you. The sect leader, seeing his sudden suffering, immediately leaned over, anxious. What is it? Where do you feel unwell? I will have someone prepare medicine at once. Shang Tian gritted his teeth to stifle the urge to vomit blood, his expression tangled as he looked at the sect leader. The leader, though formidable, showed no guard toward him. Shang Tian drew back his thoughts and pretended, it's nothing. I'm just a little tired and want to sleep. The sect leader narrowed his long eyes and remained silent, then suddenly reached out and tore open Shang Tian's clothing. Startled, Shang Tian tried to struggle, but the sect leader pressed him firmly against his chest. In a low voice at his ear he murmured, do not move or I will take you now. Shang Tian's body froze, he immediately fell into submissive stillness. The sect leader examined him briefly, confirmed there were no injuries, then released him and helped him redress. His voice close to Shang Tian's ear was mischievously alluring, good. Rest assured. We shall be wed soon. Tend your health these days, or I fear you will not be able to leave your bed for days after. Shang Tian's mood, already complicated, turned green with fury at the words. Damn it, the cursed system is forcing me to kill you, and you are still thinking of taking me. Just how handsome am I? Shang Tian's mood, already complicated, turned green with fury at the words. Damn it, the cursed system is Alone, Shang Tian lay on the bed, utterly restless and churning with resentment against the system through the long night. At dawn he called out, System. The system remained silent. System. He tried again. The system continued to ignore him. Shang Tian snapped, damn it. You damned system, show yourself. If you do not come out now, I swear I will squeeze you to death. The system said nothing. After a pause, Shang Tian pleaded once more, System. There was still no response. System, I was wrong. Please come out. After a long while the system finally spoke in a faint tone, did you not say you would never speak another word to this system? Shang Tian froze. Damn it, this broken system actually holds a grudge. After a moment's silence, Shang Tian forced a rakish smile. System, I was wrong. I was only angry yesterday, I did not mean those words. Please do not be angry, will you? He blinked coyly. The system asked cautiously what he intended. Shang Tian continued, flattering himself, you know, this idol am guileless at heart, kind, charming, and harmless. I also know you system are simple and good, innocent and foolish, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. So could we change the mission? Before he could finish, the system solemnly refused, no. Shang Tian's temple pulsed. He was stunned. Damn you, broken system. He softened his tone and probed, is there any way to convert the mission again? The system replied, there is none. Drawing a breath to suppress rising impulses, Shang Tian once more put on his signature charming smile and asked slowly, then could you at least? The system cut him off, no. Flattery failed. His heart cracked. Shang Tian exploded, damn you. You deceitful piece of junk, heartless system, you have no human kindness. Get out. I never want to see you again. The system fretted. Host is truly angry. What to do? I am only a system, what did I do wrong? Shang Tian retorted, you are not at fault, you are simply heartless, cruel, lacking any humanity. He brooded in his room all day, depressed. After dinner he lay back down on the bed. Tonight was the last night before the wedding. Shang Tian reached for the small antique bronze dagger at his waist. He had pried it from the wall of a secret chamber in the Mo sect, small but a sharp and reliable means of defense. He drew the blade and by candlelight wiped and inspected it. The system hastened to warn him, host attempting to force a world switch through suicide will incur severe punishment. Shang Tian twirled the dagger once in the air and snorted. Ha! If I am to die, I will make sure to take you with me first. The system was silent. At that moment there came a knock at the sect leader's hall door. Shang Tian, are you asleep? The leader's deep voice asked from outside. Shang Tian immediately sheathed the dagger, drew a quiet breath, and after a moment's hesitation answered, no. Sect leader. Shang Tian was about to ask what business he had when the leader said, I merely came to tell you, Shang Tian, that I miss you. Shang Tian was stunned. Then sect leader, you may come in. He surprised even himself by saying it. From outside the door the sect leader replied, by custom the day before a wedding we must not meet. Although I do not believe in such rules, for the sake of our future together I will wait patiently one more day. Shang Tian fell silent. Endure it tonight, tomorrow I shall carry you into the bridal chamber. The sect leader deliberately let his final words linger with implication. After he left, Shang Tian found sleep impossible. His thoughts grew ever more tangled and chaotic. Before him now lay two roads: one, complete the system's task and return to his original world; two, wed the sect leader and remain here forever. Images and voices surged in his mind. Shang Tian. I love you, I will bear your children. Shang Tian, he's out the idol. Look here. Shang Tian, we will love you forever. The winner of this season's most popular idol is our very own mainland star Shang Tian. Interviewers asked Shang Tian, after sudden fame and being adored by thousands of boys and girls, how has your life changed? Shang Tian, what do you say about the title national heartthrob? Shang Tian closed his eyes as those bright glamorous scenes from his real life under the spotlight flashed through his mind like a sequence of portraits. To many such a life might seem flashy, restless, and hollow, but Shang Tian loved it. Since childhood he had loved standing where the light shone brightest, loved being adored and admired by the crowd. Perhaps he was born for that fate. With his face he had smoothly entered the entertainment world and risen to stardom. Without a background or powerful patron, he still surged to prominence, enjoyed the adoration of the masses, and saw a brilliant future unfold. All of that was what he wanted, yet fate had cruelly flung him into another world. Each day here he thought only of returning. But to go back, would it truly require him to harm someone who had treated him kindly? I, the sect leader, will take you. I will marry you. Shang Tian clenched his fist, involuntarily recalling the scene of their first meeting. The sect leader had worn robes of purple radiating a cold, uncanny aura. His fingers bore no warmth. He appeared suddenly, fanning the air with a purple fan to drive away the little black snake that had coiled about Shang Tian, then carried him into the Mo sect. Whatever you have done, I will not pursue it, the sect leader had said. Everything within my Mo sect, if you desire it, you may take at will. Shang Tian, I nearly like you. I wish to marry you. The sect leader wore a golden delicately carved mask. Shang Tian could not read his exact expression, but the earnestness in his narrow eyes and the tenderness in his voice were unmistakable. A wave of vexation swelled in Shang Tian's chest. His mind buzzed and thickened. The more he tried not to think of those moments, the clearer they appeared. They mingled with the very images he longed for in his former life, the dazzling spotlight, the halo of adoration. He tossed and turned, conflicted and sleepless through the night. As dawn crept in, faint murmurs and quiet bustle drifted from outside. Where shall we place this double happiness character? Someone asked. Sure, it's not dawn yet. Keep your voice down, don't wake Lord Shang, or the sect leader will punish you. Lying beneath the covers, Shang Tian listened to the sounds. The piece of ink jade he had taken from the sect leader warmed slightly in his hand. At last he gritted his teeth, made his choice, and resolved himself. As the lights illuminate the night, a festive atmosphere envelopes both inside and outside the demon cult. The door frame is adorned with a large red character for double happiness, and a maid gently knocks on the door saying, Alliance leader Shang, your clothes have arrived. Shang Tian lies on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling, his fingers absently tugging at the red curtains beside the bed, weakly saying, Bring them in. Upon hearing the voice, the maid immediately opens the door and enters, placing the neatly folded red wedding garments on the table, bowing respectfully and saying, Alliance leader Shang, it's getting late, please change into the wedding attire as soon as possible. Shang Tian glances at her. I know you can go now. The maid quietly closes the door and leaves. The system whispers, Host. Shang Tian lazily ignores it, not wanting to respond. The system. Shang Tian. The system, host. Suddenly the system says, the master has arrived. Shang Tian still lies on the bed, not responding. The master is already dressed in red and stands outside the door, standing upright. The cold and sinister aura surrounding him is accentuated by the red backdrop, adding a hint of seductive charm. Under the cold golden intricately carved mask, his thin lips curl into a faint smile. His fingers lightly touch the door panel but suddenly retract. His narrow cold eyes now carry a hint of warmth mixed with impatience due to joy. Master, those stubborn old men from the martial world have come with a group to shout outside the stone forest, demanding that you immediately hand over their alliance leader. At that moment someone suddenly comes in to report. The master's expression changes slightly, but he still cannot hide his joy, saying, Tell them that anyone who wants to enjoy the wedding feast can come in, and let the others continue shouting, treating it as a cheer for me and their alliance leader. Yes, master. The person who came to report immediately retreats. Hearing the noise outside, Shang Tian finally gets up slowly and changes into his clothes. He lifts the somewhat oversized red sleeves, looks at them disdainfully, turns around and prepares to lie back down on the bed. But at that moment the master suddenly pushes the door open and almost instantly appears in front of him, lifting him horizontally in his arms and saying, It's time, I will take you to get married now. After saying that, he carries Shang Tian out, who is momentarily stunned and quickly reacts, pushing against him, Master, I can walk by myself. The master, misunderstanding that he is worried about something else, smirks wickedly, saying, Don't worry, I have no father or mother, and I do not kneel to heaven or earth, so I won't make you bow to anyone. Shang Tian is taken aback, his lips twitching in response. Damn, who is worried about that? I'm not disabled, I can walk on my own. The master continues to carry him outside. Outside, the members of the demon cult led by the 4 heavenly kings have been waiting for a long time. The master holds Shang Tian until they stand in front of the crowd, finally setting him down, turning to face everyone and solemnly declares, Today I, the master, will officially marry alliance leader Shang, binding us as husbands with heaven and earth as witnesses. From now on, whenever the members of the demon cult see him, they should treat him as they would treat me, and no matter what happens, they must not harm him in the slightest. As soon as the words fall, the members of the demon cult immediately kneel on one knee in unison, saying, Yes. Congratulations to the master. Congratulations to Alliance Leader Shang. Wishing the master and Alliance Leader Shang a lifetime of happiness. The voice suddenly resonated throughout the area. Shang Tian felt a wave of annoyance in his heart, but at that moment the master suddenly smirked wickedly, pulled him close, held his face, and kissed him in front of everyone. The system, wow, Shang Tian, damn. The members of the demon cult below were momentarily stunned, and after a moment they again said in unison, wishing the master and Alliance Leader Shang abundant blessings and a harmonious union. Shang Tian, you belong to me now, the master said, releasing him, and then ignoring the crowd directly left with Shang Tian. Back in the master's chamber, he directly placed Shang Tian on the bed, pushing him down. Perhaps he had really endured for too long, yet the master's kiss came torrentially, landing on Shang Tian's lips, neck, and his long fingers caressed his alluring body through the thin fabric. Shang Tian did not resist, only feeling a buzzing in his head. He had tried hard to suppress his emotions, but at this moment they suddenly became restless. Shang Tian, this master likes you and is eager to have you. What should I do? The master lightly bit his tender skin behind the ear, then deliberately licked it. The system, wow. It's time for the bridal chamber? I'm so excited to watch live for the first time, so shy. What should I do? Should I seal your 5 senses? Shang Tian, get lost. Shang Tian's breath suddenly hitched, his face slightly flushed, and he looked at the master with a glimmer of shyness in his eyes, then suddenly turned his face away, cautiously moving his fingers down to grip the small dagger at his waist. The master's eyes are already tinted with desire, his long fingers slowly removing Shang Tian's clothing, his gaze fixated on Shang Tian's half-undressed, bare, alluring body. Shang Tian felt the master's intense gaze as if he would pounce on him and ravage him at any moment, causing him to involuntarily gasp and bite his teeth in frustration. At that moment the master suddenly stopped and asked, "Are you hungry?" Shang Tian was taken aback, his grip on the dagger loosening suddenly. The master smirked, helping him put on his clothes while gently saying, "You've been waiting for me all day without eating, haven't you? You must be starving." Shang Tian indeed hadn't eaten all day, but it wasn't because he was waiting for him. His emotions were complicated, and he stiffly replied, "Master, I." The master picked up a bowl of red date longan and lotus seed soup from the table, scooped a spoonful, and held it to Shang Tian's mouth. Shang Tian suddenly felt as if his mouth was stuck, and it took a lot of effort to finally open it and take a sip, looking at the master. "Master." The master embraced him, gently brushing his hair away from his forehead, saying, "What? Don't you like it? Then I'll have someone make it again." "No," Shang Tian said, feeling his carefully composed emotions begin to waver again. He closed his eyes, but then suddenly opened them, glancing at the red wine jug on the table. Although he struggled and hesitated in his heart, he still said to the master, "Then let's drink the cup of wedding wine." "Do you want to drink?" the master asked. Shang Tian's expression remained unchanged, his eyes sparkling seductively. "Yes, to get married we must drink the cup of wedding wine." The master looked at him, fondly smiled, and then leaned closer to his ear, saying softly, "All right, then I will drink with you. After we drink the cup of wedding wine we will consummate our marriage." Shang Tian's body stiffened slightly, but he still reached out to lift the wine jug, actively pouring 2 cups, his arm trembling slightly as he handed 1 cup to the master. The master took it, his eyes filled with joy. Shang Tian also raised the cup in front of him, their arms intertwining in the candlelight, and then they each brought the wine to their lips. "May we last forever," Shang Tian said, trying to curve his lips into his most charming smile. "Good, may we be together for all eternity," the master replied with a smile. Just as they were about to drink, Shang Tian suddenly felt a wave of annoyance and said, "Master?" The master looked at him in surprise, asking, "What's wrong?" Shang Tian took a breath, struggling and hesitating, but finally couldn't help but say, "What if I don't like you at all, don't want to marry you, don't want to stay here, want to kill you, and want what I truly like and desire? What would you do? Are you going to kill me?" Shang Tian asked, his fists clenching unconsciously, his nails digging into his palms as his breath tightened. The master replied, "No. Then will you let me go? Shang Tian asked tentatively, his eyelashes fluttering slightly, his eyes shimmering like stars. No. Shang Tian was slightly stunned. I will keep you by my side, pamper you, love you and treat you well for the rest of my life, until you no longer want to kill me, until I become what you like, what you desire, until you love me, until you are willing to stay. The master gazed at him, his voice still cold and sinister, but with an undeniable hint of affection and seriousness in his eyes. Shang Tian stopped speaking, his thoughts becoming increasingly chaotic as he watched the master bring the wine glass to his lips again. Seeing him about to drink it again, his heart suddenly tightened. He snatched the wine glass from the master's hand and downed it in one go. The master's expression changed dramatically as he immediately waved his hand to knock the glass from Shang Tian's hand. The copper wine glass fell to the ground with a clang, but it was already empty. Shang Tian, host. Both the master and the system, who had suddenly awoken from sealing his five senses, exclaimed simultaneously. Shang Tian's face had already turned pale. He had intentionally brought the fastest and most lethal poison from the demon cult's secret chamber. This poison is incurable and deadly in an instant. Shang Tian, don't be afraid, I will immediately detoxify you, the master said, panic evident in his eyes as he embraced him tightly. No need, master, Shang Tian said in his embrace. The poison entered his abdomen quickly, soon invading his organs. It felt as if something ferocious was gnawing and corroding his chest, causing him pain that made him almost stop breathing, but he still managed to pull out his most charming smile. Even if he was to die, he wanted to die handsomely. Why? The master's eyes turned crimson as he forcefully grabbed Shang Tian's chin and shouted, why would you do this? Shang Tian's vision began to blur. There were too many things he couldn't explain and had no way to explain. He could only laboriously look at him and say, I'm sorry, master. No, I must save you, even if it costs me all my energy, I will ensure you live. The master suddenly picked him up again and quickly placed him back on the bed. Shang Tian could no longer resist, his consciousness fading rapidly. In the last moment of clarity, he heard the system's voice return to its monotonous electronic tone. Mission failed, the host will be punished and will enter the next world. In a daze, Shang Tian thought, well, a punishment is a punishment, it's better than forcing me to kill the master. His consciousness then fell into complete darkness. After an unknown period, scenes suddenly appeared in his mind. The candlelight flickers. In the warm red canopy, the master of the sunlit sect, dressed in red with his black hair flowing, has a cold golden mask on his face that appears even colder in the candlelight. His fingers gently caress the pale but still handsome face of the person in his arms, filled with endless sorrow. Suddenly the face of the person in his arms becomes blurry and their body begins to dissipate like air, leaving only a bright wedding garment behind. Shang Tian, the master of the sunlit sect, suddenly roars, sitting up with rage in his eyes. He grips the garment tightly in his hand with veins bulging on the back of his hand, but suddenly he loosens his grip. His hand reaches for a black sword hanging on the wall, immediately gripping it. The sky changes suddenly, the wind rises, and amidst the darkened world a man in red clothing with black hair stands holding the sword, surrounded by a terrifying and sinister aura. The cold golden mask is stained with blood and his eyes gleam with a bloodthirsty red. Corpses are already strewn across the ground, blood flowing like a river, and a chilling, sickly smile graces his lips as he suddenly swings the sword toward his own neck. Shang Tian, I will make everyone accompany you in death. Shang Tian commits suicide and the master bloodily washes the martial world in a tragic end. Mission failed. This world is over. Shang Tian, I will make everyone accompany you to the grave. Dazed and confused for a long time, Shang Tian's mind lingered on the image transmitted by the system, the cult leader, eyes bloodshot, finally falling backward with his sword. Suddenly an intense heat overwhelmed him and a sharp, strange voice pierced his ears. Your Highness, disaster. Fire. The Yan army attacked by night, setting fires and storming the palace. Flee with this old servant. Shang Tian jolted awake, sitting up abruptly on the bed. Only then did he realize he was surrounded by flames. A eunuch rushed in wiping tears as he urged, "Your Highness, the Yan army has breached the palace. The king and queen have. Alas, our kingdom is lost. You must flee with this old servant." Simultaneously the system's voice echoed in his mind, "Host, the second world has been reached. The mission is about to commence." Shang Tian froze, his ears filled with the crackling of flames devouring the palace pillars. The thick choking smoke made him cough violently, his eyes nearly sealed shut. "Damn! What kind of world is this? I arrive and it's on fire." The system replied calmly, "Host, you'd better flee now." Shang Tian knew he had no time to dwell. He quickly pulled his sleeve over his mouth and nose, jumped off the bed and followed the eunuch out. Though it was deep night, the fire illuminated everything brighter than day. Corridors were filled with panicked maids and eunuchs fleeing in all directions. Shang Tian was swept along, unsure where to run. "Seize them all!" Amid the chaos, a voice as cold as ice rang out. A group of armored men appeared, swiftly encircling them. Shang Tian, mingling with the maids and eunuchs, was startled but not overly panicked, deciding to observe. Yet he forgot his current identity. "Bring him to me." The icy voice spoke again. Before Shang Tian could react, he was grabbed by the arms and dragged out of the crowd. Before he could even look up to see the man clearly, a chilling aura swept over him. "Your Highness, how shall we handle him?" one of the guards asked respectfully. Shang Tian jolted, immediately raising his head to look at the man before him. The man was clad in golden armor, a long sword in hand. His features were handsome, but his face was like frost, especially his eyes, like ice that had never thawed for millennia, piercing the soul. Shang Tian stared at him and the man stared back, frost in his gaze. "Lock him up," he ordered coldly. With that, Shang Tian was dragged away again. Shang Tian sat on the ground of a dim, cramped cell. Damn! What a wretched world, first the fall of a kingdom, then a fire, and now imprisonment. And to add insult to injury, they gave him no food or drink. Sitting on the cold, hard floor, he was hungry, thirsty, and freezing. Compared to his last world, this was a hellish contrast. He almost wanted to cry. The system sensed its host's foul mood but hesitated before speaking. "Host, the mission for this world has already started." The system sensed its host's foul mood but hesitated before speaking. "Host, the mission for this world." The system was silent. After a long pause with no response, it finally dropped a bombshell. "In this world, you are the crown prince of a fallen kingdom. The kingdom fell because of you. Your mission is to revive it." This jolted Shang Tian. "Wait. What? Because of me? What do you mean?" The system replied slowly, "It's a setting of this world. You'll learn later, but I cannot reveal it now." Shang Tian fumed. "You useless system. You bring this up and then clam up. I'll forget it. This broken world. This broken setting. I don't want to know anyway." "What about the cheat ability for this world?" Shang Tian asked. The system answered, "As punishment for forcibly ending the last world by suicide, there is no cheat ability in this world." "What? No cheat ability?" Shang Tian exploded again. "Damn you. But he stopped mid-sentence, resigned, and slumped back to the ground. Whatever. This world was already a mess. It couldn't get any worse. After the last world ended, the image transmitted by the system into his fading consciousness flashed through his mind again, the cult leader falling with his sword. His heart clenched in pain. Whether it was real or just an illusion, Shang Tian couldn't bear it, nor did he want to confirm it with the system. But the system read his thoughts and said, "It's real." Shang Tian snapped, "Shut up. Who asked you?" He would rather believe it was a hallucination. Overwhelmed with anguish, Shang Tian jumped up and kicked the wooden door violently. "Someone! I want water. I want food." No one answered. He kicked again. Still no response. Finally wincing in pain, he hugged his foot and sat back down pitifully. It wasn't until dawn that someone opened the door and brought him food and drink. Nearly fainting from hunger, Shang Tian gulped down water and wolfed down the food. But after a few bites he threw down the chopsticks in disgust. Damn, this is awful. He spat out the food and looked up at the guard. This is terrible. Bring me something else. You're a conquered slave. Be grateful you're eating at all. If you don't like it, go hungry, the guard sneered. Shang Tian retorted, damn it. I'm picky, I hate it, and I won't eat it. So what? He pushed the bowl away defiantly. Just as the guard was about to curse him, the cold voice from last night spoke again, bring him a new portion. Though the man had shed his icy armor, his chilling demeanor remained. The guard quickly picked up the bowl and left, leaving Shang Tian alone with the man and two attendants as they entered. Shang Tian looked up and asked the system, who is he? Yan Mo, the crown prince of Yan, the system replied. Yan Mo? The name alone sounded menacing. Shang Tian eyed him warily. This was the one who led the conquest of Shang, captured him and starved him all night. Yan Mo approached, looking down at him with a cold gaze. Something complex flickered in his icy eyes. Shang Tian felt uneasy under his stare, nearly asking, what are you looking at? But Yan Mo turned away arrogantly and ordered the guards outside, take him to my carriage. Yes, your highness, the guards replied. Shang Tian was stunned. What a contrast, both were crown princes, but one was exalted, the other a captive. Damn this world and its cursed settings. System, you gave me such a horrible identity, a conquered prince. Come out, I swear I'll beat you to death. But the system responded cheerfully, host, you're finally back. Oh, I'm so excited. Shang Tian was speechless. The guard soon returned with a much more lavish meal. Shang Tian poked at it with his chopsticks and finally ate to his satisfaction. The grievances of the previous night were somewhat alleviated. As soon as he finished eating, the two guards grabbed him by the arms and carried him to a carriage. One of them said respectfully, your highness, the man is here. Good, you may withdraw, came the voice from inside. Yes. The guards left. Shang Tian stood there bewildered when Yan Mo suddenly parted the curtain and pulled him inside. It was indeed Yan Mo, but Shang Tian hadn't expected him to be alone. He stumbled into the carriage, rubbing his shoulder as he rose, and eyed Yan Mo warily. What do you want? Yan Mo, now dressed in a white robe with gold embroidery, his hair bound with a gold band, exuded nobility and coldness. His sheathed sword lay beside him. You're my captive. What do you think I want? Shang Tian instinctively clutched his clothes and shrank back, saying nothing. Yan Mo stared at him. Pour me a cup of tea. Shang Tian thought, damn. He wants me to serve him. He noticed a small tea table in the carriage. Glancing at Yan Mo's pristine white robe and recalling the night's hunger, a sly smile crept across his face. Feigning reluctance, he bowed. Yes. He quickly poured a cup and walked over, but deliberately stumbled, spilling the tea all over Yan Mo's white robe, leaving a pattern of brown stains. You. Yan Mo fumed. Shang Tian hastily apologized. Forgive me, your highness, Yan Mo. My kingdom has just fallen and I'm still in grief. My body hasn't recovered. It was an accident. But inwardly he smirked. So much for your pristine white robe and icy arrogance. And for starving me all night. Yan Mo's eyes blazed with fury, though his face remained cold as frost. Stop the carriage. Shang Tian thought he would change clothes. Even in a new robe you can't match my charm. But Yan Mo suddenly got out and pulled Shang Tian down with him. Before Shang Tian could figure out what was happening, he was hoisted onto a horse. The horse bolted into a gallop. Shang Tian, riding for the first time, panicked and screamed, nearly falling off. Yan Mo seated behind him grabbed his waist and asked coldly, "You did that on purpose?" Shang Tian felt a rush of panic in his heart, his voice trembling from the jolting of the horse's back, yet he managed to say no. Yan Mo's gaze was icy, the arm gripping Shang Tian's waist tightened suddenly and the white steed galloped even faster across the wilderness. Shang Tian's body lurched backward and he immediately pressed himself tightly against the horse's back. The wind howled past his ears and several times he felt he was about to be thrown off, but each time he was pulled back, his panic transforming into irritation. "Hey! Let me down. Otherwise, do you believe I will pour boiling water and ink on you next time?" Yan Mo ignored him, his cold eyes filled with clear anger, yet the arm around Shang Tian's waist never loosened. The steed galloped around the wilderness until it returned to Yang Guo's army, finally coming to a halt. Two attendants immediately stepped forward to hold the horse, bowing respectfully, saying, "Your Highness." Yan Mo leaped off the horse and turned to coldly glance at Shang Tian, who was still lying on the horse's back panting heavily. His gaze darkened slightly, then he suddenly commanded the attendants on both sides, "Bind him." "Yes, Your Highness." As soon as the words left his mouth, the two attendants rushed forward, dragged Shang Tian off the horse and bound him with ropes before sending him into Yan Mo's carriage. Yan Mo had not changed his clothes, but the tea stains on them had mysteriously vanished as he looked down at Shang Tian from a high position, coldly observing him. Shang Tian, bound and pushed inside, lost his balance and fell to the floor of the carriage, his shoulder hitting the ground, causing him to gasp in pain. After struggling a few times, the ropes quickly left red marks on his wrists. Already dissatisfied with this broken world and its flawed settings, being bound further deepened Shang Tian's gloom, making him want to smash into a wall. Looking up at Yan Mo, he found him still coldly staring at him, which inexplicably surprised him and made him feel uneasy under that gaze. He turned his face away and said to the system, "Systemkin, do you think he's jealous of how handsome I am?" The system replied. Shang Tian said, "Otherwise, why is he staring at me?" The system thought for a moment and answered, "This system believes that His Highness Yan Mo is angry." Shang Tian was taken aback. "Come on. Isn't it just that I accidentally spilled a cup of tea on him? Is that really necessary?" The system responded, "Host Khan, are you sure it was an accident?" Shang Tian, "All right, it was intentional." The system expressed helplessness. After being bound and imprisoned, Shang Tian was taken back to Yan Guo and did not see Yan Mo again. The two attendants escorted him and threw him into a courtyard, then locked the door outside. The courtyard was desolate and cold, overgrown with weeds, clearly showing it had been uninhabited for a long time. Shang Tian was shoved inside and fell to the ground. He got up, brushed off the dirt from his clothes and pitifully sat on the steps in the courtyard, looking at the surrounding weeds, feeling utterly gloomy. The system expressed concern. Host Shang Tian looked up at the sky. Life was devoid of love. The meals delivered daily were hard to swallow and sometimes they were even spoiled. Shang Tian was angry and refused to eat, but no one came to replace them. The old eunuch who brought the meals, upon seeing the untouched food from the last delivery, scowled and said, "A slave of a fallen country, yet so delicate. If you don't eat, just wait to starve." Humph. After speaking, he snorted coldly, threw the newly brought food onto the table and left angrily. Shang Tian grabbed the spoiled food on the table and threw it at his back, shouting, "Get lost. Damn. A tiger falls in the plains and is bullied by dogs. Once I regain my country, you will be the first to be eliminated." The system worriedly said, "Host, you should eat something." Shang Tian lay back down on the bed, feeling distressed. "I won't eat." Even if he starved to death, this god of men would not eat. For several consecutive days the weather was cold and dreary with some rain. Shang Tian, feeling gloomy and in a damp environment, fell ill, wrapping himself in a blanket and lying on the bed, weak and on the verge of collapse. The old eunuch delivering food saw him like this but ignored him, only placing the food down as usual, then coldly snorted and left. Weakly wrapping himself in the blanket, Shang Tian asked system, "Do you think I'm about to die from illness?" The system replied, host, rest assured you won't die from illness, at most you will die from starvation. Shang Tian. Damn. A broken system while starving to death is better than staying in this broken world. By night Shang Tian lay on the bed unable to even get up, feeling that even opening his eyes was a laborious task. His body had weakened to a point where he felt as if he were floating. In a daze the system seemed to remind him of something, but Shang Tian did not hear clearly. After an unknown amount of time he suddenly felt warmth beside him, as if someone was holding him. A low seductive voice whispered in his ear, Shang Tian. Shang Tian was startled, immediately opening his eyes, staring at the person before him in disbelief. Dressed in black with purple jade hairpin beneath a golden intricately carved mask, thin lips curved into a wicked smile, the person held him, their slender and somewhat sinister fingers offering a spoonful of soup to his lips, softly saying, drink, drink the medicine and your body will recover. Shang Tian felt a sudden pang of sorrow in his heart. His mouth moved to speak, but no sound came out for a long time. Suddenly anxious, he wanted to reach out to grab him. However, at that moment the face of the leader suddenly blurred, quickly transforming into a cold, expressionless visage. That person looked at him coldly, their gaze as icy as ancient ice, and suddenly leaned closer, saying, you are my captive. Shang Tian, damn. His mind spun and his consciousness became hazy. In the Eastern Palace in the prince's chamber, Yan Mo's face was extremely grim as he hurriedly brought the person in his arms and placed them on the bed, coldly commanding, immediately summon the imperial physician. Yes. The subordinates hurriedly went to comply. Yan Mo sat at the bedside staring at the pale, weak face lying there, his eyes cold yet unable to hide his nervousness. For several consecutive days the imperial physician came and went in the Eastern Palace. It was said that His Highness the Prince had brought back a calamity from the conquest of the neighboring small nations, a calamity that was beautiful enough to bring disaster to the country, yet was also a shameless vixen. Unknowingly angering His Highness, they had been imprisoned, but that calamity was too delicate, fell ill, and was released by the prince. For a moment the harem was abuzz with whispers about what the calamity looked like. Meanwhile Shang the Calamity expressed that he knew nothing, having merely taken a nap and almost not recognizing where he was upon waking. Upon opening his eyes he saw magnificent and luxurious surroundings, covered in a golden soft silk quilt, with two palace maids dressed in green water sleeve gowns standing beside the bed. Seeing him awake, their faces lit up with joy. They said, quick, report to His Highness the Prince. One of them immediately turned to leave while the other nervously watched him, afraid he would suddenly run away. Shang Tian was somewhat dazed. System, where is this? The system replied, the Eastern Palace of Yangua. Shang Tian frowned instantly. Damn. I can't believe I didn't die. He thought he could go to the next world by dying. While feeling gloomy, Yan Mo entered wearing golden luxurious robes exuding coldness. The palace maids on both sides bowed their heads and said, Your Highness. Yan Mo coldly ordered everyone leave. Yes. The palace maids hurriedly retreated upon hearing this. Shang Tian sensed a chill approaching him from afar and instinctively shrank deeper into the quilt, watching him warily. Could this icy figure have saved him? Yan Mo walked over, standing by the bed, and solemnly asked, You're awake? Shang Tian thought, damn. Can't you see I'm awake? Seeing that he did not answer, Yan Mo's gaze shifted slightly, then he suddenly said, From now on you will stay by my side. Shang Tian, who had been able to keep his composure, instantly exploded, saying, No way. What a joke. Those who stay by the prince's side are all eunuchs. I am a god among men. Yan Mo said, Rest assured I won't make you a eunuch, just stay by my side, serve me. Shang Tian pondered slightly. This was more acceptable, but then he exploded again, saying, No way. Even if I'm not a eunuch, this god of men is unwilling to be anyone's servant. Yan Mo's eyes showed evident anger as he suddenly leaned closer, coldly stating, You are my captive and have no right to refuse, otherwise you will remain in the cold palace forever. Shang Tian's forehead twitched, glaring at him through gritted teeth, feeling utterly furious inside. I am not your princess consort. Why should I be sent to the cold palace? Ah, you the prince of the eastern palace should have some common sense. However, after a moment of confrontation he suddenly lowered his gaze, then raised it again, his eyes shimmering with light like stars. Shang Tian blinked and weakly looked at him, saying, "Your Highness Yan Mo." Yan Mo was slightly taken aback, a flicker of warmth passing through his cold gaze, but it was fleeting. He fixed his gaze on Shang Tian's picturesque face, then suddenly spoke coldly, "Starting tonight you will stay by my side." Shang Tian immediately feigned reluctance, yet felt helpless, deliberately coughing twice and weakly saying, "Well, although I am still weak, I cannot disobey your highness' orders since I am now your captive." As he spoke he tried to force himself to get up, but Yan Mo pushed him back down, saying, "Tonight we will start with warming the bed." Shang Tian's face instantly turned green. "Damn. Many want me to warm their bed. Who do you think you are?" He feigned surprise, horrified, and said, "What? Is this your highness' bed?" As he spoke he tried to get up again, but Yan Mo pushed him back down again, coldly stating, "From now on you will sleep here." Shang Tian's face turned increasingly anxious, "But this is your highness' sleeping chamber. How can a captive of a fallen country sleep with you? Moreover, it should be your princess consort who warms your bed." He stared at him. Yan Mo merely coldly replied, "Either obey and stay here or continue in the cold palace and not think about coming out again." Shang Tian's gaze instantly dimmed, lowering his head in silence for a while, then looking up at him with a pitiful expression, "All right, your highness, I will warm the bed." Internally he just right. Shang Tian thought escape was impossible. Rather than be locked again in that bleak, secluded courtyard, cast into utter darkness with no hope of release, he might as well feign obedience and stay. It was only to warm a bed. What harm could it do? Besides, Yan Mo had bound and abused him along the way, and upon returning to Yan's state had tossed him into that desolate yard, leaving him to freeze and starve, to eat poorly and sleep worse. The rotten food had made him ill and nearly starved to death. He was already scheming in his head how to find a chance to take revenge and pay him back. This was as good an opening as any, and there would be more opportunities later. Shang Tian smiled inwardly, but outwardly kept up the guise of a terrified, pitiable fallen prince, recently bereft of his kingdom, captured by the enemy, and now a miserable captive. Yan Mo noted his obedient posture but gave no sign. He immediately summoned the imperial physician. The physician, nearing middle age, seriously took Shang Tian's pulse, prescribed several more medicines, and then departed. The little palace maid named Lu Shui fetched the herbs, brewed them, and brought the medicine forward to feed Shang Tian. Yan Mo stood aside and coldly ordered, "Add some sugar." The maid paused, then hurried to comply. Shang Tian, pretending to keep his eyes shut, could not help opening them. He looked at Yan Mo in surprise. How did this man know he would find medicine bitter? The system replied softly, "Host, you're so delicate, anyone can tell you fear bitterness." Shang Tian blinked, then rolled his eyes. "Oh, do I look that delicate?" The system fell silent for a moment, then hurriedly corrected itself. "No, host, you are not delicate at all." "Really?" Shang Tian asked. The system answered with uncharacteristic solemnity, "Truly." Shang Tian nodded in satisfaction. Even I agree." The system was left speechless and somewhat bemused. The maid returned with the sugared medicine, and Shang Tian drank it down before lying back to sleep. When he woke, it was already evening. Night had fallen. Candlelight shimmered in the crown prince's chamber, crimson gauze draped the bed, and an incense burner glowed at the center. A palace maid summoned Shang Tian to bathe. After changing into soft white night clothes, he lay back upon the bed. The maids let the curtains fall at either side. Having rested most of the day, Shang Tian's strength had returned, and he could not lie still at night. Bored, he sat up and idly toyed with the bed curtains. He mulled over the notion of warming the bed, helping someone warm it, and then slipping away once they had fallen asleep. He recalled that Baidu Baiki explained it that way, but could not shake the sense that something was off. While he pondered, a voice came from outside the curtains, "Your Highness." Yan Mo's eyes were icy as he commanded, "All withdraw." "Yes." The eunuchs and maids immediately filed out, standing guard and softly closing the chamber door. Shang Tian heard the voice and hurriedly lay flat again, a sudden and inexplicable unease gripping him as he instinctively wrapped the cover tighter around himself. Yan Mo's footsteps approached. He lifted the curtain and saw the man on the bed gazing back with clear bright eyes. "Your Highness, the bed is warm," Shang Tian called. Yan Mo regarded him, a faint flicker in his gaze. "Dress me." Shang Tian blinked in surprise. "Ah. Dress me." The realization hit Shang Tian and his face darkened. Reluctantly he rose. "Oh." This was Shang Tian's first time serving someone by undressing them, and the man before him was not gentle company, his arms stiffened, fingers trembling, and after a long while he at last managed to remove the outer robe. Shang Tian repeated, "Your Highness, the bed is warm," meaning to ask if he might withdraw. Yan Mo replied, "Then stay and sleep with me." Shang Tian's temple twitched in disbelief. "What? You actually want me to sleep with you?" He had felt something amiss already, first the bath, then the changing of clothes. "If you want that sort of thing, find a gentle, fragrant maid to attend you," he thought. "Why pick me? Are you out of your mind?" Shang Tian disliked sleeping beside others and reflexively tried to flee, but Yan Mo grabbed him and shoved him into the soft covers. His voice was ice-cold and furious. "If you dare run again, I'll have you bound tomorrow." Shang Tian froze and immediately complied. Yan Mo lay back and ordered, "Cover the blanket." Shang Tian seethed inwardly but got up obediently, suppressing the urge to smother him with the cover, and tucked it over him. He then lay back down and cautiously tugged his side of the blanket closer. Yan Mo closed his eyes and said nothing. Shang Tian dared not even draw a deep breath. At least it was only a request to sleep together. Finally midnight came. "System, are you asleep?" Shang Tian whispered. The system answered at once, "I never sleep, I only occasionally seal my 5 senses." "Oh, do me a favor," Shang Tian said. "What?" the system asked. "Sense Yan Mo's breath and tell me if he's asleep." The system found this odd but complied and replied, "He's asleep." "Is he sleeping deeply?" Shang Tian pressed. The system checked carefully and said, "Quite deeply." "That's good." A bright light flickered in Shang Tian's eyes. The system, startled, asked, "Host, what are you planning?" Shang Tian's lips curved. "Nothing much, just settling a small score." With that he suddenly thrust his leg hard against the man beside him. There was a dull thud as a body hit the floor. The system was instantly aghast. Yan Mo sprang up from the floor, his already austere face grew even colder, fury flaring in his eyes. "You," he snarled, moving to haul Shang Tian up from the bed. Shang Tian scrambled up himself, panic written across his features. "Your Highness, what happened? How did you end up on the floor?" The system was speechless. "Maybe my sleeping posture is poor and I accidentally pushed you off the bed." Before Yan Mo could flare again, Shang Tian babbled, "Then you'll sleep further inward this time." He burrowed toward the inner side of the bed until his back nearly pressed the wall and the blanket scarcely covered him, then looked up with a frightened, pitiable expression. "This will ensure I don't push you again, Your Highness." Yan Mo stood tall and proud, glaring at him with an aura of terrifying cold. His hands clenched and then suddenly relaxed. Through gritted teeth he forced out, "Sleep." He swept the blanket aside and climbed into bed. Shang Tian hastily uttered a meek, "Oh," and obediently closed his eyes. System quickly sensed Yan Mo's mood right now, he thought to the system. The system replied slowly, "Crown Prince Yan Mo is very angry right now." "How angry?" Shang Tian asked. The system, exasperated, said, "Extremely, exceedingly angry." A private smile tugged at Shang Tian's lips. "Good, be angry." The system had to concede that its host was a little mad. After the fuss, Shang Tian finally fell asleep and did not wake until dawn. At dawn the next day, just as he hazily opened his eyes, someone roughly yanked him out of bed. Damn! Who's it so early? What are you pulling me for? Shang Tian mumbled, rubbing his eyes. What did you just say? A voice as cold as a winter gale cut into his ear. Shang Tian jolted awake wide-eyed when he saw Yan Mo's perennial iceberg face before him. He swore internally and stammered out in a panic, "Why, Your Highness? What did you just say?" "I was talking in my sleep." Yan Mo's gaze shifted minutely as he looked at him coldly. "Get up and dress me." Shang Tian hurriedly replied, "Yes." He rose, grabbed a heap of clothes at random and pretended to dress him with earnest care. Today Yan Mo wore a white robe with gold embroidery at the edges, his black hair bound with a jade pin, a pale green jade pendant hanging at his waist, an image of frosty lofty nobility. Shang Tian felt an impulse to splash ink upon him. He looked down at himself in his drab earth blue garments, plain and ugly, and wondered why they matched the clothes of the boy who had brought the wash water. Damn, after promising he would not be made a eunuch, they still dressed him in eunuch garb. It was not flattering. Shang Tian instantly grew dejected. Suddenly there was a sharp slap as a thick book was placed before him. On the blue cover in archaic script were two characters, Fuda. Shang Tian was taken aback, puzzled. What was this for? "Copy it 10 times, Yan Mo said coldly. Shang Tian's mouth twitched. What? 10 times within 7 days, or else 100 times, Yan Mo continued. Why make me copy this? Shang Tian asked. Yan Mo ignored him and told the 2 guards, take him to the study. He turned and left with his attendants to the morning court. Shang Tian was dragged toward the study, lamenting to Yan Mo's departing back. Why, Your Highness? Damn you, Yan Mo, you lunatic, he muttered. The study itself was calm and serene. Under the watchful eyes of the 2 guards, Shang Tian sat at the desk and glanced at the 2 characters on the cover, Fuda, feeling a secret sting of bitterness. He opened to the first page, picked up the brush and began to copy each stroke onto the white paper. How long would it take to copy it 10 times? System, let me die, Shang Tian groaned. The system replied, host request unreasonable, denied. Shang Tian felt utterly crushed and drained. For an entire day Shang Tian lay exhausted on the desk, unable to complete a full copy of the book on virtuous women. As night fell, candles were lit in the study. Shang Tian could barely sit up straight, yet he remained quietly focused, occasionally turning his head to glance at the 2 guards watching him before returning to lazily write a few characters. It was only when Yan Mo sent someone to summon him to warm the bed that Shang Tian finally put down his brush and got up quietly, following back, bathing and changing clothes before obediently climbing into bed and lying under the covers. Shang Tian returned from the study while Yan Mo still had many matters to attend to in the study that night. Sitting at the desk, Yan Mo casually picked up a piece of xuanji that Shang Tian had copied during the day, pausing to examine the calligraphy before instructing his attendant to set it aside. Shang Tian was truly exhausted that day, his back aching and arms sore, feeling as if his fingers were on the verge of cramping from gripping the brush too tightly, leaving him too weary to think of anything else. He quickly fell asleep on the bed. When Yan Mo returned, he saw Shang Tian deeply asleep, merely gazing at him with a slightly deepening expression, not waking him to change clothes. The night passed without incident. The next day Shang Tian was once again dragged to the study by 2 guards who watched him copy the book on virtuous women all day. On the 3rd day it was the same. Although he was reluctant, Shang Tian remained obediently seated, slowly writing each stroke. By the 4th day Yan Mo indeed did not send anyone to supervise him. Generally Yan Mo had matters of state to attend to during the day and rarely stayed in the East Palace. Once he finally left with a few attendants, the previously docile Shang Bai Lang could no longer contain himself. Green water, green water. Shang Tian called out to a young palace maid who was cleaning in the study. The maid knew that though he had no official title, yet he was the person who slept beside the crown prince every day and thus did not dare to be negligent. Hearing his voice, she quickly approached, bowing respectfully and asking, "What is your command?" Shang Tian smiled and handed her a brush, saying, "The ink on this brush is too thick, it makes writing inconvenient. Could you help me wash it?" Upon hearing it was such a simple task, the maid eagerly accepted, replying, "Yes, I will wash it right away. Thank you for your trouble." Shang Tian said to her, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He then turned to another slightly older maid and called out, "Chen Jiang, come here." Maid Chen Jiang approached and stood respectfully before him. Shang Tian handed her another brush, saying, "Please help me wash this brush." "Yes, I will go right away." Chen Jiang took the brush and turned to leave immediately. Shang Tian sat back leisurely, crossing his legs at the desk and pondering whom to call next, when suddenly he spotted the old eunuch who had brought him spoiled food during his confinement in the cold palace, who was now passing by the window. Shang Tian's eyes flashed and he immediately stood up, calling out to him, "Hey, that eunuch, please hold on." Hearing the voice, the old eunuch paused, turning to see him, his expression briefly stunned, yet he maintained his composure and asked in a sharp tone, "Did you call me?" Shang Tian replied, "Yes, I did." "What is your command?" the old eunuch asked. Shang Tian seemed to hesitate. "There's something I would like to trouble you with." "What is it?" "You may speak freely." The old eunuch stepped forward respectfully. Shang Tian's eyes flickered as he looked at him, and then he suddenly smiled widely, saying, "Actually, it's not a big deal, I just need you to pour me a cup of tea." Upon hearing this, the old eunuch's expression darkened noticeably. He was silent for 2 seconds before responding, "Very well, I will go right away." Shang Tian stopped him, saying, "No need to go far, there are cups and a teapot right here." As he spoke, he carefully picked up an exquisite translucent jade cup from the table, smiling brightly as he handed it to him. The old eunuch hesitated for a moment but ultimately reached out. Moments later, with a bang, the cup fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound as the delicate jade cup shattered into countless pieces. Without waiting for the old eunuch to react, Shang Tian immediately took a step back, dramatically pointing at him and exclaiming, "That was Prince Yan Mo's most cherished jade cup. You actually broke it." The old eunuch's face turned a mix of green and white. He hurriedly exclaimed, "I deserve to die." 2 minutes later, Shang Tian frowned as he looked at the 2 golden decorated brush holders with their nibs broken, then glanced at the shattered jade cup on the floor. Straightening his clothes, he cleared his throat twice and glanced at the 3 people before him, stating seriously, "These are all Prince Yan Mo's most treasured possessions. What should we do now?" The young maid Green Water was on the verge of tears, her head bowed in panic as she said, "I truly did not mean to. I just dipped it in water and the nib suddenly fell off." The slightly older maid Chen Jiang also quickly added, "Yes, I really did not do it on purpose, it just suddenly fell off." Shang Tian turned to look at the old eunuch, whose face was dark and silent. Shang Tian feigned silence for a moment, looking at them with righteous indignation, saying, "Don't worry, I will help you. I won't let the prince find out and blame you." The young maid Green Water's eyes immediately brightened with joy, about to thank him when Shang Tian quickly changed the subject. "However, you must help me with a task." "What task?" the maid Chen Jiang asked cautiously. Shang Tian picked up the book on virtuous women from the desk, saying, "Help me copy this book." The 2 maids exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Shang Tian didn't bother with their reactions and directly assigned tasks. "You 2 copy half each and combine them into 1 book. I want it in 3 days. As for the old eunuch, though he was older, he had bullied Shang Tian before and delivered spoiled food to him. Since he had been in the palace for a long time, he would surely find someone to help him copy, so Shang Tian told him, "You copy it 3 times, I want it in 3 days." The old eunuch was immediately so furious his eyebrows trembled. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, "Understood." Shang Tian felt secretly pleased. With this, there would be 4 copies in total plus the one he had already copied, making 5. But he still needed 5 more. Thus Shang Tian begrudgingly continued to find several young palace maids and eunuchs to exploit. 3 days later, Yan Mo sat upright in the study, flipping through the volumes that Shang Tian submitted. His eyes glinted with a serious light as he coldly asked, "Did you copy all of these by yourself?" Shang Tian replied, "Yes." "Then why do some of the characters look different?" Yan Mo stared at him. Shang Tian remained calm, though his expression was slightly weak as he looked at him and said, "When copying by hand for too long, my arms get tired and start to shake, which causes the writing to change." After observing for several days, the system finally couldn't hold back and exclaimed, "Wow, host, your excuse is so fresh and unique." Shang Tian smiled, "Of course. The system." Yan Mo remained silent, his face like a cold frost as he stared at him, suddenly coldly commanding, "Come here." Shang Tian was startled by his voice jumping slightly. Damn! Could it be that he was found out? He slowly walked over, feeling uneasy as he looked at him. Yan Mo said, "Help me grind the ink." Shang Tian was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "All right." Bending down, one hand pressed on the ink stone while the other picked up the ink stick. While grinding, Shang Tian's eyes suddenly flashed and he accidentally spilled ink all over Yan Mo. The white clothes instantly bloomed with ink stains. Shang Tian exclaimed in panic, "Your Highness, I truly did not mean to." Yan Mo looked at him coldly, saying, Go wash it. If it isn't clean, you won't eat for 3 days." Shang Tian, tears streaming down his face, "Your Highness, I was wrong." The system curiously asked, "Host, did you really make a mistake?" Shang Tian replied, "Get lost." The sun shone warmly and the breeze caressed his face. Shang Tian sat dazedly by the laundry sink, holding a washing stick and randomly beating the water. Looking up at the sky, he said, "System, I want to leave this world, I really want to." The system replied, "Host, you can only leave after completing your tasks." Shang Tian responded, "All right." If it weren't for the system's reminder, he would have almost forgotten that he had a mission to restore his fallen country to complete. But to do the mission, he first needed to be free, so he had to think of a way to escape from the East Palace. Though Shang Tian did not show it on his face, he continued to serve Yan Mo by helping him change clothes and warming his bed, all the while secretly plotting. From the mouths of several palace maids and eunuchs, he learned that in a month it would be the annual grand ceremony of the Yan Kingdom. On the night of the ceremony, officials from the Yan Kingdom and rulers from various regions under its dominion would enter the palace to participate in the feast. As the crown prince, Yan Mo would certainly attend. At that time, with Yan Mo absent and the palace bustling with people, it would be much easier to blend in and slip away compared to usual. At night, twilight descended and the palace was adorned with brilliant lights exuding an air of splendor and festivity. Shang Tian sat at a table leisurely sipping tea while glancing at the palace maids on both sides, then casually swept his gaze over the guards standing outside the hall and suddenly set down his cup and stood up, saying, "I'm tired, you may all leave." After saying that, he walked over, lay down on the bed, pulled up the quilt and closed his eyes. Although it was still early, seeing that Shang Tian had already lain down and issued such an order, the palace maids immediately retreated. After lying down for a while, Shang Tian suddenly sat up and shouted outside, "Lu Shui, Lu Shui." The little maid named Lu Shui immediately entered and approached the bedside. Shang Tian looked at her, his eyes flickering. "I'm thirsty, go and pour me a cup of tea." Yes, Lu Shui immediately went to pour him a cup of tea. Shang Tian smiled as he took the cup, raised it to his lips, but then suddenly stopped and asked, "Is the tea cold?" Lu Shui paused, her expression slightly flustered. "I haven't tried it." Shang Tian handed the cup back to her. "Then you try a sip first and I will drink after you." Lu Shui was taken aback and hesitated. Shang Tian directly shoved the cup into her hands. "Hurry, I'm thirsty." Yes, Lu Shui accepted it and cautiously took a sip. Half an hour later, Shang Tian changed into a green-sleeved maid's outfit and spent a long time finally changing the little maid's outer garment, placing her on the bed, covering her with the quilt, and then he tiptoed towards the door. Outside the door, several guards stood with stern expressions, standing straight and ignoring him as he came out. Shang Tian hurriedly continued to tiptoe away while saying to the system, quickly help me navigate out of the palace. The system hesitated but finally couldn't help but say, wow. Host, why have you turned into a woman? Shang Tian was instantly covered with a line of black lines on his forehead, gritting his teeth. Damn it. You lousy system, how dare you mock this host? Stop talking nonsense and navigate quickly or I will beat you. The system replied listlessly, alright, I will start planning the route right away. Shang Tian changed into the maid's clothing and carried the token to leave the palace that he had stolen from Yan Mo beforehand, so under the guidance of the system he basically had a smooth passage. However, the palace was quite large and after walking for a while he was out of breath, finally arriving at the last palace gate. As expected, there were many people entering and exiting the palace tonight. Several men dressed in brocade guard uniforms stood on both sides of the palace gate, carefully inspecting those coming in and out. Although he had the token, he still felt inexplicably nervous. Shang Tian inhaled deeply, lowered his head and followed a few people towards the palace gate, almost about to exit. Stop! Suddenly a brocade guard shouted at him, blocking his way. Shang Tian was startled and immediately stopped, lowering his head a bit more. The man said, lift your head. Shang Tian thought to himself, damn it. There was no other choice but to reluctantly raise his head slowly. Which palace are you from? The man's gaze fell upon his face, then he looked him up and down and asked. Shang Tian knew that although his appearance was beautiful, once he spoke he would surely slip up. What are you doing out of the palace at this late hour? Why aren't you speaking? The man stared at him and coldly asked. Shang Tian remained silent but suddenly opened his mouth, pointed at his tongue, then shook his head and waved his hand. You can't speak? The man asked. Shang Tian nodded, his gaze dimming, then lifted his eyes to look at him pitifully. I didn't expect such beauty to be a mute. The man muttered to himself, a look of pity on his face, and said to him, what about your token to leave the palace? Shang Tian immediately pulled it out from his sleeve and showed it to him. The man glanced at it and said softly, all right, you may go now. Shang Tian lowered his head with a smirk at the corner of his mouth, then continued to tiptoe out of the palace gate. After walking for a short while, Shang Tian said, system, quickly help me find a pawn shop. What do you need a pawn shop for? Shouldn't you be leaving the city immediately? The system asked curiously. Shang Tian certainly knew he had to leave the city quickly, otherwise once Yan Mo returned to the palace and discovered he had run away, he would definitely seal the city gates. But he still wanted to go to the pawn shop first, saying to the system, you don't need to worry about it, quickly help this divine male find one or I will beat you. Currently this broken system of mine can only navigate and punish me with fire occasionally. Sometimes I truly doubt if it is some map navigation that has turned into a spirit. The system helplessly replied, all right, I will start looking right now. Shang Tian smiled, good. This is the obedient baby of this divine male. Under the system's guidance, Shang Tian quickly arrived at a pawn shop that was still open at night, took out the items hidden in his clothes and successfully exchanged them for some silver coins. The system said with relief, so you wanted to exchange for some silver first before finding a carriage? Shang Tian replied with a smirk. Then he turned and walked into a clothing store, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and after a round he said, system, which piece of clothing looks the most handsome and is most suitable for this divine male? The system was speechless. Shang Tian picked up a few pieces and modeled them on himself, saying, quickly help this divine male choose or I won't make it out of the city. The system was shocked, host, you still know to leave the city? Shang Tian replied, even if I leave the city, this divine male must dress handsomely. After all, I can't keep wearing this maid's outfit. The system remained silent. While Shang Tian was selecting, the shopkeeper's wife approached with a smile. Little girl, are you picking clothes for your elder brother? Shang Tian was taken aback and froze, thinking, who are you calling a little girl? I'm a man. Suddenly realizing he was still wearing Lu Shu's maid outfit, he smiled and nodded at her without saying anything. The shopkeeper's wife said, seeing that you're so youthful, your elder brother must also be quite an impressive person. What do you think of these two pieces? As she spoke, she picked up a white and a purple piece of clothing and presented them before him. Shang Tian glanced at them and asked the system which one is better. The white one, the system answered. Shang Tian replied, all right, then I'll take the purple one next to it, and pointed at the purple one to the shopkeeper's wife. Do you want this one? The shopkeeper's wife asked. Shang Tian nodded and she immediately beamed, all right, I'll wrap it up for you. Shang Tian paid the money, took the clothing, and then found a place to change into it before finally heading towards the city outskirts. The system was sweating for its flamboyant host, who insisted on looking good. After walking for a while, Shang Tian had just successfully exited the city gate when he heard a horse neighing from behind, followed by a shout, the crown prince has ordered to seal the city gate immediately. Shang Tian was startled, nearly losing his footing and falling to the ground. He quickly inhaled, suppressing the urge to run, and continued walking forward. Fortunately, they only closed the city gate and did not chase after those who had already exited. Shang Tian breathed a sigh of relief, walking for another 2 or 3 hours. When passing through a forest, he was so tired he could hardly move, so he leaned against a big tree and took a nap. When he awoke the next day, the sky was already bright and the sound of birds chirping could be heard in the forest. Shang Tian touched his stomach, feeling very hungry, and got up to look around, but saw nothing edible, so he had no choice but to continue on an empty stomach. After leaving the forest and walking for a while, he saw a strong man driving an ox cart loaded with some hay. Shang Tian was actually a bit disdainful, but seeing that there were no other carts within several miles, he immediately ran up to him and said, "Big brother, where are you headed?" The strong man looked back at him and saw a delicate young boy, his expression somewhat dismissive to Shang County. Shang Tian replied, "Great, I'm going to Shang Nation. I wonder if it's on your way." "What Shang Nation?" "After my great Yan nation conquered it, it has long since been reduced to a county." "What? It's already become a county?" Shang Tian was momentarily taken aback, but since they were heading to the same place, he immediately said, "Then since we're going to the same place, big brother, can you take me along? I can give you some silver." As he spoke, Shang Tian pulled out his money pouch, smiling cheerfully at him. The strong man looked at him but suddenly softened his tone, saying, "Forget it, seeing your little brother traveling alone, it's not easy. No need for your silver, come on up." Shang Tian was delighted and immediately said to him, "Thank you, big brother." The strong man, a person from Great Yan named Sin, appeared rough and fierce but was actually kind-hearted, sharing some of his food and water with Shang Tian along the way. Shang Tian offered him silver, which he refused, so when he fell asleep, Shang Tian secretly stuffed some into his bag. "Big brother Zeng, what are you going to Shang County for?" "To deliver something." "And you, little brother Shang?" Shang Tian casually replied, "Visiting relatives." "Your surname is Shang, you must have been from Shang County before." "No, my ancestors were surnamed Shang." The two chatted along the way, so Shang Tian did not feel bored, and a few days later they arrived at Shang Nation. By the time they arrived, it was already night. Shang Tian planned to find a place to rest first, but the strong man was in a hurry to deliver something, so they parted ways. As expected, this was a small nation vastly different from Great Yan. The streets at night were sparsely populated. The system searched the area and finally found an inn, but when Shang Tian arrived, it had already closed. The system searched around again. "Host, there's a rundown temple up ahead. How about you go in and sleep for the night?" Shang Tian looked at it with disdain. "I'm not going." Ultimately, he still walked in. Unexpectedly, on his first day back in Shang Nation, he found himself in such a pitiful situation. Shang Tian felt a bit gloomy while pondering how to gather followers, and coupled with his disdain for the temple's poor environment, he hardly slept all night. The next day he got up early, planning to buy something to fill his stomach before gathering people. Just as he stepped out, he was suddenly approached by an old woman carrying a basket of vegetables, who exclaimed, "Your Highness! You are the prince of our Shang nation. So easily recognized, it seemed the people of Shang nation held him in great affection if the restoration of his nation was promising. Shang Tian was delighted and was about to smile gently at her when suddenly smack! A chicken egg came flying towards him, smashing right on his face, egg whites and yolks dripping down his chin, a foul smell invading his nose. Shang Tian was instantly stunned. The old woman, however, grabbed another egg from her basket and fiercely said to him, "You disaster of a fallen nation, how dare you come back?" The old woman's shout quickly attracted more passers-by. Upon realizing that the person standing before them was none other than the prince who had once brought calamity to their nation, flames of anger ignited in their eyes as they pointed at him. "You dare come back? If it weren't for you, our Shang nation would not have perished. Yes. If it weren't for him, how could our glorious Shang nation have been reduced to a mere county? Get lost. You, the disaster of our fallen nation, get out of our Shang nation. Yes. Get out of here, or who knows if war will come again, causing our commoners to lose their families." Shang Tian stood there dumbfounded, his mind blank. This was perhaps the worst scene he had encountered since his reincarnation. He had painstakingly escaped from Yan nation only to return here full of hope, wanting to lead them in rebuilding their nation, expecting to be cherished by them, yet never anticipated such a scene. Get lost. Hurry up. A man cursed, suddenly bending down to pick up a few small stones from the ground and throwing them at him. The stones struck Shang Tian's face hard, sending a jolt of pain through him. Seeing this, others also began to pick up stones from the ground, shouting curses as they hurled them at him. Among those stones a few rotten vegetable leaves were mixed in, hitting him like raindrops, hard and painful. Each hit made his eyelids involuntarily tremble. For the first time Shang Tian experienced such treatment. More unbearable than the pain of stones hitting him was the disdain and hatred in the eyes of others directed at him. "System, what did I do wrong? Host, you should run quickly or you'll really be beaten into a pig's head." Shang Tian gritted his teeth looking at the crowd, then suddenly shouted at them, "Get lost. All of you get lost. I'll leave." After saying this, he covered his head with his hands and in a disheveled manner ran back to the dilapidated temple. For a whole day and night Shang Tian sat in a corner of the broken temple in a daze. His eyes dimmed, his expression blank, his hair and clothes were dirty and disheveled with bruises on his face and a scraped forehead. The system had never seen its host in such a pitiful and destitute state, unable to help but feel a bit of pity, softly saying, "Host, if you're sad, just cry it out." Shang Tian gritted his teeth and remained silent. "Really, host, feel free to cry. This system will not laugh at you." Shang Tian. "Host, go ahead and cry. This system will pretend not to see." Shang Tian erupted, "Get lost. I won't cry." After saying this, he grabbed a discarded broken basket beside him, covering his head to shield his face, gripping it tightly as his shoulders trembled slightly. The system. After thinking for a moment, the system decided to shut down its five senses so it truly wouldn't see its host crying. After sitting for a whole day and feeling hungry for a day, Shang Tian was truly exhausted. He removed the basket from his head, no longer minding the dirt on the ground, and lay down haphazardly. From being a nationally celebrated and adored male god in the modern world to becoming a hated and reviled fallen prince in this world, the disparity was akin to floating in the sky and swimming in a gutter. Shang Tian had been beaten badly and found it hard to accept. With nowhere to go and no one willing to sell him food or drink, he could only continue lying here without eating or drinking. Shang Tian thought that since he could not rebuild the nation in this lifetime and would be punished for suicide, he might as well lie here and wait to starve to death, then move on to the next world. He didn't know how much time had passed. The silvery moonlight filtered through the broken temple's windows, falling on the ground like white frost. Shang Tian felt a bit cold, curling up his body on the ground. Suddenly the sounds of restless hooves echoed outside, followed by the distant sounds of horses neighing growing closer. Shang Tian continued to lie there both cold and hungry, lacking the strength to get up and take a look. However, the sounds grew increasingly near and clear, almost within arm's reach. Catch him! Suddenly a voice as cold as a biting wind rang out. Then Shang Tian felt himself lifted sharply from behind. His suddenly fragile body made people's hearts skip a beat. Shang Tian was dragged over by two guards, and when he saw the icy chilling face before him again, he surprisingly did not feel fear. Yan Mo still wore a white robe with gold patterns, exuding a cold and noble aura, his face like frost, but his eyes were filled with seething rage. His gaze fixed on Shang Tian's dirty face, he suddenly reached out and gripped his neck, his cold voice laced with suppressed anger. "If you dare to run, you should know what the consequences will be." Shang Tian, already weak, felt even more breathless under the grip. He thought that since he had reached this stage with no hope of rebuilding the nation and no possibility of completing his mission, there was no need to pretend anymore. Struggling to lift his head to look at him, he said, "Just kill me." Yan Mo's fingers tightened suddenly, watching Shang Tian's face turn red, yet his gaze flickered, abruptly releasing him and lifting him up. Shang Tian coughed twice, looking at him in surprise. "What are you doing?" "Put me down." "Shut up." Yan Mo coldly interrupted. "If you dare to resist or run again, I will make your life a living hell." Shang Tian was startled and immediately fell silent. Yan Mo turned to the guards beside him. "Go find a doctor. If they refuse to come, kill them." The guards responded and immediately left. Yan Mo carried Shang Tian out of the broken temple, leaped onto a horse, and brought him to the nearest inn. He ordered someone to wipe Shang Tian's face, change his clothes, and feed him some food. The doctor, threatened with a knife against his throat in the dead of night, dared not refuse and nervously examined Shang Tian, stating that he had no major issues, only that he had been hungry for several days, his body was weak, and he had caught a chill. After prescribing some nourishing medicine and a remedy for the cold, Yan Mo let him leave. The medicine, brewed this time, did not have sugar added. After being forcefully made to drink a bowl of soup, Shang Tian spat it out twice, propping himself up from the bed and glaring angrily at Yan Mo. Yan Mo ordered everyone else to leave, then walked over with an icy demeanor, suddenly pushing him back onto the bed. Shang Tian felt a sudden panic, his heart racing as he was about to resist. Yan Mo grabbed his wrist tightly, pinning it to the head of the bed, his gaze cold yet mixed with complex emotions as he stared at him. Shang Tian felt uncomfortable under his gaze, turning his head away. But Yan Mo forcefully turned his head back, coldly asking, "You want to rebuild your nation, don't you?" Shang Tian remained silent. "Do you know why your country fell and why your people despise and hate you?" Shang Tian was suddenly taken aback, staring at him. "It's because you refused to be beneath me, so I destroyed your country, made you a captive, left you with nothing and nowhere to go." Shang Tian's mind was instantly in chaos, buzzing with noise. He suddenly remembered that when he first arrived in this world, the system had said this country fell because of you. At that time he did not understand, and the system was unwilling to explain. Being scolded and pelted with stones by the commoners, he only felt wronged and hopeless about rebuilding the nation without thinking deeper into the reasons. Now he finally understood. It turned out that the system had known all along but had led him astray once again, and that Yan Mo, this psychopath, actually wanted to suppress him. Thus he caused his own country's downfall? Damn! It was simply twisted. Your country fell because of you, and your people will never love you again. But as long as you are willing to beg me and obey me, I will grant you that land, allowing you to rebuild your nation. Yan Mo looked down at him coldly, his gaze no longer as menacing as before, but the persistent chill that seemed to never thaw still made it hard to meet his eyes. Shang Tian lowered his gaze in silence, suddenly realizing that the task in this world was not difficult. He had simply taken a wrong path all along. The key to completing the task in this world was Yan Mo. Tragically, he only realized this when he was on the verge of giving up, almost exposing his true nature. But what should he do now? Did it really mean he had to beg him and obey him? But what about his dignity as a male god? Shang Tian hesitated in silence, a chill gradually creeping into the air. The temptation of rebuilding the nation was strong on him, yet letting go of his dignity was very difficult. Moreover, even if he were to really set aside his dignity and plead with Yan Mo, would Yan Mo truly help him restore his nation? Perhaps he would in the future, but now he absolutely would not. Shang Tian recalled the first time he was captured after his country was destroyed, being starved and imprisoned for a night. During the pain of losing his nation mixed with the humiliation of being captured, Yan Mo appeared and had someone bring him good food. The second time was when he was locked in a cold palace, and only when he fell ill nearly on the brink of death did Yan Mo come to rescue him. And this time it was only when he had fallen into despair, suffering from hunger and cold, that he finally appeared. So beneath his cold and noble exterior he was actually hiding a twisted and obsessive nature. When he likes someone he wants to trample them underfoot, making them feel small, without refuge or place to go, only able to rely on him, controlled by him. He would destroy a country just to gain control over someone. Until he had completely gained that control, how could he genuinely help him rebuild his nation? If Shang Tian were to truly plead with him now, not only would he not help, but it was highly likely he would instigate another war, completely cutting off Shang Tian's hope of restoring his nation and leaving him in utter despair. However, not helping now did not mean he would never help in the future. Therefore the current issue was no longer about whether to beg him, but whether he was willing to continue staying in this world and play along. Shang Tian pondered, cursing him as a twisted psychopath, ultimately raising his gaze to meet Yan Mo's eyes filled with unmasked hatred and loathing, yet also helpless fear. Yet Yan Mo's gaze remained as cold as winter. "You won't help me? Since we are already at this point, do as you wish." Shang Tian spoke, his tone filled with despair. His recently emaciated face appeared pale and weak, his thin body lying on the bed like the last layer of thin snow before spring, lacking vitality. Although it was somewhat melodramatic, wasn't this exactly what Yan Mo the psychopath wanted? A captive who could be easily imprisoned on the bed, helpless at his mercy, unable to move at all. Shang Tian finally saw through Yan Mo's true nature, but damn, it was a bit late, causing him to take so many wrong turns, almost leading to his demise in this lifetime. Yan Mo stared at him, although his gaze was still icy as frost. He unexpectedly released him, standing up and observing his thin and frail body, the color in his eyes slightly changing. He spoke in a flat tone, "Then I will deal with you when you are better." After saying this he turned and walked to the door, coldly commanding something to the people outside. Shang Tian lay on the bed, still trying to catch his breath, when two guards entered, standing with stern expressions at either side of his bed. Shang Tian. His forehead darkened instantly. "Damn. Can I still run like this?" Fortunately, though Yan Mo was cold and twisted, he had not yet descended to utter inhumanity. He did not hasten back to Yan Kingdom, but waited until Shang Tian's body had recuperated for a period before they set off. A few days later Shang Tian was brought back to Yan Kingdom once more. Perhaps this time Shang Tian had finally grasped the key point. He had successfully enacted the role of a deposed crown prince with no hope of restoration, embodying despair, hatred, and helplessness, forced to submit to manipulation. Yan Mo's attitude toward him upon this return was drastically different from before. Aside from continuing to have him warm the bed, he no longer assigned him any tasks, no longer made him wear eunuch's attire, and ceased all punishments. Each day he was provided with the finest meals and the most resplendent garments, his life even more luxurious and opulent than that of the consorts in the harem. Now Shang Tian enjoyed silks and delicacies daily, once again living a life of being pampered, yet he was entirely devoid of freedom. He was utterly confined within Yan Mo's bedchamber, unable even to visit the study. After pacing the floor for a while, Shang Tian glanced at the stern-faced guards at the door, then at the palace maids and eunuchs who followed him closely and never left his side. With a hint of disdain he flicked his ornate robes and silently complained about their color before lying back down on the bed in a depressed mood. Since the last incident, System June had remained silent for a long time. Shang Tian knew it was because it had trapped him so disastrously that it dared not show itself. Initially he had been furious, but now his anger had mostly subsided. He addressed it in his mind, System June. The system had been cowering in a corner for many days. It was merely a system unable to control many mission settings, so it had never felt guilty about tricking its host before. But this time, seeing its host cry and lose weight, it finally felt remorse and was somewhat afraid to face him. When it heard Shang Tian take the initiative to speak to it, though it was excited, it still remained silent for a while before whispering, "Host. Shang Tian, don't you have something to confess to your host?" The system. "Shang Tian, speak now or I'll beat you." The system paused for 2 seconds. "Wow, host, you've slimmed down recently. You're even more handsome than before." "Shang Tian. Fine, I forgive you." The system exclaimed, "Really?" Shang Tian said with a look of disdain, Though you're a flawed system, you're not entirely useless." The main reason was that he still relied on it for navigation. Just as the system was about to rejoice, Shang Tian suddenly gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "But if you dare trick me again, I'll kill you in an instant." The system was instantly terrified. Shang Tian snorted coldly in satisfaction and closed his eyes, about to plan his next moves, when a voice came from outside, "Your Highness." Shang Tian's eyes flickered slightly and he immediately turned to face the wall. His light-colored robes lay loosely on the bed, his dark hair unbound and spread freely behind him. There was an inexplicable air of melancholy and desolation, like fallen petals evoking pity. Yan Mo entered and the palace maids and eunuchs immediately withdrew. Shang Tian remained lying down until Yan Mo approached and stood by the bed saying, "Turn around." Only then did Shang Tian slowly turn, yet he still refused to look at him. A cold glint flickered in Yan Mo's eyes, but he merely stared at him icily. The more Shang Tian refused to feign goodwill as he had initially, the more it signified that he had lost all hope and reliance. As long as he kept Shang Tian by his side, forever unable to leave, he would one day become his sole support. Shang Tian, however, could only scoff inwardly. He was a god. To win his heart one had to grovel. Yan Mo, clad in an elegant white robe with gold embroidery, sat down by the bed and suddenly called out, "Bring it in." As the words fell, a young eunuch's voice answered from outside, "Yes." Then footsteps approached from afar. Though curious, Shang Tian knew he must not show it. He maintained a look of melancholy despair, eyes downcast. The young eunuch soon walked over, bowing cautiously, "Your Highness." Yan Mo took the object from his arms and placed it directly before Shang Tian. Before Shang Tian could see clearly, a mass of snow-white fur obscured his entire face. Startled, Shang Tian sat up from the bed, staring blankly at the living creature on the bed, which resembled a fluffy white toy. The white fluff stirred and lifted its head, pointed ears, a sharp snout, and deep brown, almost black eyes that swiveled roundly to look at him. It tilted its head, then looked away. Yan Mo said, "If you're bored, keep it as a pet." Shang Tian remained stunned, his mouth twitching involuntarily. "Damn it. Yan Mo, you lunatic. I'm a man. If you were to give me a pet, it should be a white wolf cub, or at least a dog or a cat. But what do you mean by giving me a little fox?" The system, "Wow, so cute." Shang Tian raged, "Shut up. I don't like it at all." Yan Mo asked, "Do you like it?" Shang Tian gritted his teeth, wanting to hurl the little thing into Yan Mo's face. What should he do? The system quickly urged, "Host, stay calm." Seeing Shang Tian's prolonged silence, Yan Mo said coldly, "If you don't want it, throw it away." Shang Tian remained silent, but a thought stirred within him. He reached out, scooped up the creature, and held it in his arms, gently stroking its soft white fur. The little fox stirred in his embrace, looked up at him with its tiny eyes, then lowered its head, allowing his touch. Seeing this, Yan Mo knew he had accepted it and liked it. Without further inquiry he rose to instruct his personal eunuch to summon 2 palace maids skilled in pet care from another palace. When he turned back he saw the figure on the bed teasing the little pet in his arms, a faint smile suddenly gracing his lips. That smile was light and gentle, like a soft breeze caressing the face or moonlight filtering through a forest, exquisitely pure and beautiful yet stirring the heart. But the moment he turned around, that beautiful smile abruptly froze, quickly fading into a look of desolation. Yan Mo's eyes deepened, a peculiar glint flashing within them. He approached the bed again, gazing at Shang Tian, suddenly yearning to see that smile once more. But Shang Tian refused to comply. He wouldn't even spare Yan Mo another glance, let alone smile. He lowered his head, earnestly caressing the white fluff in his arms, as if the little pet was all that existed in his world. Yan Mo's face darkened, an icy aura enveloping him. Shang Tian paid him no mind, continuing to focus on amusing his new pet, though still somewhat disdainful. Damn it! Of all things to give me, he chooses a little fox. Doesn't he know that in folklore foxes are demons? But thinking how it might infuriate Yan Mo, he reluctantly decided to accept it. He refused to believe that even a twisted crown prince would stoop to competing with a pet for affection, especially one he himself had brought. The more Shang Tian thought about it, the more elated he became. He had been worrying about how to cause trouble lately, and now he had endless opportunities. Yan Mo's icy gaze shifted from Shang Tian to the white fox in his arms. Anger flickered in his eyes, but he maintained his aloof, noble demeanor and turned to leave. Yet someone still suffered. The young eunuch who had brought the fox was dragged out and given 20 strokes of the board. With his rear split open he lay on the bench, tears streaming down both cheeks. Your Highness! Who did I offend? After enduring for some days, Shang Tian finally couldn't resist inquiring about the young maid Lu Shui. Last time he had escaped the palace by swapping clothes with her, and he had been worried about her ever since. Not seeing her upon his return only deepened his anxiety. After Shang Tian's escape, nearly everyone in the Eastern Palace had been punished. Many there had also been forced by Shang Tian to copy texts on women's virtue, so although he had become quiet and transformed, they still kept their distance out of fear. In such circumstances, gathering information was difficult. After several days he finally learned that Lu Shui had been punished and transferred to the laundry quarters. Though she was unharmed, a young girl working there with her hands soaking in water all day would certainly face a harsher life than in the Eastern Palace. Shang Tian racked his brains for days but could not devise a way to have her reassigned. One day after Yan Mo returned from morning court, he saw Shang Tian sitting on the bed holding the white fox, his eyes dull and lifeless. Once again he longed for that smile from that day. Shang Tian knew that Yan Mo had entered, but he did not look up. He had been confined here for so long, and if it weren't for the system in his mind accompanying him, he would have likely fallen into depression by now. He could hardly contain the urge to tear off the roof of the entire prince's palace, but for now he could only continue to sit quietly. As he waited for Yan Mo to approach, his gaze shifted from Yan Mo's body and face to the little white fox he held in his arms, his eyes gradually gathering a layer of frost. Shang Tian raised his head, his voice a bit hoarse from not speaking for so long. Your Highness. Yan Mo slightly paused. Since the last time Shang Tian had not spoken a word for a long time, yet today he suddenly took the initiative to address him. Even his icy heart could not help but feel a surge of joy. Even if he imprisoned him, captured him, and wished to trample him underfoot, all of it was merely because he wanted to possess him completely, to make him wholly belong to himself. Yan Mo looked at him, his cold gaze suddenly like a spring breeze melting ice and snow warmth spilling forth from the cracks. What is it? Shang Tian's eyes dimmed, his gaze still betraying undeniable disgust and hatred, yet he still said to him, I want to raise it myself in the future. After saying this, he looked down at the little fox in his arms. Yan Mo's expression instantly darkened, the warmth that had just emerged in his eyes vanished without a trace. The reason he only allowed Shang Tian to hold it and play with it every day but not to feed it was that he did not want Shang Tian to become too close to it. Shang Tian certainly understood the extent of this person's twisted possessiveness, but he would not back down. He not only wanted to feed it himself but also to hold it every night and sleep together. After all, he did not care, but just thinking about their dignified prince having to share a bed with a little fox and fight for the blanket made him unable to suppress a burst of laughter. The system curiously asked, "Host, didn't you say you didn't like it at all?" Shang Tian thought for a moment and replied, "Well, I didn't like it at all, but now I do." He then reached out to stroke the soft snow-white fur of the little fox. The little fox stirred slightly, shook its small head, glanced at him, and then nuzzled into his arms. The system was instantly melted by its cuteness. "Wow, so adorable, I want to pet it too." Shang Tian replied, "Well, it's a pity you don't have hands." The system was hit hard and retreated to the corner, spitting blood. Yan Mo stood upright, his icy gaze gradually solidifying, yet that person looked up at him again. His once star-like eyes were now devoid of light, seeming more like deepening revulsion, yet also a plea. That expression made one's heart ache involuntarily. Yan Mo initially only wanted to keep him under his control, ensuring he could not go anywhere, possessing nothing but himself. But now he suddenly discovered that he began to look forward to his smile, desperately hoping that he would no longer harbor hatred towards him and could smile freely and happily in front of him. Shang Tian could only chuckle. The true fallen prince would probably never smile at him in this lifetime, but he could pretend for a while. He did want to use the little fox to deliberately provoke Yan Mo, hoping to make him so angry that he would spit blood. But it was not just that, he also wanted to find ways to ease the relationship between himself and Yan Mo. After all, he still needed to restore his country and complete his mission. He could not truly consider himself a fallen slave and continue to languish like this. Wanting Yan Mo to help him restore his country was not impossible, it just could not be done hastily or by currying favor. Everything had to happen as naturally as possible. Yan Mo's expression was as cold as ice, but he ultimately said, "Fine." Upon hearing his agreement, Shang Tian only moved slightly, not raising his head to express anything further. Yan Mo stood straight, coldly looking at him before turning and leaving. There were still many matters waiting for him to handle. Shang Tian remained in the palace for another day. That night he truly held the little fox in his arms and lay down on the bed. The system expressed some concern. "Host, aren't you afraid that Yan Mo will really get angry?" Shang Tian replied nonchalantly, "Not afraid. How could anger promote their relationship?" When Yan Mo returned, he saw that Shang Tian had already fallen asleep, curled up with a ball of snow-white fur in his arms. That intimate sight made his expression darken sharply. Even if it was just a little pet, as long as it had a place in that person's heart, it would make him extremely angry. At that moment, Yan Mo truly regretted giving Shang Tian this little fox, wishing he could drag out the eunuch who suggested it and have him executed. With a cold expression, Yan Mo lay down beside him, suppressing his emotions, but ultimately could not help but pull him into his arms. Shang Tian hurriedly released his grip, letting the little fox escape to the other side of the bed. Yan Mo's hand was tightly clasped, almost as if he wanted to break Shang Tian's ribs, holding him tightly in his embrace. This person could only belong to him, every inch of his heart had to be. Previously he could patiently wait for the day when Shang Tian would willingly crawl into his arms, but at that moment he could no longer wait, wishing to possess him completely right now. Shang Tian felt a wave of confusion. The horse galloped countless times, but he still did not open his eyes, meanwhile feeling anxious. If this lunatic suddenly lost control, should he continue to risk everything for the mission, or should he just kick him away? But fortunately Yan Mo would not touch him for now. After realizing this and roughly understanding the reason behind it, Shang Tian fell asleep peacefully. A person like Yan Mo, cold and prideful with an extremely strong possessiveness, when he truly likes someone he will keep them by his side but will not easily touch them unless that person wholly belongs to him. The next day Shang Tian woke up and found himself tightly embraced. He immediately struggled to sit up, his face filled with anger and disgust, but he could not help but feel a trace of unease pass over him. That fleeting unease fell into Yan Mo's eyes. Was the unease caused by disturbed emotions? In Yan Mo's icy gaze a fleeting warmth appeared. He got up, released Shang Tian, dressed himself, and before heading to court suddenly ordered someone to change Shang Tian into a bright and beautiful outfit for the day. Shang Tian looked down at the vibrant red brocade robe resembling a flamboyant phoenix and could hardly suppress the urge to slap someone in the face. What kind of aesthetics is this? Yan Mo finished his morning duties early and came back to see Shang Tian sitting dejectedly on the edge of the bed holding the little fox. However, this time his gaze was noticeably softer as he walked over and suddenly asked him, "Do you want to go out for a stroll?" Shang Tian was taken aback. Yes. Yes. He was about to mold in there. Of course he wanted to go out. However, he merely looked up at Yan Mo, his dim eyes gradually sparkling with light. Although he did not speak, Yan Mo understood that he wanted to go out, so he instructed the eunuch behind him, help him get out of bed. Shang Tian had indeed been confined for too long and had not been out for a while. Suddenly he was hit by the sunlight, causing his eyes to ache, but his mood improved significantly. This time it was not a pretense, he genuinely felt much better, a sudden sense of clarity in his heart. The little fox in his arms seemed to feel the same, its small eyes darting around curiously at the surroundings. Yan Mo turned to him and asked, "Where do you want to go?" Shang Tian replied, "Somewhere with fewer people." As a male god, he absolutely did not want too many people seeing him in such a flamboyant outfit. Yan Mo did not ask further and casually led him around the palace, eventually bringing him to a garden in the East Palace filled with peonies of various luxurious colors. Butterflies of all colors fluttered among the flowers, occasionally mixed with one or two dragonflies. Having been confined for too long, arriving at such a beautiful place made Shang Tian's mood exceptionally good. He noticed the little fox in his arms seemed to be excited as well and bent down to place it on the ground. The little fox freed, chased after the butterflies, and began to frolic joyfully on the ground. After running for a while, it suddenly leaped and pounced at a yellow butterfly in midair. However, the butterfly reacted quickly and the little fox, still a young one, missed its target and rolled on the ground, turning around to look at Shang Tian with its small pitiful eyes before getting back up to pounce again. Shang Tian was momentarily stunned. "Wow! So cute!" The system remarked. "Ha, host, didn't you say it wasn't cute at all?" Shang Tian replied, "Shut up. I actually think it's cute now." This time he was not pretending, he genuinely couldn't help but chuckle, his laughter pure and clean yet still somehow alluring. Yan Mo, having waited for this moment for a long time, finally saw him smile again. His gaze deepened as he suddenly grabbed Shang Tian, his hand gripping his waist while the other held the back of his neck, and he kissed him fiercely. Shang Tian was taken aback and pushed him away, forcefully looking at him with disgust, his whole body trembling from the humiliation. Yan Mo, however, had already regained his usual cold and noble demeanor, looking at him with icy eyes. "Do you want to continue walking?" Shang Tian gritted his teeth and stared at him without replying. "Then let's continue walking," Yan Mo said. After realizing that taking Shang Tian out for a stroll could make him happy, Yan Mo, while not showing it on the surface, began to take him out for walks in the palace more often. Although Shang Tian still spent most of his time confined in the palace compared to before, he was indeed much happier. Thus, after a long period, naturally Shang Tian's hatred and disdain towards Yan Mo gradually began to diminish. 3 months later, the calmness was suddenly disrupted as autumn approached. Shang Tian calculated that if things continued like this, perhaps in another 3 to 5 years he would be able to completely eliminate Yan Mo's concerns and have him help him restore his country. However, at that moment the Yan kingdom suddenly launched a war. In this war, Yan Mo led his troops into battle. Before leaving, he said to Shang Tiandao, "Wait for my return." Shang Tian kept his head down, not responding. Yan Mo gazed at him with a somber expression, and for a moment a trace of sadness flickered in his cold eyes before he helplessly turned away. However, just before he stepped out of the palace door, Shang Tian suddenly looked up and called out to his back, Yan Mo. Yan Mo paused in his steps, stopped, and turned back to look at him, filled with expectation. But the other seemed to struggle and hesitate, staring at him for a long time before finally lowering his gaze, saying nothing. As someone whose country had perished, how could he possibly say, "Take care"? Yan Mo's expression darkened slightly as he gripped his golden sword tightly and turned to leave once more. The prince of the fallen Shang nation couldn't utter the words, "Take care," yet Shang Tian truly wished to say to him, "Take care, make sure to return safely. In the future I still need to rely on you to restore our country." System. After Yan Mo left, the East Palace remained calm and peaceful for many days. However, after more than 10 days an unexpected change occurred. That day after dinner, Shang Tian was lying on the bed as usual, idly playing with the curtains beside him while a little fox snuggled against his body on the bed. Ever since Yan Mo went to war, no one had taken him out for a breath of fresh air, and the palace maids and eunuchs were afraid he might attempt to escape again, keeping a close watch on him. In a moment Shang Tian returned to the dark and dreary days he had endured before, feeling stifled and bored. The system suddenly said, "Host, someone is coming." Shang Tian instinctively sat up straight on the bed, wondering who would come now that Yan Mo was away. Just as he was about to ask the system, a commotion erupted outside, the sound of footsteps approaching. He soon heard a sharp yet somewhat aged voice say, "His Majesty has decreed that this person has incited the prince, disrupted the East Palace, and disturbed the court. Immediately arrest him." "Yes." As soon as the words fell, several men in palace attire rushed into the chamber, forcefully restraining Shang Tian. The palace maids and eunuchs were startled, their expressions turning frantic and unsure. Shang Tian quickly turned to the little fox and said, "You must escape quickly." Then he glared at the men who were capturing him and demanded, "Who are you? What right do you have to arrest me?" At that moment an older eunuch entered. His attire was different from the ordinary eunuchs, and he bore an unusual aura, likely the head eunuch or a favored figure by the emperor. He stepped forward and said, "His Majesty has decreed to detain this person temporarily and execute him on an appointed day." "What?" Shang Tian was instantly stunned, feeling as if thunder had struck above his head, his mind buzzing with anger as he shouted at him, "Why? What crime have I committed?" The old eunuch glanced at him and replied slowly, "Inciting the prince is already a grave crime. The others are merely carrying out orders. Immediately take him away and imprison him." "Yes." Being forcibly dragged away, Shang Tian felt dazed and confused as he was pushed into the cell and the door was locked behind him. After a long time he finally sprang up and kicked the cell door hard, shouting, "Come here! Explain this. When did I incite your prince? Clearly it was he who had me captured and imprisoned in the palace, forcing me to keep him warm. Damn it! I'm sentenced to death just like that." At that moment Shang Tian's mood was beyond description, except for a wild feeling of frustration. Fortunately, although this was a cell, the environment was relatively clean with a bed and a table. Shang Tian looked around, walked over, pressed his hand on the bed, which was hard and uncomfortable, but in the end he still lay down. He gazed blankly at the ceiling of the cell, feeling very miserable. In his mind he spoke to the system, "System, just send me to the next world." The system replied, "Then at least help me escape this place." "Forget it, I won't make it hard for you, just tell me a story." The system immediately replied, "Once upon a time there was a system that suddenly bound a host one day, and they began to undertake tasks in various worlds." Shang Tian sighed and thought perhaps he should just sleep. After being imprisoned for many days he had grown much stronger in body endurance through earlier trials. Aside from feeling irritable, the bed being hard and the food being somewhat unpalatable, he could still manage to swallow it down, although he had lost a bit of weight. Everything else was fine. After all, he had already died once in the last world, and dying here was simply starting over in a different world to undertake tasks. Thus Shang Tian felt no fear of death. The main issue was his depressed and frustrated mood. He had been captured the moment he arrived in this world, then imprisoned, and just when he finally saw a glimmer of hope he was captured again and falsely accused of a crime, sentenced to death. The more he thought about it, the more suffocated he felt, frustrated. If it weren't for the punishment that came with suicide, he probably would have killed himself 1,000 times by now, wishing he could leave this dreadful world at any moment. Feeling depressed and restless, Shang Tian lay in the cell for many more days. Damn it! Why has the execution not occurred yet? Seriously, in ancient times did they have to choose an auspicious day to kill someone? After all, he had been sentenced to death. With Yan Mo away at war, whether he would come to save himself was uncertain. However, what he didn't know was that Yan Mo had many confidants in the capital. Shang Tian could not think of anyone who could come to save him, so he simply stopped holding out hope. Whether he died early or late, death was inevitable. Since this world was so rotten, it was better to die early and be reborn. But system, can you make it so that when I am executed I won't feel any pain? The system contemplated for a moment and responded, yes. Shang Tian rejoiced, squinting his eyes and smiling. Good, then this host can rest assured. Meanwhile, inside and outside the palace, rumors spread about the prince being childless and unwilling to choose a crown princess, yet he did not hesitate to wage war, bringing back a man from surrounding small countries, keeping him confined in the palace, sharing a bed and living in intimate companionship. The ministers had long secretly discussed their dissatisfaction about this matter. However, because the prince had repeatedly fought in battles, achieving great merit and held military power, and due to many of the martial officials being his confidants, they dared not openly bring it up in court. Taking advantage of the prince's absence, they jointly submitted a petition urging the emperor to take this matter seriously and remove this troublemaker soon, so the prince could quickly choose a consort to ensure the royal bloodline. The emperor and empress had already heard of this matter and were displeased. They seized this opportunity to send people under cover of night to the East Palace, accusing the individual of inciting the prince and disrupting the court, leading to his arrest and imminent execution. Although this matter was strictly forbidden to spread, it still got out. Shang Tian had been locked up for several more days, growing impatient, waiting for death. That night he couldn't help but kick the cell door a few times, ready to shout and ask when the execution would take place. He was getting impatient. At that moment someone outside suddenly shouted, "Not good. Yan Mo is leading his troops back to the city and has stormed the palace to usurp power and force the emperor to abdicate." Shang Tian's heart jolted with shock. What? Yan Mo has returned. And he is actually staging a coup. Damn. What kind of plot twist is this? The system exclaimed in surprise, "Host, you don't have to die anymore. Yan Mo has come back to rescue you." Shang Tian replied, "But this host wants to die now." The entire palace was noisy throughout the night, and Shang Tian's emotions were complex, leaving him unable to sleep. He couldn't tell if he felt anticipation, depression, anxiety, or frustration. The next day before dawn, the cell door opened with a click. Shang Tian, who had been lying on his side, immediately sat up upon hearing the sound. When he saw Yan Mo's face, he momentarily felt dazed, unsure of his emotions and how to react. Yan Mo had a wound on his face, the blood still fresh, yet he quickly approached and pulled Shang Tian into his embrace. His voice remained cold, but it sounded much more tender than before. "Don't be afraid, I have come to save you." Shang Tian trembled. "You really staged a coup?" Yan Mo held him and said, "Let's go, I will take you out." Shang Tian continued to tremble in his arms. "For me?" Yan Mo replied, "For myself." Shang Tian was taken aback. Damn. If that's the case, then he didn't have to pretend to be moved. Yan Mo, having finished speaking, strode out of the cell holding him. Days later, Yan Mo ascended the throne and the old emperor was imprisoned. In an instant the winds of change swept through and the dynasty was overthrown. Shang Tian still found it hard to believe that this madman Yan Mo had truly become emperor. The system exclaimed, "Wow, host, you are going to become the empress." Shang Tian retorted, "Get lost. I never agreed to that." Since Yan Mo ascended the throne, court affairs had become busier than before and he seemed to have matured and stabilized in character as if overnight his mindset had broadened. He no longer confined Shang Tian but gradually allowed him more freedom, leading to Shang Tian's improved attitude towards him. Yan Mo referred to himself as I when speaking to Shang Tian even after becoming emperor. At night he held Shang Tian and said, "If you still hate me now and do not wish to accept this wanting to leave, I will not confine you any longer." While he said this, the probing in his words and the coldness in his gaze were still evident. Shang Tian chuckled inwardly, what a joke. Success was within reach. Would he leave now? He maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "I will not leave." "Is it because you have nowhere else to go?" Shang Tian responded, "No." "Then why is that?" "I don't know either." Yan Mo turned his face towards him and said, "It is because you have grown accustomed to it and cannot bear to part with me." "It is because you have grown accustomed to me and cannot bear to part," Yan Mo said. Shang Tian's body stiffened noticeably in his arms. A flash of panic and unease crossed his eyes as if his thoughts had been read at a glance, yet he stubbornly replied no. He had not grown accustomed, nor did he feel reluctant. This was an enemy state and this man had reduced his country to ruin. How could he possibly feel otherwise? Yan Mo fell silent, then cupped the back of his head and suddenly kissed him. The kiss was fervent, laden with a possessive insistence. Shang Tian found himself nearly breathless. He reached out to push him away, but Yan Mo remained unmoved, then abruptly rolled over and pinned him beneath. The burning kisses no longer lingered only on his lips, they traveled down his jaw, across his throat and collarbone, continuing lower. With a decisive motion, hands flung open his clothing at the chest, bearing a wide expanse of honey-toned tempting skin. A chill ran through Shang Tian's chest. Damn it, he would only accept indescribable things above the neck, anything below was absolutely off limits. Yan Mo's kisses landed on the exposed skin of his chest, tiny relentless pecks that claimed every inch. Fingers calloused from years of sword training and warfare began to work at his garments. Shang Tian had been feigning alarm before, but now genuine fluster and unease took hold. He could see perfectly well what would follow if this continued. A storm of curses rose in his mind. He tried to push him off again, but Yan Mo gripped his wrist and pinned it above his head, continuing to kiss him as he asked, "Are you afraid?" Shang Tian froze for a moment. "Afraid? As if anyone ought to be afraid, it would be you under me." He teetered on the edge of mortified anger when Yan Mo suddenly stopped and drew him close, murmuring, "Sleep." Shang Tian. System, His Majesty Yan Mo already believes you are fond of him. Shang Tian, I the illustrious idol am aware. System host, keep at it, success is beckoning. Shang Tian. If this continued, Yan Mo would sooner or later pin him down. What was he to do? The system offered its blunt counsel, host, you should yield. If you cannot part with your scruples, you cannot restore your country. Shang Tian, get lost. They slept through the night. The next morning when Shang Tian woke, Yan Mo had already gone to morning court. Shang Tian dressed and washed, then crawled back under the covers. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed since Yan Mo's ascension. The winter had arrived. Though Shang Tian could not leave the palace, Yan Mo had granted him the greatest freedom within its walls, allowing him to come and go among the halls and courtyards. Yet he wished to go nowhere, preferring to burrow in his blankets all day and defer everything else until spring. The system teased him, wow host, you've turned into a silkworm again. Shang Tian, shut up. I'm just afraid going out will freeze you to pieces. System, but this system is never cold. Shang Tian, fine, my garments are the ones that can't stand the cold. Today another heavy snow fell. When Yan Mo returned from court, he carried the chill with him, a few flakes still clung to his shoulders. Shang Tian hastened to keep his distance. Yan Mo had likely learned of Shang Tian's delicate disposition and usually left him be, but today he suddenly grabbed him and said, "I will take you somewhere." Shang Tian wanted to refuse, but in Yan Mo's present station he dared not. Yan Mo told the attending eunuch, "Give him more clothing." The eunuch promptly fetched a heavy fur-lined cloak and draped it over Shang Tian. Yan Mo took his hand and said, "Come with me, I will show you something." Unwilling, Shang Tian sulked and ignored him, but Yan Mo simply hauled him outward. Outside, the snow fell in thick tumbling sheets as if poured from the sky. Shang Tian shivered, a single flake settled on his long lashes and melted as he blinked. Yan Mo watched him, a faint, scarcely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. He reached for the cloak's hood and set it gently over Shang Tian's head. Shang Tian paused, glanced sideways, then pretended nothing had occurred. Yan Mo said nothing further and they walked on together. System 2: Awkward Souls. Perhaps it was the weight of sovereignty, perhaps the awareness that Shang Tian no longer loathed him and had even unknowingly grown attached, but Yan Mo's temperament had softened considerably. Except for the stubborn authoritarian streak rooted deep within him, compared with before, he had truly changed a great deal. He led Shang Tian to a place within the palace called Yuhanju, a quiet courtyard planted thick with plum trees that now blazed into bloom against the white expanse. Clusters of flowers vivid as embers stood proud in the snow and sent forth a delicate fragrance that intoxicated the senses, drawing one into a reverie and making many worries slip away. Shang Tian had not expected someone like Yan Mo to possess such refined taste. To be honest, even the idols he admired did not display such elegance. For the first time in his life, standing amid the swirling snow and beholding this swathe of plum blossoms, red and white in striking contrast, he found the scene a breathtaking tableau and felt his spirits lift. Unable to restrain himself, Shang Tian shook off Yan Mo's hand. Freed, he darted among the trees like an unbridled colt, joyfully weaving through the blossoms as if he had entirely forgotten his status as a captive of a fallen nation. He could not be sure of his own emotions in that moment. Perhaps he truly loved these trees, perhaps he merely felt that at this instant he should feel thus. The system confessed a deep anxiety for its host. Clever and theatrically gifted, the host would perform so wholeheartedly that he risked mistaking the acted emotion for the genuine. As Shang Tian flitted among the blossoms, Yan Mo watched in silence and then suddenly instructed the eunuch, "Fetch my treasured sword." The eunuch bowed and hurried away. Shang Tian reached to brush the snow from a blossom when a blade, cold and gleaming, flashed before him. Startled and not yet seeing clearly, Shang Tian was surprised as Yan Mo seized his right hand and pressed the sword into it without asking. "I will teach you sword play," Yan Mo said. Shang Tian. He did not want to at all. Yan Mo stood behind him, took his hands to guide them closely and patiently instructed him in each stance and sweep. Shang Tian had no desire to move or to listen closely, he merely allowed himself to be led. Yan Mo did not mind, the true intent of his actions lay elsewhere than the sword. The attendants shivered in the cold, but the two of them felt not the least chill. After an hour, Shang Tian was out of breath and his face flushed. Yan Mo's expression remained icy and unchanged. At last he released him. Freed, Shang Tian collapsed without regard for appearances, sliding down to sit in the snow and clutching his chest as he panted. Yan Mo looked down at him from above and said coldly, "With such a weak body you must train more. From now on I will accompany you for 3 hours each day." He turned and handed the sword back to the attendant. Shang Tian stared in disbelief. Damn, 1 hour had already left him exhausted, and now you demand 3. Damn you, Yan Mo, you lunatic. Are you abandoning memorials, skipping court, neglecting state affairs? Anger flared within Shang Tian. Being put through that for an hour had already infuriated him, to think it would be tripled every day was unbearable. His long-suppressed irascibility could not be contained. Gritting his teeth, Shang Tian scooped up a lump of snow and hurled it hard at the head of the man who was prepared to neglect his duties. With a sharp smack, the snow burst and struck the back of that man's neck dead on. For an instant the atmosphere froze. System shocked. The surrounding eunuchs and maids dropped to their knees in panic, unsure of what to do. Shang Tian, damn! What have I just done? System, why didn't you stop me? System. Yan Mo stood rigid and did not turn, yet the air beside him grew bitterly cold as if it were about to freeze solid. Shang Tian's breath caught. He involuntarily edged backward, his fingers digging into the snow behind him. The system exclaimed, host baby, you actually struck the emperor. Shang Tian was left speechless, watching Yan Mo's retreating figure, his fingers unconsciously clenching tight. Yan Mo commanded, all of you withdraw. Get out. His voice was icy cold, laced with obvious anger, yet it was directed at the maids and eunuchs. The maids and eunuchs silently thought that this man, usually spoiled beyond measure, would surely face dire consequences today. Tisk tisk tsk. No matter how favored he was, he shouldn't have gone this far, even daring to strike his majesty. He was undoubtedly seeking his own doom, tired of living, his good days finally over. Thinking thus, they hastily and fearfully retreated from the courtyard of Yuhan residence, standing guard outside the gate. Shang Tian remained sitting in the snow, no longer feeling any warmth, as waves of cold assailed him one after another. Yan Mo turned around, his countenance already frozen and grim, his eyes unguarded in their fury. A man already apt to inspire fear now seemed even more daunting than the ice and snow. He approached, looking down at Shang Tian with cold disdain, and said, rise. Shang Tian's heart was anxious. Hastily rising, he tried to stammer out something. Yan. No, your majesty, I. But before he could utter a word, Yan Mo suddenly grabbed him roughly, his palm clamping onto the back of Shang Tian's neck, and kissed him fiercely and deeply. Caught off guard, Shang Tian's eyes flew wide open, his body stiff. He could neither respond nor push him away. Yan Mo's kiss came abruptly and roughly, yet it was incredibly earnest and absorbed. His palm slid down Shang Tian's straight back, resting on his waist, then suddenly pulled him closer, deepening the kiss. Shang Tian wanted to push him away, but found himself unable to force to accept it. The heavy snow continued to fall without cease, accumulating a thin layer on both their shoulders. Finally the kiss ended. Yan Mo released him, his expression unchanged, and asked coldly, you don't want to practice swordsmanship? Shang Tian hesitated. Yan Mo said, then forget it. Shang Tian was slightly stunned, thinking, that's it. But Yan Mo suddenly took his hand again and said, come, let's return to the bedchamber. His voice remained cold, yet it suddenly sounded pleasant to the ear. Shang Tian was still in a daze when Yan Mo led him with large strides out of the courtyard. Led out like this, the maids and eunuchs who had expected the man to be beaten to death were astonished to see him still being led out with affection by his majesty. They dared not show it on their faces, quickly lowering their eyes to greet them and respectfully following behind the pair. Through wind and snow they returned to the bedchamber. A fair amount of snow had settled on Shang Tian's cloak. Yan Mo immediately had someone brush it off, ordered 2 more braziers to be added inside, and then turned and left the hall himself. Yan Mo went to the imperial study, reviewed memorials, and summoned several court ministers. Shang Tian curled up back on the bed, wrapping himself up like a dumpling. He recalled the incident in the snow that day. Yan Mo had kissed him fiercely, and it seemed that was the punishment. Yet for some reason he still felt uneasy, sensing it wouldn't be so simple. System, this handsome man feels Yan Mo won't let me off so easily. The system was silent, thinking it agreed. By evening the heavy snow finally stopped. After dinner and a bath, Shang Tian changed clothes and lay back on the bed. Yan Mo returned quite late. Shang Tian had his eyes closed but wasn't asleep. Hearing him change clothes and get into bed, the attending maids on both sides lowered the bed curtains. Shang Tian instinctively moved closer to the wall, but the next second Yan Mo pulled him out, embraced him and sealed his lips. Caught off guard, Shang Tian's eyes flew open. His mouth was blocked, allowing only muffled whimpers. He immediately tried to push him away, but Yan Mo suddenly tore open his clothes, his fingers sliding down his bare skin to his back. Yan Mo's cool lips slid down his neck to his chest, lingering and gently sucking and nibbling. Shang Tian's body tensed abruptly. Damn it! Yan Mo, what are you doing? Punishing you for today's offense, Yan Mo murmured as he kissed him. Shang Tian was momentarily stunned. So he knew this lunatic wouldn't let him off easily. But damn it, what kind of punishment was this? Shang Tian tried to struggle free, but Yan Mo's kisses came like a tide, overwhelming his reason. System, quickly use the fire punishment to sober me up. Shang Tian managed to squeeze out a moment of clarity to address the system. The system feigned deafness and silently chose to shut off its senses. System. An electronic voice auto-replied, without sacrificing chastity you cannot restore the kingdom. Damn it. Without sacrificing chastity you cannot restore the kingdom. Shang Tian suddenly grabbed Yan Mo's shoulder, clawing several marks on him. Yan Mo, let me go. But I want you tonight. Yan Mo's voice became low and husky with a hint of desire, his teeth gently grinding and nibbling on Shang Tian's shoulder. His hand slid down Shang Tian's straight smooth back to his tailbone, delving into a certain place and pressed lightly with a finger. Shang Tian's body trembled violently, his mind a chaotic stampede. Yan Mo moved his lips up and kissed him forcefully again. Shang Tian tried to break free but couldn't. Yan Mo's overwhelming kisses threatened to drown him, causing a panicked suffocation like drowning, yet he couldn't help but sink deeper. Until his legs were parted and lifted. Damn it! Yan Mo, you bastard, ah! Yan Mo lifted his waist and lightly bit him. But you already like me, don't you? Shang Tian's pupils constricted sharply, his fingers gripping the thick soft bedding fiercely. Seeing his hesitation, Yan Mo's gaze suddenly turned icy again. He stopped staring at him and lifted his chin with his fingers. You already like me, don't you? Shang Tian stiffened slightly, his mind half clear from the pain. Chastity or the kingdom? But damn it, since it had come to this, could he back down now? Shang Tian finally gritted his teeth and said, yes, I already like you. As soon as he said this, there was a sudden crash, as if something had fallen and shattered on the floor. But Yan Mo's eyes instantly cleared like spring breezes melting ice into a pool of warm water. He lowered his head to kiss him again, burying himself deeply within him. Shang Tian cursed inwardly again, feeling his body pierced through the pain, nearly killing him. But gradually the pain subsided. After an unknown time his body went limp, sinking into the soft bedding as he fell into a daze. Waking the next day, his body had been cleaned and Yan Mo had already left for the morning court. Shang Tian frowned, lying on his stomach. Moving slightly, he gasped in pain, feeling as if his body had been shattered. He cursed Yan Mo bitterly in his heart, lying in bed until he returned. Shang Tian seemed to feel awkward and turned his head away. But Yan Mo turned his face back, gently lifted him from the bed, kissed his lips and said, be my empress. Shang Tian was momentarily stunned. Damn it! You bastard! You screw me and then insult me by making me your empress. But Yan Mo continued, I know you've always been thinking of restoring your kingdom. Just agree to be my empress. After the coronation I will immediately help you restore your kingdom. Yan Mo fixed his gaze on him, his expression as consistently cold as ever, yet Shang Tian could discern the seriousness in his tone. At last. Last night was not in vain. Shang Tian felt somewhat comforted, not overly distressed or unable to accept that he had been dominated. But damn it, to make me the empress, I'm a man, for heaven's sake. Shang Tian frowned, lowering his eyes slightly. The subtle emotions on his face were captured by Yan Mo, who said, you have 3 months to consider. Shang Tian remained silent, deep in thought. Yan Mo continued. After 3 months the official proclamation will be made. Shang Tian suddenly looked at him. Damn. What more is there to consider? Yet Yan Mo kissed him lightly on the lips, gently laying him back down on the bed, saying, the heavy snow just stopped today, it's cold outside. In a few days when the weather clears up I'll take you out for a walk. Shang Tian remained silent, glancing resentfully at him with his starry eyes, then flipped over to face down, burying his face in the soft silk pillow. Yan Mo knew he was angry about last night. Shang Tian had this temperament. He could appear obedient on the surface, yet it couldn't hide his occasional little tempers. But Yan Mo liked him this way. Moreover, last night he had indeed put him through a lot, not considering it was his first time. Yet when Shang Tian confessed his feelings beneath him, all his rationality was instantly shattered, leaving only a single thought in his mind. He wanted to possess him, to thoroughly and completely claim him. Yan Mo reached out and brushed Shang Tian's hair behind him. This man was simply too beautiful. Everything about him was perfectly exquisite in Yan Mo's eyes. He pretended to be calm and obedient, yet his personality was somewhat lively. He merely wanted to restore his country. But even if he restored it, he would still be his. A smile accidentally flickered across Yan Mo's lips, unseen by Shang Tian, but startling the palace maids and eunuchs nearby. Their Majesty, with a face as cold as ice for 1,000 years, hadn't smiled even once on the day he ascended the throne, yet today he actually smiled at this man who had once been privately called a disaster. Speaking of this male favorite, he had truly become increasingly outrageous, daring to turn his back and ignore their Majesty. He was spoiled and pampered, utterly unforgivable. One day he would definitely be dragged out and executed. However, 3 months later they would no longer dare to think this way. Yan Mo tucked him and gave a few instructions about his meals for the day, and then turned to leave the palace. Shang Tian felt aggrieved, hiding under the blanket all day. When the palace maids asked him to eat, he didn't get up. In the evening, when Yan Mo returned and learned that he hadn't eaten all day, his expression instantly turned cold, and he forcefully pulled him up, compelling him to eat a little. Although Shang Tian felt oppressed, he also knew this emotion couldn't last too long. After all, if he wanted to cling to Yan Mo, being dominated by him was only a matter of time. Otherwise, with Yan Mo's character, if he wasn't thoroughly possessed, he would never truly help him restore his country. But he never expected this lunatic would make him the empress. I'm a male god, and why would I be your empress? How would this male god face others in the future? Shang Tian's heart was filled with curses for Yan Mo, but he dared not show too much on his face. Yan Mo carefully embraced him as if he were holding a precious porcelain piece, carefully protecting him, afraid he would break. But after a few nights, once Shang Tian's body recovered, he demanded him again for almost an entire night. Shang Tian was almost driven to the brink of losing control, his temper flaring several times as he kicked Yan Mo. Seeing the anger in Yan Mo's eyes, he simply tied his hands and feet. The next day his body ached as if it were falling apart. Shang Tian lay on the bed glaring at him angrily, then buried his face in the blanket. Yan Mo had initially intended to punish him, but upon seeing the marks left on his wrists from being tied up, he couldn't help but pull him into his embrace and comfort him. With Shang Tian's genuinely irritable temperament, he would inevitably want to kick him again, but given the current situation, he could only choose to accept things as they were. In Yan Mo's view, although his little captive didn't appear as obedient as he seemed, he was gradually becoming more accustomed to relying on him both physically and mentally. But every time he was dominated, Shang Tian roared, "System, I can't take it anymore, let me die." The electronic voice automatically replied, "Can't bear to lose your integrity, can't restore your country." Although his host's integrity had basically already been lost. The palace maids and eunuchs speculated every few days that this man, who had been spoiled to the point of being oblivious, had once again disrespected their Majesty today and would definitely meet with disaster, being dragged out and executed. Until 3 months later, when spring blossomed, the official decree for his appointment was formally issued. No one dared to speculate in that manner anymore. The night before the proclamation, Shang Tian was still feeling aggrieved, nearly unable to sleep all night. The system comforted him. Host baby, rest assured I won't let anyone know about you becoming the empress. Shang Tian replied oh and flipped over, continuing to feel aggrieved. Yan Mo suddenly pulled him into his arms, holding him tightly as if he had noticed his low spirits. His gaze darkened slightly. What are you thinking about? Are you unwilling? Shang Tian's heart skipped a beat. He didn't answer but suddenly leaned in and kissed him actively. He had never taken the initiative to kiss anyone before, making it seem somewhat awkward. Yet it was precisely this awkwardness that ignited a surge of desire in Yan Mo, nearly driving him out of control. He pressed him down, stripped off his clothes and passionately kissed him, but ultimately, considering the proclamation the next day, he refrained from going all the way. The next day, at the grand ceremony of his appointment, adorned with a golden decree and a phoenix crown, Shang Tian was finally ushered to the throne recorded in the annals of history. That night in the Fenghuang Palace, the golden silk curtains warmed the room. Outside the curtain, the inner attendants and palace maids carefully kept their heads down, not daring to look up, but the sounds they heard were enough to make them blush. Inside the curtain, Shang Tian's clothing had been partially removed, his body bare. The exposed areas of his honey-colored skin were as smooth as beautiful porcelain, his legs straddling Yan Mo's thighs, his back tense, his neck arched back, his strikingly beautiful face already tinted with a layer of desire. Yan Mo's hand was wrapped around his waist, his thin lips greedily kissing his skin on his chest. Shang Tian couldn't help but tremble, unable to suppress the sounds escaping his mouth. Yan Mo's hand wandered on his back, pulling him closer, his teeth gently biting down on a knob on his chest. Shang Tian couldn't help but let out a soft gasp, his neck arching back as his fingers sank deep into the soft silk quilt behind him. Having been unable to sleep almost the entire night, Shang Tian was forced to endure it, while in his heart he fiercely thought, once I complete the task I will definitely crush you first and then leave. The next day when he woke up, the sky was already bright. As soon as Shang Tian opened his eyes slightly, the system suddenly excitedly exclaimed, host, the task is complete. Shang Tian was taken aback and sat up in shock. What? Completed? But how could that be? He had only been dominated for another night. Yan Mo should be helping him restore his country next, but it couldn't be this fast. The system said Yan Mo issued an imperial decree this morning re-establishing Shang County as Shang Nation, becoming a vassal state of Yan Nation. Shang Tian was once again stunned. But even so, it shouldn't be possible. Seeing Shang Tian's confusion, the system explained again, as long as Shang Nation is re-established from a county to a nation, the task is considered complete. Now it finally made sense. If the so-called restoration of the country did not require Shang Tian to be involved. As long as Yan Mo issued an imperial edict re-establishing Shang Nation as a country, even if it was a vassal state, it would suffice, with the vassal king not necessarily being Shang Tian. Shang Tian was overjoyed, yet the task was finally complete and he could finally leave this troublesome world. He thought he would be ecstatic and eager to leave, but instead he sat on the bed, falling into silence. Although Yan Mo had initially been quite terrible, he had genuinely developed feelings for him. If he just left like that, disappearing into thin air would be too cruel for a person. Shang Tian frowned, falling into thought. After a moment he tentatively asked the system, you said last time that I wouldn't feel pain when being executed. Is that true? The system pondered briefly, realizing what its host was thinking, and the flicker of hope that had just ignited instantly dimmed. It fell into silence, but ultimately replied, it's true. Shang Tian's lips curled slightly. That's good. About a month later, in late spring and early summer, the first lotus buds began to bloom. Shang Tian finally transferred the little palace maid Green Water, who had been punished, to the laundry room due to him out of the Eastern Palace. However, he didn't dare to arrange for her to be by his side. Instead, he sent her to the Imperial Medical Department. Compared to before, it could be considered a good job, allowing her to work while learning some medical knowledge which would be a great help for her once she left the palace. Greenwater probably never expected that the disaster who had once been imprisoned by their crown prince, causing trouble for all the eunuchs and palace maids in the Eastern Palace and leading to everyone's punishment, would one day become the empress. Moreover, she never imagined he would remember her, and after attaining a high position would not forget to rescue her and provide compensation. Feeling somewhat anxious, she quickly knelt on both knees. Shang Tian, feeling helpless, arranged a few things for the person in charge before asking them to take her to report. He then returned to his palace, sitting at the table beginning to plan again. Essentially, there was nothing else in this world that he needed to worry about. The little fox that Yan Mo had given him back then was now being raised by a female official in the palace. It had grown up, although it was no longer round and plump. It remained quite white and adorable, deeply loved by the female official. Shang Tian went over to remind her a few things, insisting that she take good care of it. The female official, feeling apprehensive, repeatedly said yes. Shang Tian returned to his palace satisfied. A few days later, the grand ceremony for the founding of Yan Nation finally arrived. That night the night sky was exceptionally thick, seemingly foreshadowing that it was an extraordinary night. Though the night was deep, it could not conceal the brilliance within and outside the palace. Inside the palace, prosperity flourished, while outside the common folk adorned their homes with lanterns celebrating the nation. Shang Tian stood beside Yan Mo, having completed the kneeling ceremony with the officials and various regional kings. As everyone sat down, they began to drink and enjoy the performances. The court ministers and regional kings sat on either side, with Shang Tian next to Yan Mo. He could distinctly sense the natural aura of majesty emanating from him. Such a man ruling over the world could have any partner he desired, yet he insisted on taking him as his empress. Shang Tian sighed inwardly, raising the golden cup from the table, and just as he was about to take a sip, Yan Mo suddenly turned his head, grasped the cup in his hand, and instructed a palace maid behind him replace all the wine in front of the empress with health tea. The palace maid responded and hurried to change it. Shang Tian thought to himself, damn it, even drinking a bit of wine is under supervision. Though somewhat displeased, Shang Tian did not show it on his face. Yan Mo slightly curved his lips, casting a doting glance at him before turning back with a stern expression, gazing straight ahead. The palace maid quickly replaced the wine with health tea. Shang Tian took a sip and looked towards the stage where performances were taking place. A group of women dressed in flowing green sleeves danced gracefully. Shang Tian discreetly scanned one of them and asked the system, "Are you sure it's her?" The system replied, "Absolutely." Shang Tian lowered his gaze, lifted the golden cup from the table again, and took a sip, spinning the cup in his hand. Yan Mo glanced at him again, reached over and grasped Shang Tian's other hand from beneath his clothing, holding it tightly in his palm, his eyes filled with undisguised affection. Shang Tian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to pull his hand back. Yet Yan Mo tightened his grip and softly said, "Let me hold your hand." His tone was exceedingly gentle, and if it weren't for the faint but clearly visible coldness in his eyes, Shang Tian might have almost forgotten his original demeanor, the one cloaked in icy armor exuding extreme coldness and ruthlessness. Shang Tian felt slightly dazed, suddenly recalling many things. The system was attentively sensing and suddenly reminded him, "Host, it's time to act." Shang Tian had been feeling anxious, but upon hearing these words he instantly calmed down, showing no hesitation as he swiftly rose and lunged towards Yan Mo. He positioned himself in front of him. This sudden turn of events came quickly, resembling a plot twist often seen in melodramas, yet here hardly anyone had anticipated it. Slish! A sharp blade tore through fabric and pierced into the chest. Blood gushed forth along the blade, followed by a piercing scream. Shang Tian's body was quickly drenched in blood, yet the scream did not come from him. A woman clad in green flowing sleeves behind him had barely struck when Yan Mo's sword swiftly drew out and stabbed toward her. A large amount of blood flowed from her abdomen and she swayed unsteadily, ultimately collapsing as she was pierced through by the sudden attack. Shang Tian immediately fell as well, feeling the throwing knife from the woman pierce into his body. He could feel his blood flowing out continuously, smelling the iron scent of his own blood. His strength was rapidly drained and he could barely stand, yet he felt no pain whatsoever. It seems that his dear system had finally shown some conscience this time, not trapping him, allowing him to truly feel no pain. Without pain, death truly held no terror. Unfortunately, this ability could only be used once in each world. Shang Tian thought, system, you finally didn't betray me this time. The system remained silent. Yan Mo's eyes had already turned crimson, bending down to embrace him, his thin lips trembling. Why are you so foolish? Knowing full well that the person could not kill him, yet still acting this way. Shang Tian remained silent. He was not foolish, and neither was Yan Mo. He could not bring himself to utter the false words of willing sacrifice. How much of the truth and falsehood had Yan Mo believed? Perhaps he had long seen through it, yet chose not to expose it, choosing to believe, choosing to think that the person had accepted and liked him. In the end, you still wished to leave. Shang Tian remained silent, yet with the last bit of strength he lifted his head and kissed him on the lips, then closed his eyes. I owe you nothing, but I will remember you, Yan Mo. He granted me endless affection, yet also brought me the most painful and melancholic times. Shang Tian's consciousness quickly fell into a void. Yet Yan Mo continued to kneel, tightly holding him, his thin lips brushing back and forth on his already cold and pale cheek, repeatedly kissing him. This man, who had always been high and mighty, powerful and intimidating, at this moment resembled a humble beggar, anxious, pitiful, and cautiously embracing the one who would never belong to him. He had done so much, he adorned him with the most extravagant shackles, thinking they were enough to bind him for life, yet it turned out to be an empty pursuit. He trembled in panic, with boundless desolation and sorrow enveloping him, overshadowing the coldness and nobility that originally surrounded him. Everyone in the palace knelt. Time seemed to freeze, and no one dared to utter, Your Majesty, please accept our condolences. In an instant, a magnificent palace transformed into a lavish tomb. He imprisoned that person's body but could never imprison his soul. Was he wrong from the very beginning? Yan Mo kissed the cold lips of the person in his arms, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually fading, mixed with coldness, ultimately descending into a stillness akin to stagnant water. In a daze, Shang Tian gradually regained consciousness, calling out to the system, but it continued to ignore him. Shang Tian could not be bothered and thought, forget it, after all the task in this world was completed, and when he woke up he would return. There was nothing to reminisce about with this troublesome system. The moment he thought of those fans who loved him, his heart could not help but swell with joy. Thinking about how long he had been traversing, his fans must have been very worried about him. When he returned, he would have to find his phone immediately to tweet saying he had been experiencing life in the deep mountains. What about the drama he had half filmed before he crossed over? He wondered how it was doing now. And that annoying person, short and ugly, born to wear a green hat, always competing for the limelight with the male god. When I return, I will crush him. But then suddenly everything brightened. Shang Tian opened his eyes and exclaimed, damn! You troublesome system, I'm going to kill you. The system replied, sorry host, an error occurred during the crossing. Shang Tian said, what do we do now? Continue traversing worlds to complete tasks. Shang Tian shouted, get lost. I'll kill you. Just as he was about to unleash his fury on the air with punches and kicks, he noticed something odd about this body. His hands seemed smaller and his legs a bit shorter. There happened to be a puddle of muddy water in front of him, and Shang Tian, disregarding his disdain, immediately ran over and looked into the water. What the hell? Who was this young boy, looking around 13 or 14, with a dirty face and bright eyes showing two small white tiger teeth, when he smiled, appearing quite silly? The system exclaimed, wow host baby, your world is so cute. Shang Tian thought, what the hell? Shang Tian stared at his reflection in the muddy water. He appeared to be about 10 years younger than his previous body, roughly 13 or 14 years old. Though his face was dirty, his features were delicate and well-defined with thick curled lashes and eyes that shimmered like stars. A slight curl of his lips revealed two small white canine teeth. Indeed, he looked very cute, almost identical to how Shang Tian had appeared when he was 13 or 14 in his real world. Shang Tian sat on the ground before the muddy puddle, somewhat dazed, never expecting that he would transmigrate into his own youthful form. But judging by his clothes, this was definitely not that era. He was clad in tattered coarse green hemp, his hair haphazardly tied with the same rough fabric, filthy and reeking. He must have been an abandoned child from an ancient impoverished family. "Host baby, you look so adorable in this world," the system couldn't help but remark again. Shang Tian looked up at the sky, speechless. As a heartthrob, he detested being called cute. Because of that very reason, after reaching adulthood, he had deliberately removed his canine teeth, thinned out his lashes, and even injected melanin to darken his skin. Frustrated by his current predicament, not only failing to return home but also being reborn as a young boy, Shang Tian grew irritable. The system, however, seemed ecstatic, suddenly acting affectionate. "Host baby." Shang Tian. "Host baby." Shang Tian, scram. The system, "Oh, host baby is angry." Shang Tian, "You useless piece of junk. Are you doing this on purpose? A sham excuse like a mishap during the transmigration process. How dare it fool this god of charm?" The system fell silent. Shang Tian had no mood to argue further. After all, this was his third world. Though he hadn't returned home, he should have grown accustomed to it by now. He decided to stand up and find some clean water to wash himself. But after walking for a while, he saw neither a river nor any other people. The system thought to itself that its host baby was truly angry this time, so angry that he didn't even ask for a search or location. Thus it proactively said, "Go straight for 500 meters, take a right at the small fork, proceed another 800 meters, turn right again and stop at the tallest tree. You'll find a clear pool of water." Expecting this to please his host, the system was instead met with Shang Tian suddenly halting, snorting coldly, crossing his arms and plopping down on the ground, refusing to move. "Mind your own business, you useless piece of junk. I'm not going anywhere. I'll just sit here and starve to death." The system. It seemed that its host baby had not only shrunk in body but also regressed in temperament, acting like a child. Yet this made him even more adorable. The system was inexplicably overwhelmed by cuteness. The system said, "Host baby, I know you're angry at me for those mistakes, but I didn't intend them. To make it up to you, I'll break the rules for this world and give you a real golden finger." Shang Tian's eyelids twitched slightly, but he didn't look up. With a dismissive tone he asked, "What?" "Spiritual roots," the system replied. "This is a cultivation world. Having spiritual roots will greatly aid your cultivation progress." Shang Tian, "Oh." The system. Silently it infused the spiritual roots into its host baby's body. Seeing Shang Tian still acting like a spoiled brat, determined to starve on the spot, the system added, "He'll give you a universe ring too." As soon as it spoke, a bronze ring appeared on Shang Tian's right thumb, adorned with a dark purple gem. It seemed unremarkable, but within it lay a vast hidden world. The universe ring, as its name implied, could encompass all things in the cosmos. It could store and retrieve countless items. Shang Tian naturally didn't understand it. The system patiently explained its use. Though his expression remained indifferent as he touched the ring, he was inwardly astonished that the system possessed such a treasure. Yet in the previous two worlds it had treated him so miserably, giving him nothing. So this was its weakness. He never expected the system to be like this. As Shang Tian pondered, his face remained impassive. The system, thinking he was still unsatisfied, said helplessly, "This is my limit. I truly have nothing else." Shang Tian's eyes sparkled, his mood lifted. He searched the universe ring but found no water. So he stood up, let out a disdainful snort, and walked toward the path the system had indicated. His smaller body made him walk slower. After a long while he finally reached the pool. Surrounded by lush trees, the water appeared exceptionally clear and emerald green. Having been in a dazed state since his death in the last world without a single drop of water, Shang Tian now felt thirsty. He first cupped his hands to drink a few sips, stored some water in the universe ring, and then began to wash himself. After washing his face, he removed his tattered hemp clothes and was about to rinse them in the water when a sudden surge of white waves erupted from the center of the pool, rushing toward him violently. Why would waves rise in a tranquil pool? The system quickly warned, "Not good, host baby, danger." The system could easily and accurately sense ordinary humans, but upon arriving in this world its ability to perceive surrounding life force had diminished. Shang Tian could obviously see the danger, but he had no time to dodge. The wave surged too swiftly and unexpectedly, engulfing him in an instant as if intent on devouring him. The immense current pressed around him, blinding his eyes and constricting his breath as if someone had clamped his throat, leaving him unable to struggle. Damn! The most tragic transmigration in history, about to wither before even blooming. Just as Shang Tian thought he would perish, a sword's hum rang in his ears. A streak of blue light cleaved through the swirling waves encircling him. It felt as though he was being held in someone's arms. His drenched body trembled, absorbing the warmth radiating from another person. Splashing water beside him prevented him from opening his eyes. He could only hear the roar of gathering waves and the sound of them being split apart. After a while everything finally calmed. Shang Tian opened his eyes to a face of ethereal purity. The man's features were exceptionally handsome, his visage clean and untainted with a transcendent immortal aura. His blue robes set him apart from the mundane world. His voice was clear and melodious, like a mountain spring cleansing one's ears. "What is your name? Where are you from?" the man asked. Shang Tian was momentarily dazed. After a long pause the boy replied in a timid voice, I don't remember anything." "I don't remember anything," Shang Tian replied. The man placed his hand on his wrist for a moment and said, "Born with a spiritual root, possessing exceptional talent, from now on you shall be called Mu Tian. Come with me to Yunniao Mountain." Shang Tian's expression was dazed as he experienced the emotion of inferiority for the first time, subconsciously feeling he should keep his distance from him, for he appeared so clean and untainted while he himself was so dirty, fearing he would soil him. Yet in the end he nodded and said, "All right," looking at him timidly, his eyes flickering as the young boy's voice, somewhat childish and nervous, asked, "May I know your name?" Upon asking he suddenly felt it was abrupt, and Shang Tian quickly lowered his gaze, feeling somewhat flustered and uneasy. However, the man showed no change in expression, turning his palm over, suddenly revealing a purple outer robe, bending down to wrap it around the small boy, drenched and appearing even more frail, and said in a clear, pleasant voice, "Mu Qingfan." Shang Tian pondered for a moment, silently repeating his name, feeling the warmth from the clothes on his body, just about to timidly ask something more. At that moment the system suddenly said, "Mu Qingfan, with the title of Yin Niao Zhenren, the foremost swordsman in the cultivation world. Your task, dear host, is to conquer him, become his Dao partner, and cultivate together until your cultivation level is just below his." Shang Tian. The emotions he had managed to build up crumbled in an instant, and he exclaimed, "Damn! You filthy system, I didn't expect you to be such a system lord, to come up with such a wicked task. I am still just a child." The system replied, "You can wait until you grow up." Shang Tian. But Mu Qingfan had already picked him up, his sword transforming into a streak of blue light, and Shang Tian, now in the body of a small boy, was easily cradled in his arms. Wherever the sword light reached, the clouds and mist were cleaved apart. Although this place was still 1,000 miles from Yunniao Mountain, it took merely the time of half a stick of incense to reach it by sword. Yunniao Mountain, as its name suggests, was ethereal amidst a sea of clouds and mist. The mountain, constructed in a remarkably elegant and beautiful manner, every blade of grass and tree extraordinary, resembling a city in the sky amidst the swirling fog. Shang Tian's small and thin body followed behind Wu Qingfan, carefully surveying his surroundings, greatly surprised, never expecting to find such a picturesque place. No wonder there was someone as extraordinary as Wu Qingfan. The system was even more excited, saying, "Wow, so beautiful. Host baby, let me leave you some reflections in this place. Shang Tian, get lost." This troublesome system had changed since arriving in this world, becoming lewd and neglectful of serious matters. Yet the system still secretly left several reflective fragments for its host baby. For some reason, if in the first world his host baby was indeed in this adorable little boy form, he definitely wouldn't be able to bear betraying him from the start. Shang Tian closely followed Wu Qingfan and entered a grand hall where two young boys appeared to be playfully sword fighting. The two boys were around 16 or 17 years old, both dressed in white with blue trim, their faces clean and features handsome, exuding an extraordinary aura, each holding a blue long sword. Upon seeing Wu Qingfan and Shang Tian enter, they immediately ceased their playful laughter and respectfully approached, saying in bright voices, "Master." Then their curious gazes scanned Shang Tian. Shang Tian also glanced at them. One of them asked, "Master, who is this little girl?" Shang Tian felt a thunderbolt strike his head. The system. Ha 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 ha. Noticing the little girl's face had turned a bit pale, the boy looked somewhat confused. Wu Qingfan did not answer, instead looking at Shang Tian and asking, "Wu Tian, do you wish to become my disciple?" Shang Tian actually did not want to, as he did not like cultivation or sword practice, but since he was here, he hurriedly knelt and said, "Yes, disciple pays respects to master." Wu Qingfan said, "Good rise." He then turned to the two boys and said, "Wu Ling, Wu Chen, from now on he will be your junior brother. You are older than him, so take good care of him." The two boys replied in unison, "Yes, master." Shang Tian stood up, feeling somewhat timid as he had just arrived. Wu Qingfan noticed the young boy's unease, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, and his body was thin and frail, making one feel a pang of pity. He said to him, "Tianer, first go with the two senior brothers to wash up and change your clothes." Shang Tian replied, "Yes." Wu Ling and Wu Chen, both around 16 or 17, were at the age where the urge to protect the weak surged. Seeing the new junior brother appearing timid and frail, his clothes thin and dirty, they could not help but feel sympathetic, guessing he was likely a discarded child from a poor family at the foot of the mountain. Especially Wu Chen, who initially mistook him for a little girl, immediately approached Shang Tian and said, "Junior brother, come with us." Shang Tian nodded, glancing at Wu Qingfan once more. He had to admit this master was truly extraordinarily handsome, making one want to look again. If he were a male god, then this person was a monstrous beauty akin to a divine being. He couldn't help but recall the troublesome system's task of conquering him and becoming his Tao partner, cultivating together. Shang Tian felt a bit of a headache, and looking at his current small physique, he felt even more exhausted, obediently following the two senior brothers out of the grand hall. On the way, he carefully observed, although Yunmiao Mountain was vast, there were very few people exceptionally tranquil. Besides himself, Wu Qingfan, Wu Ling, and Wu Chen, he only encountered a few attendants sweeping fallen leaves. Perhaps it was because Wu Qingfan preferred tranquility. After bathing in a hot spring on the mountain, Shang Tian changed into a white outfit with blue embroidered edges, his hair neatly tied up with a blue ribbon. In an instant he looked completely renewed, appearing somewhat valiant, but his face, once cleaned, became even more fair and adorably striking. Shang Tian felt a pang of disappointment. Wu Ling and Wu Chen, the two senior brothers, were quite pleased. Until now there had only been the two of them on the mountain, and being young they had become somewhat bored over time. Now, with the addition of a little junior brother, especially one who was so likable, they felt a spark of joy. In front of their master they could still restrain themselves a bit, but now they became unabashed. Wu Ling said, "Junior brother, since you just arrived at Yunmiao Mountain, you must feel lonely and scared at night. How about sharing a room with your senior brother?" Shang Tian lowered his head and walked in silence. Wu Chen pulled him over saying, I am the eldest senior brother, if anyone shares a room it should be with me. I will protect you. Shang Tian. 2 Neurotics. Naturally he was reluctant but did not show it on his face. Seeing that he did not speak, the 2 senior brothers understood he was unwilling. Although they still teased him, they did not press the issue. As night fell after taking Shang Tian to dinner, they arranged for him to rest. Shang Tian, having accepted so many things in one day, felt somewhat tired and did not even want to talk to the system. After taking off his outer robe and lying down just as he was about to close his eyes, a flash of white light suddenly appeared before him as if a pair of hands gently stroked his face, causing a ticklish sensation. A voice whispered in his ear, Tiana. Shang Tian was startled and quickly sat up, seeing before him a figure in white with an ethereal and exquisite face. Astonished, he asked, Master? Shang Tian exclaimed in surprise, Master. He gazed at the man before him, dressed in white with a face as stunning as a celestial being, appearing even more otherworldly under the moonlight, Mu Qingfan. Mu Qingfan looked at him. Though he did not smile, his expression was much gentler than during the day. He sat down beside the bed, reached out to stroke Shang Tian's hair and spoke softly, Tiana, since you just arrived today, how do you find Yunya Mountain? His fingers were somewhat cool, gliding along Shang Tian's strands of hair to his fair face. Shang Tian couldn't help but shiver slightly in his heart and replied softly, Master, I'm getting used to everything. However, Mu Qingfan still did not rise. His fingers moved to Shang Tian's chin, gently pinching at his eyes, clear and tranquil like a bottomless pool, locking onto his face. Tiana, you are truly adorable. Master likes you very much. Shang Tian was taken aback, feeling a bit anxious. He stammered, Thank you for the compliment, Master. I also like you, Master. While saying this, Shang Tian began to secretly search within his Qiankun ring, immediately asking the system in his mind, System, what is the most powerful item currently in the Qiankun ring? The system replied, Demon Slayer Dagger. Shang Tian immediately began searching, but Mu Qingfan had already leaned closer to him, wrapping his arms around the seemingly innocent and adorable young boy, with his gaze fixated on Shang Tian's alluringly fair neck. Tiana, let Master see what kind of Dao technique your body is suitable for learning. Shang Tian softly responded with an remaining still, but his hand had already pulled out the Demon Slayer dagger, gripping it tightly, about to stab down fiercely at his back. Suddenly a blue light burst through the window, striking swiftly and fiercely from behind him. Immediately followed by a heart-wrenching scream, ah! With that scream, the figure of Mu Qingfan, in white, instantly twisted, quickly transforming into a puddle of cold water that splashed onto Shang Tian and the bed. Shang Tian was too shocked to react, hastily putting away the Demon Slayer dagger into the Qiankun ring. Before he could stabilize his thoughts, the real Mu Qingfan appeared at the door, dressed in a blue long robe, ethereal and untainted, his beauty unparalleled. Shang Tian looked at him and said, Master. Mu Qingfan approached without a word, but raised his hand to tidy up Shang Tian's clothing and the bed. He turned to leave. Shang Tian sat on the bed, staring blankly at him. Seeing him about to go, he hurriedly called out, Master? Mu Qingfan turned back, looking at him with a calm gaze, and asked, What is it? The young boy on the bed seemed to be still shaken from the earlier incident, looking at him timidly and asked cautiously, Master, who was that person just now? Mu Qingfan could tell he was uneasy and replied, It was a remnant soul of a water demon from the pool during the day, which has now been completely eliminated. Do not worry, sleep soundly. Shang Tian was startled, not expecting a remnant soul could take human form, especially one resembling his master. Hearing that it had been completely eliminated eased him slightly, but he still felt a bit scared and uneasy. The young boy, still undeveloped and thin, had eyes sparkling like stars in the sky, dazzling and bright, looking at Mu Qingfan timidly, Master. Mu Qingfan noticed his thoughts and easily understood. After all, he was still young and timid, which was natural. With age and cultivation he would surely change. After a moment's contemplation, Mu Qingfan said to him, Come with me. Shang Tian's face instantly lit up with joy, jumping out of bed and hurriedly putting on his shoes ready to follow him. Mu Qingfan saw that he was only in his nightclothes and helplessly turned his palm, picking up clothes from the bed and draping them over him, then turned and said, "Let's go." Shang Tian immediately followed, his fair face flushed with excitement. The system commented, "Host baby." Shang Tian smiled. This was not because of the task, rather he genuinely liked this master, nothing more, just a simple affection for a person. He liked his ethereal and stunning looks, his unworldly aura, and the clear sound of his voice. However, it was not true admiration. This point Shang Tian was very clear about as he followed Mu Qingfan into a graceful hall where the moonlight softly illuminated, covering the ground with a layer of silver frost. Mu Qingfan led him into an inner room and said, "You will sleep here tonight." Shang Tian responded but still felt a bit uneasy and asked softly, "What about you, master?" Mu Qingfan said, "Sleep soundly, I will be next door." After saying that, he walked out. Shang Tian perked up his ears, carefully listening to the light sound of Mu Qingfan's footsteps in the next room. Finally satisfied, he climbed onto the bed and closed his eyes peacefully. The system had been wanting to ask, but had no opportunity. Now that Shang Tian had finally settled down to sleep, it immediately inquired, "Host baby, how did you know that the first master was fake?" The system had noticed a decline in its sensing ability since arriving in this world. Initially it hadn't detected anything wrong, merely wondering why this master had suddenly changed personality. It was not until Shang Tian suddenly asked what was the most powerful item in his Jinkun ring that it finally realized something was amiss. Shang Tian, with his eyes closed, seemed to recall something, the corners of his mouth curving slightly as he replied, "Very simple. Mu Qingfan's figure and sword light were blue while that person appeared with white light. Also Mu Qingfan's palm was warm while that person was icy cold." The system was left dumbfounded. It was indeed simple. Yet even so it had not realized it, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It quickly tested its navigation function to see if it was still intact. Fortunately it had not disappeared, otherwise it would truly be too ashamed to face its own host baby. The system felt a bit melancholic. However, Shang Tian was growing increasingly fond of this world. Back in his previous life, when selecting scripts for acting, he had always preferred those with themes of cultivation and immortal heroes. Although he was not interested in cultivation and the Tao, he enjoyed the fantastical nature of this world. So even though he had been tricked by the system and could not return and now found himself in a smaller body, he was discovering that everything was not as bad as it seemed. Moreover, he had such an incredibly beautiful and ethereal master in Mu Qingfan. Given Shang Tian's level of narcissism, he would not admit that anyone was more handsome than him except for Mu Qingfan. Shang Tian closed his eyes and slept peacefully throughout the night. The next day he woke up and immediately ran barefoot to the next room to check, but Mu Qingfan was already gone. He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Shang Tian lowered his gaze, washed up, and walked out of the grand hall alone. The morning sunlight poured down through the thin mist surrounding Yunmiao Mountain, warming him like a layer of golden light. Shang Tian couldn't help but tilt his neck slightly, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath of the sunlit mist, feeling relaxed as his earlier disappointment vanished in an instant. But suddenly something lightly tapped the back of his head. Shang Tian immediately opened his eyes and turned around but saw nothing. After taking a couple of steps forward, something again lightly tapped the back of his head. Shang Tian turned around but again found nothing. He continued walking only to be tapped again and still saw nothing. Feeling frustrated, Shang Tian, with his long thick lashes trembling in anger, simply crossed his arms and stood still. The once fair and adorable face of the young boy turned slightly pink due to his anger, making him even cuter. Shang Tian looked all pouty while the hidden boy could no longer hold back and burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha." Moving quickly over, he lightly tapped Shang Tian's head from behind and circled to his front, grinning, "Hi little junior brother, good morning." To Shang Tian's surprise, it was yesterday's senior brother Wu Chen who initially mistook him for a girl. Although he currently looked older than Shang Tian's actual age was 10 years older than his current appearance. Wu Chen was only 17, and with Shang Tian's proud little nature, he naturally looked down on playing with this underage brat. He huffed in dissatisfaction and turned to leave. But Wu Chen followed him, finding this new little junior brother quite interesting. He seemed timid and frail, yet his temper was not bad, it was simply too amusing to provoke him into anger. Much more interesting than playing around with Wu Ling. Wu Chen had been on Yunmiao Mountain for a few years and had learned some sword techniques and Dao methods. Seeing that the little junior brother was ignoring him, he flashed past like a beam of light, blocking Shang Tian's path, and changed his tone. Master left the mountain early this morning and specifically instructed me to take care of you and teach you the introductory sword techniques. Shang Tian was slightly taken aback. No wonder he hadn't seen Mu Qingfan. He had left the mountain early. Contemplating for a moment, he looked up at Wu Chen, his star-like beautiful eyes shimmering slightly, and spoke timidly, "Then no trouble, you senior brother." Wu Chen felt delighted, and his youthful emotions showed no restraint. With a smile, he took Shang Tian's hand and said, "Since you know to trouble senior brother, you can't ignore me when you see me in the future. You have to smile and greet me, understood?" While speaking, he lightly tapped the back of Shang Tian's head again. Shang Tian frowned but still obediently nodded, "Understood." Wu Chen tilted his head and smiled at him, "Then smile at senior brother and let me see." Shang Tian replied. Seeing that he wasn't responding, Wu Chen suddenly pinched his cheek, "Then show me your angry face." Shang Tian glared angrily. "Damn, what an idiot." The system commented. "Host baby is so pitiful." Seeing him angry, Wu Chen only became more amused, teasing Shang Tian all the way. He didn't find it boring at all and took him to eat, then went to the bamboo grove behind the mountain to break off a bamboo shoot for him to temporarily use as a sword. Though Wu Chen was carefree and loved to play, he was exceptionally serious when teaching Shang Tian sword techniques. Although Shang Tian was not interested in cultivating sword techniques, the system had infused him with a spiritual root, so he picked it up quickly. Moreover, one condition for completing tasks in this world was to reach a cultivation level just below Mu Qingfan. Mu Qingfan was known as the greatest swordsman in the cultivation realm, so this condition likely referred to his swordsmanship level. Thus he could not afford to be careless. In the afternoon, Mu Qingfan returned, passing through the bamboo forest. However, he only glanced lightly at the two boys in the forest before turning to leave. Shang Tian sensed this and felt a hint of disappointment wash over his heart, his gaze dimming slightly. This emotion was strange, he couldn't quite put his finger on why. That evening, Shang Tian ran to the doorway of the inner room, gazing timidly at the figure in blue long robes with a stunning face and an ethereal aura, and spoke, "Master." Mu Qingfan, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, looked up towards the thin young boy at the door and asked clearly, "What is it?" Shang Tian felt a slight grievance inside. His master was simply too cold in his demeanor. Though he knew Mu Qingfan did not dislike him, he was likely just naturally aloof, especially being the greatest swordsman in the cultivation realm, which made him seem proud and solitary. But he was still dissatisfied. He really liked this master and just wanted to cling to him. With a soft resolve, Shang Tian cautiously stepped inside, revealing a naive and contented smile, his cute little tiger teeth fully visible, and spoke brightly, "Master, I practiced swordsmanship with senior brother Wu Chen today." Mu Qingfan replied, "Good, now go rest for the day." Shang Tian was stunned, his brow furrowing slightly and his eyes darkened in an instant. It felt as though he was excited to share something happy with someone, longing for them to share in his joy or at least say a simple word of encouragement, but the response was merely a dismissive, "Oh." That pent-up frustration and dissatisfaction, Shang Tian refused to accept it. The slender young boy stood still, his timid yet stubborn gaze fixed on his master, who appeared powerful, perfect, and unearthly in his eyes. Like a distant mountain, he was beautiful but unattainable. Yet he had saved Shang Tian and brought him to Yunmiao Mountain, making him the only person he wished to get close to now. At this age approaching a rebellious phase, though timid, it was also a time when he longed for attention. Mu Qingfan understood but merely said softly, "Go to sleep." Shang Tian still did not move, tilting his small head to look at him. After a moment's hesitation he spoke quietly, "Master." Mu Qingfan remained silent, his peaceful and shallow gaze growing even more captivating in the night. Shang Tian sighed inwardly, his mouth twitching slightly, seemingly a bit anxious, but still said, "I don't want to practice swordsmanship with senior brother, I want you to personally teach me, master." After speaking he subconsciously tugged at his clothes and immediately lowered his gaze. Mu Qingfan seemed to show a slight change in expression. The young boy before him, though appearing timid and fearful, spoke boldly and straightforwardly, never shying away from expressing his emotions and desires. Such a disposition was indeed rare, making one involuntarily want to indulge him. A faint smile surfaced on Mu Qingfan's lips, as if a delicate smile passed over him, beautiful and ethereal like mist dispersing in the clouds. He said, "All right, in a few days I will personally teach you." Shang Tian was immediately astonished, his eyes wide with unmasked joy at having his wish granted, and he replied, "Thank you, master." Mu Qingfan gently said, "Go to sleep now." Shang Tian nodded, finally happy, as he returned to his own room and lay down on the bed. After a few days Mu Qingfan indeed began to teach him personally. However, Shang Tian still did not have his own sword, and he had grown tired of that broken bamboo stick. There was a sword in the Qianquan ring, but he could not take it out. It would be difficult to explain an item that appeared out of nowhere. Wu Chen grew fonder of this little junior brother and wanted to tease him further. He flashed past again and lightly tapped Shang Tian's head, then appeared in front of him smiling, "Do you like it? Senior brother's sword can be borrowed for practice." Wu Chen grew fonder of this little junior brother and wanted to tease him further. He flashed past again and lightly tapped Shang Tian's head, then appeared in front of him smiling, "Do you like it? Senior brother's sword can be borrowed for practice." Shang Tian scoffed dismissively, turning his head, "No way." At that moment Mu Qingfan appeared, stepping out from a thin mist clad in blue, with his black hair tied back, exuding an aura of immortality. Joyfully he rushed towards him, his voice bright and clear, filled with unmasked admiration, "Master?" Mu Qingfan did not speak, but opened his cloud-like sleeves and embraced the small boy running towards him. In a flash of sword light they disappeared into the mist. Wu Chen saw his junior brother being taken away by the master and lost interest. He turned around and, feeling bored, swung his sword at a nearby bamboo. Wu Ling expressed her displeasure, "Why are you chopping a perfectly good bamboo?" Wu Chen, with a rebellious nature, replied, "I'll chop it if I want to. What's it to you?" The two began to spar with their swords. Shang Tian was held in the embrace, surrounded by swirling mist, curious about where Mu Qingfan would take him, but he didn't rush to ask. The system had become listless since arriving in this world and hadn't appeared for several days. Suddenly it spoke up, "Host baby, this system seems to have caught a whiff of the scent of a precious sword." Shang Tian. Mu Qingfan landed and led Shang Tian into a stone cave. The temperature in the cave was high and a wave of scorching heat rushed towards him, causing Shang Tian to instinctively close his eyes, while Mu Qingfan showed no signs of discomfort. Once Shang Tian adjusted, he opened his eyes and saw that the cave was densely filled with swords. The colors, shapes and sizes of the swords varied greatly. Mu Qingfan told him, "Choose for yourself." Shang Tian immediately understood the intention behind his bringing him here, likely noticing his envy towards his two senior brothers. In many ways Mu Qingfan was a good master. He held a superior position in swordsmanship within the cultivation world, but was not excessively strict with his disciples. This was probably one of the reasons why Shang Tian liked him as a master. Shang Tian nodded in agreement and immediately walked into a pile of swords to start selecting. Shang Tian didn't understand the quality of swords, merely judging by appearance left him dazzled. At that moment a seemingly inconspicuous sword with a dull sheen suddenly emitted a faint red glow. It seemed to be beckoning him closer. Shang Tian walked towards it, and the closer he got the stronger the red light emanating from the sword became. Shang Tian reached out, just about to touch and draw the sword, when a powerful gust of air suddenly surged towards him, knocking him back several meters. He fell to the ground and instinctively glanced back at Mu Qingfan. Mu Qingfan's expression remained calm. Shang Tian got up and charged forward again, gripping the sword's hilt with both hands. Though his body appeared small, he had considerable strength, and with a sudden effort he pulled the sword out. As the sword was held in his hands, Shang Tian was about to raise his eyebrows in joy when the sword suddenly slipped from his grasp and soared into the air. Shang Tian quickly tried to chase it, but the sword, having shot into the air, suddenly turned around and charged back towards him. He glanced back at Mu Qingfan, seeing no trace of worry on his face, and feeling a bit displeased, he chose not to dodge. The sword, glowing red, charged towards him, and just as it was about to pierce his body, it suddenly veered, slightly grazing his shoulder and leaving a cut. Shang Tian winced in pain, letting out a hiss as he quickly covered his shoulder with his hand, but the blood still flowed out rapidly between his fingers. The crimson sword, having tasted his blood, circled around him for a moment before obediently landing in front of him, planted into the ground. Seeing this, Shang Tian disregarded the pain in his shoulder and reached out to pull it up again. The crimson sword instantly dimmed its red light, and its previously rusty surface suddenly regained its luster. He saw two beautifully carved characters on the sword's surface, Qian. Shang Tian was overjoyed and immediately turned to Mu Qingfan, saying, "Master, this sword is named Qian." Mu Qingfan swiftly came over, placed his hand on his shoulder, healing his wound, and asked gently, "Are you satisfied with this sword?" Shang Tian nodded, his youthful face displaying unrestrained joy, almost overflowing. Perhaps every young child feels this happy when they first receive their own sword, but few can express their joy as openly and vividly as he did. Mu Qingfan took his small hand and said, "Then keep it by your side from now on." Shang Tian responded with an feeling even more delighted, perhaps because he now had his first sword, and because his admired master initiated the closeness by holding his hand. His face flushed bright red. With his free hand he held the Qian sword in front of him, speaking clearly and brightly to it, "Although you hurt me, if you're willing to stay with me, I won't hold a grudge against you. Can I call you Little Yan from now on?" Little Yan remained silent. Shang Tian added, "If you don't answer, I'll take it as you agreeing." The listless system commented, "The host baby doesn't love me anymore." Mu Qingfan subtly curved his lips, leading the young boy out of the stone cave. He picked him up again and flew back to the main peak of Yunyao Mountain. Wu Chen and Wu Ling, upon learning that their junior brother had acquired his own sword, rushed over to see. However, Shang Tian tightly held his little Yan in his arms, refusing to let anyone else see, not even for a glance. The system felt an increasing sense of sorrow. The host baby truly doesn't love me anymore. Shang Tian, this godly baby's sword is not for you to see. Wu Chen enjoyed teasing him. If he couldn't do it openly, he would do so subtly. While Shang Tian was resting after practicing his swordplay with his eyes closed, he quietly approached, intending to snatch a look at what was in his arms. But Shang Tian suddenly sprang up and kicked him. The air instantly froze. Shang Tian. Wu Chen. After a moment of confrontation, Wu Chen remarked, "Stingy." Shang Tian. "If you're not going to show it, fine. I wasn't that interested anyway," Wu Chen said, walking away to a deserted area, feeling puzzled. If it had been Wu Ling who kicked him, it would have led to a fierce fight. But he couldn't understand why in front of his junior brother he couldn't feel even the slightest anger. Even the sight of him hugging the sword so possessively was adorable, making him feel hopelessly afflicted. Shang Tian, of course, was completely unaware of his emotions, as he was wholly immersed in the joy of having the Qian sword. With the Qian sword and the spiritual root injected by the system, Shang Tian's swordsmanship improved rapidly. At this rate, even though his foundation was currently weak, it might not be impossible in the future to reach a level of cultivation second only to Mu Qingfan. However, the thought of establishing a partnership with him for dual cultivation still felt exceedingly daunting to Shang Tian. He liked Mu Qingfan, but not in a way that sought physical intimacy. Lost in thought, Shang Tian suddenly realized that considering such matters at his current age felt a bit premature. So he decided to cast those thoughts aside, believing there would be plenty of time in the future. Yet time seemed to pass quickly in the ethereal misty realm of Yunmiao Mountain. In the blink of an eye 4 years had flown by. Shang Tian was now 17 years old. Although still a youth, he had grown into a remarkably handsome figure. Though he was still a bit shorter than Mu Qingfan, he was no longer the frail small boy he once was. His physique was approaching that of a young man, but still retained the tenderness of his youthful years. Only his face remained remarkably fair and adorable, with eyes sparkling like stars and pink vibrant lips that revealed 2 small white tiger teeth when he smiled. Outwardly he still appeared as the same cute and pretty young boy from years ago, but internally his swordsmanship had already surpassed that of his senior brothers Wu Chen and Wu Ling. Wu Chen and Wu Ling were now both in their 20s, vigorous young men who had been surpassed in swordsmanship, yet they still towered over Shang Tian. Only Mu Qingfan remained unchanged, dressed in flowing azure robes, his serene eyes and clean handsome face exuding an ethereal grace seemingly unaging. Shang Tian, holding the Qi Yan sword, stood before him, slightly tilting his head, and called out brightly, "Master." Mu Qingfan drew his sword, and they exchanged a few moves, the red and blue sword lights swirling amidst the mist, dazzling in contrast. Wu Chen stood by, his eyes showing increasing envy, his gaze locked onto the red light. Within just a few exchanges a victor was determined. Mu Qingfan's sword light was about to touch the young boy when he suddenly withdrew. After all, he felt a bit more fondness for this naturally gifted disciple with a straightforward temperament. Shang Tian naturally understood this. Sheathing his sword and smiling happily, he said, "Thank you, master." Mu Qingfan turned around and Shang Tian immediately followed closely behind. He couldn't explain why, but he just wanted to be with him. This deep attachment and admiration were unmasked. When he first arrived at Yunmiao Mountain he had been somewhat shy, but now he followed him without restraint. Mu Qingfan arrived at a place where mountains met waters, clouds swirling above and water flowing gently beneath. Shang Tian, in his red attire and holding the Qi Yan sword, dashed into the midst of it, the red sword light dancing between the mist and rippling waters. Although he had become adept at sword flying, it seemed as if he suddenly lost control and Shang Tian fell straight down through the mist. Mu Qingfan, seeing this, turned into a blue light and caught him, embracing the boy's body and gently setting him down once they landed. Shang Tian seemed to have no intention of hiding his previous mischief, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Mu Qingfan, always indulgent of him, said nothing further. Shang Tian stood in front of him but suddenly walked over boldly, yet with a hint of caution, and grasped Mu Qingfan's fingers. Mu Qingfan's expression rarely displayed surprise. Shang Tian's face instantly flushed with nervousness, but he said, "I want to hold hands with you like before, master." When he was just a small boy, even though it was infrequent, Mu Qingfan would occasionally hold his hand. He considered it a way to express closeness to his master, which made him very happy. Now, although he was 17 approaching adulthood, he still cherished this way of holding hands. Mu Qingfan's expression softened, remaining silent but not pulling away. He didn't need to say anything if this was already enough. The joy and excitement on the young boy's face were almost overflowing. He liked this master more and more. This feeling of affection was also straightforward, expressed without any concealment. Mu Qingfan naturally noticed, slightly furrowing his brows. This subtle expression did not escape Shang Tian's notice. The young boy's sensitive heart could easily pick up on his discontent. One moment it was clear skies, the next it was overcast. Shang Tian released Mu Qingfan's fingers, his emotions clearly written on his face. "If master prefers peace, then I won't disturb you that day." After saying this, he vanished in a flash of red light, disappearing among the mountains and waters. Mu Qingfan sighed softly. He undoubtedly liked this little disciple but felt helpless. Shang Tian went to a place on Yunmiao Mountain filled with peach trees. The 4 seasons on Yunmiao Mountain were like spring, and the peach trees were always green, bearing some fruit at this time. Shang Tian picked many peaches and wrapped them in his clothes. By the time he returned to the main peak of Yunmiao, the sky was already dark and he ran into Wu Chen. Wu Chen seemed to be waiting for him there. He had always enjoyed teasing and provoking Shang Tian, but now that Shang Tian's swordsmanship had surged ahead, he could no longer easily provoke him as before. Yet he still liked to tease him and get closer. This fondness with the passing of years not only did not diminish but became even clearer, even growing into a different kind of affection. This feeling was sweet yet tormenting. He couldn't help but want to lock his gaze on him, but the little junior brother's eyes were only for their master. It seemed that not only his eyes but his heart contained only that one person. Wu Chen felt troubled and even jealous, yet he couldn't help but sink deeper into this feeling. But regardless of how troubled he was, seeing him would instantly alleviate much of it. When Shang Tian finally returned, Wu Chen's lips curled into a smile as he approached, blocking his path. "What do you have in your arms? Let your senior brother take a look." Shang Tian, still miserly as he had been in childhood, huffed, "No way." He not only refused to show but also tightly wrapped the contents in his arms. Wu Chen found it amusing, raising an eyebrow. "Stingy." He was half a head taller than Shang Tian, and as he spoke he bent down to try and snatch a look. But Shang Tian was quick-witted, instantly transforming into a flash of red light and darting away, leaving Wu Chen standing there in a daze. Shang Tian went to Mu Qingfan's inner hall. When he first arrived at Yunmiao, he had been timid and weak, so Mu Qingfan had allowed him to stay in a small compartment of his inner hall. But Shang Tian had ended up staying for 4 years and planned to continue living there long term. He didn't return to his own room. Instead, he went directly to Mu Qingfan's, placing the fresh pink peaches he had just picked onto Mu Qingfan's desk, not eating a single one himself. "System, host baby, weren't you upset with master?" "Shang Tian, that was I. How come this godly baby doesn't remember?" "System." The sky had completely darkened and Shang Tian waited eagerly for Mu Qingfan's return, wanting him to see his heartfelt offering first. He hadn't eaten and couldn't sleep. But Mu Qingfan didn't return until late at night. Given Mu Qingfan's swordsmanship, there was really nothing to worry about, but Shang Tian couldn't restrain his anxiety. Not bothering to put on an extra coat, he decided to go out and search for him. The system could no longer decipher whether the host baby was acting or truly expressing his feelings. In this world, its functionality had increasingly regressed, now reduced to merely chatting with the host. Shang Tian left the inner hall unsure of where to look for Mu Qingfan, as it seemed he didn't have any specific places he liked to go. Shang Tian searched all over Yunmiao Mountain but couldn't find him. In a hurry, he ran back to the inner hall to see if Mu Qingfan had returned. Once again he found no one there. As he stepped out of the inner hall, he suddenly saw a figure approaching from that direction. Dressed in black with ink-black hair cascading down, his demeanor and expression were unusual. But that face was unmistakably his master, Mu Qingfan, breathtakingly handsome and unparalleled in the world. Shang Tian stared at him in a daze and called out, "Master." Mu Qingfan walked over and without a word suddenly bent down and kissed him. Shang Tian's body stiffened in an instant, unable to move. The system, having learned from the previous experience of Shang Tian discerning the water demon's illusion based on the color of the sword light, immediately warned, "Host baby, this master is fake." But Shang Tian responded, "No, he is real." Before him stood a figure clad in black with ink-black hair cascading down, his demeanor and expression seeming utterly unrecognizable, yet Shang Tian instinctively felt this was Mu Qingfan. What he could not comprehend was why Mu Qingfan had suddenly transformed, as if he had become an entirely different person. Mu Qingfan continued to kiss him with a fervent passionate intensity, almost as if he were trying to engulf Shang Tian. Shang Tian stood there frozen, forced to tilt his head back to endure the kiss, momentarily taken aback, unsure whether to push him away or respond in kind. But Mu Qingfan's hands had already begun to explore his body, seemingly testing the waters as he attempted to undo Shang Tian's clothing. Shang Tian was startled. His current body was still that of a youthful boy, and he knew he absolutely could not let this continue. He quickly tried to regain his composure and push him away. However, at that moment, a flash of sword light suddenly pierced through his body, directly through his abdomen. Mu Qingfan released him, his handsome face devoid of any expression, yet layers of dark energy began to rise around him as he withdrew the black sword stained with the boy's blood. Shang Tian collapsed instantly, the immense pain of his insides being torn apart preventing him from even letting out a cry of awe. His fingers gripped the ground tightly as he struggled to hold on to consciousness, but he could not manage it, ultimately falling to the ground, only able to mumble weakly, "Master." Mu Qingfan showed no sign of emotional fluctuation, merely watching him coldly as the dark energy intensified around him. At this moment the system was left in shock, exclaiming, "Host!" Shang Tian was unable to respond, even though his current body possessed spiritual roots and his swordsmanship had advanced rapidly. He had only been practicing for 4 years, while Mu Qingfan had long surpassed comprehension in his cultivation. Being pierced by his sword, it was likely that few in the entire cultivation realm could withstand such an attack. At this moment Shang Tian's body was truly in excruciating pain. Given his delicate nature, it was exceedingly difficult for him to endure, yet his emotions felt strangely peculiar. Even in such agony he found himself, not wanting to lose consciousness at all. He even wished the system would allow him to endure the pain indefinitely rather than let him die. If he died, he would have to go to the next world, and there would be no more Mu Qingfan. Realizing this, Shang Tian thought he must be going insane. However, even if he pleaded with the system, it was powerless. In this world it was essentially a useless system. Ultimately Shang Tian lost consciousness. Uncertain how much time had passed, he gradually regained awareness, yet he was reluctant to open his eyes. The system anxiously called out, "Host! Host baby! Host dear!" After a while Shang Tian finally responded, asking, "Where is this? Am I in the next world again?" The system, knowing he was concerned about this, promptly replied, "Cultivation realm." Cultivation realm? Shang Tian was taken aback. Did this mean he wasn't dead? Not having gone to the next world meant that Mu Qingfan was still around. Shang Tian felt a surge of joy and finally opened his eyes, only to find not Mu Qingfan's face but his senior brothers Wu Chen and Wu Ling guarding his bedside. Seeing Shang Tian awake at last, Wu Chen immediately pulled him into an embrace, seemingly worried after waiting for a long time. He wished he could hold him tightly but was cautious not to hug him too firmly due to concerns for his health. Yet at that moment Shang Tian found it hard to control a fleeting sense of disappointment. He was aware of Wu Chen's kindness towards him, so he did not push him away but simply asked, "Senior brother, where is master?" Those words alone sent Wu Chen's emotions plummeting. Shang Tian did not deeply contemplate Wu Chen's feelings for him. He only felt that Wu Chen liked to tease him, perhaps because he was the only younger disciple. However, Wu Ling as an observer could clearly see that Wu Chen liked him, even to the point of being in love with their little junior brother, yet given the boy's young age, Wu Chen did not dare to express it openly. Wu Chen fell silent. The emotions he struggled to suppress began to surge wildly once more. Wu Ling replied to Shang Tian, "Master has entered seclusion." "What?" Shang Tian's heart stirred instantly as he exclaimed, "What do you mean?" Wu Ling explained, "A few days ago Master rescued you and instructed me and Wu Chen to take good care of you, then he went into seclusion." Shang Tian fell into silence. Wu Ling then asked, "By the way, how did you get injured?" Shang Tian was taken aback, recalling the events of that night when Mu Qingfan had pierced him with his sword. He had thought he was going to die, especially after suffering such a severe injury, but given the current situation, could it be that Mu Qingfan had severely injured himself to save him? Had he consumed a vast amount of his cultivation to do so, which necessitated entering seclusion? Shang Tian pondered this while on the surface he merely frowned slightly, replying to Wu Ling, "I can't quite remember what happened." Wu Ling seemed eager to ask more. After all, Master had gone into seclusion without saying a word, but Wu Chen interjected, "If you don't remember, then don't worry about it. Even if Master is not here, I will do everything in my power to protect you and ensure you are never hurt again. Even if my cultivation is no longer on par with yours, I still want to protect you." Shang Tian remained silent as he was indifferent to such matters, thus he could not perceive Wu Chen's emotions. Over the course of several worlds his temperament had been tempered considerably. Although he was still hot-headed, he could manage to remain somewhat composed. Although Shang Tian desperately wished to see Mu Qingfan, immediately wanting to know about his current situation and what had truly transpired that night, he also understood that given his current physical state he could only focus on recovery for a few days before seeking him out. Wu Ling then went to gather some spiritual fruits from Yunmiao Mountain that could aid in healing Shang Tian's body. Wu Chen finally released him, allowing him to lie back down, and brought him a bowl of medicinal soup. Shang Tian grimaced at the bitter taste, wrinkling his brow at the scent alone. Wu Chen, feeling helpless, had no choice but to use his own cultivation to lessen the bitterness in the medicine before serving it to him. Shang Tian tilted his head back and drank the soup in one gulp, handing the bowl back to him with a smile that revealed his two small tiger teeth, exclaiming adorably, "Senior brother, thank you." Wu Chen, who was typically free-spirited and openly emotional, felt compelled to put on a facade in front of him. Though he felt bitter inside, he maintained a smile, saying, "Thank you for what? It's our duty to take care of you since you're just a little one." Shang Tian said nothing but smiled even more childishly. Wu Chen turned away, hiding his smile, yet he felt a twinge of pain from Shang Tian's innocent grin. Perhaps due to his youth he could not fully grasp his own emotions, but could it be interpreted that his admiration for Master was merely a simple and pure affection for a teacher? He was still young and had yet to experience love, so there remained a chance for him. As long as he patiently waited, everything would be fine. Contemplating this, Wu Chen felt it was both pathological and absurd, yet a glimmer of hope began to rise within him. Shang Tian lay in bed, his mind completely occupied with thoughts of the events from that night. A few days later, Shang Tian's body had finally recovered well enough. Unable to contain himself and unable to wait for Mu Qingfan to truly emerge from seclusion, he got out of bed, dressed, took the Qi Yan sword, and headed directly to the place where Mu Qingfan was in closed-door cultivation, Qingling Cave. The entrance of Qingling Cave was blocked off and Shang Tian could not enter. As soon as his body touched the layer of blue translucent barrier at the entrance, he was suddenly thrust back with tremendous force. Shang Tian's body was propelled into the air, and he immediately used his cultivation to stabilize his balance, preventing himself from falling to the ground. After slowly landing, he approached the cave entrance again, but this time he did not touch the blue barrier. Instead, he called softly inside, "Master." Mu Qingfan sat inside with his back to him, dressed in blue, exuding an air of ethereal grace, his tall and straight figure radiating a clean and transcendent aura. It seemed as if he had returned to his previous self, as if that night when a figure clad in black had unleashed dark energy and pierced him with a sword was merely a dream. Shang Tian could not see his face clearly, but he could instinctively feel that Mu Qingfan had suffered significant depletion of his cultivation. Knowing that he might not hear him, Shang Tian stopped calling out and merely stood at the entrance gazing at his back. He did not know how long Mu Qingfan would be in seclusion, but he just wanted to wait here for him to come out. He could not explain why, but just as he had liked to follow him before, he now wished to wait for him. For an entire day Shang Tian waited here without feeling tired. At night the moonlight gently poured down, illuminating him as if dusting him with silver frost, softening the bright colors of his clothing. The stars reflected in his beautiful eyes, making him even more stunning. Shang Tian leaned against the wall of the cave entrance, occasionally glancing inside with his beautiful eyes. To an observer watching from afar, it felt as if their heart was being painfully pierced. Such a youthful and naive person with such beautiful eyes, yet he could only see that one person. Even so, he could still deceive himself into thinking he was young and did not understand love if this was merely the bond between master and disciple. Once he grew a little older, he would still have a chance. However, what followed truly hurt him without mercy. Shang Tian, focused solely on Mu Qingfan, naturally did not perceive the person lurking in the shadows. But at that moment, Mu Qingfan's body in Qingling Cave suddenly changed. Two contrasting energies, one blue and one black, began to intertwine and shift around him simultaneously. Shang Tian was unsure of what had happened, but seeing the scene before him, he could roughly guess what was going on and immediately stood up, anxiously calling out, "Master!" His hands accidentally brushed against the blue barrier again, and he was thrust back once more. This time Shang Tian was somewhat flustered and did not manage to stabilize his balance, getting knocked back and falling to the ground. He propped himself up and saw that Mu Qingfan had removed the blue barrier and walked out of Qingling Cave. Dressed in ethereal blue, he possessed a strikingly handsome face and an otherworldly demeanor. Shang Tian immediately stood up and walked towards him. He had always been straightforward and unreserved, and he directly embraced Mu Qingfan. He was shorter, his face pressed against Mu Qingfan's chest, happily calling out, "Master!" Mu Qingfan stood straight, his blue garment trailing on the ground, tall and elegant. He had always indulged and cherished his little disciple, reaching out to stroke Shang Tian's soft black hair, his voice clear as he said, "Tianer, let's go back." Shang Tian suddenly looked up at him, saying, "No, I don't know what has happened to you, master, but I want to stay here and watch over you." His words sounded somewhat childish, but they were also deeply sincere. However, Mu Qingfan suddenly pushed him away forcefully, dark energy beginning to envelop him once more, and he shouted sternly, "Go back. Otherwise I fear I won't be able to control myself and might kill you." But Shang Tian was very stubborn. Not only did he refuse to listen, he moved forward again, tightly embracing the man surrounded by dark energy. "No. I want to protect you because I know that even if you kill me, you will bring me back to life again." Mu Qingfan appeared to be in pain, his typically flawless and stunning face now slightly distorted. Shang Tian held him tightly, softly saying, "Master, I only have you. I like you," Shang Tian declared, and suddenly with all his strength he wrapped his arms around Mu Qingfan's neck and pulled him down, standing on tiptoe and kissing him recklessly. The dark energy around Mu Qingfan dissipated suddenly, but his face remained stiff, his light eyes narrowing slightly. He did not respond, and Shang Tian did not need his response. He only hoped he would not push him away again. Finally, as the kiss ended, Shang Tian released him, tilting his head up to look at him, and seriously said, "Master, I like you. I want to protect you. I want to be with you forever." Having said this, he did not ask for a response, but at least it should have stirred some emotion in Mu Qingfan. However, Mu Qingfan simply stood silently, and Shang Tian, who was somewhat spoiled and proud by nature, felt a bit hurt. Even the system could not help but feel pity for its host. Yet Mu Qingfan merely said, "You are still young, you do not understand." Shang Tian interrupted him, saying, "I am not young. I will grow up soon." "No, I have already grown up. I understand everything." Mu Qingfan fell silent. Shang Tian said angrily, "If you insist on treating me this way, then you should not have saved me in the first place. The last time you killed me, you should not have wasted your cultivation to save me. This time is the same. Even if you become a demon, I will not leave. If you cannot give me what I want, then kill me and don't save me again." Shang Tian's words were somewhat angry, and seeing that Mu Qingfan did not respond, he again disregarded everything and stood on tiptoe to kiss him. The kiss was chaotic and unskilled, yet it perfectly matched his youthful obsession and emotions at that moment. Even if half of it was true and half was false, and the lines were becoming increasingly blurred, his fervent heart was genuinely plummeting, falling into a cold, bottomless ice lake about to shatter on impact. Yet at that moment Mu Qingfan finally responded to him. Their positions quickly shifted as Shang Tian, who had started off clumsily giving, soon became the one receiving. He endured Mu Qingfan's kiss, his heart racing uncontrollably, overtaken by a frenzied emotion. However, he had never truly been in love and was still somewhat uncertain. He anxiously asked the system, "Am I really falling for him?" "Yes," the system replied. Shang Tian's heart trembled. "Am I crazy?" The system responded. "Then let me be crazy until the end." Shang Tian opened his eyes only to suddenly close them again, completely immersing himself in the moment. Under the moonlight, their shadows intertwined on the ground. One blue and one red figure tightly embraced, passionately kissing and seeking each other. This scene was envied by onlookers, yet it was also painfully glaring. It turned out he did not truly not understand, he simply could not see himself. His eyes had always been focused solely on that one person. And that person, high above all, with an unparalleled appearance, the foremost in the cultivation world, had been perfectly disguised on the surface, yet was nothing more than a half-demon, half-human monster. How ridiculous and tragic, to the point of being blindingly bright. Finally the kiss ended, and the two released each other. Mu Qingfan regained his breath, while Shang Tian still breathed somewhat rapidly, a rosy hue glooming on his fair face. He looked up at Mu Qingfan, his eyes brimming with starlight, a joy that could no longer be concealed after finally receiving a response from the one he loved. The happiness on his cheeks was intense, and a sweet smile curved at the corners of his mouth, making one unable to resist wanting to embrace him again and kiss him passionately. Mu Qingfan's gaze deepened slightly. Shang Tian stood on his toes and kissed him again. The fervent kiss fell onto their lips and cheeks without a gap. Shang Tian felt as though he had gone mad, but it seemed this madness felt quite good. Until he was pressed to the ground, his clothes half open, large patches of white tempting skin exposed. Mu Qingfan's kisses fell upon his neck. Shang Tian suddenly snapped back to reality and exclaimed in panic, "Master!" Mu Qingfan was also startled, stopping immediately and quickly pulled his clothes to wrap Shang Tian's body, embracing him. In his light eyes a rare hint of emotion appeared, though his face remained incredibly alluring in the moonlight. "Tiana!" Shang Tian smirked, interrupting him. "Master, wait for me to grow up." His voice was clear and melodious. Mu Qingfan's expression slightly shifted, and a faint smile unexpectedly crossed his lips, breathtakingly beautiful, as he lifted Shang Tian in his arms, whispering, "All right." He carried Shang Tian into the Qingling cave and once again set up a barrier at the entrance. Shang Tian nestled in his embrace, his heart full of happiness and sweetness, yet also filled with confusion. Mu Qingfan said he was in seclusion, but in reality he was recovering from the depletion of his cultivation. Shang Tian understood this without needing to be told. However, what happened that night when Mu Qingfan was suddenly enveloped in black energy was truly puzzling. Could it be that he had succumbed to demonic madness? Yet given Mu Qingfan's cultivation it seemed nearly impossible. Or was it that he had somehow been tainted or carried demonic energy? Shang Tian was confused but didn't want to ask directly, fearing it would ruin the beautiful moment. He noticed, however, that his kisses seemed to help temporarily suppress the demonic energy. Mu Qingfan must have realized this too, otherwise he wouldn't have allowed him to stay. But strangely, although they had kissed that night as well, Mu Qingfan's demonic nature not only remained uncontrolled but also pierced Shang Tian with a sword. Shang Tian was puzzled, not voicing his thoughts, but his brows furrowed in contemplation. Just then a sudden wave of black demonic energy enveloped Mu Qingfan, twisting his features in pain. Shang Tian immediately stood up, wrapping his arms around his neck and kissing him. Indeed, the demonic energy on Mu Qingfan soon dissipated again. Though this could easily suppress the demonic energy and cost Shang Tian little every time the energy surged and was suppressed, Mu Qingfan seemed to endure a painful struggle. After several bouts, even with his high cultivation, he couldn't help but show signs of fatigue, his face paling slightly. This was a side of Mu Qingfan that Shang Tian had never seen before. His usual aloof and transcendent demeanor faded, revealing a somewhat weak and disheveled appearance. Yet his face remained stunningly beautiful, making it hard to look away. Shang Tian felt nervous and worried as he watched him, but Mu Qingfan suddenly pulled him fiercely into his embrace as if a drowning person had grasped a lifeline, fearful he would drift away. His hands tightened around Shang Tian almost as if he wanted to melt him into his being, and in a slightly hoarse voice he asked, "Are you really willing to stay here and guard me?" Shang Tian did not answer, but instead struggled to part his legs, directly straddling him, his hands wrapping around Mu Qingfan's neck as he kissed him again. He knew that at this moment no answer would suffice. Mu Qingfan was in pain and he needed his kisses. Only by continuously giving him kisses could he alleviate his suffering, reassuring him that he would not leave and would truly be there to guard him. They spent nearly the entire night in this painful yet sweet kissing. The next day, as dawn broke, the morning sunlight filtered through the thin mist above Yunmiao Mountain. Mu Qingfan returned to his former self, his beauty unparalleled, his aura otherworldly, his presence clean and untainted, though his lips were slightly deeper in color than usual. Shang Tian recalled last night and felt a bit embarrassed, hesitating to look at him, softly saying, "Master." For the first time Mu Qingfan held him closely in such a state of complete clarity, softly saying, "Go back and rest." Shang Tian suddenly looked up at him, a smile breaking across his face as he said, "Master, I'll come back tonight." Mu Qingfan kissed his forehead lightly, saying, "All right." Shang Tian got up and Mu Qingfan taught him how to lift the barrier to leave. After seeing the other side of Mu Qingfan last night, Shang Tian was even more reluctant to leave, wanting to stay by his side without a moment's respite. However, Mu Qingfan was in seclusion, he could remain there without food or drink, but Shang Tian could not. If he starved, how could he guard Mu Qingfan and help suppress the demonic energy? After going out, Shang Tian immediately transformed into a streak of red light, deliberately avoiding his two senior brothers, not wanting them to see him as the marks of their night of kissing were too obvious. He went to the kitchen to find something to eat, and after filling his stomach he headed to the library on Yunmiao Mountain. Shang Tian began to browse through the books one by one, and in the afternoon he finally saw a few words in one book: "Body that carries demons." The body that carries demons is born with demonic energy, a half-demon, half-human existence. This constitution naturally undergoes a transformation every 1,000 years. If during this transformation the demonic energy is suppressed, they can continue to exist in human form for 1,000 years. If the demonic energy cannot be suppressed, their body will be invaded by the demonic nature, becoming a demon and turning into another person. Only after waiting 1,000 years for the body to undergo another transformation, if human nature triumphs over demonic nature, can they reappear in the world in human form. Shang Tian suddenly understood upon reading this, although it deviated slightly from his previous conjectures, it generally aligned. In other words, Mu Qingfan was indeed one who possessed the body that carries demons, and now his body had reached the time for transformation. The Mu Qingfan he encountered that night was precisely the one whose body had been temporarily overtaken by demonic nature, but although his body was invaded, his consciousness was still shared. After Shang Tian killed the Mu Qingfan who was consumed by demonic nature, Mu Qingfan fought against the demonic nature to reclaim his body, saving himself with his own cultivation. Originally, with Mu Qingfan's cultivation being overtaken by demonic nature might have been a moment of carelessness. With his cultivation he could have easily suppressed the demonic nature and passed through this bodily transformation. However, he had expended a great deal of his cultivation to save himself, which led to his current predicament. If he could not suppress the demonic energy this time, he would disappear from this world for 1,000 years, waiting for the next millennium to possibly reappear. Thinking of this, Shang Tian's heart tightened fiercely. Not to mention 1,000 years, he wouldn't want Mu Qingfan to disappear even for a single day. Remembering that his kisses could help suppress the demonic energy temporarily, Shang Tian immediately flipped through the pages again. This innate constitution that carries demonic energy could potentially be completely resolved, but it required possessing spiritual roots and, more importantly, someone who genuinely loves him and is willing to give everything for him. That person's kiss can help him temporarily suppress it, but to completely resolve it they must cultivate together their bodies entwined. Upon reading this, Shang Tian abruptly slammed the book shut, returning it to the shelf, and turned to leave the library. He had been infused with spiritual roots by the system. He truly had developed feelings for Mu Qingfan. He liked him. He met the criteria and certainly wanted to help him completely resolve this issue, but cultivating together. Shang Tian felt conflicted and lowered his gaze at his still somewhat youthful body. Would this really be alright? Nightfall soon descended and Shang Tian immediately went to the Qingling cave where Mu Qingfan was meditating in repose. Shang Tian quietly kept watch by his side. This continued for many days. At night Mu Qingfan's body would undergo changes while Shang Tian stayed by his side, kissing him to suppress the demonic energy. During the day Mu Qingfan would return to his usual self, cultivating in the Qingling cave, while Shang Tian went back to the main peak of Yunyao to rest. Each time he deliberately avoided his two senior brothers, yet one day he was still spotted. As soon as he landed on the main peak of Yunyao Mountain, his body became visible and he was suddenly grabbed by Wu Ling, who appeared suspiciously, asking, "Little junior brother, where have you been these days?" Shang Tian smiled cutely but couldn't think of a good reason, so he remained silent. Wu Ling continued, "Before master entered seclusion he instructed me and Wu Chen to take good care of you. You've been missing for days. If something happened, how can we explain it to master when he comes out?" Shang Tian said, "Senior brother, he has grown up and doesn't need us to worry anymore," Wu Chen suddenly interjected. Hearing this, Shang Tian immediately chimed in, "Yes, senior brother, you don't need to worry about me. I have grown up and can take care of myself." Seeing Wu Chen's appearance, Wu Ling stopped saying more, but he was indeed somewhat worried about the little junior brother's recent frequent disappearances. Master had gone into seclusion and the little junior brother was often absent, while Wu Chen's demeanor had also seemed strange lately. Wu Ling was puzzled and Wu Chen's gaze fell upon Shang Tian's lips, where the marks of intimacy were vividly apparent. The atmosphere became slightly awkward. Shang Tian, fearing those marks would be discovered, quickly said, "Senior brother, I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave now." After saying this, he swiftly transformed into a streak of red light and vanished. Shang Tian rested in the inner hall for a day, then went again to the Qingling cave to stand by Mu Qingfan's side. Although Mu Qingfan would return to normal during the day, the pain he endured at night was becoming increasingly intense. Shang Tian genuinely worried that if this continued he would eventually be overtaken by demonic energy, fearing he would disappear. After a long night the next day, Mu Qingfan once again returned to his previous ethereal self. Shang Tian, feeling somewhat exhausted, lay in his embrace, looking up at him, his starry eyes shimmering slightly as he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately spoke plainly, "Master, let's cultivate together." When Shang Tian uttered these words, he had made up his mind, his eyes fixed intently on Mu Qingfan, seemingly yearning for his agreement, yet his body involuntarily shrank back. He couldn't deny that he was indeed somewhat afraid. After all, this body of his was still quite young and merely an immature boy. But could Mu Qingfan really wait until he turned 18? If he couldn't suppress the demonic nature within, he would vanish. Shang Tian's heart tightened and his brows involuntarily furrowed. This subtle expression caught Mu Qingfan's eye. He said nothing but suddenly stood up and embraced him, his voice clear as he said, "Tianer, let's go out for a walk." Shang Tian was taken aback. He was only as tall as Mu Qingfan's chin, looking up at him with some unease. "But master, your body." Mu Qingfan replied, "It's nothing." His body indeed showed no signs of change during the day, but Shang Tian knew that the pain he endured at night grew stronger each time, as if his soul was forcibly stripped away and suppressed, struggling to reclaim its place. Shang Tian fell silent for a moment, then looked up at him with a smile, saying, "All right. The two left the Qingling cave. No matter how much Shang Tian's character was tempered and changed, he remained a person who loved freedom, instantly transforming into a streak of red light rushing into the clouds. Mu Qingfan stood beneath the clouds, his green robes trailing on the ground, his face clean and stunning, surpassing all the mountains and waters around. Shang Tian spun around in the clouds, shaking off some of the gloom from the past few days, and then returned, landing beside Mu Qingfan, carefully taking his hand. Mu Qingfan did not turn his head, but his expression softened a bit. Shang Tian looked up at him and said loudly, "Master, I want to see what's down the mountain." Since being brought to Yunyao Mountain, he hadn't gone down again. Even though Yunyao Mountain was beautiful, after such a long time he must have grown tired of it. Shang Tian's understanding of this world had almost only remained at Yunyao Mountain. He was somewhat curious about the lives of ordinary people down the mountain and wanted to see. Mu Qingfan naturally understood his thoughts, even though they had crossed boundaries and developed feelings beyond that of master and disciple. In his eyes, Shang Tian was still that naturally gifted child, seemingly timid and frail in appearance, yet bold and straightforward in nature. Since coming to the mountain, he had liked to cling to him, putting an effort to gain his attention, following him like a little tail. Although Mu Qingfan appeared ethereal and otherworldly, he had not severed all emotions. Encountering such a straightforward and bold little person who openly expressed admiration and affection for him, he naturally felt a bit more fondness towards him. Now that their feelings were gradually developing, the little boy watched over him night after night, suppressing the demonic nature for him, and he wanted to pamper him to the fullest, lowering his head to gently kiss his forehead, saying, "All right." Shang Tian was overjoyed, his eyes brimming with light. The two rode their swords, a red and a blue light flying side by side through the clouds. After descending the mountain, Shang Tian changed into a light blue youth's outfit, fresh and spirited. Mu Qingfan sheathed his sword and changed into a white robe, making his already exquisite visage appear even more ethereal, captivating all who beheld him. Shang Tian walked beside him, occasionally looking up at him. If he returned to the modern day in the 21st century, he would never have believed he would experience such a day. Like a fool, he could only see this one person in his eyes and heart, wishing to be physically connected to him, feeling as if he could never get enough of him. The journey was picturesque, and the two walked down to the village at the foot of the mountain. The streets of the village were bustling and vibrant, lined with various snacks and goods, the sounds of hawking incessantly ringing in the air. Shang Tian curiously looked around. Seeing a tavern ahead, he suddenly shouted that he wanted to go in for a drink. Mu Qingfan, who had always indulged him, brought him down the mountain for the first time and inevitably let him do as he wished. Shang Tian went in and ordered a few dishes, calling for a jug of wine. He actually didn't like to drink in modern life, but today for some reason he suddenly wanted to taste the flavor of alcohol. Since coming to this world, his feelings for Mu Qingfan had skyrocketed, uncontrollably, inexplicable and beyond reason. That person attracted him irresistibly, making him want to be close to him, which was completely unlike himself. Sometimes he truly wondered if he was still lost in the haze after the end of his previous life. Otherwise, how could it be that in real life he had been diagnosed as someone with a natural lack of emotional roots? Without emotional roots, he naturally wouldn't fall in love with anyone, which was why he had been so narcissistic, only loving himself. In the previous two worlds, whether it was Ri Tian or Yan Mo, he only felt gratitude and emotion towards them, but he could never feel moved. However, why was it different with Mu Qingfan? Shang Tian was confused. In truth, he didn't want to think too much. If he felt it, then he felt it. It couldn't be changed, nor did he need to hide it. However, with gain comes loss. Choosing Mu Qingfan meant giving up everything he had in the modern world. But he didn't regret it. Shang Tian took another drink, and Mu Qingfan also drank a cup with him, his light gaze landing on his slightly furrowed brows. Knowing that he probably had something on his mind, the young man before him had always been straightforward and unreserved, yet now he had learned to hide. Mu Qingfan's face showed no signs, but his heart ached a bit. He wished to shelter him forever in his embrace, showering him with endless affection. But if it weren't for this body carrying the demonic energy, if it weren't for the fact that he could hardly suppress it anymore. Mu Qingfan lowered his gaze and allowed him to drink a few more cups in the tavern. As the sky gradually darkened, wine didn't intoxicate people, but people got drunk. Shang Tian was somewhat tipsy, likely because this body was still young and it was his first time drinking, so it was inevitable that he would get easily drunk. Mu Qingfan held him and returned to Yunmiao Mountain before nightfall, but instead of going back to the Qingling cave, he took Shang Tian back to the inner hall, placing him on the bed and drawing the curtains. With light eyes that now held a slightly deeper hue, he gazed at the person on the bed. The youthful face of the boy on the bed was slightly flushed after drinking, making him look both innocent and alluring, stirring an irresistible desire to kiss and pamper him. Mu Qingfan reached out to gently stroke his face, and the light in his eyes was now tinged with emotion, appearing even more devilishly captivating. Unfortunately, Shang Tian did not see this. He had completely succumbed to drunken slumber. The sky soon fell into complete darkness, and Mu Qingfan retracted his fingers. His little boy was willing to give everything for him, but how could he bear to let him do so? He stood up, concealed his aura, and immediately vanished. Although the system had become quite useless, it sensed that something was amiss and began calling out to its host. Shang Tian, in a daze, felt his mind heavy and muddled, as if something was making noise in his head, preventing him from sleeping soundly. Finally, in the middle of the night, he suddenly remembered something and jolted awake. He recalled that it was now nighttime and Mu Qingfan's body would again endure the painful struggle of his soul being forcibly stripped away and suppressed. He had to go help him. Shang Tian got up, disregarding everything, and instantly transformed into a streak of red light heading towards the Qingling cave. The system released a sigh of relief. The host had finally woken up. However, when he landed, the Qingling cave was already empty and Mu Qingfan was gone. Shang Tian's mind was thrown into chaos for a moment, but then it suddenly cleared. Mu Qingfan's body could no longer suppress the demonic nature. He would soon be overtaken by demonic energy. He didn't want to remain by his side any longer, fearing he would hurt himself again, so he left. But Shang Tian felt as if a piece of his heart had been suddenly hollowed out, causing him pain and making it hard for him to breathe. In his anxiety, he steadied himself and said, "System, help me locate Mu Qingfan." The system felt a bit troubled, since arriving in this world many of its functions had degraded and the positioning and navigation function hadn't been used in a long time, so it didn't know if it still existed, only saying, "Host, I'll do my best." Shang Tian remained silent, gripping the red flame sword tightly, which was slightly glowing red, matching the color of his clothing. After some effort, the system finally found its last bit of value in this world. It actually managed to locate him, but it was quite far from Yunmiao Mountain, only able to provide a rough direction, not a specific location. But Shang Tian was already very grateful for that. He sheathed his sword and was about to rise when suddenly the person who had long been hidden in the shadows finally revealed himself. Wu Chen drew his sword and blocked Shang Tian's path, his eyes filled with raging anger and unwillingness, yet he spoke calmly, "Have you gone mad?" Shang Tian did not understand his meaning and had no time to think, merely saying, "Senior brother, step aside." Wu Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile, saying, "You are still young and don't know what you're doing, but I as your senior will not let you go." As he spoke, he attempted to use magic to restrain Shang Tian, but Shang Tian's cultivation was now higher than his, and he couldn't easily bind him. Shang Tian broke free and couldn't help but feel angry. "Senior brother, if you keep blocking me, I won't be polite any longer." However, Wu Chen suddenly threw away his sword, stepped forward and tightly embraced him, as if the feelings he had suppressed for so long finally exploded at this moment. He could no longer contain it and kissed him fiercely, venting his emotions. Shang Tian's mind went blank, his pupils dilating in shock, and the next moment he forcefully pushed him away, looking at him in disbelief. "Senior brother." Wu Chen, pushed to the ground, looked up at him and smiled, saying, "That's right, I like you." Shang Tian suddenly felt at a loss. He couldn't stay here to listen to his heartfelt confession. He needed to find Mu Qingfan. Thinking this, he turned in a panic, saying, "I'm sorry, senior brother." Wu Chen had anticipated this outcome, but still coldly laughed behind him, saying, "Little junior brother, you really are too naive and know nothing. Do you know that saving Mu Qingfan means you will have to bear half of his demonic energy? Shang Tian's heart jumped sharply, but he replied, I'm willing. After speaking, the red sword in his hand transformed and stepped beneath his feet, soaring into the air. In a dim realm located thousands of miles away from Yunmiao Mountain, Shang Tian finally found Mu Qingfan. This place lies at the intersection of the human realm and the demon realm, making it desolate and dark, where one cannot distinguish between day and night. Mu Qingfan was ensnared in this darkness, his body nearly overtaken by demonic energy, his face contorted in pain as he struggled with a sword in his hand already emanating wisps of black mist. Shang Tian landed without a moment's hesitation, rushing towards him recklessly. Mu Qingfan's consciousness had likely been consumed for the most part. As he gazed at the approaching figure, a bloodthirsty crimson flickered in his eyes. Yet just as he was about to strike with his sword, Shang Tian embraced him and kissed him. Seemingly this kiss had some effect on him. Mu Qingfan suddenly regained a glimmer of awareness, pushing him away, wanting him to leave. But in the next moment he seemed to transform into another person, pulling him closer, fingers gripping his neck tightly, violently tearing at his clothes, kissing him. Shang Tian found it hard to breathe, but his body had some cultivation enough to avoid being choked to death. He just kissed him back forcefully, actively removing his own clothes. Soon their clothes were half off. The young man's slightly inexperienced body was pale and alluring to the extreme. Shang Tian straddled him, hands wrapped around his neck, trying hard to press his body against him. Mu Qingfan seemed to suddenly regain a fragment of sanity, pushing him away and urgently saying, leave quickly. Otherwise you will hurt yourself. Shang Tian ignored him, rising again to pounce on him, kissing his neck and body frantically, his hands recklessly tearing at his clothes. In a blink the person before him transformed into another rough and unfamiliar figure, hands roaming over the exposed pale and enticing skin of the young man. In a blink the person before him transformed into another rough and unfamiliar figure, hands roaming over the exposed pale. Shang Tian gasped in pain, yet he still pressed his body against him with all his might. The ground was hard with gravel and he was forcefully pinned down, his remaining clothes stripped away. The person's kisses followed, falling on him like a dense rain, biting at his chest. Shang Tian closed his eyes, spread his legs, wrapping them around his waist, offering his body. Though he was fully prepared and willing, the moment his body was truly penetrated he couldn't help but cry out in pain, fingers digging into the ground, his face paling. Mu Qingfan gripped his face, fingers pinching at his neck. Shang Tian desperately spread his legs, enduring deeper penetrations each time. He was almost overwhelmed by pain to the point of fainting, but gradually his body felt somewhat numb, the pain diminishing only to be replaced by a surging pleasure that made him tremble wildly, burning and drowning his reason, thus failing to notice the breath that gradually approached him. Shang Tian's body was adorned with a beautiful hue of desire, a slight alluring fragrance enveloping him, his long legs wrapped around Mu Qingfan's waist, unconsciously emitting soft moans. Mu Qingfan leaned down to kiss him, the earlier rough kiss gradually transforming into a delicate and gentle one, soft kisses spreading over him, entwining and intertwining, wrapping him in the scattered clothes beside them and holding him close. He whispered in his ear, Tiana. Shang Tian felt a calmness wash over him, nuzzling in his embrace, murmuring, Master. Then he found a comfortable position in his arms and fell into a deep sleep. The scenes in his dream were strange, filled with swirling black mist. Gradually a figure emerged before him, dressed in black, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura, that icy presence suddenly reminding him of the stern Mo from the previous world. Though the face belonged to Mu Qingfan, handsome and unparalleled, yet lacking in clarity, possessing a hint of darkness. Shang Tian addressed him, Master. The figure squinted slightly, surrounded by black mist, yet spoke to him, Yin Tian, be a good boy and help me take off my clothes. Shang Tian's mind went blank for a moment. No. Mu Qingfan's demon-corrupted body had already been purified by him, he would not turn to darkness again. But who was this person? Where was he suddenly transported to? Shang Tian thought he had merely taken a nap, yet this nap seemed to have lasted far too long. When he awoke, everything around him appeared unchanged. He was still in the dim realm at the junction of the demon world and the human world, unable to discern whether it was day or night. Only Mu Qingfan was gone, and his own body had changed, no longer the youthful boy but now a young man with alluring contours. Shang Tian stood up, dazed and confused in this dim space, his gaze lost in the vast emptiness before him. Without anyone reminding him, he already knew that the world had shifted. But why? He had clearly helped Mu Qingfan break free from the cursed body of the demon. He had decided to abandon the task and chosen to stay. Next they should have been together, but why was it like this? The system helplessly replied, Mu Qingfan has been reborn and he has forgotten you. Shang Tian's expression remained blank, showing no signs of change, but suddenly his heart felt a sharp pain. The system explained, Mu Qingfan's constitution has been altered by you. Once changed, he will forget everything and be reborn at the moment of his birth. Only after his rebirth will he be completely free, no longer subject to the pain of his body transforming once every 1,000 years. Shang Tian fell silent, fully aware of everything. Mu Qingfan certainly knew as well, which was why he would rather have his body taken by demons than cultivate together. He feared not only that the boy's body could not endure it, but also that he himself might forget him. He had seen the annotations in those books regarding the consequences of such a constitution being freed, yet he chose to ignore them, clinging to a false hope that Mu Qingfan would not forget, would not be reborn. But ultimately, his heart felt as if a piece had been hollowed out, empty and painful, making it hard to breathe. Yet he had still helped him relieve his suffering, he had saved him. The reborn Mu Qingfan would no longer experience the pain of his soul being stripped away, nor worry about being replaced one day. He would live better than now. That was enough. Yet having given everything, was this empty outcome worth it? Worth it, Shang Tian told himself as a glimmer of light gradually gathered in his hollow eyes. He looked down at his current body, a young man around 20 years old, just having come of age. Because in the last world Mu Qingfan's constitution had been changed, he forgot everything and crossed time to be reborn at the moment he was born thousands of years ago. At the current point in time, Shang Tian no longer existed. If the target he was supposed to pursue had vanished, so the task naturally failed and the world shifted. But where exactly was this now? The world had clearly switched, yet why was he still at the ending of the last world? The system had existed in Shang Tian's mind for 3 worlds, so it could quickly guess what he was thinking. Just as it was about to respond, suddenly a swarm of dark oppressive energy rushed towards Shang Tian, quickly enveloping him. The dark energy landed and swiftly transformed into human forms, each hideous and grotesque, glaring at Shang Tian. One of them declared, he is a human, capture him and take him back to the demon realm. Shang Tian was somewhat stunned, dazed, and did not find their appearance strange. After all, this was indeed the junction of the human and demon worlds. He offered no resistance as they seized him. He was taken into the demon realm. All around were dark rocks with crimson flames burning everywhere. The faces that appeared before him were all terrifyingly hideous, surrounded by dark energy. Yet Shang Tian felt dazed and did not feel scared at all. He had nothing to fear, he was merely a transmigrator. No matter how terrifying these people were, what could they do to him? At most they would kill him and had just changed to another world. Without Mu Qingfan, no world held any meaning for him. They discussed among themselves and decided that since he was just an ordinary mortal, there was no need to alert the demon lord, so they resolved to push him into the demon pool to stoke the demon fire. Shang Tian was bound and stood before the demon pool with the demon soldiers behind him ready to push him in. The system anxiously said, "Host baby, your cultivation from the last world has been preserved by me. Hurry and resist, or you will really be burned to ashes." Shang Tian stood there dazedly unmoving. The system called out, "Host." Shang Tian closed his eyes. At the moment he was pushed down, a wave of scorching heat rushed towards him and he could almost smell the scent of his clothes and hair burning. But suddenly he was grabbed back by a pair of hands, his body falling from midair and crashing onto the black stone ground. The demon soldiers beside him immediately knelt respectfully, saying, "We pay our respects to the demon lord." Shang Tian fell to the ground, feeling some pain, propping himself up and looking up at the person before him. Dressed in black with a clean and handsome face and an otherworldly demeanor, yet his dark eyes lacked clarity, shrouded in a hint of dark demonic energy. Shang Tian gazed at him, his eyelashes fluttering slightly, fingers gripping the ground. The man narrowed his eyes slightly and said to him in a chilling tone, "Who are you?" Shang Tian's fingers turned slightly pale as he tried to steady himself, fixing his gaze on him, hoarsely replying, "I don't know who I should be, but I want to know who are you." As soon as these words were spoken, the already dark air around them became even more filled with demonic energy, and those kneeling and looking up at the man were now baring their fangs and claws, their faces terrifying, wishing to pounce on Shang Tian and tear him apart for offending their demon lord. The ruler of the demon realm, Fan Yi. Shang Tian felt no fear, he simply kept staring at the man's face, which was identical to Mu Qingfan's, breathtakingly beautiful, causing his heart to tremble slightly. Fan Yi approached him casually, grabbing him and lifting him off the ground. His dark vacant gaze fixated on the alluringly pale-skinned man in his hand, and then he suddenly released him, saying, "Stay here and be my servant." The leading demon soldier immediately replied yes. Fan Yi waved his black robe and turned, instantly vanishing. Shang Tian, lifted by the collar, was suddenly thrown back to the ground, unable to help but cough twice as he pressed his hand against his neck. The demon soldiers beside him picked him up again, took him to change into the attire of a demon servant, and led him to Fan Yi's demon palace, where they forced him to kneel on the ground. Fan Yi reclined in the seat of the hall, flanked by two youthful boys, one dressed in green clear and cute, the other in flamboyant red, equally fair and adorable. However, compared to the shyer one, the latter's gaze was bold and unreserved, filled with admiration directed at Fan Yi. Shang Tian felt a sharp pain in his heart. This scene was painfully familiar. Wasn't he also once gazing openly and unreservedly at Mu Qingfan like that? Yet ultimately it was all for naught. Shang Tian lowered his gaze, kneeling quietly on the ground. Fan Yi pushed aside the two boys and walked towards him, his cold fingers lifting him up, grasping his chin and suddenly leaning down to kiss his lips. Shang Tian's body tensed, suddenly wanting to push away, but was held down, unable to move at all. The meager cultivation he had left from helping Mu Qingfan break free from the demon body had already been significantly depleted, and what the system had preserved now seemed trivial before the ruler of the demon realm. Fan Yi kissed him as if savoring the taste of a fine wine. After a long while he released him, a slight smirk on his lips, yet his voice remained chillingly cold. "The taste is good." Shang Tian discerned the implication in his words, his fists clenching. Fan Yi continued, "In this demon realm I see no clouds or sky, so from now on you will be called Yin Tian." Shang Tian was slightly taken aback but remained silent. Fan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly and suddenly he grabbed Shang Tian by the throat, speaking in a deep voice, "My little servant." Shang Tian's breath hitched and he immediately replied, "Yes, demon lord." Fan Yi released him, turned back to his seat, and with a wave of his hand the two boys beside him suddenly vanished like smoke. Shang Tian stood there in a daze, and Fan Yi said to him, "Come here and pour me some wine." Shang Tian walked over, picked up the wine pot on the table, poured a cup of wine and handed it to him. Fan Yi accepted it, took a sip, but suddenly another hand reached over, grasping Shang Tian's waist and pulling him onto his lap, saying in a deep voice, "Little servant, drink with me." Shang Tian's heart trembled, but he remained silent, obediently picking up the wine pot again, filling another cup, raising it to his lips and taking a sip. Fan Yi's eyes revealed satisfaction, yet his hands continued to encircle Shang Tian's waist. Although there was no sunlight in the demon realm, there were still distinctions between day and night. Finally, as night fell, Shang Tian shed his clothes and lay down on the bed. At this moment he finally had the time to ask the system, "Tell me honestly, where is this world?" The system replied, "The demon realm." Shang Tian frowned. "I know that. I'm asking what point in time this is?" The system calculated carefully and answered, "The end of the last world 1,000 years ago." So that means the reborn Mu Qingfan also exists in this time. Shang Tian immediately asked, his previously dull eyes now shining with light. The system thought for a moment, realizing that this world was connected to the last one, thus it replied yes. Shang Tian immediately continued, then can you help me find him? The system expressed some helplessness. I can't, his constitution has already changed. I only have the previous trace of his essence stored, and moreover he has been reborn thousands of years ago. We have merely returned to 1,000 years ago, so even if we encounter him in this time it would still be separated by thousands of years. But there was still some hope. Shang Tian fell silent for a moment. Just as he was about to ask something else, suddenly a shadow entered and pressed down on him. Seeing the face of the person before him, Shang Tian's breath hitched. There was no need to ask if such a lascivious person could not possibly be Mu Qingfan. Fan Yi pressed down on him, quickly stripping him of his clothes and flipping him over, pinning him beneath him. Shang Tian struggled but could not break free, angrily shouting, "What are you doing?" Fan Yi smirked, his teeth gently biting into Shang Tian's nape, saying, "You seduced me during the day, so you should know the consequences. Besides, you are my little servant." His breath drifted to Shang Tian's ears, softly saying, "You are meant to be under me." Shang Tian felt a flicker of annoyance but maintained his composure as he asked, "When did I ever seduce you?" "Your skin is too fair," Fan Yi whispered in his ear, his fingers sliding down to gently knead his backside. "Your butt is too perky and your eyes are fixed on me. That's seduction." With that he suddenly bit down hard at the back of Shang Tian's ear. Shang Tian gasped, his body jolting. He wanted nothing more than to slap him back. It was the first time he encountered someone so shameless, traversing multiple worlds. Fan Yi quickly freed one of his hands, capturing Shang Tian's wrists and pinning them above his head, while the other hand continued to explore his body, his tone icy yet laced with teasing, so enticing. "Luckily I saved you, otherwise it would be a pity to turn to ash." Shang Tian gritted his teeth, thinking I'd rather turn to ash. Fan Yi seemed genuinely intrigued by the alluring little servant beneath him, pressing down on him without granting any chance to struggle, savoring him inch by inch with an impulse to make him lie in bed forever, unable to rise. Yet he was ultimately the demon lord, cold and heartless. Having lived for 1,000 years, his heart felt perpetually empty, as if something was missing or forgotten, yearning to find it but knowing not where to start. After releasing himself a few times, he finally stood up and let go of the little servant beneath him, striding away. The system was astonished. He just left like that. Shang Tian lay on the bed, his fingers gripping the bedding. The system, somewhat worried, inquired, "Host baby, are you all right?" Shang Tian did not respond. He got up to clean himself, then returned to lie on the bed, closing his eyes. The system. The next day Shang Tian was taken to Fan Yi's demon palace once again. However, this time Fan Yi did not summon him to pour wine, but instead had him stand aside like an ordinary servant attending to the others. Shang Tian stood quietly to the side, his gaze lowered. Fan Yi had two young boys beside him today. One wore blue and had a handsome ethereal appearance, while the other wore red, his eyes captivatingly beautiful, but they were not the same two from yesterday. Shang Tian remained indifferent, but the system was gritting its teeth. Scumbag. Absolutely a scumbag. Just last night he had pressed down on our host baby, and today he was openly embracing others. As a system that often put the host in difficult positions, it could no longer bear to watch. Host baby, torment him? Torture him fiercely? You must make him suffer. Shang Tian. The system. For the next several days Shang Tian remained in the demon palace as an ordinary servant, watching Fan Yi embrace different people every day. He truly felt indifferent. Although Fan Yi's appearance was identical to Mu Qingfan's, their personalities differed drastically. Moreover, he believed that in his previous life Mu Qingfan, as the first swordsman of the cultivation world, would certainly choose to cultivate the immortal path after being reborn and would never enter the demon realm. The only person he cared about was Mu Qingfan. He decided to endure in this world because he wanted to find him constantly pondering how to leave the demon realm. As for the demon lord, he could embrace whomever he wished, as long as he didn't come to torment him at night, that was enough. Clearly Fan Yi was heartless. Although he still had lingering fondness for the taste of that little servant from that night, having tasted something new, anyone else appeared old and thus less interesting. Shang Tian experienced a prolonged period of peace, thinking that Fan Yi would no longer pay attention to him. He merely needed to pretend to comply as a little servant while secretly practicing swordsmanship based on the memories left from the previous world, so that one day he would find a way to leave. However, one day while on duty he accidentally burned his arm with demon fire. In the demon realm, the crimson demon fire was everywhere. It posed no threat to the demon people, but Shang Tian, being merely a mortal, found his arm quickly blackening and felt intense pain. Yet he was assigned to serve pastries, and failing to deliver them on time would result in punishment. Shang Tian had no choice but to roll down his sleeves, endure the pain, and continue to carry the pastries to the demon palace. As usual, Fan Yi sat in the throne sipping wine with the boy in red held close, his fingers exploring and kneading the boy's body, making him emit shy sounds. Shang Tian cast a glance, lowered his eyes, and walked toward him, respectfully raising his hands to place the plate of pastries on the table in front of him. Fan Yi cast a casual glance, his eyes landing on Shang Tian's arm. As Shang Tian set down the plate and was about to turn to leave, Fan Yi suddenly grabbed his arm. Shang Tian was taken aback and looked up at him, his expression somewhat flustered. Demon Lord. Fan Yi's playful demeanor vanished, and he pushed aside the two boys beside him, fixing his cold gaze on Shang Tian as he asked, "What happened to your arm?" Shang Tian was momentarily stunned and truthfully replied, "I accidentally got burned by demon fire." Upon hearing this, Fan Yi's already darkened eyes became even cloudier, and he inquired, "When did this happen?" Shang Tian answered, "Just now on my way back with the pastries." Fan Yi fell silent, but suddenly grasped his arm with one hand while the other gently caressed the area. Shang Tian stood there in a daze, feeling a comforting cool sensation wash over his arm. The skin that had turned black from the burn quickly returned to its original fair state unscathed. Shang Tian was somewhat astonished, hesitating over whether he should say something. Fan Yi pulled him into his embrace, his fingers hooking under his chin as he leaned in and said, "Such an enticing body, it would be a shame if it were burned." Shang Tian was somewhat astonished, hesitating over whether he should say something. Fan Yi pulled him into his embrace, his fingers hooking under his chin. The system was excited. "Host baby, quickly seduce him, shake him off, and then make him suffer." Shang Tian felt conflicted. After the kiss, Fan Yi released him but still held him close, his fingers wandering over Shang Tian's body as he gazed at his face, suddenly asking, "Do you remember the name I gave you?" Shang Tian replied, "Yun Tian." Fan Yi continued, "What does it mean?" Shang Tian responded, "In the demon realm there are no clouds or skies, so I am called Yun Tian." Fan Yi was satisfied. "Good, from now on you will be Yun Tian to me." Shang Tian was momentarily stunned, a pang of emotion in his heart. Fan Yi released him but did not summon anyone else to pour wine. He poured himself a cup and savored it. Shang Tian stood beside him, seeing that he had no further instructions. He tried to turn to leave. After taking a few steps, Fan Yi called from behind, "Little servant, wait for me tonight." Shang Tian's heart sank and he cursed internally, his steps trembling slightly, but he dared not stop, quickly retreating and exiting the grand doors of the demon palace. Fan Yi seemed to be in good spirits, although his beautiful face showed no signs. A rare glimmer of light flickered in his dark vacant eyes. Shang Tian returned home feeling a mix of bitterness and sweetness, unable to describe it. As for Fan Yi, he truly did not want to entangle himself too much. Thinking of his last words, he felt a surge of impulse to slap him. If it weren't for the need to endure, he would want to stay in this world and find an opportunity to seek out the reborn Mu Qingfan. Acting impulsively to end the world, he did not know what would specifically happen, but it was possible that he would never return to a time and space where Mu Qingfan existed. This was undoubtedly his greatest threat and concern. Since he couldn't recklessly provoke resistance, he could only endure and seek survival. Shang Tian wrapped himself in clothing, lying on the bed, praying in his heart that Fan Yi was just being whimsical and that he had plenty of beautiful young men around him, hoping he wouldn't take it seriously and would not truly come to provoke him again. But the reality was always contrary to his wishes. Fan Yi arrived, and quite early at that. Upon seeing him, Shang Tian instinctively shrank back while Fan Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, walking over and directly leaning down on him, asking, "Are you afraid of me?" Shang Tian turned his face away and replied, "Yes." Fan Yi looked at him with great interest, then suddenly stood up and asked, "Why?" Shang Tian fell silent. Fan Yi's lips curled up. "If you won't say, then I'll make it so you can't get out of bed." Shang Tian cursed inwardly and frowned at him. Fan Yi laughed, his face extraordinarily beautiful, captivating to the point where it made one pause in their breath. Looking at his stunningly handsome face while hearing his frivolous words, Shang Tian's feelings were indeed complicated. Shang Tian turned his face away and finally said, "Because you are the demon lord, the ruler of the entire demon realm. I am just a mortal and my life is insignificant in the eyes of those from the demon realm." Shang Tian's eyes twitched. Damn. The system was dumbfounded. It turns out he is not just a scoundrel, he is completely shameless. Seeing Shang Tian not responding, Fan Yi seemed determined to get an answer, pulling him up from the bed and pressing him against his chest, asking again, "Tell me, why are you afraid of me?" Shang Tian turned his face away and finally said, "Because you are the demon lord, the ruler of the entire demon realm. I am just a mortal and my life is insignificant in the eyes of those from the demon realm. To kill me would be as simple as stepping on an ant without the slightest ripple in your heart." Fan Yi turned his face back to him, saying, "So you're afraid of this? Let me tell you, I will not kill you, and no one in the entire demon realm would dare to lay a finger on you." Shang Tian was slightly stunned, his eyelashes fluttered and the glimmer in his starry eyes flowed. He did not intend to, but he inadvertently stirred up feelings to the utmost. Fan Yi kissed him, pressing him down onto the bed and removing his clothes. By the time he was done venting, the night was already deep. Shang Tian lay on the bed waiting for him to leave, but this time Fan Yi did not hurry to depart, lying beside him with his gaze fixed on Shang Tian. Shang Tian helplessly got up from the bed to prepare for cleaning. Fan Yi called out to him in confusion, "What are you going to do?" Shang Tian did not look back and replied, "Clean up." Fan Yi seemed to realize something and muttered to himself, "So it turns out you need to clean up after doing it." Shang Tian had no mood to deal with him any longer. The system was instantly indignant. "How could you not know this? You must have just left every time without helping anyone clean up, you scoundrel, absolutely a scoundrel." Shang Tian. At this moment Fan Yi suddenly asked from behind him, "Do you need my help?" Shang Tian certainly did not want it. He wished he would leave immediately, hurriedly saying, "No need, I can clean up myself. You should go back." Fan Yi said, "All right, I will come back tomorrow night." Shang Tian twitched at his temples as Fan Yi got up and left. The system was once again astonished. He actually left just like that. Scoundrel, absolutely a scoundrel. The next day Shang Tian's body was a bit sore, yet he still maintained the identity of an ordinary servant in the demon hall. Fan Yi was still leaning against the chair, but today the two young men clad in blue and red beside him were unexpectedly gone. He felt empty beside him, and in this vast hall it looked somewhat desolate at a glance. Shang Tian tried his best to lower his head, hoping he wouldn't notice him again. Yet Fan Yi's gaze kept glancing over at him, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Shang Tian felt uncomfortable all over, coupled with the soreness from last night's ordeal. Standing there he couldn't help but tremble slightly. Fan Yi stood up and walked past him, suddenly stopping, pulling his face to kiss him and saying, "Go back and rest. Wait for me tonight." Shang Tian. At this moment his feelings were truly hard to express. But since he was told to go back, he would go back to rest for one day. He still needed to find a way to leave here. thinking to take advantage of the free time to go back and immediately cultivate to improve his own cultivation level. On the way back he passed a demon pool where a fierce beast formed of demon fire resided. The fierce beast was entirely red with sharp teeth and claws. Usually it quietly stayed in the demon pool and would not appear easily. But today it suddenly leaped out of the pool, blocking Shang Tian's path back. Shang Tian was not too afraid of it was just blocking his way. It couldn't understand human speech and he couldn't speak beast language. Shang Tian hesitated in place, feeling somewhat troubled. As the standoff dragged on for too long, Shang Tian was losing patience and couldn't help but take a few steps forward, tentatively saying, "Beast brother, could you please move aside?" The fierce beast glanced at him, its red flames flickered and dimmed, but its body remained unmoving. It was formed from demon fire, so Shang Tian could not approach it. Last time his arm accidentally got burned by the demon fire, instantly turning black and causing him great pain. After facing off for a while longer, Shang Tian was truly at his wit's end and exhausted. He could only move forward a few more steps, speaking in a flattering tone, "Beast brother, please could you lift your body a bit to let me pass?" But instead of appreciating it, the fierce beast suddenly stood up, brandishing its claws and teeth, about to charge at him. At this moment Shang Tian truly wanted to retaliate, but his current physical cultivation level was too low, with his counterattack ability practically being zero. He couldn't even run away. "Damn it, what did I do to provoke you?" As the fierce beast's red claws were about to grab Shang Tian, he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. At that moment, however, a sound of a flute rang out. The sound was not particularly pleasant, even somewhat piercing, making one feel uncomfortable all over. Shang Tian covered his ears, but the fierce beast that was about to strike him suddenly halted, its four claws landing back on the ground, slowly turning around and walking back to the demon pool, then leaping back in. The flute sound also abruptly stopped at this moment. Before Shang Tian could inquire, a sudden rush of black mist approached him, transforming into a man standing straight in front of him. The man was dressed in black, his appearance not exceptionally handsome, and compared to Fan Yi he was far inferior. But compared to many terrifying-looking beings in the demon realm, his appearance was relatively clear and handsome. Seeing the black flute in his hand, Shang Tian knew he had helped him and immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving me." The man smiled, "No need to thank me, Yun Tian." The man repeated, "In the demon realm we seldom see clouds and skies and rarely see someone like you, Yun Tian." The man repeated, "In the demon realm we seldom see clouds and skies and rarely see someone like you. Your name, Yun Tian, is quite fitting." Shang Tian was somewhat confused, and the man continued, "My name is Fan Hua." Shang Tian did not know what to say and could only say again, "Thank you." "Are you a mortal?" Fan Hua asked. Shang Tian lowered his gaze and replied, "Yes." Fan Hua handed the black flute to him, saying, "This fierce beast from the demon pool, having been alone for a long time, can feel lonely and often comes out to vent. Since you are afraid of it, take this flute, its sound can soothe it." Shang Tian took it in a daze, wanting to say another thank you, but the man had already vanished. Holding the flute, Shang Tian returned to his residence, seizing the remaining time to have the system observe his surroundings while he began to cultivate. He had barely begun cultivating when the system reminded him Fan Yi is coming. Shang Tian hadn't expected him to arrive so early, so he immediately composed himself, lay down on the bed and pretended to sleep. Fan Yi walked toward him, his gaze falling on Shang Tian's tightly shut eyes. Shang Tian's eyes were beautiful, especially those pupils, clear and bright like stars, incredibly captivating and mesmerizing. Even closed, his long curled lashes would occasionally tremble slightly, making one unable to resist wanting to kiss them. Fan Yi lowered his head, pressing his thin lips against Shang Tian's eyes. Shang Tian was slightly startled but dared not open his eyes, though his hands under the blanket unconsciously clenched tightly. Fan Yi seemed to have no awareness of being gentle to others. Even though this little servant made his heart itch with unbearable desire, growing fonder by the day to the point of wanting to keep him pinned to the bed all day long. But he only recognized the feeling of fondness, not knowing how to treat him gently. He yanked Shang Tian up from the bed and asked, "Why are you sleeping so early?" Shang Tian pulled so abruptly would have been startled awake even if he were truly asleep. Luckily he was only feigning sleep, otherwise he might have been unable to resist slapping him. Pretending to be dazed, Shang Tian frowned while looking at him with a mix of fear and unease. "Demon Lord." Fan Yi seemed displeased with his reaction. He hooked a finger under Shang Tian's chin, gazing into his eyes, and asked coldly, "Did I not tell you to wait for me? Why are you asleep?" Shang Tian lowered his eyes slightly, appearing submissive like a humble servant, but his tone carried a hint of rebuttal and complaint. "It was you, Demon Lord, who told me to rest. Since I was to rest, of course I wanted to sleep." Fan Yi. He actually found his reasoning plausible. The little servant, seemingly obedient, still had some spirit, and that was precisely what made him so alluring. Fan Yi paused briefly, then curled his lips into a smirk and asked, "So have you rested enough?" Shang Tian instinctively felt nothing good would come of this. Just as he was about to answer no, Fan Yi pushed him down, forcefully pressed on top of him, and pressed his thin lips to Shang Tian's neck, kissing as he said, "Since you've rested enough, there's no need for rest tonight." Shang Tian cursed inwardly, grabbing fiercely at his shoulder, wishing he could claw a bloody mark into this bastard. But clearly his meager strength on the Demon Lord's body was like a gentle caress, only making him more hopelessly seductive. Unable to break free, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Shang Tian closed his eyes. Another sleepless night. For Fan Yi, this was the first time he had spent an entire night with someone. The experience was quite delightful, and he awoke the next morning feeling refreshed and energized. Shang Tian, however, wished he were dead, if not for the lingering attachments he still had in this world. Fan Yi may not have understood gentleness, but his observational skills were far sharper than ordinary men. He noticed Shang Tian's despondency, his eyes darkening a shade as he tilted Shang Tian's face and asked, "You don't like it?" Shang Tian's lashes trembled, and he gritted his teeth as he looked at him. "Yes." As he spoke, his breath caught. Suddenly black miasma swirled around Fan Yi's aura, turning icy and terrifying. Flames of rage flickered in his dark eyes as he reached out and gripped Shang Tian's throat, demanding why. At this moment Shang Tian couldn't claim to be completely fearless. Though this world was still terrible for him, he still wanted to stay. Fan Yi could snap his neck with just a slight increase in pressure from his fingers, but Shang Tian still strained to look at him, refusing to back down. "Because I only want to be a servant. I don't want to be pinned down, treated like a plaything by anyone." Fan Yi's expression flickered. Before him all the others had been playthings. But was there something wrong with that? Shang Tian's skin was naturally fair. Now, with his throat constricted and breathing labored, his body was tinged with a faint pink hue, utterly tempting. He continued with effort, "You are the Demon Lord, I am merely a mortal. You have so many beautiful youths by your side. Why must you insist on pinning me down?" Fan Yi frowned, seeming uncertain himself as he said, "Because I like it. Because the taste of your body is unforgettable to me." Shang Tian glared angrily, "But I don't like it. I don't want it at all." Fan Yi's eyes instantly darkened and his fingers suddenly tightened. "Aren't you afraid of angering me, of being annihilated, of never reincarnating?" Shang Tian was nearly suffocating, yet he still mustered all his strength to say, "I am afraid. I am afraid of angering you. I am afraid of death. But I am even more afraid of living without dignity. Even if this is the demon realm, even if I am just a mortal, I still want to live well. To live with dignity, not like a plaything." Fan Yi's pupils contracted. Suddenly he loosened his fingers and let him go. Shang Tian's body went limp, collapsing onto the bed. He clutched his throat, coughing violently twice, then gasped for air. Black miasma swirled around Fan Yi's aura, icy and terrifying, but he turned away and said, "Fine. As you wish. I will not force you anymore." With that he vanished in an instant. Shang Tian finished gasping and finally let out a long sigh of relief. In the days that followed he could finally live peacefully. At night he cultivated during his free time, then slept soundly, no longer worrying about being pinned down and unable to get out of bed. For Shang Tian such a life was undoubtedly the best, stable, peaceful and calm. But Fan Ye's heart was completely disturbed. Ever since this little servant appeared, ever since he tasted him, he could no longer forget. He thought he could treat him like the lifeless playthings of the past, but in the end he could not. That person was a living soul, real and present, disrupting his thoughts. When idle Fan Ye still often sat on the throne in the demon hall drinking wine. Though two youths, one in green and one in red, were again by his side, he could no longer muster any interest in them. He wouldn't even touch them, keeping them only as ornaments so his surroundings wouldn't feel so empty. Shang Tian carried a plate of pastries, carefully delivering them to him. He set them on the table, then immediately lowered his head and stepped back. Looking up inadvertently, he met Fan Ye's gaze fixed on him. In those dark eyes the look was pure. Purely expressing, he wanted to pin him down. As if trying to see through his clothes to his fair tempting body, imagining him losing control and becoming delirious beneath him. Shang Tian felt extremely uncomfortable and immediately lowered his head even further. Fortunately, although Fan Ye's gaze was blatantly naked every day, he kept his word and did not come to bother him again. Since arriving in this world, Shang Tian had lost his scarlet flame sword. By nature he loved freedom and he longed for the sword flying of his previous world. He had been wanting to own a sword of his own again, but had never found one. One day while on duty he was sent to clean a side hall when he suddenly spotted a sword. Its appearance was identical to the scarlet flame sword. Uncertain, Shang Tian cautiously approached, tried to pick it up and drew the blade from its sheath. To his surprise, the characters Scarlet Flame were indeed inscribed on the blade. Shang Tian was excited and immediately called out, "Little Flame." The Scarlet Flame sword quickly emitted a dazzling crimson light, as if recognizing him and expressing its own excitement. Shang Tian was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to encounter this sword again in a different world. He immediately hugged it to his chest. Amid his joy, a voice came from behind. "This sword is a divine blade. You must not touch it carelessly." Shang Tian was startled but still did not put down the scarlet flame sword in his arms. He turned to look at the speaker and froze. The man flickered with black energy, swiftly moving before him. His face was clear and handsome and he called out, "Yin Tian." Shang Tian was not yet accustomed to this name of his. He paused for a moment before realizing the man was addressing him. He replied woodenly, "It's me." Fan Hua smiled and asked, "Do you still remember me?" Of course Shang Tian remembered. If not for his intervention last time, he would have been killed by a single claw from that red demon beast in the demon pool. A smile curved at the corners of his mouth, revealing two small white canine teeth. "I remember. Thank you for the flute you gave me last time." This smile of his, probably born from genuine fondness for the man, was incredibly clean and pure, devoid of any pretense. Especially his eyes, beautiful and captivating as if filled with stars. The way his brows curved made one's heart tremble. Shang Tian was not extraordinarily handsome, but he was truly the type to make hearts flutter and eyes light up. Fan Hua looked at him and couldn't help but be distracted, unable to look away. Shang Tian, however, lowered his head and touched the scarlet flame sword in his arms again, asking him, "Why can't this sword be touched?" Fan Hua snapped back to reality and immediately averted his gaze. "This sword does not belong to our demon realm. It is a divine sword bestowed by heaven. Apart from Fan Yi, anyone in the demon realm who touches it will suffer severe backlash. Moreover, Fan Yi has decreed that no one is to touch this sword or they will be punished by having their soul extracted." Upon hearing this, Shang Tian, though reluctant, immediately put the scarlet flame sword back. He had only just found peace and did not want to give Fan Yi any leverage or become entangled with him again. Just then a voice suddenly appeared behind him, icy and chilling, since touching it did not cause you backlash, it means the sword does not reject you. Take this sword then. Shang Tian was startled. Turning around he saw it was indeed Fan Yi. His face was truly peerlessly handsome, but since that day it had grown colder and more terrifying by the day, now enough to inspire fear at a single glance. Shang Tian immediately lowered his eyes and addressed him respectfully, "Greetings, Demon Lord." Fan Yi said nothing, his eyes growing even darker. Fan Hua however remained expressionless and pointed at Shang Tian, saying to Fan Yi, "So he is a servant in your hall." "So he is a servant in your palace," Fan Hua said. It was a simple statement, but Shang Tian immediately caught the implications in his words. Fan Hua held a significant position in the demon realm, and his relationship with Fan Yi seemed somewhat strained. Indeed, Fan Yi's eyes darkened further, disregarding him, and simply repeated to Shang Tian, "If you like this sword, then take it." Shang Tian was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe that Fan Yi had suddenly changed his temperament. Fan Hua also seemed surprised. Although the origin of this sword was somewhat unclear, it had descended into the demon realm alongside Fan Yi. Among all the beings in the demon realm, only Fan Yi could wield it, indicating an extraordinary bond between them. Yet now he was so easily giving it away, which was contrary to the usual demeanor of their demon lord. Though Shang Tian was incredulous, since Fan Yi had said he could take the sword if he liked it, he felt there was no need to feign fear. Of course he liked it, and he definitely wanted to seize this opportunity. Thus he turned around, retrieving the crimson flame sword he had intended to put back, cradling it in his arms, and slightly bowed his head to Fan Yi, saying, "Thank you, Demon Lord." Fan Yi stood tall, allowing him to see the long stretch of his fair neck revealed by his bowed head, as well as the delicate pale skin behind his ear, making Fan Yi's gaze involuntarily heat up. Shang Tian, with his head down, remained oblivious, but Fan Hua clearly saw this and suddenly turned to Fan Yi, saying, "I want him to be my servant in the palace." As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere became tense. Shang Tian was taken aback, suddenly looking up at him with a frown. Fan Yi said, "That depends on his willingness. I have stated before that I will not force him into anything. If he agrees, then I shall consent." Despite the words, the coldness in his tone was chilling. Fan Hua certainly picked up on it, but since he dared to be so bold in making demands, he clearly was not afraid. He turned to Shang Tian and asked seriously, "Yin Tian, do you wish to come to my palace? If you enjoy practicing swordsmanship, I can teach you." Shang Tian. At this moment his feelings could only be described as bewildered. "System, did I do something?" "System." Shang Tian was clearly in a dilemma. He just wanted to quietly be a servant and do his job well. Why was it so difficult? He didn't want to face such a boring dilemma. Most importantly, he didn't want to offend anyone. Fan Yi was the demon lord, someone he couldn't afford to offend. Fan Hua's identity was ambiguous, but to speak so boldly in front of the demon lord surely indicated a high status, and he had also helped him. Shang Tian hesitated, but Fan Yi spoke again, "Since you cannot make a choice, it means you are unwilling. If unwilling, then do not force it." With that he suddenly pulled Shang Tian over, firmly pressing him beside him, and said to Fan Hua, "You lack servants. I can conjure thousands for you, but you best not covet the servants in my palace." As soon as his words fell, enveloping Shang Tian, the black mist swirled, and they vanished in an instant. Fan Hua stood there, his fingers cracking, the gloom surrounding him refusing to dissipate. The position of Demon Lord was being contested, and now a man was also trying to take him from him. It would come down to who acted faster, who could seize whom. Fan Hua's eyes brightened. He finally reined in the demonic energy and turned to leave. After Shang Tian was brought back to Fan Yi's demon palace, he was cast aside and ignored. Fan Yi was clearly filled with anger, but he had no outlet for it. He occasionally directed his gaze at Shang Tian. Shang Tian had no idea what he had done to provoke his anger, but he also knew when to retreat. He could not confront him head-on at this moment and risk irritating him. He quickly composed himself, lowering his head and slightly shrinking his shoulders, appearing timid and fearful. Fan Yi was angry but even more restless, realizing he had developed a possessiveness towards this little servant. Just seeing him speak to others or smile would fill him with irritation. He almost wished to strip him bare in front of that person, claiming him, declaring his ownership. Yet as the demon lord he possessed strong self-control, and no matter how deep his desires he could suppress them. He had originally intended to grip the little servant's throat and sternly tell him that if he wanted to live well in the demon realm and quietly be a servant, he must behave and not provoke anyone. But seeing him like this now, he felt it was his responsibility. In the demon realm, servants like him were exceedingly rare, unforgettable, and naturally capable of easily attracting others. Especially Fan Hua, who had been in contention with him for everything since 1,000 years ago. He should have foreseen this and kept a closer eye on his little servant rather than letting others take advantage. Shang Tian stood quietly, unaware of the chaotic emotions of the demon lord at this moment. Now that he had the crimson flame sword again, he was thinking about his next step in cultivation. Fan Yi approached, wanting to be kinder to him, but ultimately asked him with a stern face, "Do you like swordsmanship?" Shang Tian pondered for a moment, looked up at him and replied, "Yes." Fan Yi said, "Then this lord can teach you." Shang Tian was taken aback, looking at him with disbelief once more. Fan Yi added, "But only this lord can teach you, and no one else is allowed to instruct you." Shang Tian. Fan Yi grabbed him and took him to a spacious area in the demon realm. Shang Tian looked ordinary but still retained a hint of weak cultivation from his previous world. Fan Yi willingly teaching him swordsmanship was undoubtedly beneficial for him. He could practice openly without needing to sneak around. However, since Fan Yi would teach him, he would easily discover the traces of his cultivation, so Shang Tian felt a bit anxious. When Fan Yi taught him, he had to deliberately act a bit clumsy. Fortunately, Fan Yi did not disdain his clumsiness, rather he was surprisingly patient. However, as he taught, he couldn't help but wish to strip him of his clothing, imagining how beautiful it would be to see this little servant dancing with a sword in the nude. But as the demon lord, he would not easily go back on his word. Having said he would not force him, he refrained from doing so, suppressing all his desires with great effort. Shang Tian found the crimson flame sword very easy to wield. The divine sword recognizes its master and remembers the owner's soul. Although Shang Tian's body had changed, his appearance was nearly identical to his previous world, and his soul remained the same, allowing the crimson flame sword to easily recognize him and cooperate with its master. Though Shang Tian pretended to be clumsy, he still couldn't help but feel the exhilarating sensation, his mood soaring. Fan Yi also felt a bit lighter in his heart. On the way back, he insisted on personally escorting his little servant back to rest. Shang Tian genuinely felt a bit anxious about this. Fan Yi said, "Do not worry, this lord will not pressure you." When they returned to Shang Tian's residence, Fan Yi indeed saw him to his door and turned to leave, but in his peripheral vision he inadvertently caught sight of a black flute on the bed. A surge of anger suddenly rose in his dim eyes. With a wave of his hand he summoned the flute into the air and with a loud bang shattered it completely. Shang Tian was caught off guard, frozen in place. At first Shang Tian did not understand the reason for Fan Yi's anger, but in that moment it suddenly dawned on him. It was because of Fan Hua. Fan Yi was jealous. Indeed, Shang Tian froze in place as Fan Yi approached and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "Although I said I wouldn't force you again, you are still mine. You cannot accept anything from anyone else nor let anyone else touch you, understand?" Shang Tian replied, "I understand." His obedient demeanor took Fan Yi by surprise. Why was this little servant so compliant today? Under normal circumstances, Shang Tian would never be so obedient, allowing himself to listen to him. Why should he? But perhaps because today he had acquired the Qi Yan sword and would be able to practice swordsmanship openly in the future, it was not unreasonable to occasionally give him a little favor. Clearly this small favor was well received, as the coldness on Fan Ye's face dissipated instantly, his gaze deepening as if he wanted to kiss him. However, he ultimately let go of him, leaning close to his ear and whispering, "As long as you understand, I will not force you again, but you will always belong to me. I will patiently wait for the day when your legs willingly part and entwine around me." Shang Tian responded. A satisfied smile curved at the corners of Fan Ye's mouth, making him look exceptionally handsome. He suppressed the demonic energy around him and turned to leave. Shang Tian removed his clothes and lay on the bed, cherishing the regained possession even more than before. He placed the Qi Yan sword beside him, unable to resist lightly stroking the blade with his fingers. As he pondered over the questions he hadn't thought deeply about during the day, they began to circulate in his mind. This sword would appear in the stone cave of Yin Miao Mountain 1,000 years later, but why was it in the demon realm now, and how had it arrived together with Fan Yi? Mu Qingfan was at the intersection of the human world and the demon realm at that time. He would be reborn several thousand years ago, but exactly how many years? Shang Tian was uncertain. Could it be that he had taken the Qi Yan sword with him, and because he happened to be at the intersection of the human and demon realms, an accident occurred during his rebirth? He did not return to the place where he originally came to life, but instead was reborn in the demon realm from several thousand years ago. And he had traveled back 1,000 years, encountering the already demon lord version of him who had drastically changed after being in the demon realm for over 1,000 years. As Shang Tian thought about this, he suddenly lost all sense of sleepiness. Previously he had denied the possibility of Fan Yi being Mu Qingfan, but the appearance of the Qi Yan sword made him start to entertain that notion. Just then he recalled something and said to the system, "System, have you forgotten something about this world?" The system had certainly not forgotten. The reason it hadn't assigned him a task at first was because it knew that Shang Tian was solely focused on finding Mu Qingfan. No matter what task it assigned, he would not do it. Thus it replied, "This system remembers." "Then what is the task for this world?" Shang Tian asked. The system replied, "To marry Fan Yi." Shang Tian was speechless. After lying on the bed in thought for a while, he suddenly asked, "System, did you know from the beginning that Fan Yi is Mu Qingfan?" The reason Shang Tian asked this was not because he was certain, but rather to gauge the system's reaction. After all, his system had tricked him more than once. It was possible that this time it had set him up from the very start. However, this time the system did not trick him. It truly could not confirm Mu Qingfan's identity and promptly answered, "No, this system only suspected." Shang Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Then let's sleep." The next day, seeing Fan Yi again brought a strange feeling. Shang Tian was cleaning when Fan Yi returned, dressed in a black cloak exuding a bloodthirsty aura. Shang Tian's heart skipped a beat. After seeing him drinking and indulging for so many days, he had almost forgotten that as the supreme being of the demon realm, his true nature should be dark and bloodthirsty. Shang Tian halted his movements, frowning slightly as he looked at him. When Fan Yi stopped beside him, his dark eyes were tinged with a hint of bloodthirst, yet he smiled charmingly at Shang Tian, asking, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Shang Tian was taken aback, saying, "You." Fan Yi seemed to recall something and immediately added, "Oh right, you are immortal, of course you don't like me like this. Should I change for you in the future?" Shang Tian's mouth moved, but he could only manage a stiff "Okay." Fan Yi turned and sat back down in his chair. Shang Tian spent the entire day pondering how to confirm his thoughts, inevitably becoming a bit distracted and several times accidentally knocked things over in the hall. Fortunately, Fan Yi could restore the broken objects with a wave of his hand. He approached and said, "I will take you to practice swordsmanship." Shang Tian's heart trembled. He felt this was a good opportunity. In the past he would deliberately keep his distance, but today he obediently placed his hands on him, pressing his face against his chest. This person appeared to be shrouded in dark demonic energy, but surprisingly his chest was unexpectedly warm. The sensation was almost identical to when he had leaned against Mu Qingfan's chest back then. At first Shang Tian had been filled with repulsion towards him, so he hadn't noticed this detail. But today, with a change in mood, he couldn't help but become a bit entranced, rubbing his face against his chest. Fan Ye's eyes radiated endless tenderness as he held him until they reached a wide expanse in the demon realm. Shang Tian had deliberately hidden some feelings yesterday, but today he was a bit more open. Fan Yi wielded a demonic sword filled with menace, while Shang Tian's Qi Yan sword was equally powerful. The two swords, inherently conflicting, emitted a dazzling display of light upon contact. However, the disparity in strength between the sword owners was vast, spanning thousands of years. Fan Yi was quite cautious, fearing that he might accidentally harm his adorable little servant. At that moment Shang Tian was genuinely happy. Although he had yet to confirm anything, it felt as though he had suddenly returned to being that 13-year-old boy practicing swordsmanship under the guidance of that unparalleled man in green robes. Shang Tian was somewhat lost in thought when Fan Yi suddenly sheathed his sword, his expression darkening. "What are you thinking about?" Shang Tian snapped back to reality, noticing his displeasure. After a moment of contemplation, he felt anxious but still boldly expressed, "I was wondering when my swordsmanship could reach your level." Fan Yi clearly did not expect his little servant to possess such a competitive spirit. He was momentarily taken aback and did not think him delusional, rather he found this to be the mark of a truly interesting and vibrant individual. Shang Tian gazed at him and suddenly asked, "Fan Yi, do you remember how you came to the demon realm?" Fan Yi was stunned again, narrowing his eyes slightly and asking, "What did you just call me?" Shang Tian realized, quickly correcting himself, "Demon Lord." Fan Yi, having restrained himself for too long, finally couldn't hold back anymore and leaned down to kiss him. After a moment he released him, saying, "From now on call me Fan Yi." Shang Tian replied, "Okay." Fan Yi embraced him, saying, "I will take you back to rest." Shang Tian looked up at him, replying, "Okay," though his emotions were somewhat disordered. Fan Yi did not answer his question, deliberately changing the subject, or had he genuinely not noticed? Although Fan Ye's power level was at its peak, he was still true to his word. After sending Shang Tian back, he immediately left. He feared that staying in the servant's room would lead him to uncontrollably want to pin him down. Shang Tian did not receive an answer. Sitting on the bed, he tightly gripped the Qi Yan sword, furrowing his brow in thought about how to confirm that Fan Yi was indeed Mu Qingfan. At that moment a shadow suddenly flashed in front of the door. Shang Tian thought it was Fan Yi returning and immediately looked up. However, what appeared before him was a clear and handsome face. "Fan Hua!" Shang Tian exclaimed in surprise. Fan Hua smiled and replied, "Yun Tian." Shang Tian was left speechless. Shang Tian hurriedly said, "Please come in." Fan Hua entered and sat at the table. Shang Tian intended to get him a cup of water, but when he lifted the kettle he found it empty, feeling a bit embarrassed. Fan Hua smiled and suddenly grabbed his hand, saying, "It's fine, I don't need water. I just happened to pass by and wanted to see you." Shang Tian felt increasingly awkward as Fan Hua held his hand. He was unsure if it was just his imagination, but despite this being only their third meeting, he inexplicably saw something different in Fan Hua's eyes. Shang Tian took a deep breath and gently pulled his hand away. Fan Hua realized it and immediately let go. Shang Tian placed the kettle on the table and asked with some confusion, "How did you know I live here?" Fan Hua replied, "Ever since our first meeting I knew. I wanted to see you for a long time but was afraid it might seem abrupt." Shang Tian was silent for a moment and finally managed to ask, "Then what exactly is your identity?" Hearing this, Fan Hua's expression darkened slightly. Shang Tian thought he had asked the wrong question and quickly added, "If it's inconvenient to answer, then forget it." Fan Hua unexpectedly turned back and asked, "Do you like Fan Yi?" Shang Tian was taken aback, suddenly blushing. Usually when someone asked him if he liked someone he would never blush, but perhaps it was because Fan Yi was so scandalous in many of the things he said made one flush just by thinking about them. However, when it came to expressing whether he liked him, Shang Tian was uncertain. The person in his heart was Mu Qingfan. If Fan Yi was the reincarnation of Mu Qingfan, then perhaps he didn't merely like him, he thought he loved him. Shang Tian did not answer, but his flushed face was seen by Fan Hua as an indirect admission. At that moment his expression was undoubtedly more charming and adorable, yet it also felt glaring and infuriating. Fan Hua concealed the trace of jealousy and anger in his eyes and looked up at Shang Tian saying, "I am Fan Ye's younger brother." Shang Tian had somewhat guessed it already, so he was not overly surprised and did not know how to respond next, falling into silence. Fan Hua suddenly asked him, "Yun Tian, you are immortal. Do you remember what day it is in the mortal realm today?" Shang Tian truly could not recall, feeling somewhat bewildered as he looked at him. "What day?" Fan Hua's lips curved into a slight smile as he said, "Lantern Festival." Shang Tian reflected for a moment. "Oh, Lantern Festival." Fan Hua asked, "Do you want to see the mortal realm?" Shang Tian was taken aback, somewhat incredulous. "Is that possible?" Fan Hua took his hand saying, "Just follow me and you can." It was the 15th day of the first month, the Lantern Festival. The human world was brightly lit, filled with lanterns, riddles, and lively celebrations. A light snow fell from the sky, adding to the festive atmosphere. As soon as Shang Tian stepped out of the demon realm, he immediately changed into a purple robe, draping a heavy fur cloak over his shoulders. Fan Hua felt no cold and casually changed into a white outfit. The two went directly to the most bustling street, where flower lanterns lined both sides. Young women walked by with oiled paper umbrellas, bashfully accepting tokens from their lovers, and together they went to the riverbank to release lanterns. Shang Tian felt a bit envious of the couples in the mortal world, but did not want to show it, instead immersing himself in the beauty of the lanterns. He spotted a particularly interesting lantern featuring two monkeys playfully bickering while holding up a round moon together. Shang Tian wanted to buy it, but had no money, so Fan Hua conjured some silver and tossed it to the vendor. Shang Tian happily carried the lantern, and the two went to various snack stalls along the street to eat and drink. In fact, it was mostly Shang Tian doing the eating. Finally they went to the riverbank to release the lanterns. Shang Tian closed his eyes but did not make a wish. Fan Hua took his hand and asked, "What wish did you make?" Shang Tian smiled and said, "I have no wishes." Fan Hua replied, "Then I will help you fulfill your wishes in the future." Shang Tian felt disconnected. When they returned to the demon realm, it was already quite late. Fan Hua escorted him back to his residence. After taking a stroll in the mortal realm, Shang Tian felt much happier, his joy evident on his face, and his beautiful eyes sparkled with light as he couldn't help but say to Fan Hua, "Thank you for today." Fan Hua reached out and naturally pulled him into an embrace, lightly kissing his forehead, saying, "As long as it's something you like, I can help you achieve it." Shang Tian was momentarily shocked, his face changing rapidly. He wanted to push away but was firmly held, incredulously saying, "Fan Hua." Fan Hua's fingers brushed through his hair, gently caressing him as he softly said, "Yun Tian, I know you like Fan Yi, but I won't give up. I will compete fairly with him. As for whether you choose me or him in the end, I won't make it difficult for you. But for now, please don't reject me." Shang Tian remained silent, not knowing how long they were frozen in place. He couldn't help but push him again, "Fan Hua." Fan Hua finally let him go but quickly leaned in to lightly kiss his forehead again, saying, "Go to sleep." Shang Tian couldn't articulate his emotions at that moment, feeling so rigid that he could barely walk. Fan Hua watched him walk inside but did not hurry to leave. He composed himself, the corners of his mouth curling up into a faint smile as he waited in place. To an uninformed observer, that previous scene could truly be described as a deep, lingering affection difficult to part from. Envying others, yet it was also glaring like a thorn stabbing sharply into the heart. Fan Yes' expression had grown increasingly cold, almost frosty, as he pressed his demonic sword against Fan Hua's throat. I told you my servant in the palace is someone you should not linger over. Servant. Fan Hua scoffed, looking at him with derision. So he is merely a servant in your eyes? Fan Yes' pupils darkened slightly. Fan Hua said, no wonder he likes being with me. But he is mine. Fan Yi suddenly seized his throat, his eyes filled with wild rage. If you dare to touch him again, don't blame me for disregarding our brotherly bond. I truly will kill you. Fan Hua laughed mockingly, staring into his eyes. On what grounds? Loving someone is not about vying for power. Love should be fair. Loving someone should allow them to make their own decisions and be happy. You see, he is very happy with me, but what have you given him? Is it stripping him of his dignity by forcing him down? Or speaking lewd words to humiliate him? Fan Yes' pupils constricted sharply, and the fingers around his throat suddenly loosened. An overwhelming feeling of restlessness surged within him, almost suffocating him with confusion. Fan Hua coldly said, I may have lost the title of Demon Lord, but I will never lose him to you. With that he smiled even more broadly, but the coldness in his smile was chilling, casting a disdainful glance at the man frozen in place before turning to leave. Shang Tian lay on the bed, unaware of the confrontation between the two men outside. Fan Hua's sudden feelings left him with a headache, but after a stroll in the mortal realm he felt somewhat tired and quickly fell asleep. However, Fan Yi had almost stood outside the whole night, his mind constantly drifting to the unmasked smile on Shang Tian's face and the sparkle in his eyes. That beauty made one's heart flutter, but it did not belong to him. It was only seen when he stood beside Fan Hua. The originally hollow heart now felt as if it had suddenly been filled, only to have a piece forcibly dug out, the pain becoming increasingly clear and pronounced. In the end he still returned, sitting in the cold, lonely hall, pouring cup after cup of wine down his throat. The rampant mad pain made him wish he could dig out and crush his entire heart. That phrase echoed in his mind, love is fair. Loving someone should allow them to make their own decisions and be happy. You saw it, he is very happy with me, but what have you given him? Is it stripping him of his dignity by forcing him down? Or speaking lewd words to humiliate him? Fan Yi closed his eyes, crushing the cup in his hand. At that moment he realized how laughable he had been all along, always claiming that person was his, yet never considering on what grounds. If he truly did not like him and he fell for someone else, what could he do about it? Destroy him or let him go? After the piercing pain in his heart came an endless sense of fear and unease. As the supreme ruler of the demon realm, he finally experienced the feeling of fearing loss, yet he wondered if he had ever truly possessed anything. Before sleeping, Shang Tian's thoughts were troubled, but once asleep he fell into a deep slumber. He dreamt that the system suddenly told him, host baby, you actually don't need to search anymore. Fan Yi is Mu Qingfan. He is afraid of forgetting you and unable to recognize you, so he used all his cultivation to take away your Qi Yan sword, hoping you could find him. Shang Tian was very happy to hear this, and immediately went to find Fan Yi, who suddenly remembered everything as well. Surrounded by demonic energy, he transformed into a green long robe, his eyes bright and clear as he looked at Shang Tian, opening his mouth to say, I am waiting for the day you actively wrap your legs around me. Shang Tian was taken aback, his face turning red instantly, and then he silently lowered his head. When Shang Tian woke up, his face was slightly flushed and shy, wanting to bang his head against the wall. However, he quickly calmed down, feeling somewhat sorrowful. Though there were some shameless things in the dream, it was what he had always longed for, only to wake up and find it was all empty. He dressed in a black servant's outfit, washed up, tidied his hair, and walked toward Fan Ye's hall. The hall of Fan Yi was somewhat desolate and messy after a night, but before Shang Tian arrived he had restored it to order. Shang Tian deliberately glanced in Fan Ye's direction, only to find that Fan Yi did not look at him today, the previously straightforward and unabashed gaze now appearing somewhat dim. Not only did he not look at him, but it seemed he deliberately avoided him. Shang Tian felt a bit depressed, standing still, retracting his gaze and lowering his eyes. It was finally afternoon, a time when Fan Yi would normally drag him to practice swordsmanship. Fan Yi finally got up and walked towards Shang Tian, who looked at him waiting. But he passed by Shang Tian walking straight outside, seemingly not even glancing at him. Shang Tian was taken aback by Fan Yi's sudden indifference today, feeling somewhat confused. He was reluctant to let him leave like this, clenched his fist and immediately called out to his back, "Fan Yi." However, his call did not stop Fan Yi. Instead, it instantly stirred the demonic aura in the other servants in the hall. They all looked at him with fierce expressions, thinking that this foolish mortal was courting death, daring to call out their demon lord's name. They eagerly anticipated their demon lord turning around the next second, grasping this mortal by the throat, draining his blood, crushing his bones to dust, and imprisoning his soul in the demonic realm. Let these foolish mortals know the consequences of offending their demon lord. However, it was impossible for Fan Yi to do so. He wished he could press Shang Tian beneath him and give him all the tenderness. At this moment he was somewhat at a loss on how to face him, unsure how to win his heart. He did not turn back, but his demonic energy grew stronger, quickly transforming into a cloud of black mist, dissipating outside the hall. Seeing him leave, Shang Tian couldn't help but feel a bit dejected. Ignoring the fierce gazes around him that seemed ready to tear him apart, he took his red flame sword and left. He was an incompetent servant practicing swordsmanship during working hours. After finishing, he returned directly to his dwelling. Unexpectedly, Fan Hua came again, this time bringing back many interesting and fun things from the mortal realm as gifts for him. Shang Tian was genuinely grateful for his kindness, but he really had no mood to entangle with him anymore. If he had known from the start that he would like him, he might not have accepted that flute back then. He said, "I'm sorry, Fan Hua, I think I may have led you to misunderstand something." Fan Hua's eyes darkened suddenly. Shang Tian took a breath and continued, "I can't accept anything from you anymore. We can't." He initially wanted to say they could be friends, but felt that sounded too insincere, and besides, why would he want to be friends with him, so he fell silent. Fan Hua, however, was still somewhat unwilling, saying, "You didn't leave me to misunderstand anything. It was my one-sided infatuation, my love at first sight for you. I haven't forced you to accept me quickly, I can wait." Shang Tian: "Alright, I may be a handsome guy, but there's no need to go that far." Fan Hua pulled him into his embrace, his tone very gentle. "Yun Tian, I really like you, I want you so much, but I will never force you. I will wait patiently until the day you truly want me." Though he said this, he lowered his head and kissed Shang Tian's lips, his fingers lightly caressing his back. Shang Tian's skin was already fair, and today dressed in all black, it only accentuated his alluring whiteness, making one want to devour him whole. Shang Tian gritted his teeth and forcefully pushed him away, anger flashing in his eyes. Fan Hua seemed momentarily dazed, then suddenly smiled wryly, saying to him, "Sorry I offended you today, but I won't give up. I'll come to see you again tomorrow." Shang Tian wanted to say not to come again, but in the end he felt it was too hurtful and did not say it. He lay on the bed holding his red flame sword, recalling the dream from last night and today's cold attitude from Fan Yi, feeling as if he were stuck between ice and fire, heart heavy. But what should he do? How to confirm the reborn Mu Qing? Fan remembered nothing. Shang Tian was very troubled, but at that moment the red flame sword suddenly glowed. Shang Tian abruptly sat up from the bed, suddenly wanting to slap himself. Why was he being so foolish? It was clearly something that could be easily confirmed. Why had he wasted so much time? He immediately asked the system, "Is the red flame sword a divine sword?" The system replied yes. Shang Tian then asked, "It recognizes its master and remembers the owner's soul, which means it has memory?" The system replied yes. Somewhat unsure of what his host wanted to ask. In the next moment, Shang Tian suddenly exclaimed, "I'm just so stupid." The system. Shang Tian sat cross-legged on the bed, his fingers trembling with anxiety, holding the red flame sword, placing it before him and saying, "Little flame, you have memory, right? If so, please brighten up the sword body." The red flame sword glimmered slightly. Shang Tian was overjoyed, nearly wanting to hug it and kiss it wildly, then tried to stabilize his thoughts and nervously asked, "Was it Mu Qing Fan who took you away and then you descended into the demonic realm with him?" The red flame sword glowed again. Shang Tian was so tense that he could hardly breathe, continuing to ask, "So Fan Yi is Mu Qing Fan, right?" The red flame sword lit up once more without surprise. At this moment Shang Tian felt as if he were going mad. He was naturally an expressive person and did not want to conceal anything. He couldn't hold back any longer and couldn't wait until tomorrow. He put down the red flame sword, didn't bother to put on his outer clothing, slipped on his shoes hastily, and was about to find him. The system hurriedly said, "Host, calm down. Shang Tian, I'm just a fool." The system. Shang Tian truly felt he had been incredibly foolish. This was something that should have been confirmed long ago, yet he had been too stupid to find the key point, wasting so much time. He no longer wanted to consider anything else and rushed towards his hall. By now there was no one left in Fan Ye's hall, only himself drinking wine. But what was that wine? It was clearly the poison used to slay demons. The potion was corroding his entire heart, causing it to ache violently. He saw those two people through the illusory mirror, saw them embracing each other, Fan Hua kissing that person, his fingers lightly caressing his back. Fan Yi suddenly waved his finger, his palm clenched tightly, and the illusory mirror shattered in an instant. The image of that person with their legs wrapped around him kept flashing in his mind. That sight made one want to crush and swallow him whole. That body made him yearn to the point of madness. Surely it also made others linger. Originally he was still thinking about how to snatch him back, how to win his heart, wondering if he should explain his coldness to him the next day. But now should he kill him or destroy him instead? Fan Ye's fingers gripped the table and the table shattered to dust in an instant. His blood surged with restless and violent emotions. He stood up but saw that person walking in. Dressed in light-colored sleepwear instead of the black outfit from the day, with the front somewhat open revealing a large area of honey-colored alluring skin, his beautiful eyes gleamed as he said to him, "Fan Yi." Fan Ye's emotions fluctuated rapidly. He thought he would be unable to resist rushing forward to destroy him, making him suffer, making him understand the consequences of betrayal. But instead he stood still, watching that person walk towards him step by step, tiptoeing to gently wrap his arms around his neck, their lips landing on his. Shang Tian truly threw caution to the wind, disregarding everything. At this moment all shame, dignity, and reserve said goodbye to him. He kissed Fan Ye's lips, feeling him relax, and immediately delved deeper, entwining his tongue. But soon their positions shifted. Fan Yi pushed him down, pinning him to the ground, stripping off his clothes. Frantic, suffocating kisses fell upon him without pause, spreading downward, stopping at certain places. Fingers roamed incessantly over his body, exploring and kneading. Shang Tian trembled all over, arching his neck back, gasping for breath. His entire being was enveloped in a layer of crimson, as if his skin had turned transparent. His legs instinctively parted, wrapping around that person's waist. Fan Ye's body had long endured too much. At this moment he couldn't help but unleash everything. At first he could control himself slightly, but the moment he entered he went completely wild. The suppressed desires could no longer be contained, fiercely thrusting into that person's body. Shang Tian felt his brutality. It was somewhat painful, yet he did not want to stop. After the pain came wave after wave of surging pleasure and climax. Shang Tian felt so comfortable that he couldn't help but curl his toes. Eventually he began to cry out for mercy in a state of unconsciousness. But Fan Yi was like a starved beast, showing no signs of letting him go. He was frantically venting his frustrations and anger within him alongside the fear and unease hidden beneath his supreme identity. In the end he ominously whispered in his ear, "Did you and Fan Hua do it?" Shang Tian in a daze felt as if his heart was suddenly trampled. His heart was filled with rage, and in his dream he raised his hand and slapped that person hard, angrily saying, "Get lost. I swear I didn't do anything." In reality, however, his body was soft and lacked any strength. His voice was muffled and unclear, weakly saying no. The coldness in Fan Ye's eyes suddenly dissipated, but soon after a layer of unease surfaced. Shang Tian slept exceptionally deeply that night, waking up the next day without any sense of time. He opened his eyes in a daze, still somewhat in the state he was in before sleeping the previous night. Upon seeing the person before him, he instinctively raised his hand and slapped him. The sound of the slap jolted him awake instantly, freezing him in place. Shang Tian. System. However, Fan Ye's expression remained unchanged as he wrapped his rigid body in his arms, leaned down, kissed his lips softly, and then released him gently, asking, "Are you still angry?" Shang Tian was indeed still a bit angry. He wanted to slap Fan Ye again for daring to doubt whether he and Fan Hua had done anything. It was simply infuriating. Yet now he found himself hesitating. What should he do? He had actually hit Fan Ye. Would that hurt his pride? Shang Tian remained silent, and the fear and unease in Fan Ye's eyes resurfaced. Though he was the demon lord capable of easily extracting a person's soul, he was extremely insecure in matters of the heart. After having felt a long empty heart finally filled, he was genuinely afraid of losing it all again. Unable to resist, he leaned down and kissed Shang Tian again, whispering anxiously in his ear, "Yin Tian, I'm sorry. It was my fault." Though Shang Tian was indeed angry, he understood the importance of knowing when to yield. Besides, he had finally found Mu Qing Fan, and nothing could make him happier than that. He reached out gently, wrapping his arms around Fan Ye's neck. Without saying a word, he sincerely responded to his kiss. Fan Ye seemed to lose control once more, unable to help but pin Shang Tian beneath him, shedding his clothes. Shang Tian felt his face flush but did not refuse. Although he had initially been a bit resistant, he found it quite comfortable when it actually happened. By the time they both reached their climax, Shang Tian was already weak, leaning against Fan Ye's embrace, breathing heavily. Fan Ye, however, appeared refreshed, still slightly anxious, as he asked, "Are you still angry with me?" Shang Tian cast him a sidelong glance and deliberately replied with an Fan Ye took his hand and said, "Then hit me again." Shang Tian. What about your pride as the demon lord? It seemed he had been overly worried. Shang Tian certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to hit the demon lord again. Instead, he turned his head lazily and murmured, "I'm tired." Fan Ye picked him up, saying, "I'll carry you to wash up and then let you sleep." Shang Tian replied, closing his eyes and allowing Fan Ye to carry his bare body off the bed. At that moment he truly felt reassured, pressing his face against Fan Ye's chest, feeling the warmth. After Fan Ye finished cleaning him up, he carefully placed him back on the bed, gently tucked him in, and stood by the bed gazing at his sleeping face for a long time. Shang Tian's appearance in his original world was undeniably handsome and captivating, which is why countless young men and women pursued him, crowning him as a male deity. In this world his appearance was the same as in his original world, but his body was only 18 or 19 years old. His 2 canine teeth had not been pulled, and his skin had not been intentionally tanned or injected with any beauty-enhancing substances, giving him a more adorable and pretty look. If Shang Tian were awake and heard anyone dare to call him beautiful, he would definitely want to slap them. But at this moment his body was soft, his eyelashes fluttering slightly against his lower eyelid, and his face still bore the remnants of passion, making him even more alluring and cute. Fan Ye couldn't help but lean down again, lightly kissing his cheek, whispering in his ear, "Yin Tian, you are the most beautiful little servant I have ever seen." Shang Tian mumbled in a daze, "Get lost." Fan Ye, silently getting up, adjusted the curtain for him and turned to leave. Shang Tian slept for an entire day, dreaming sweetly, occasionally smiling at the corners of his mouth. When he awoke again, Fan Ye had returned to his side. Fan Ye brought him snacks and porridge, lifting him up in his arms to feed him. However, as they were feeding each other, for some unknown reason the two suddenly kissed passionately. Shang Tian had long anticipated such a sudden sweet life, but he still felt a bit uneasy about Fan Ye. He had never cared for anyone so much that it frightened even himself. He was becoming increasingly infatuated, almost going mad. Just the thought of not seeing Fan Yi for a moment felt like his heart was being hollowed out. Shang Tian had also been enjoying a blissful life in bed for many days. At this point the system, which had remained silent for many days, finally couldn't help but remind him, "Host baby, don't forget the task in this world, marry Fan Yi." Shang Tian hadn't forgotten. He wasn't very opposed to the system's pressured marriage. After completing the task he could choose to return to his original world or stay. However, could he really make it last if he chose to stay? Shang Tian sat on the bed in silence for a while before finally putting on his clothes properly, getting out of bed and retrieving the Qi Yan sword from his residence. He then spent the entire day refining the sword, and by evening he sat on the ground lost in thought. When Fan Yi returned and didn't find him, he suddenly went a bit mad, feeling angry and anxious, searching everywhere. Fortunately, when he saw Shang Tian, his emotions immediately calmed down. He embraced Shang Tian and took him back. Shang Tian lifted his eyes in his embrace, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Fan Yi, let's get married." Fan Yi was taken aback, a look of delight instantly appearing in his deep eyes, yet still unable to believe it as he stared at him. "Yin Tian, do you really want to?" Shang Tian wanted to say yes, but he also felt a bit reluctant to say no. He could only remain silent, actively wrapping his arms around Fan Yi's neck and kissing him. In his heart he asked the system, "If I complete the task in this world, can I really choose to go back or stay?" The system fell silent for a moment and was about to speak. Shang Tian interrupted him, saying, "Seriously, be honest." "System, no." Shang Tian's heart sank suddenly. In truth, after traveling through so many worlds, he had already guessed this outcome. From the moment he was bound to the system upon crossing over, it had been predetermined that he couldn't choose for himself, he could only strive to complete the tasks in each world. Yet he still couldn't help feeling down. Taking a deep breath, Shang Tian tried to suppress his emotions and continued asking, "Then can you tell me how many worlds are left?" "System, no." Shang Tian fell silent for a moment and then tried again, asking, "If I complete all the tasks, can I choose for myself?" "System, you can." Shang Tian tightly closed his eyes, no longer inquiring, simply deepening the kiss with Fan Yi. For him, knowing this was already enough. On the nth day after arriving in this world, Shang Tian stood in a flower pot under the sun, looking dejected and disheartened. After a long while he finally uttered a few words with a sense of despair, asking, "How much longer?" The system, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, "Probably still a year or two." Shang Tian was left speechless, feeling miserable and on the verge of tears, but unfortunately he couldn't cry. Seeing him silent, the system felt even more guilty and said, "Host baby, this system really didn't mean to do this." Shang Tian replied, "Humph. This host really won't forgive you again." Just as the system was about to say something else, Shang Tian turned his head, allowing his branches and leaves to stretch out awkwardly under the sunlight before drooping down again. At that moment a very handsome yet resolute young monk approached, holding a watering can. Upon seeing Shang Tian drooping his head in the pot, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. As he walked over, he gently supported Shang Tian's stem and picked up a branch from the ground, placing it beside Shang Tian in the muddy soil to support his body. The young monk sighed softly, his voice tinged with affection, "Ah Chow, how can you be so delicate when you are clearly an immortal herb?" A line of black lines crossed over Shang Tian's head, and he thought, "Herb? Who are you calling Ah Chow? Did this god agree to that? Besides, I'm in a bad mood, so what? Who said immortal herbs must be stronger than ordinary grass? I just want to be a delicate immortal herb, so what?" The system responded, all right, host baby, feel free to be delicate, this system definitely won't mind." "Get lost. Who caused me to be like this? Who caused it?" The system silently shrank back into the corner. Shang Tian continued to droop his head. After being trapped in the jar for a whole day, it started raining in the middle of the night. The sound of raindrops pattering on the outside of the jar was particularly loud, waking up Shang Tian, who had just curled his leaves and closed his eyes, making him immediately open them again, wide awake. With a hint of resignation he sighed and said to the system, "So annoying, I can't sleep." The system pondered for a moment. "How about I sing you a song?" Shang Tian replied, "Sure, go ahead." The system opened its mouth but ultimately chose to stay silent and retreated quietly into the corner. Feeling bored and frustrated, Shang Tian continued to listen to the sound of rain outside. Suddenly he heard a loud clank and the jar above him was moved, revealing the youthful and somewhat innocent face of Huan Yu. He must have woken up in the middle of the night, hurriedly running out without an umbrella or outer clothes, getting drenched in the rain. Water trickled down his hair and he hastily wiped his face with his hand before quickly scooping Shang Tian up in the pot, bending down to protect him in his arms as he dashed toward the resting room. Huan Yu practiced with his hair unshorn and had not taken monastic vows. The little monk living with him was named Ning Ke. Ning Ke was awoken by the commotion, groggily getting out of bed and reaching to touch his bald head, only to see Huan Yu bent over, earnestly cradling something precious as he rushed inside. Huan Yu was soaked from the heavy rain, nearly drenched, but he first placed Shang Tian on the table before closing the door and fetching a dry towel to wipe his clothes, hair and face. Ning Ke looked at Huan Yu, surprised to see him rush out in the rain in the middle of the night just to bring back a pot of grass, and he scratched his head in confusion, asking Ning Wushi, "What do you need to bring a pot of grass back for?" Huan Yu wiped his hair and smirked, saying, "I was afraid the rain would be too heavy, my dear grass would get flooded." Ning Ke looked bewildered. "Plants are afraid of water." Huan Yu replied, "You don't understand, my grass loves cleanliness and the rain will get it dirty." Ning Ke remained silent. Just then Shang Tian shook his leaves, shedding the raindrops that had collected on them. Huan Yu, while drying his hair, bent down to ask him, "Ah Chow, you say you are delicate and love cleanliness, are you a girl?" Shang Tian responded, "Haha, you'll have to take responsibility for that statement." Huan Yu grinned, continuing, "If that's the case, when you turn into a beautiful woman after I return to the mundane world, you must marry me." Shang Tian replied, "Haha, dream on, even if I became a handsome man I wouldn't marry you." Ning Ke sighed, feeling that his junior brother was becoming increasingly delusional, silently reciting, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form," before going back to sleep. Huan Yu continued to dry his hair, changed into dry clothes, and rambled on about his dear grass for a long time before finally going to bed. Finally it became quiet around Shang Tian and he let out a long sigh, realizing how rare solitude was. He glanced towards Huan Yu, who despite being asleep still had a slightly rebellious smile at the corner of his mouth, suddenly reminding Shang Tian of someone from the real world. However, it was just a fleeting thought, as Shang Tian truly felt a bit sleepy at that moment. He curled his leaves and closed his eyes. The next day, after a night of wind and rain, the skies cleared and everything around had become fresh and renewed. The air was filled with the fragrant smell of earth, exceptionally refreshing. Even the morning sun seemed brighter than usual. Shang Tian was taken outside early in the morning and placed under the sunshine by Huan Yu. Huan Yu took a broom to sweep the fallen leaves in the courtyard. Facing the sun, Shang Tian engaged in photosynthesis for a while. Perhaps influenced by the good weather, his mood improved significantly and he stood upright in the pot. After sweeping the leaves, Huan Yu went to fetch water and chop firewood. By the time he finished all his chores, it was already noon. He casually ate a bit of food, then slipped out to sit by the river, throwing small stones into the water for a while and whistling as he plucked a few leaves from the tree. After scaring away all the birds in the trees, he finally stood up, satisfied, raised an eyebrow, and turned to go back. As expected, he was late again for the afternoon Shaolin staff practice and was reprimanded by the abbot, punished to sweep the floor, chop firewood, and fetch water the next morning. But this carefree youth didn't take it to heart, and when he returned in the evening he still wore a smile. However, upon seeing that his dear grass had lost a few leaves, his expression changed instantly. He rushed over and asked, "Ah Chow, who bullied you?" Shang Tian replied, "It's a long story." Huan Yu clenched his fist, his eyes filled with seriousness, and said, "Tell me, it'll definitely help you take revenge." Shang Tian thought to himself. If he could speak, he would actually say that he was fine, as a grass having a few leaves plucked off was like a person losing a few strands of hair. Although it would hurt, it would only be for a moment. Moreover, he was originally a medicinal herb primarily used for heat clearing and summer cooling. In the summer, not being completely uprooted was already fortunate. But clearly Huan Ye's thought process was quite different from that of an ordinary youth, as he insisted that his dear grass had been bullied and felt compelled to avenge it. Huan Yu bent down and said, "Ah Chow, you are the grass I've nurtured, and no one except me can bully you or pluck your leaves." Shang Tian felt a bit touched, but still found it all quite confusing. In the end, Ning Ke could no longer bear to watch and came over to explain that during the noon heat an older senior brother had plucked a few leaves from his dear grass to make a herbal drink for cooling. Huan Yu frowned upon hearing this and stood up, saying, "I'll go find him." Ning Ke hurriedly stopped him. "Your grass is a medicinal herb, and having a few leaves plucked is inevitable." Although still young, Huan Yu already possessed a certain aura and coldly stated, "As long as it's nourished by me, it's not an ordinary herb, and no one can casually touch it." After saying this, he pushed Ning Ke aside, turned to Shang Tian, and declared, "Ah Chow, wait for me, I will definitely help you take revenge." Then he strode away with great momentum. Shang Tian watched his retreating figure frozen in the pot. He never expected that there would be such a delusional youth in ancient times. However, seeing the aura between his brows and the fierce demeanor as he left, it reminded Shang Tian that no matter what, he was doing it for him, so he silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. Yet he still felt a bit worried, not knowing why. Shang Tian asked System, "Do you think he will get beaten up?" The System immediately replied, "Of course not." Thinking of Ri Tianyan, Mo Mu Qingfan and Fan Yi, the marriage partners and powerful figures of that world, were all formidable characters with exceptional combat abilities. Shang Tian thought this over and then felt relieved. However, not long after that he saw Huan Yu return with a bruised face, looking defeated, as if he were about to cry. Shang Tian said, "Huh? What happened to the extraordinary combat abilities?" The System replied, "Psi miscalculation." Huan Yu sniffed, walked over, sat beside Shang Tian's pot, rubbed his eyes, looking extremely aggrieved as he said in a low voice, "Ah Chow, I couldn't beat him." Then in the next second he suddenly burst into tears. Shang Tian was shocked and thought of the System's task of marrying this weeping youth, feeling an indescribable mixture of emotions. The System also dared not say a single word. Huan Yu sat next to Shang Tian's pot and cried for quite some time before suddenly falling silent, wiping his tears. His brow regained its heroic spirit as he picked up the pot, returned to the house, and went to bed. It was as if nothing had happened. However, at noon the next day, after finishing his meal, he did not sneak out to play by the river but returned to water Shang Tian, instead taking him back into the house early to prevent his dear grass from losing any more leaves. During the afternoon practice of Shaolin staff, he was no longer late and was much more attentive than before. The following days were also peaceful, and before long several months passed. In the summer, Shang Tian did not seem particularly different from ordinary grass, but by autumn, as the weather gradually turned cold while other plants turned yellow and shed their leaves, Shang Tian, the almost sentient little herb, remained a vibrant green. This was where the difference became apparent. However, no one in Shaolin particularly noticed the distinction. Huan Yu only believed that it was because he had taken such good care of his dear grass. He always thought that as long as he nurtured it, it was no ordinary grass, and therefore it was reasonable for it to appear different. Originally everything was stable, and Shang Tian thought he could continue being taken care of by Huan Yu, patiently waiting for his transformation in 3 years. However, not long after, an unexpected change occurred. At that time it was nearing the Mid-Autumn Festival. Although they didn't know, the specific dynasty customs of celebrating the festival had begun, although it was much colder than in the real world. Huan Yu was about to turn 15. The Huan family was a prominent family in the town at the foot of the mountain. With the Mid-Autumn Festival coinciding with their only son's 15th birthday, they naturally had to celebrate grandly, so they sent someone to bring Huanyu back home. Huanyu missed his parents a little, but before leaving he was worried about his dear grass and reminded his senior brother Ning Ke to remember to take him out to bask in the sun when the weather was warm and to bring him back inside when it was cold. He even made a warm cover for him, fearing that when he returned from the mountain his dear grass would be frozen wilted. Ning Ke nodded helplessly. Huanyu then reached out to touch Shang Tian's leaves and said, "Ah Chow, wait for me to come back." Shang Tian could only shake his leaves in response, indicating okay. Huanyu seemed to understand his meaning, a smile lifting the corner of his mouth, forming a heroic yet somewhat unruly arc before he turned and strode off with the person who had come to fetch him. Shang Tian watched his retreating figure, suddenly feeling a bit reluctant to part with this rascal. "The system said he'll be back in a few days." Shang Tian nodded. He drooped his leaves, not expecting that when they met again he would almost not recognize him. After Huanyu left, Shang Tian's days became tranquil. Ning Ke, who lived in the same room as Huanyu, found it somewhat absurd that his junior disciple treated a grass like a treasure, but he took the tasks assigned by his junior brother seriously. Every warm day he would carry Shang Tian out to bask in the sun, and in the evening he would bring him back inside and water him. However, although he was patient at first, after a few days he became somewhat lazy, thinking it was too troublesome to carry him back and forth every day, so he simply left him outside, letting him bask in the sun during the day and covering him with a warm cover at night. As a result, Ning Ke saved himself some trouble, but Shang Tian was left to suffer from the cold. After the Mid-Autumn Festival in this world, the weather had already turned quite cold, and Shang Tian, who was originally sensitive to the cold, was no exception even after becoming a grass. He huddled his leaves and shivered through the cold wind all night, and by the next day he had lost all vitality, with his leaves drooping as if lifeless. Seeing him like this, Ning Ke felt a bit flustered but didn't pay too much attention, thinking that such herbs would be everywhere come spring. If he accidentally let his pet die, and if Ning Wu were to return angry, he thought he could just dig up another one in the mountains next spring to compensate him. Unbeknownst to Ning Ke, this was a little demon grass on the verge of becoming sentient. Shang Tian originally thought that suffering the cold every night was already quite miserable, but he did not expect that even worse would happen a few days later. That day, during the day after being frozen for several nights, Shang Tian looked even more wilted, yet his leaves retained their vibrant green color, which stood out starkly amidst the withering and decaying foliage. Not far away on a tree, with nearly all its leaves gone, a few little birds were chirping, unable to find food, and were looking over at him. Shang Tian suddenly had a bad premonition and felt a bit anxious. Sure enough, soon after the little birds flew over to him, each pecking at his leaves. "Hey, they look tender and should be edible," one bird chirped. "Pooh! So bitter," another bird spat it out. Shang Tian. His entire body trembled in pain. Damn! Fortunately, he still had the skill to release bitterness, otherwise he would have been pecked clean. The birds realized this grass was very bitter and flew away. Shang Tian looked down at the holes pecked in his leaves and wanted to cry. The next day, a small white wild rabbit bounced into the Shaolin temple, looking around with its eyes, and hopped over to Shang Tian. Shang Tian couldn't help but tremble again, thinking that he absolutely could not be eaten this time, so he decided to scare it away and immediately stood his branch upright, shaking his leaves. "Shang Tian, get lost, you dead rabbit!" The rabbit. It felt that the grass was somehow enticing it to eat, and it took a bite. Shang Tian, hiss! Several leaves were instantly bitten off, causing him to tremble in pain again. The rabbit bit down with its big front teeth, found it bitter, spat it out, and then hopped away. Shang Tian felt that this world was truly a disaster. Fortunately, as long as the roots were alive, he wouldn't die. He would only feel pain, as if every time a leaf was bitten off it was like having a hair pulled out. Although the small animals that had tasted his leaves knew they were bitter and wouldn't come back, those that hadn't tasted them still tried every day. Little monk Ning Ke seemed to completely forget about the tasks Huan Yu had assigned him and the existence of this pot of grass, so in the following days he didn't even cover him at night. Shang Tian's leaves were nearly completely pecked away, leaving only a bare stalk. He had once again endured a night in the cold wind. The next day, when the warm sun shone down, a monk cleaning the courtyard saw the bare stalk in the pot, pulled it out by its roots and swept it out of the temple along with the fallen leaves. At this moment Shang Tian truly wanted to cry. The system comforted him, "Huan Yu baby will be back soon." Shang Tian, "But I'm like this now, will he still want me?" The system was also somewhat uncertain, so it fell silent. Shang Tian felt that sadness had completely hollowed him out. However, after being buried under the fallen leaves for 2 days, unexpectedly Huan Yu found him. After not seeing him for over 10 days, the boy before him had noticeably changed. He seemed to have gained a bit more heroism between his brows. He was dressed in fine blue clothes typical of a wealthy young man, clearly having just come up the mountain without time to change. He pushed aside the layers of fallen leaves, and upon seeing the bare stalk he froze for a moment, reached out to pick it up and uncertainly asked, "Ah Chow, is that you?" Shang Tian. "Yes, it's me, and it hurts, I want to cry." Huan Yu said nothing more, but his heroic face had gained a layer of determination. He carefully held Shang Tian in his hands and walked back, replanting him in the pot. Fortunately, Shang Tian had been buried under the fallen leaves for the past 2 days, so his roots had not dried out. Moreover, this grass originally had extraordinary vitality, otherwise it wouldn't have survived for nearly 1,000 years in this world. Huan Yu watered him, then carried him inside and placed him on the table. He changed into monk robes and went out without saying anything. But when he returned at night, he was again bruised and battered, evidently having gone for revenge and got beaten up. Shang Tian. Huan Yu sniffed and, thinking he was about to cry again, unexpectedly smiled slightly, instead wiped his eyes and went to bed. A few days later, Shang Tian learned that during Huan Yu's recent trip down the mountain there had been a small incident at home. His mother fell ill and was neglected. His father took a concubine, and Huan Yu, furious, almost hit his father and as a result was confined at home for a good lesson, which is why he returned to the mountain a few days late and his personality had slightly mellowed out. However, it was only a few days. He quickly returned to his old self, but he was noticeably more serious during training and the determination in his eyes became increasingly apparent. As time passed, the cold winds swept in completely. Winter replaced autumn. Outside, heavy snow fell thickly, a sea of white, while inside Shang Tian's leaves sprouted again, even more lush and green than before. Due to previous incidents, Huan Yu had a falling out with senior brother Ning Ke, and in anger he carried his Ah Chow into another room. Previously he had practiced with his hair unbound, but now, although he was still a lay disciple, he was forced to have his head shaved under the abbot's watchful eye to help him completely restrain his nature. The first time his head was shaved, when the little monk returned at night, his entire face was tear-streaked, and without a word he climbed into bed, burying his face in the quilt. He would have almost forgotten about it after waking up from a sleep, but the next morning, while washing his face, he accidentally caught a glimpse of his reflection in the water, reached up to touch the top of his head, and immediately cried out loud again. Shang Tian stood on the table looking at him, silently expressing sympathy. "However, his head is so round, so shiny, so smooth, I want to touch it." "The system, I want to touch it too." "Shang Tian, you don't have hands." "The system, neither do you." Shang Tian. Wow, so sad. Huan Yu was truly very sad. Why must the head be shaved in the winter? Just as he finally composed himself, the moment he stepped outside, a gust of cold wind blew against his bald head, nearly making him cry again. However, a mischievous child is still a mischievous child. Even with a shaved head, he couldn't be a true monk. He still caused trouble and acted foolishly, getting into fights with his senior brothers every few days, returning with bruises. That day, with one eye swollen, he sat at the table reaching out to touch Shang Tian's green leaves and said to him, "Ah Chow, are you a celestial herb?" Shang Tian. "Huan Yu, if you are, then when you transform into a beauty you must marry me." Shang Tian. Hee hee. Huan Yu stroked his bald head saying, although I am bald now I am a monk in a few years when I return to lay life and my hair grows back I will surely be very handsome. Shang Tian. A bit touched. Huan Yu continued to chatter to himself for a while before finally feeling sleepy and went to bed. Shang Tian also gathered his leaves and closed his eyes. Initially he found the boy's chatter a bit annoying but over time he had grown accustomed to it. At this moment outside the house the night was deep, the cold wind howled and it began to snow heavily again. But inside it was warm. Days passed like this with winter giving way to spring, summer to autumn, the seasons changing quickly. Shang Tian's endurance in this world truly reached an unprecedented limit. If he hadn't personally experienced it he would have never believed he could actually stay in a flower pot for 3 years. 3 years felt quick yet incredibly difficult to endure. If it weren't for the ability to converse with the system in his mind he might have genuinely started to think of himself as a grass. Finally it was the night before his transformation. Shang Tian was so excited that he could barely hold himself back from jumping out of the pot. He had begun to sense changes in his body a few days prior, as if there were some kind of spiritual energy in the air surrounding him continuously flowing into his body. Shang Tian did not refuse, he closed his eyes and began to absorb it earnestly. That night after midnight the moon rose high and the silvery moonlight poured through the window illuminating the flower pot on the table. Shang Tian's branches and leaves began to emit a faint green glow. The light, which started as a very light and faint green, gradually expanded into a beautiful aquamarine glow that almost lit up the entire room. Within this green light a figure gradually took shape, a tall figure with long legs dressed in green looking like a beautifully painted young man. Shang Tian felt a rush of excitement and immediately reached out to touch his face, asking the system, "Where's the mirror?" The system did not respond but instead turned Shang Tian's current appearance into a mirror image and transmitted it to his mind. Shang Tian was excited one moment but the next moment he drooped his head. Damn. So girly. As soon as he finished speaking the little monk lying on the bed sat up. The previously somewhat unruly and flamboyant corners of his mouth now held a hint of determination and the heroism in his brows was even more pronounced. Huan Yu stared blankly at the green-clad beauty on the floor, opened his mouth and tentatively asked, "Ha Chao?" Shang Tian. Huan Yu got out of bed and walked towards Shang Tian. After 3 years his body had grown, no longer the unruly little boy who often ended up with a bruised face from fights. His features were more resolute, his stature tall and straight, even slightly taller than Shang Tian, who had just transformed into human form. Although he was still a young monk with a shaved head, the aura radiating from him was strikingly different, exuding a clear and heroic presence. He looked at Shang Tian, opened his mouth and uncertainly asked, "De Chao, is that you?" Shang Tian remained silent, gazing at the young monk before him, and for some reason he suddenly felt an instinct to leave. Huan Yu saw him turning to leave and hurriedly reached out to grab his clothing, exclaiming anxiously, "Sister Xian Chao." Shang Tian paused, feeling displeased, and coldly replied, "I am a man." After saying that he deliberately snorted at him to express his dissatisfaction. Huan Yu's expression instantly stiffened, his outstretched hand frozen in midair. Seeing him suddenly freeze in place with a dazed look, Shang Tian's earlier annoyance vanished immediately and instead he felt secretly pleased. After all, who made this foolish monk think of him as a woman all this time? His beautiful dream must be shattered now, leaving his heart in pieces. Shang Tian's mood was genuinely delightful. The most significant reason was that after 3 years as Shang Chao Chao he had finally transformed into human form, no longer confined to a flower pot as mere grass. Nothing could bring him more joy than this. While Huan Yu remained frozen in place, Shang Tian already had plans in mind. With the experiences he gained from his previous 2 worlds in manipulating his cultivation and spiritual energy, he found controlling his newly formed little demon grass body quite effortless. With a wave of his hand his body transformed into a faint green light and floated out the window, leaving behind the echoing voice, "Since I have disappointed you I shall leave and will not return." Shang Tian said this deliberately to tease the young monk. How could he not come back? After all, the monk had taken care of him for 3 years, not to mention he still had a task. However, after being trapped here for 3 years, he was nearly going mad and wanted to descend the mountain to explore and enjoy himself before returning. As Shang Tian's figure quickly vanished, Huan Yu finally reacted. He took Shang Tian's words seriously, believing that his reaction had truly saddened Shang Tian, prompting his departure. He rushed out, calling, "A Chow, don't go. Even if you are a male grass, I am still very happy you have transformed into human form." Shang Tian did not hear Huan Yu's words, but even if he had, with his roguish nature, he wouldn't easily return after enjoying himself for a while. Shang Tian first wandered in the woods for a while, marveling at how wonderful it was to be human, then directly descended the mountain. Huan Yu chased out of the temple but couldn't catch up with him. After calling several times in vain, he had no choice but to return and sit at the table staring blankly at the empty flower pot for the entire night. He felt very troubled if the grass he had nurtured for 3 years turned out to be a celestial grass that had transformed, and just as it achieved human form, it was scared away by him. Huan Yu truly wanted to find Shang Tian and tell him that he didn't mind whether he was male or female, as long as it was the grass he nurtured, he would protect it well. He just didn't know where to look. Shang Tian descended the mountain, changed into a set of azure blue clothing, and neatly tied up his previously disheveled hair. He was now clean and unblemished, radiating vitality. He stood upright with long legs. Although he wasn't the tallest in the crowd, his proportions and facial features made him stand out, quickly attracting many gazes. Shang Tian was naturally narcissistic. He felt no discomfort from being the center of attention, but rather enjoyed it. He continued to strut along the road, a perfectly pleasing smile gracing his lips. The system had been silent for several days now, feeling a wave of exasperation. Having experienced the previous 2 worlds, he had naively thought that his once flamboyant host would never return, but here he was in a new world. Ultimately, he could not help but remind him, "Host baby, be low-key." Shang Tian snorted coldly, "Being handsome isn't my fault." The system warned, "Be careful not to attract Taoists who will capture you." "Little demon." Shang Tian replied nonchalantly, "That would be great, then the young monk would have a chance to atone for his sins and gain my forgiveness." The system was left speechless. Shang Tian ignored him, his gaze landing on a nearby tavern. Having been grass for 3 years, he had never eaten a meal, and at this moment he genuinely wanted to go inside and indulge, but unfortunately he had no money. He searched his body but found none. Just as Shang Tian hesitated in front of the tavern, someone suddenly bumped into him. Shang Tian's body swayed slightly, and he frowned as he looked up at the person before him. The man was dressed extravagantly like a wealthy young master, wearing purple robes, a jade belt, and holding a folding fan. He appeared reasonably handsome, about 18 years old, the same age as Huan Yu, but his words dripped with arrogance and a bullying demeanor. He addressed Shang Tian, "Young master, you accidentally bumped into me just now. What should we do about this?" After speaking, his gaze fixated on Shang Tian's face, while the group of servants behind him cast malicious glances at Shang Tian. Shang Tian felt like giving that man a few slaps in his heart, but maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Is that so? I bumped into you?" The man said, "Yes, you bumped into me. If you don't believe me, you can ask the servants behind me." As soon as he finished speaking, the servants behind him immediately chimed in unison, "Yes, we all saw it, you bumped into our young master." Shang Tian smirked, too lazy to argue with him, and said, "Oh, since I bumped into you, what do you suggest we do? How about you bump back?" The man, seeing Shang Tian smile, his eyes lit up, and he said, "Bumping back isn't necessary, but you need to apologize." Shang Tian replied nonchalantly, "All right, how do I apologize?" "Invite me for a drink as an apology," the man said. Shang Tian responded, "Just lend me some money." The man visibly paused but quickly laughed again, a malevolent smile spreading. "Fine." Shang Tian, in a good mood, grinned, "Then let's go," leading the man towards the tavern he had his eyes on. The system warned him, "Host, be careful that this person has ill intentions." Shang Tian was fully aware but thought to himself that it was uncertain who would trick whom. He replied to the system, "Don't worry, this host has no good intentions either." The system pondered for a moment and realized that aside from having been tricked by itself, no one else seemed able to deceive the host, which made him feel reassured. After entering the tavern with the man, Shang Tian learned that his surname was Lu, a notorious little bully known for his promiscuous ways in the area. Today he had set his sights on Shang Tian, likely having seen him, and acted on a whim. Shang Tian didn't mind it. After all, the collision was initiated by them, so he had no reason to be polite. After ordering a dozen dishes, he also ordered several jars of wine. Young Master Lu watched him closely, suddenly signaling to a servant beside him with a glance. The servant understood and left under the pretense of going to the tavern's kitchen. After several hours, Shang Tian paid the bill, pointed to the drunken young Master Lu and his servants sprawled out behind him, and said to the tavern owner, "Please take care of young Master Lu for me. When he wakes up, tell him I was glad to meet him and that we should continue drinking next time." After saying this, he swaggered out, tucking away the remaining purse of silver at his waist. Then he stood on the street contemplating that now he had money, a full stomach, and it was time to ascend to the heavens. Shang Tian longed to soar through the sky on a sword, but in this world he had no sword at all. Ultimately, he had to rely on his own spiritual energy, managing to hover in midair for a few circles before finally calming his mind and preparing to find a place to rest. It was already deep into the night, and the moonlight was as tranquil as water. Shang Tian was in high spirits as he casually sought out an inn with some silver and settled in. After spending a few days indulging in food and drink at the foot of the mountain, he finally decided to return to the mountain to find the little monk. On that day before he left, he deliberately donned a set of elegant white robes, his face clean and unblemished as he stepped out of the inn. Yet he had barely taken a few steps when he was suddenly surrounded by a group of people. Among them, several faces were somewhat familiar, each wielding wooden sticks and glaring fiercely at Shang Tian. Shang Tian felt a bit annoyed and was about to confront them barehanded when suddenly a figure in a blue robe dashed forward to block his way. The person turned around, surprised yet delighted, exclaiming, "Hey, Chow! Shang Tian! Damn you!" Huan Yu was nearly ecstatic, almost wishing to tightly embrace Shang Tian right there on the street, stumbling over his words, "Hey, Chow you." But Shang Tian ignored him, taking advantage of his distraction to slip away. Huan Yu. The people who had originally surrounded Shang Tian immediately turned towards Huan Yu. Coming to his senses, Huan Yu rushed forward. Young Master Lu emerged from the crowd, murmuring to himself, "So his name is a Chow." After saying that, he shouted at his subordinates, "What are you all doing here? Go chase him." Upon hearing the command, the subordinates ceased their entanglement with Huan Yu and immediately turned to pursue Shang Tian. Seeing this, Huan Yu hurriedly tried to catch up to protect Shang Tian. However, young Master Lu quickly blocked his path and asked, "Do you know him?" Huan Yu looked at him disdainfully. "What does it matter to you? It wouldn't normally concern me, but he has offended me now." Huan Yu replied, "So what if he offended you?" He had never feared offending anyone, but he was now eager to chase after Shang Tian and had no time to waste talking to the person before him, so he shoved him aside. Young Master Lu was furious, anger flaring in his eyes, yet with his subordinates chasing after Shang Tian, he also knew that the monk before him was Huan Yuan's only son and skilled in martial arts, so he dared not engage him recklessly. Huan Yu pushed past him and immediately pursued in the direction Shang Tian had gone, but Shang Tian had long since vanished from sight. Huan Yu searched around for a while but found nothing, ultimately sitting despondently beneath a willow tree by the riverbank. He had thought he would finally see a Chow again, but unexpectedly he had turned and run away. Could it be that he was truly so angry that he refused to forgive him? Huan Yu felt very troubled, his heroic brows furrowed tightly. He picked up a small stone from the ground, intending to throw it into the river. But at that moment, suddenly thud! Something unknown struck him on the back of the head. Huan Yu clenched his fist and turned around ready to express his anger, only to see not far away a man clad in white standing tall and straight, his features picturesque. He stood there quietly, his gaze calm as if he were one with the surrounding mountains and waters. "A Chow!" Huan Yu exclaimed in delight. Shang Tian remained silent. He truly had no idea how to respond to that name and was too lazy to walk over, simply standing in place. Huan Yu, however, quickly got up and approached him, his handsome face suddenly turning a bit red from nerves as he anxiously explained, Chow, I truly do not mind that you are a man." Shang Tian, I know." Huan Yu, feeling somewhat agitated and fearing that he might leave again, directly grabbed his arm. Yet the next moment, due to an inexplicable and strange sensation, he hurriedly released him and asked earnestly, "Are you still angry?" Shang Tian smiled, "Not anymore." Then he thought carefully. It seemed he had never been angry at all. Shang Tian found a spot by the river and sat down. Huan Yu followed, sitting beside him. It was noon and the sun was warm, with gentle breezes stirring the willow branches overhead. Shang Tian closed his eyes, wearing a content expression. Huan Yu gazed at his handsome profile, feeling unexpectedly nervous, cheeks slightly flushed. He turned his head, looking elsewhere. After sitting for a while, Shang Tian opened his eyes and stood up, wanting to walk around. Huan Yu thought he was about to leave again and hurriedly chased after him, asking anxiously, "A Chow, where are you going?" Shang Tian replied, "I don't know where to go, just wandering around." Huan Yu suggested, "Come back to Huanfu with me." "A Chow, you've just taken human form, you surely have no place to go. Come with me to Huanfu and in a few days we can return to the mountain together." Shang Tian actually wanted to say yes, but considering his identity in this world and the age gap with Huan Yu, he decided to act aloof, furrowing his brows, hesitating and saying, "But..." Huan Yu understood his concerns and earnestly reassured him, "Rest assured, I can protect you and won't let anyone discover your identity." Shang Tian relaxed his brows but remained silent. Huan Yu anxiously reiterated, "A Chow, I can truly protect you and won't let anyone harm you." Shang Tian pretended to think for a while before finally nodding and saying, "All right." The system, unable to hold back, commented, "Host, you're so pretentious." Shang Tian retorted, "This is called restraint." The system was left speechless. Huan Yu, however, was instantly delighted and sighed in relief, saying, "Then let's go now." Shang Tian replied, The Huang family was one of the wealthiest in the town, comparable in power to the Lu family that Shang Tian had previously deceived. It was the Mid-Autumn Festival and Huan Ye's birthday fell the day after, on the 16th of the 8th month. Every year at this time the Huan family would send someone to fetch Huan Yu down the mountain. This time was no exception, but after Huan Yu descended he had them return first, planning to find Shang Tian himself. To his surprise, he actually found him. Huan Yu was in a genuinely good mood. After nurturing grass for 3 years, seeing it transform into human form was surprising yet delightful. He decided that as long as it was grass he had raised, regardless of what it was, he would protect it forever. Shang Tian also felt quite well. Every day and moment now was more comfortable compared to the previous 3 years. However, as the two approached the entrance of the Huan family, they both began to feel troubled. Huan Yu had spent the past few years in the mountains at the Shaolin Temple, naturally not getting to know anyone down below, making it difficult to explain Shang Tian's identity. After much consideration and finding no way to explain, Huan Yu had no choice but to turn Shang Tian back into a blade of grass. He carefully tucked him into his clothing and pushed open the main door to enter. The family servants of the Huan family saw Huan Yu and immediately came to greet him, saying, "Young master, you have returned." Huan Yu responded and wanted to return to his room immediately to release Shang Tian, but his mother, Madame Huan, who hadn't seen her son for over half a year, was already waiting for him. Huan Yu had no choice but to go see his mother first. Madame Huan looked Huan Yu over and said, You have finally returned." Huan Yu was also very happy to see his mother and immediately called out, "Mother." Madame Huan noticed her son had grown taller, her face showing joy, but upon seeing Huan Ye's bald head she frowned and said, You're about to come of age and should be thinking about marriage. It's time to let your hair grow. Just as Huan Yu was about to nod in agreement, Mr. Huan stepped out sternly, stating, While you are on the mountain, focus on your practice. Matters of marriage and hair growth can wait until you fully return to secular life. Huan Yu was not very close with his father. As a child he had almost fought with him over marrying a concubine. Fortunately Huan's family only had Huan Yu as a son, so Mr. Huan naturally would not hold grudges against his son. Huan Yu bore no grudge, feeling a bit awkward, and merely called out, Father. Huan's father responded with an After chatting a bit more with Madame Huan, Huan Yu remembered that Shang Tian was still tucked inside his clothing. He found an excuse, returned to his room, closed the door, and then let Shang Tian out. With a flash of green light, Shang Tian transformed back into a white-clad man. Feeling a bit tired, he lay directly down on Huan Ye's bed. Huan Yu, somewhat worried, asked, Chow, are you all right? Shang Tian replied, I'm fine. Huan Yu changed his clothes and went out again while Shang Tian continued to lie on the bed. Tonight was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Huan Yu had brought in some mooncakes for Shang Tian in advance. Shang Tian, however, felt a bit sleepy and fell asleep until night. Huan Yu sat with Mr. and Madame Huan in the courtyard under the flower hall, enjoying the moon, having dinner and chatting about trivial family matters. Madame Huan, unwilling to see her son suffer, suggested that Huan Yu stay home from now on and not return to the mountain to be a monk. Mr. Huan also noticed that his son had become much more restrained compared to before and had similar thoughts, but still said, let's wait another year. By that time Huan Yu would be approaching his comingafage ceremony, a good opportunity to find him a suitable marriage partner. While chatting with them, Huan Ye's mind was somewhat worried about Shang Tian. When Mr. Huan and Madame Huan began to feel sleepy and were helped by the servants to rest, Huan Yu bid them good night and immediately returned to his own room, only to find that Shang Tian had disappeared again. Huan Yu grew anxious and immediately ran out to search for him. Shang Tian hadn't gone far. After waking up and finding it was already night, he felt a bit bored. After eating a few pieces of mooncake, he took advantage of the lack of people outside to sneak out and jumped onto the roof to enjoy the moon. Shang Tian was in a good mood, saying, The moon is so round tonight. The system echoed, Indeed, the moon on the 15th is fullest on the 16th. Shang Tian added, Change has finally reunited with the Jade Rabbit. The system responded, Yes, host baby, don't forget to marry Huan Yu. Shang Tian was left speechless, thinking, Damn. He fell silent instantly. After a while he remarked, I didn't expect you to be this kind of system. The system could only remain silent. The system, wishing not to remind him once more about the fact that the secular host would turn 18 tomorrow, fell silent. Shang Tian sat alone for a while before noticing Huan Yu was anxiously searching for him below. He immediately got up, conjuring a small round object in his hand, and threw it at the top of the little monk's bald head. Huan Yu felt a light tap on his head and turned around to see Shang Tian standing on the roof. Seeing that he had not left, Huan Ye's expression relaxed, and he quickly went around to the back of the house, climbed up to the roof, and sat down beside Shang Tian. Shang Tian sat alone for a while before noticing Huan Yu was anxiously searching for him below. He immediately got up, conjuring a small round object in his hand, and Shang Tian remained silent, pointing at the night sky. Huan Yu guessed, Xing. Shang Tian gave no response. Huan Yu continued, You. Shang Tian sighed, finally saying one word, Tian. Huan Yu asked, Then should I call you a Tian? Shang Tian did not respond. Huan Yu tentatively suggested, Little Tian. Shang Tian looked clearly displeased and said, I'm older than you. Huan Yu thought silently for a moment but couldn't come up with any other names, feeling somewhat at a loss as he looked at Shang Tian. Shang Tian had no choice but to say, Forget it, call me whatever you like. Huan Yu immediately said, "Achao." Shang Tian was left speechless. The two sat quietly on the roof for a while, the night gradually becoming cooler with the wind carrying a hint of chill. Shang Tian felt cold but didn't want to return. He continued to gaze up at the bright moon, lost in his thoughts about certain realities. Huan Yu looked at him and said, "Achao." Shang Tian lightly hummed in response, not turning his head. Huan Yu noticed his thin clothing and unconsciously leaned closer to him. For some reason, although Achao was a man just like himself and appeared no less tough, Huan Yu couldn't help but feel the urge to protect him. Unaware of the little monk's thoughts, Shang Tian turned to him and asked, "Do you have any wine?" Huan Yu was momentarily stunned. Shang Tian smiled. It was unintentional, but under the moonlight he appeared exceptionally handsome and alluring. He said, "How can there be no wine during the Mid-Autumn Festival?" Huan Yu's mouth moved, realizing his throat was somewhat dry. He hurriedly said, "All right, I'll go get some," and quickly turned away, jumping off the roof. Shang Tian remained on the roof, and before long Huan Yu returned with 2 jars of wine. They opened them, each taking a jar. After taking a few sips of wine, they felt less cold than before. By this time the night was deep, and the moonlight spread like silver frost across the ground, surrounding them with an eerie silence. Only their breathing could be heard. Uncertain of who moved closer first, their bodies were very close, and they could clearly hear each other's breaths and the rapid beating of their hearts. Huan Yu felt a bit nervous, unsure if it was due to the alcohol or some other reason. His youthful, handsome face turned slightly red as he cautiously draped his arm over Shang Tian's shoulder. Shang Tian felt a bit dizzy but remained upright. When he sensed Huan Yu's arm on his shoulder, he didn't lean in closer. Huan Yu had the impulse to pull him in closer, but suddenly felt inexplicably anxious, worried that his actions might anger Shang Tian and cause him to leave again. Ultimately he maintained his stiff position. Their posture was somewhat awkward and looked stiff, yet under the gentle moonlight there was an indescribable warmth. Until the wind blew colder and Shang Tian could no longer bear it, he turned and said, "Let's go back." Huan Yu's cheeks were slightly flushed and he hurriedly withdrew his hand, standing up and saying, "All right." After returning, they finished the remaining wine in the jars before lying down on the bed together. The next day dawn broke. A knock sounded from outside. Young master, it's time to get up. Today is your birthday and madam has made you longevity noodles early in the morning, waiting for you to come eat." At this Huan Yu didn't wake up, but Shang Tian instantly did. Upon realizing he was cuddling with Huan Yu in the same bed, his expression darkened and he cursed inwardly. The system said softly, "Don't worry, he just turned 18 today, you're not committing a crime." Shang Tian replied. Just then Huan Yu also woke up, looking at Shang Tian with joy, saying, "Achao." Shang Tian remained silent, quietly getting out of bed and tidying up his clothes. Today marks the 18th birthday of Huan Yu, and Lord Huan Yu and his wife have organized a family banquet at home. Naturally Huan Yu cannot be together with Shang Tian, and Shang Tian cannot go out with him, so he can only stay alone in the room. The system expresses deep concern for this world, feeling that its host child truly can only be subdued through force. For someone like Huan Yu, who is young and inexperienced in emotions, it will take considerable effort to win over the host child. Completing the task seems to be a distant goal. Clearly it is Shang Tian who needs to carry out the task, yet he is not in a hurry, thinking that there is plenty of time ahead. The system feels a bit anxious for him and reminds him, "Host child, don't you want to complete the task?" Shang Tian ignores him, focusing on the fruits and seeds that Huan Yu has brought him. The system says, "You can only learn some things you want to know by completing the task." Shang Tian continues to eat seeds without paying attention to him. The system continues, "Only then can you have a chance to return to the original world." Shang Tian replies, "Oh," and continues to peel the seeds. The system thinks for a moment and finally comes up with a big move, "Your fans are all waiting for you. In your absence they've been slandered online." Shang Tian is startled and puts down the seeds, asking, "Really?" The system immediately replies, yes really. Shang Tian questions, how do you know? The system explains, I can collect information through time and space. Shang Tian falls silent for a moment, then says, oh, and lowers his head to continue peeling seeds. The system is left speechless. He expresses confusion, unable to understand, and wonders who can tell him where the once proactive host child went. Shang Tian, you drove him away. The system. As expected, the host is powerful, everything is out of his control. Shang Tian is not anxious, and the system helplessly retreats to a corner. After eating his fill, Shang Tian lies back down on the bed, feeling that his current life is quite good. This world is his domain and no one can control him, it is far freer than any world before. When he wakes up, it is already noon. Shang Tian peeks outside through the door crack, then changes into the attire of a male servant of Huan Yu, and seeing that no one is around, immediately pushes the door and steps outside. He reaches the wall, leaps over, then changes back into his own clothes and struts down the street. A life of freedom where no one can control him is truly delightful. Shang Tian sighs again, only to coincidentally run into the young master of the Lu family. Shang Tian. If he had known, he should have checked the calendar before going out. Lu Yuaning, the young master of the Lu family, shows a smile upon seeing Shang Tian. This person is known for his domineering demeanor, always accompanied by a group of servants, and today is no exception. He was just looking for Shang Tian, and his servants, without needing further orders, immediately encircle the target upon spotting him. Shang Tian feels secretly pleased, but puts on a facade of shivering in the cold wind and asks, what do you want? Lu Yuaning approaches him and says, Ah Chow, you have hurt my heart. Shang Tian. Lu Yuaning continues, I let you go last time, but it won't be so easy this time. You must make it up to me. Shang Tian frowns, how do I make it up? You will spend a day playing with me. Shang Tian asks, what do we play? Whatever comes to mind. If you lose, you must take off a piece of clothing. Shang Tian thinks to himself, what a brat. Since he has nothing better to do, he decides to humor him and nods, following him to a secluded spot. Having been caught off guard last time, Lu Yuaning and his subordinates are now clearly on guard against Shang Tian. Of course, Shang Tian's tricks are impossible to guard against. The two engage in games from dice throwing to fighting chickens and crickets to identifying genders based on silhouettes, with the loser of each round required to remove a piece of clothing. Lu Yuaning has his subordinates tamper with each round, ensuring that anyone else would undoubtedly lose today. He waits with confidence, watching as this man, who is even more beautiful than a woman and yet doesn't seem weak at all, gradually removes his clothing piece by piece, leaving him completely exposed. What an enticing sight it would be! Unfortunately, he has miscalculated. Shang Tian possesses an advantage in this world. He is a little demon grass with some spiritual abilities. Though not very strong, he is more than capable of dealing with these mortals. Thus the person whose clothes are about to come off is none other than Lu Yuaning. Shang Tian is tidy and has no interest in looking at a naked man, especially one younger than himself, teetering on the edge of adolescence. Even a glance makes him feel like he's committing a crime. Shang Tian loses interest and wants to leave, but it is not that easy. Lu Yuaning is already bare from the waist up, blocking his way, saying, no matter what, you can't leave today. Shang Tian looks at him coldly, what do you want? Lu Yuaning's hand suddenly rests on Shang Tian, saying, I want you to be mine. Shang Tian almost can't hold back and nearly spits out blood, laughing, what if I refuse? Then I will force you today, he says, making a move as if to act forcefully. Shang Tian endures for a moment but can no longer stand it. He decides it's time to teach Lu Yuaning a lesson, raising his hand and slapping Lu Yuaning's face, saying, understand this clearly, I am a man, you talk to me when you reach maturity. Lu Yuaning is stunned by the slap, and Shang Tian seizes the opportunity to push him away and jumps out of the window from the second floor. The servants react and try to pursue, but Shang Tian has long vanished. In a good mood he wanders around and notices that it is getting late. He worries that the little monk won't be able to find him when he returns. So he returns to Huan Yu's residence. Sure enough, Huan Yu discovers that Shang Tian is missing and furrows his brows. Shang Tian quietly approaches, tapping him on the head from behind. Huan Yu immediately turns around and upon seeing Shang Tian he asks with some concern, "Ah Chow, where have you been?" Shang Tian replies, "I went for a stroll." Huan Yu goes to fetch dinner for him, but his brows remain furrowed. Shang Tian remembers that today is Huan Yu's birthday and feels guilty for not having expressed anything or given him a gift, so he stands up and says, "I will take you to a place." Huan Yu is momentarily stunned. Shang Tian takes his hand and while no one is outside he pushes the door open and leaps into the air. They arrive at a high peak where there is no one around, a place Shang Tian had previously discovered by chance. They are close to the night sky, able to see a larger, rounder moon and more beautiful radiant stars. The two sit close together and Shang Tian turns to him saying, "Ah Yu, happy birthday." Huan Yu looks at him in a daze, somewhat stunned. Shang Tian realizes that perhaps people in ancient times did not have the habit of saying happy birthday, so he does not say anything further, turning his gaze back to the night sky. In every world Shang Tian's body and appearance undergo slight changes, yet his eyes have never changed. Those eyes, no matter whether in reality or in every world he traverses, remain as beautiful and captivating as stars, and now under the true starry sky they are even more dazzling than the stars themselves. Huan Yu stares at him, unable to help but feels slightly lost. In the next moment he suddenly leans closer and says, "Ah Chow, I really like you." Shang Tian smiles and replies, "I like you too." The system, which had been silent, suddenly jumps out excitedly, asking, "Really? Host child?" Shang Tian's face darkens, rolling his eyes internally, saying, "It's the kind of liking a brother has for his younger brother." The system instantly deflates, realizing that completing tasks in this world is indeed a distant goal. However, Huan Yu is truly delighted and excited by Shang Tian's words. He cannot distinguish what kind of liking this is nor the deeper meaning behind Shang Tian's liking. Yet his heart races uncontrollably and the blood in his body begins to boil. Youth is prone to impulsiveness and emotions can be hard to suppress. Huan Yu feels a bit nervous, his breathing inexplicably rapid, yet he cannot conceal his emotions. He reaches out to lightly touch Shang Tian and slowly moves closer. When Shang Tian turns his head, their faces nearly touch, their noses almost brushing against each other, just a little closer and their lips would meet. Shang Tian is taken aback for a moment, seeing the young monk's handsome face seemingly flush. Just as he is about to awkwardly turn away, Huan Yu suddenly presses his hand against the back of his neck and kisses those enticing thin lips. Rather than a kiss, it is more like a clumsy nibble. Huan Yu is truly inexperienced in emotions, kissing without any technique, driven solely by the fervent impulse in his heart, awkwardly seeking out Shang Tian's lips. Shang Tian wants to push him away but hesitates for a moment. Huan Yu kisses him, his hands trembling as they rest on Shang Tian's shoulders, carefully pushing him down to the ground, continuing the awkward kiss. Shang Tian genuinely wants to push him away, feeling a sense of guilt, yet seeing Huan Yu's nervous and careful demeanor makes him reluctant to do so. In the end he can only remain stiffly still, allowing Huan Yu to kiss him, neither responding nor pushing him away. Huan Yu, however, feels an unprecedented encouragement from Shang Tian's inaction, as if his heart is about to leap out of his chest. He is like a child who has discovered the most delicious candy in the world. Once he tastes it, he instantly becomes addicted and cannot bear to let it go. Shang Tian is kissed for a long time, long enough that his lips feel numb, yet a certain part of his body shamefully responds. Huan Yu's breathing grows increasingly rapid and heated. He is unsure of how to release the impulse within him, yet his hands cannot help but explore Shang Tian's body, hesitantly trying to tug off his clothing. His lips begin to wander downward, landing on Shang Tian's chin, Adam's apple and collarbone, all actions driven purely by instinct. Yet despite already kissing and taking, it feels insufficient, far from enough, and his body becomes increasingly hot and uncontrollable. Huan Yu feels as if he is on the verge of being consumed by the fervent impulse within him. Finally Shang Tian seizes a moment to catch his breath, tilting his neck back and gasping for air, his voice somewhat hoarse as he says, "Ah Yu, I want to go back." This statement finally pulls Huan Yu's consciousness back somewhat. Huan Yu suddenly stops, his expression flustered. He hastily gets up, releasing Shang Tian, worried that his previous actions might anger him, saying anxiously, "Ah Chow, I'm sorry." What can Shang Tian say? Fortunately they stopped in time. If it had continued and something indescribable had occurred, it would be a guilt he would carry forever. Shang Tian remains silent, standing up and adjusting his clothes. Huan Yu thinks that his earlier actions truly disgusted Shang Tian, making him even more anxious. He anxiously grasps his arm, saying, "Ah Chow, I'm sorry, please don't go." Shang Tian looks up and smiles as if nothing had happened, saying, "It's cold outside, let's go back." Huan Yu is taken aback, then his eyes fill with surprise, asking, "Ah Chow, you're not angry?" Shang Tian gives a low, sound, takes his hand, and leaps into the air. The two return and lie on a bed again. After all, they are two big men. It is impossible for them to be so pretentious as to have one sleep on the bed and the other on the floor. Shang Tian sleeps on the inner side, leaning against the wall, while Huan Yu obediently lies on his side. Yet he cannot help but think of what happened outside. He kissed Ah Chow and he didn't get angry. Even though they are both men, why does he feel such an uncontrollable impulse towards him? Huan Yu cannot comprehend it and does not want to think too much. However, as he falls asleep, he eventually cannot resist turning over and cautiously moving closer to Shang Tian, wrapping his arms around him from behind. Shang Tian is not actually asleep, and a wave of guilt washes over him, feeling that he has seduced a minor and a monk at that. He silently recites, "Namo Amitabha, this is truly a sin indeed." The system-driven, nearly mad, cannot help but correct him repeatedly, saying, "He's a secular person, he just turned 18 today, you have no sin." Thus the conversation turns into this. Shang Tian, "Namo Amitabha, this is truly a sin indeed." The system, "He's a secular person already of age, you have no sin at all." The next few days pass peacefully. Huan Yu stays at home for a while, and it is time for him to return to the Shaolin Mountains. Madame Huan Yu insists on sending her son to the mountain herself for her peace of mind. Thus Shang Tian has no choice but to turn back into a blade of grass, and Huan Yu carefully places him inside his clothing. Upon returning, Huan Yu and Madame Huan Yu meet with the abbot, thanking him for his teachings over the years and discussing Huan Yu's plan to grow out his hair and fully return to secular life next year. Only then can she leave with peace of mind. Huan Yu returns to his quarters and quickly releases Shang Tian, who is nearly wilting. After taking on human form, he drinks several cups of water to recover. A few days later, Shang Tian discovers that absorbing the essence of the sun and moon in grass form helps him rapidly enhance his cultivation. Therefore, during the following period, he often returns to the flower pot in grass form. Whether as grass or as a person, Huan Yu takes great care of him every day, ensuring that no one in Shaolin discovers any harm to him. Now it is winter and the snow falls heavily outside. During his time as grass, Shang Tian endured the winter, but this year he feels like hibernating, wanting to wrap himself up like a rice dumpling. Huan Yu, of course, is unwilling. He wants to spend every day with Shang Tian. So that winter Shang Tian lay in bed wrapped in blankets for an entire season. After winter, spring arrives and Shang Tian resumes his training. His cultivation has improved significantly, and Huan Yu's martial skills have also grown much stronger. The two continue to sleep together in a very innocent manner. In the calm and peaceful days, a year quickly passes. Next, Huan Yu was supposed to leave the mountains and return to a secular life, taking over the family business and living a stable life. However, the Huan family underwent a significant change during this year. It was only a few days before Huan Yu descended the mountain that he received news from home. The Huan family had encountered a calamity, losing their wealth and land, which caused his father Huan Leoi to fall ill from stress. Shortly after Huan Yu hurried back home, Huan Leoi passed away from anger. The concubine he married previously and the household servants had already divided and taken away the remaining valuables from the family. In an instant the vast Huan residence became empty, leaving only Huan Yu and his mother Huan Furen. Shang Tian was genuinely taken aback as everything had happened too suddenly. After experiencing this upheaval, Huan Yu seemed to have matured overnight. Having shed his blue monk's robe, his hair had begun to grow and he stood taller and more imposing than before, his face now radiating a youthful vigor. Seeing him push the door open, Shang Tian stood up with a frown and called out, "Ayu." Huan Yu said nothing as he walked over, suddenly embracing Shang Tian. Now he was taller than Shang Tian by a head, his chest broadened, exuding the charm of a young man. He held Shang Tian in silence for a long time. Shang Tian could easily push him away with a little effort, yet he allowed the embrace to continue. After finishing dinner, Lei Feng lazily lay down on the bed after walking around the house. Just as he began to feel drowsy, a body pressed against him from behind, wrapping around him. Lei Feng frowned uncomfortably and turned around sternly, saying, "Assistant Mo, the CEO only agreed to let you stay by my side, but I did not permit you to get into my bed." Assistant Mo pretended not to hear and tightened his grip around him. Lei Feng, irritated, turned to glare at him. "Mot, get the hell off me." Mot still acted as if he hadn't heard, directly kissing his lips. His long fingers caressed Lei Feng's body through the soft fabric. Noticing that Lei Feng's body had finally returned to its previous state, even slightly plumper, a look of satisfaction flashed in Mot's tranquil eyes. It seemed his careful nurturing had indeed borne fruit. Ever since Lei Feng reluctantly agreed to let Mot continue to stay by his side every morning, he would wake up to neatly hung clothes on the rack in front of the bed, breakfast laid out on the table, a driver waiting outside, and unwanted documents tossed to Mot at the company. Mot was perceptive and adept at understanding people's hearts. He found ways to resolve even the most difficult matters. Aside from not sharing a bed anymore, they had almost returned to the state of their previous romance. Lei Feng knew he still loved Mot, no matter how complicated Mot was, how many lies he had told, or how many faces he wore. He could not control his heart from loving him. But this time he decided to hold back, refusing to share a bed with Mot again. He was worried that if he devoted himself entirely again and one day Mot disappeared once more, his world would collapse. Mot also understood what he was worried about and could only do his best to care for him, hoping he could once again fully trust him. Yet months passed in the blink of an eye. Mot felt he was about to go insane, having to watch the person he loved dearly every day without being able to touch him. This torment was almost driving him mad. Lei Feng, please don't reject me anymore. I truly love you." Mot pressed his body against Lei Feng's back, his warm breath brushing against his cheek as he slowly kissed the nape of Lei Feng's neck, one hand encircling his body while the other slid down to grasp the sensitive area between his legs. Lei Feng was not a person who practiced abstinence, and it was impossible not to feel anything when Mot teased him this way. Yet he still decided to refuse, pulling Mot's hand from inside his pants and turning to kick Mot's waist hard. "Assistant Mo, if you dare to touch me again, believe me, I'll fire you immediately and you'll never see me again." Mot, who had been tirelessly caring for Lei Feng's health, ended up nearly being kicked off the bed by him. He looked at Lei Feng, sadness flashing in his eyes, and left the bed quietly. In the bedroom only Lei Feng remained, yet he turned restlessly, unable to sleep. As a vibrant young man, his daily life now consisted of eating, sleeping, and working. He abstained from tobacco and alcohol and had no sex life at all. What exactly was the point of living like a monk every day? The more Lei Feng thought about it, the less he could sleep, so he simply got up to see what Mot was doing. In the dimly lit living room outside the bedroom, Mot's figure stood against the balcony, seemingly gazing at the night sky in the distance. Before Lei Feng could decide whether to approach him, Mot turned to him and said, Feng, do you remember when we first met and you asked me to play that piece for you when I had the time? I forgot, Lei Feng replied deliberately. I haven't forgotten, Mot said. I really practiced that piece earnestly. Oh, Lei Feng replied nonchalantly. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Clearly he cared, yet he pretended to be indifferent. He couldn't tell if he was being difficult with Mot or if he was just being difficult with himself. Mot said nothing more, picked up the cello he had leaned against the balcony earlier, then sat down holding the instrument in one hand and the bow in the other. A deep melodious sound emerged, blending with his cool, beautiful voice, resonating with deep emotion and sorrow. In my embrace, in your eyes, there the spring breeze intoxicates, there the green grass is like a carpet. The moonlight spreads love across the lake's surface, the bonfire of two people illuminates the entire night. Years later, like clouds drifting, those changing footsteps make it hard for us to hold hands. In this lifetime, how many of you and me are swallowed in the moonlight like water, yearning for a day when the past reappears? We linger on the shores of Lake Baikal. Years later, memories drift with the clouds, that flying snow cannot contain such tenderness. In this lifetime there is too little time, not enough to prove the deep affection that melts the ice and snow. One day you suddenly appear clear and mysterious by Lake Baikal. After a while, Lei Feng finally detached himself from the music, raised his palm to clap, and feigned indifference as he said, Master Mo, you really are versatile. Do you like it? Mot ignored his words and asked seriously. I don't like it, Lei Feng responded, clearly contradicting himself. Mot, however, did not show any sign of disappointment. He stood up, set down the cello, and walked directly toward Lei Feng. Even if you don't like it, that's fine. I just want you to know that I take every word you say seriously and will truly act on it. Lei Feng's gaze flickered slightly, but he did not respond. Mot approached him, suddenly tearing open the front of his shirt, then quickly reached out to turn on the light. The entire house instantly brightened, and just as Lei Feng was about to say, What the hell do you want again? He froze when he saw the left side of Mot's chest. On a large area of swollen skin, the neatly carved characters Lei Feng were clearly visible. It wasn't a tattoo, it had been carved on with a blade. Mot, are you out of your mind? Lei Feng shouted. Mot calmly smiled. One day when you were asleep, I heard you mumbling. Are you a fool? I was just saying that casually. What I said casually I took seriously. Lei Feng felt heartache. It's so swollen. Have you treated it with anti-inflammatory medicine? Wait in the bedroom, I'll go buy some ointment to apply. As he spoke, he prepared to change clothes and go out, but Mot grabbed him and pulled him into an embrace, whispering in his ear, Trust me, I truly love you to the point where I can't extricate myself. Without you I would die. I'm willing to do anything for you. Lei Feng felt a surge of emotions within, and after a long silence he finally responded with a proud Mot still held him tightly for a long time. Lei Feng became annoyed. If you don't let go, I swear I'll really leave you if your chest rots away in a few days. Mot laughed and finally released him. Lei Feng quickly bought the medicine and returned, carefully applying it to Mot's chest. As he did, he suddenly asked fiercely, Who dared to carve my name, Lei Feng, on you? Do you believe I will chop off his hand? Mot stretched out his hands in front of Lei Feng and looked at him calmly. Go ahead, do whatever you want, President Lei. Lei Feng glared at him. I knew it was you, you fool, who carved it yourself. Mot smiled, suddenly grabbing Lei Feng's shoulders and flipping him over, pinning him down. Lei Feng, I love you. I know, Lei Feng grumbled in annoyance, pushing against Mot's other chest and saying seriously, Assistant Mo, don't you need to apply the medicine properly? President Lei, you know. Mot held Lei Feng's hand. What I want most is you. As he spoke, he lowered his head to kiss Lei Feng's neck, reaching down to unbutton his shirt. Inside, Lei Feng thought, damn. I was caught off guard. He initially wanted to refuse but was afraid of hurting Mot's chest, so he could only go along half-heartedly. To Mot this looked like a coy rejection, a blatant seduction. His warm kisses trailed down, kissing Lei Feng's toned chest, his firm abdomen, finally stopping at a certain spot below that had long since pitched a small tent. His tongue gently kissed the spot through the fabric, deliberately not pulling down the underwear. The teasing sensation through the clothing drove Lei Feng nearly to madness. It never seemed enough, and he squirmed uncomfortably. His fingers had already found their way to the hollow area behind him. His palm grasped the ample flesh of Lei Feng's buttocks, kneading it as if it were dough. His fingertips occasionally poked at the entrance, but showed no intention of going in. Ha! Lei Feng's body temperature rose, turning his entire body red. He felt like he was about to melt in his mouth, and his buttocks involuntarily rubbed from side to side. Although Shang Tian was aware of Huan Yu's news in the capital until the news reached the rural town, he could only pretend to be oblivious. Every day, aside from taking care of Madame Huan, he basked in the sun in the courtyard, occasionally wandering outside, and life passed by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, nearly 3 months had passed. It was now early summer. One day, after finishing lunch, Shang Tian was preparing to return to his room for a nap when the young master of the Lu family arrived, bringing a lot of early summer fruits and some medicine that Madame Huan usually took, along with 2 jars of fine wine. Seeing him arrive, Shang Tian barely reacted, glancing at him and saying, "What are you here for again?" Lu Yuanying smiled and replied, "I came to see you. I have no other intentions, I just want to drink and chat with you about life," Lu Yuanying said, blocking Shang Tian as he turned to leave. Shang Tian remained silent, observing him for a few seconds before saying, "All right." Lu Yuanying was delighted. Thus the two of them sat down to drink and chat. In truth, Shang Tian had never disliked him much from the start. As they spent more time together, he discovered that although Lu Yuanying appeared arrogant, his nature was not bad. Just as they were drinking, a sudden sound of horses' hoofs echoed from outside. Shang Tian set down his cup and immediately stood up, walking towards the door, with Lu Yuanying following closely behind. However, before they could reach the front door, a young man clad in icy armor strode in. Upon seeing him, Shang Tian halted, a charming smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said, "Hey, you're back." Huan Yu looked at him and the people behind him, but his expression gradually changed as he was about to continue walking towards Shang Tian. At that moment, Madame Huan heard the noise and quickly walked out of the room. Upon seeing Huan Yu, a look of joy instantly appeared on her face as she rushed towards him, exclaiming, "You're back." Huan Yu glanced at Shang Tian, his steps pausing as he turned to his mother, a smile spreading across his face as he called out, "Mother." Madame Huan's eyes brimmed with tears as she tightly grasped him, saying, "It's good that you're back safely." Shang Tian and Lu Yuanying stood to the side, watching the deep bond between the mother and son. Lu Yuanying suddenly turned to Shang Tian and asked, "Is it worth it? You dedicate yourself to taking care of his mother every day, waiting for his return, but now that he has come back in glory, he should soon marry and start a family." On the surface, Shang Tian remained silent, yet inside he thought, good, this is the best outcome. Perhaps others would not believe it, but he genuinely hoped that Huan Yu would marry and settle down, treating him like a younger brother, wishing for his true happiness and a fulfilling life. As for himself, having enjoyed enough of this world, even if the system could no longer assign him tasks, he could still find a way to leave and venture into the next world. Standing aside, Shang Tian heard Madame Huan mention the care she had received from Lu Yuanying in recent days. Huan Yu turned around, glanced at Lu Yuanying and said to Shang Tian, "Thank you, brother Shang." Shang Tian smiled and replied, "No need to thank me, it's what I should do." Huan Yu's gaze deepened slightly, but he said nothing more, turning to accompany Madame Huan back into the house. The soldiers he brought stood neatly in a row in the courtyard. Before long, the local governor arrived, having specially arranged a congratulatory banquet for Huan Yu, who had been appointed as a 4th-rank official in the court. Seeing this, Shang Tian understood that Huan Yu might not have time to talk to him, so he consciously left the Huan residence temporarily and went to drink with Lu Yuanying elsewhere, returning late at night. His room was unlit. Shang Tian entered carelessly through his outerwear side and was about to lie down and fall asleep. Suddenly a person from behind embraced him tightly in the darkness, their voice whispering in his ear, softly calling ACA. As Shang Tian turned his head, the person took the opportunity to kiss him. This is a passionate and somewhat urgent kiss. Shang Tian struggled to turn around, pushing the person behind him away. In the darkness, Huan Yu stepped back slightly, paused, and said, "I'm sorry." Shang Tian was at a loss for words, only able to call out softly, "You." Huan Yu said, "I just missed you too much." Shang Tian fell silent for a moment and replied, "I miss you too." Huan Yu stepped closer and embraced him, saying, "I neglected you during the day, but tonight I want to be with you." Shang Tian wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but Huan Yu held him tightly and said, "Achao, I really miss you. Every day I was away I thought of you." Shang Tian was inexplicably flustered. "Now that I'm back," Huan Yu said, "I can truly protect you." Shang Tian felt even more anxious. Huan Yu said, "Achao, let's get married." Shang Tian's head buzzed as if it had exploded. Before he could respond, the system suddenly chimed excitedly, "Host baby, please agree." Shang Tian ignored it and pushed Huan Yu again in the darkness, saying, "You am a man. I've always seen you as my younger brother. I only have one person in this world while you have your mother. You should marry and live a good life." If at first Shang Tian might have complained, he didn't actually reject the idea of marrying Huan Yu. But now, after spending time with Huan Yu and Lady Huan, he truly couldn't bear to disrupt their lives. Shang Tian suddenly felt that perhaps he should have left long ago. Staying would only hurt the other party more. Huan Yu, however, held him tightly, suddenly asking, "Why? Is it because you like someone else? Is it because of that young master from the Lu family?" Huan Yu? Shang Tian could endure at first, but upon hearing this he could no longer hold back. He used his own spiritual energy to push Huan Yu away, angrily saying, "Do you know what you're talking about?" Huan Yu probably didn't expect such a strong reaction from him, standing still for a while. But soon boundless heartache followed, making him think that he must truly care. Otherwise, how could he react so strongly? Seeing that Huan Yu had no response for a long time, Shang Tian felt that perhaps he had overreacted and took the initiative to approach him, saying, I don't like anyone. I just don't want to disrupt your life. You're still young, you have a bright future ahead, and Lady Huan has expectations for you. I'm just a weed, you being with me would ruin your prospects." Shang Tian spoke earnestly, perhaps never expecting that he would one day plead so sincerely. But he wasn't sure if Huan Yu could truly take it to heart. The two stood in silence for a while. Huan Yu appeared calm, so calm that Shang Tian thought he must have seriously listened to his words. After a moment of silence, Huan Yu said, "Get some rest early." Shang Tian felt somewhat relieved and replied, "Okay, you should go back and sleep too." Huan Yu nodded and turned to leave. Shang Tian lay on the bed contemplating some things, realizing that he might really need to leave. The next day after breakfast, he hesitated about when to say goodbye to Lady Huan. Now that Huan Yu was back, Lady Huan no longer needed his care. Staying would only affect Huan Ye's future. While he was lost in thought, a white dove flew in from outside the courtyard and landed on the windowsill before him. Shang Tian caught the dove and removed a small piece of white cloth from its leg, which bore the handwriting of Lu Yuaning inviting him out for drinks. Shang Tian took a pen and quickly wrote a reply on the back saying, "Not free," then rolled up the cloth again, tied it to the dove's leg, and just as he was about to release it, an arrow suddenly shot over, piercing the dove's wing. The dove cooed in distress a couple of times and fell to the ground. Shang Tian's brow tightened as he immediately went out to pick it up, cradling it in his palm. He removed the arrow from its wing and used his own spiritual energy to heal its injury before releasing it again. When he turned around, he saw Huan Yu standing not far away, upright and striking, though his gaze was slightly clouded. Shang Tian said, "What are you doing?" "I don't want to see you too close with others," Huan Yu replied. Shang Tian's thoughts became complicated and slightly irritable. He approached Huan Yu softly saying, "You, this is my own business." Deep down he felt again that he should leave. But he hadn't yet decided exactly when. Huan Yu seemed to suddenly regret his earlier actions, saying, "I'm sorry." Shang Tian was somewhat at a loss for words. The two stood in silence for a while. Huan Yu approached him suddenly, taking his hand and saying, "Chow, let's take a walk in the streets." The market today was particularly lively, with the sounds of vendors calling out their wares on both sides. News of Huan Yu being appointed as a marshal general in the court had spread throughout the town, and many people came to greet him respectfully. Shang Tian walked alongside him, and now Huan Yu was already half a head taller, his physique tall and straight, his features handsome, naturally attracting the admiration of many women. As they walked, Shang Tian suddenly poked him, saying, "Hey, look at that girl, she's been staring at you." As soon as he said this, he regretted it, feeling as if he had suddenly lost his mind to say something like that. As expected, Huan Yu's face darkened instantly, a storm brewing in his eyes. Shang Tian hurriedly said, "I was joking." Huan Yu's expression softened slightly, and they continued walking. Shang Tian noticed a stall selling parrots not far away, and feeling interested ran over. In the cage was a parrot with green and yellow feathers, very beautiful and adorable. Shang Tian reached out to poke it, and the parrot squawked in a somewhat odd and comical voice, "Hello?" Shang Tian didn't expect it to actually speak, feeling delighted. He couldn't help but tease it a bit more, saying, "Come on, say Huan Yu for me to hear." The little parrot tilted its head. Shang Tian repeated the instruction, "Come on, say Huan Yu, Huan Yu, Huan Yu." After hearing it several times, the little parrot finally spoke, its voice quick and funny, saying, "Huan Yu." Shang Tian couldn't help but laugh at the sound it made. Huan Yu, standing behind him, felt a bit competitive, so he also crouched down to teach another parrot in the cage, saying, "His name is a Chow, a Chow, a Chow." Just then the little parrot from Shang Tian's cage mimicked Huan Yu. Meanwhile, the other parrot in the cage immediately responded, "A Chow." It was quite amusing. The two exchanged smiles. They both felt very happy during this outing, and their mood was good on the way back. By the time they returned to the Huan residence, the sky had darkened. Huan Yu went to see his mother, so Shang Tian parted ways with him, heading back to his own room alone. Shang Tian lay on the bed for a long time, finally deciding that it would be better to leave quietly in the still of the night. So he got up, tidied up a bit, and sat at the table with paper and pen for a while, ultimately writing down the words, "Take care." He placed the paper under the teacup on the table and transformed into a green light, about to leave. But just as he reached the door, suddenly golden light shone on both sides, forming a golden barrier at the entrance. Shang Tian felt a powerful impact rush towards him, and his body was rebounded, crashing heavily to the ground. Shang Tian froze on the ground for 2 seconds, quickly realizing that he had been trapped by some. Shang Tian no longer tested the waters about leaving. He stood up, leaned against the table, and began to contemplate. A night without sleep. The next day Huan Yu finally arrived, bringing breakfast for Shang Tian. Noticing his poor demeanor, he frowned and sat at the table casually, saying, "A Chow, it's time for breakfast." Shang Tian looked at him and coldly asked, "Did you make this?" Huan Yu placed the plate he was holding on the table and inquired, "What?" Shang Tian said, "You knew I wanted to leave, so you intentionally called me out yesterday, using that opportunity to set up a barrier around the house to control my movements." Huan Yu fell silent. Shang Tian clenched his fists, anger flaring. "Do you know what you're doing? Do you really think you can trap me like this?" "A Chow." Huan Yu, seeing his reaction, finally showed a bit of panic on his face, stepped forward and tightly embraced him, saying, "I just want to keep you here." Shang Tian tried to break free, but Huan Yu seemed to have grown suddenly stronger, and he couldn't escape. Finally he lowered his voice and said, "But I like my freedom." Huan Yu felt a slight sting in his heart. He knew he could never fulfill this wish of Shang Tian's, as he was fully aware that once Shang Tian had his freedom, he would leave him. Thus he would rather keep him from being free. With this thought he lowered his head and kissed Shang Tian, his hands trembling as they caressed him. Shang Tian was genuinely angry. He hadn't expected Huan Yu to treat him this way. As he raised his hand ready to use his own spiritual power against Huan Yu, a small talisman suddenly appeared and stuck to him, quickly merging into his body before he could react. In an instant he felt all his spiritual power and strength vanish and his entire body suddenly went limp. Huan Yu quickly caught him and carefully laid him back on the bed, saying, "Achao, I'm sorry." Shang Tian, with surprise in his eyes, asked, "Where did you get that talisman?" Huan Yu replied, "I received it from an old Taoist on the way to the capital." "So that formation was taught to you by him?" Shang Tian asked. Huan Yu fell silent, his gaze darkening, and repeated, "I'm sorry, Achao." Shang Tian turned his head away and coldly said, "If you feel sorry, then let me go." "But I can't do that," Huan Yu suddenly said with a hint of pain in his eyes. "Achao, I really like you. I can't let you leave. I'd rather you hate me." Shang Tian fell silent, closing his eyes. After a long while he said helplessly, "But by doing this you're only harming yourself." Huan Yu replied, "I'm willing." As Huan Yu said this, he lowered his head and kissed Shang Tian, his fingers gently pulling apart his clothing, showering him with delicate kisses that nearly covered his entire body. Shang Tian couldn't move his body, so he gritted his teeth and shouted, Huan Yu, attempting to stop him. But Huan Yu ignored him, becoming even more audacious in his kisses, exploring and claiming him. He had longed for this body for too long, and now that he could touch it he couldn't bear to let go even a little. Shang Tian's body in this world was exceptionally fair-skinned with long and straight legs. Now that his clothes were removed he lay naked on the bed, his body irresistibly alluring. Huan Yu's kisses traveled downward, landing on a certain spot. Shang Tian couldn't help but let out a muffled moan. Huan Yu didn't quite understand what he was doing, he could only explore based on Shang Tian's reactions. Shang Tian tried to suppress himself, but he couldn't resist the genuine reactions of his body, letting out a series of sounds that made his face flush and heart race. This undoubtedly gave Huan Yu immense encouragement. He suddenly leaned closer and asked, "Is it here? Does it feel good?" Shang Tian's face turned crimson and he gritted his teeth, not responding. Suddenly remembering something, he called out, "System, you must keep me awake." The system's electronic voice automatically replied, "Inappropriate behavior not to be observed if this system is in seclusion. Please leave a message if needed." Shang Tian was utterly despairing, angrily shouting, "Get lost." He could only grit his teeth and close his eyes again, but he still couldn't stop the overwhelming pleasure surging forth, nearly drowning him. In the end he could only surrender himself to the boundless waves of desire. If at first he was resistant, by the end he was truly immersed, experiencing genuine pleasure. This was Huan Yu's first time. He was somewhat clumsy and inexperienced, but precisely because it was his first time he was exceptionally gentle and attentive, patiently exploring every sensitive spot of Shang Tian. Shang Tian was almost overwhelmed by Huan Yu's tenderness, experiencing an unprecedented blissful intimacy. By the time they both reached their climax, Shang Tian was already in a dazed and dreamy state. Huan Yu ordered someone to bring hot water, cradled Shang Tian from the bed, and washed his body before carefully laying him back down, giving him a soft kiss. He stationed someone outside to keep watch before leaving with peace of mind. Shang Tian lay in bed the entire day. That evening Huan Yu fed him a little food and then embraced him as they fell asleep. Shang Tian's emotions were genuinely complex and difficult to describe. Huan Yu leaned close to his ear and suddenly said, "Achao, I'm going to leave here soon to take a position in the military. Do you want to come with me?" Shang Tian frowned and fell silent. Huan Yu said, "Even if you don't want to, I'll take you with me." Shang Tian finally couldn't help but question him, "But does Huan Furen know about this? Aren't you afraid of hurting your mother's feelings?" Huan Yu replied, "I believe she will understand." Shang Tian said, "She hopes you will marry and start a family. But I just happened to meet you." Huan Ye's tone was somewhat obsessive as he spoke, gently running his hand through Shang Tian's hair and adding, "From the moment I saw you transform into human form, regardless of whether you are male or female, I couldn't control myself. I was deeply drawn to you. I diligently practiced martial arts and participated in the martial examination. Everything I've done was merely to gain the ability to protect you." Shang Tian wanted to say, "But I don't need protection at all." He held back, ultimately not saying it, only softly calling out, "Huan Yu." Huan Yu kissed his neck and said, "Achao, I really like you. I want to possess you forever." Shang Tian helplessly closed his eyes. In his youth and impetuousness, having tasted the sweetness, he couldn't help but seek more, and Huan Yu was just like that. He couldn't help but repeatedly kiss and claim Shang Tian. Though Shang Tian's expression showed some reluctance and resistance, his body was actually quite enjoying it. Days passed like this. Huan Yu arranged matters at home, brought in several servants to care for Huan Fu Ren, and then took Shang Tian on the road to the military camp at the border. Shang Tian lay in the carriage while Huan Yu rode alongside. The journey took nearly a month, but they finally reached the military camp at the border. Shang Tian lay in the military camp's tent as Huan Yu went to meet the main commander, and after familiarizing himself with military matters, returned to embrace him. Huan Yu said, "Achao." Shang Tian interrupted him, saying, "Please undo the seal on me." Huan Yu fell silent. Shang Tian added, "I promise I won't leave again." Huan Yu said nothing, only held him tighter in his embrace. This was Huan Ye's own tent, generally not entered by others, and he had instructed the soldiers outside that no matter who it was, they couldn't enter without announcement, allowing him to leave Shang Tian inside without worry. Every day Shang Tian tried to break the seal, but unfortunately his spiritual power was also sealed, and he had no strength whatsoever. It felt as if he had suddenly returned to the 3 years before he transformed, trapped in his body, unable to go anywhere. Shang Tian was very sad every day. Of course, if Huan Yu were to lift the seal on him at that moment, his first action would be to leave immediately. Huan Yu had already understood Shang Tian's character clearly, so he would never easily lift the seal. And Shang Tian would never easily give up on his desire to leave. Thus the two of them continued to wear each other down, patiently waiting to see who would compromise first. As time passed, even the system couldn't help but come out again, reminding him, "Host baby, don't forget about your task in this world." Of course Shang Tian hadn't forgotten, yet was always on his mind. But he was also conflicted. Did he really have to do this for the task? Was this ultimately good or bad for Huan Yu? Shang Tian lay in the tent reminiscing about many things, from the first time he saw that carefree little monk in a blue robe smiling in the flower pot, to now seeing him dressed in ice armor, appointed as a military commander. His heart was filled with countless thoughts. Just then Huan Yu returned, lifting the tent flap and walking in. Shang Tian looked at him with a blank expression. Huan Yu removed his armor, walked over and embraced Shang Tian, pouring him a cup of water and bringing it to his lips. After Shang Tian drank, he looked at him and called out, "You." Huan Yu hadn't heard Shang Tian call him like this in a long time, clearly pleased. He leaned down and kissed his forehead, saying, "What's wrong?" Shang Tian continued to look at him, a flicker of light in his eyes, and suddenly said, "It's autumn outside now, isn't it?" Huan Yu paused, replying, "Yes, it has entered autumn." Shang Tian said, "I want to go outside and take a look." Huan Yu wanted to refuse, but seeing the hopeful look in Shang Tian's eyes, he felt reluctant to deny him. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "All right, when I have time I'll take you out." Shang Tian nestled in his embrace, finally letting a light smile curl at the corner of his mouth. On this day Huan Yu finally found some leisure time, and the weather outside was also pleasant. He kept his promise, draping a cloak over Shang Tian, holding him close as they exited the tent, and lifted him onto the back of a white steed. The two rode across the wild plains at the country's border. It was autumn now, and the grass and trees had turned yellow, but in this desolate borderland there was a beauty in the bleakness. The wind here was quite strong, making it a bit chilly. Huan Yu held Shang Tian even tighter in his embrace. Once Shang Tian was out, his mood improved instantly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Gazing at the endless expanse of the wild plains, they could see all the way to the horizon, and the view felt significantly broader. Shang Tian, feeling weak, could only rely on Huan Yu's arms to stay steady on the horse's back. This not only tired him but also exhausted Huan Yu. However, Huan Yu was willing while Shang Tian was somewhat reluctant. After a while, Shang Tian said, "Ayu, let me down, it's tiring sitting like this." Huan Yu didn't mind, but upon hearing Shang Tian say he was tired, he immediately stopped and lifted him off the horse, cradling him in his arms, asking, "Are you still tired like this?" Shang Tian replied. In truth, he wanted to say he was still tired, he just wanted to ride the horse and walk himself, otherwise it felt exhausting. Huan Yu then asked, "Where do you want to go and see?" Shang Tian looked around, finding only wilderness, and replied, "Anywhere is fine, I just wanted to get some fresh air. Let's find a random place and sit down." Huan Yu said, "All right." He then followed Shang Tian's suggestion and found a random spot to sit down. This place was vast and open, the sky tinged with a sandy hue while the ground was covered with dried yellow grass, creating a scene of desolation. Yet the two individuals leaning against each other on the ground resembled a beautiful scene from spring, instantly adding a touch of vitality to the surroundings. Shang Tian leaned against Huan Yu while the white horse behind them grazed on the wild grass. After a moment, Shang Tian suddenly said, "I'm hungry." Huan Yu's lips curved into a subtle smile as he turned to whistle for the white horse, which promptly ran over. He gently set Shang Tian down, got up and retrieved some provisions and a wineskin from the horse. He then sat back down, holding Shang Tian in his arms, broke off a small piece of dry food and brought it to his lips, saying, "Eat." Shang Tian took a few bites, feeling somewhat disdainful, forcing himself to swallow, and then declared, "I want to drink wine." Huan Yu replied, "All right, let's drink together." As he spoke, he took the wineskin and opened the stopper. Shang Tian instinctively wanted to say, "You're underage, what are you drinking?" but saw Huan Yu tilt his head back and gulp down several mouthfuls, his Adam's apple bobbing with each swallow. In an instant, Shang Tian realized he had been mistaken all along. Huan Yu had long since reached adulthood and was a true young man, while he subconsciously still viewed him as that little monk from the beginning. He was taken aback, and when he came to, he saw Huan Yu had already brought the wineskin to his lips, a hint of a mischievous smile on his face, asking, "Do you really want to drink?" Shang Tian nodded, thinking to himself, "If you can drink, why can't I?" However, Huan Yu seemed somewhat worried, carefully supporting him and giving him a little bit. The wine smelled fragrant, filling the nose, but in reality it was a potent liquor from the borderlands. Even though Shang Tian had a decent alcohol tolerance, he still coughed and grimaced as the strong drink hit his throat, his eyes momentarily turning red. Suddenly he recalled the smile on Huan Yu's lips earlier and understood what had happened, feigning anger as he said, "So you did it on purpose, you didn't drink at all." Of course Huan Yu hadn't drunk, his tolerance was not even as good as Shang Tian's. If he had downed it like that, neither of them would have made it back today. Seeing Shang Tian was angry, he panicked slightly but still smiled and asked, "Then should I drink now?" Shang Tian replied, "Sure, you drink." Huan Yu was silent. Shang Tian's expression darkened. Yet Huan Yu still wouldn't drink. He suddenly lowered his head and kissed Shang Tian's lips. Shang Tian's body was weak and limp, making him easily pushed down. Huan Yu took off his outer robe and laid it on the ground, gently laying him down on it. Shang Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of shock, realizing what Huan Yu intended. He had just tasted the strong wine, though potent, the lingering sweetness left in his mouth was still quite delightful. Huan Yu couldn't help but seek more from his lips and tongue. As they kissed, it became somewhat uncontrollable. Despite the coldness in the air, the warmth between their bodies continued to rise. After both had released their pent-up feelings, Shang Tian found himself marked with several amorous traces that extended to his neck, unable to be concealed by his clothing. He didn't mind much as there was no one around to see in the wilderness. Huan Yu wrapped him up in his cloak and embraced him, unable to resist leaning down to kiss his lips. Shang Tian suddenly said, let's stay here all day. I want to watch the sunrise and sunset with you. Huan Yu nodded all right. Though he didn't know why he suddenly felt uneasy, he didn't want to disrupt this beautiful moment and only held Shang Tian tighter. Shang Tian remained silent, letting Huan Yu hold him. Time flowed slowly yet quickly until evening fell and the sun set in the west. The large clouds at the horizon were dyed in beautiful, captivating colors resembling radiant golden flowers. Shang Tian smiled. Under the afterglow of the sunset he looked even more enchanting. After the sunset the moon began to rise slowly and stars started to twinkle one by one, filling the night sky. The night dew brought a touch of frost down, and Huan Yu took a cloak from the horse and draped it over both himself and Shang Tian. Shang Tian said to him, no matter what, you must finish your life well and not disappoint Lady Huan. Huan Yu replied, Shang Tian felt a bit comforted and added, although you are a general for better development in the future court, you should take time to read more books on military strategy. Huan Yu responded with another and suddenly leaned closer to his ear, asking, why are you so chatty today? Upon hearing this, Shang Tian immediately fell silent. Huan Yu did not pursue the matter further. The surroundings were quiet and desolate, and a bright moon hung high in the sky. At this moment it was a rare peaceful time for both of them. However, as Shang Tian gazed at the moon in the night sky, he suddenly recalled something, asking the system in his mind what day was yesterday. The system replied, mid-autumn. Shang Tian immediately remembered that the day after mid-autumn was Huan Yu's birthday, so he turned to him and said, happy birthday. Just like the first time he heard this phrase, Huan Yu was momentarily taken aback before saying thank you and then leaned down to kiss his lips. Shang Tian closed his eyes slowly, waiting for time to pass, anticipating the rise of the morning sun the next day. Finally the stars and moon in the night sky gradually faded and a grayish-white light began to appear in the eastern sky with streaks of dawn turning golden. Shang Tian opened his eyes and finally turned to Huan Yu, saying, let's get married. He spoke so plainly, but Huan Yu's expression changed in shock, his handsome face filled with surprise that was hard to conceal, yet after the surprise his expression darkened as he asked, do you really want to? I do, Shang Tian replied, then asked him in return, don't you want to? Huan Yu answered, I do. As soon as he finished speaking, a ding sounded in his mind as the system voice said, congratulations host baby, the mission in this world has been completed. Indeed it was as he thought. Shang Tian felt a rush of joy. Just like the task in the second world, the revival of the fallen nation did not mean Shang Tian had to personally become the emperor. In this world, marrying Huan Yu was the same. It didn't require them to actually hold a ceremony, but rather once both parties expressed words like I do, the mission was deemed complete. Now that the mission was complete, he could leave. Shang Tian thought to himself just as he was about to look at Huan Yu, but at that moment Huan Yu suddenly placed a hand behind him and quickly helped him undo the seals. In an instant all of his spiritual power and strength were restored. Shang Tian was somewhat surprised, saying, You. Huan Yu released his hold and said, all along I was wrong, foolishly thinking I could trap you this way, yet I could never obtain your true heart. I know your words just now weren't sincere, you simply wanted me to release your seal. Now that I have released it, if you truly wish to leave, then go ahead. He said this, but the pain in his eyes was unmistakable. Shang Tian had previously thought that he wanted freedom, treating Huan Yu merely as a younger brother, not wanting to tie him down in life, yet at this moment in this world he felt truly free. But he suddenly felt a bit hesitant. When he couldn't leave, he had always wanted to, and now that he could truly leave, he began to waver on whether to stay. The human heart is indeed complex. At this time the sun gradually rose from the east, golden rays shining down on the two as if they were cloaked in a layer of golden light. Seeing the pained expression on Huan Yu's face, Shang Tian clearly realized he was afraid of losing, but ultimately decided to set him free. A sharp pain surged in Shang Tian's heart as he said, Ew. The system then said, host baby, you can now decide whether to stay in this world or move on to the next. At that moment the system spoke. Shang Tian thought to himself, it's just a few decades, what's the harm in staying to accompany him? It's far better than betraying someone's deep affection. So he fell silent for a moment, ultimately choosing to say to both Huan Yu and the system, I want to stay. Little did he expect that as soon as he finished speaking, everything in front of him suddenly darkened and everything around him vanished, leaving only a void. In a daze he heard the system say, completing the task and returning to the real world happens when you genuinely wish to stay for someone. The answer you seek is in reality, and the person you're looking for has always been by your side. Goodbye, host baby. The system concluded. When Shang Tian woke up, he felt a slight pain in his head, and before his eyes was a white ceiling. He recalled the words the system had spoken to him during his days and immediately called out in his mind, system. There was no response, only a large block of red text suddenly appeared in his mind, transmigrator Shang Tian. Binding system version 3.0 now upgraded to 4.0. Reason for transmigration: excessively selfish and narcissistic, selected by the Time and Space Management Bureau as punishment to undertake time-space missions. Final task: learn to give love others until one genuinely wishes to stay for someone. Task progress completed. Transmigration progress completed, returning to reality. The last line was in large bold letters clearly left by the system. Congratulations, host, on returning to reality. Goodbye. This system will miss you. Additionally, each world has a person who transmigrated with you, and that person is in your real life. After reading these words in his mind, Shang Tian silently murmured, goodbye Systemkin, I will miss you too. Suddenly he felt a sense of nostalgia and reluctance. Although this troublesome system had deceived him many times, it had also accompanied him for a long time. To leave just like this without even a proper goodbye made Shang Tian feel slightly despondent. If he could, he truly wanted to hit it. However, soon his attention was drawn to the last line of text. Each world has a person who transmigrated with you, and that person is in your real life. Shang Tian was taken aback, and before he could contemplate further, he felt pain in his arm. As he moved, he immediately heard an excited voice exclaim, Male God, you finally woke up. As soon as the words were spoken, a very familiar young face appeared before him. It was his assistant Xiaomi. Xiaomi looked clearly sleep-deprived, having likely waited here for a long time, sporting dark circles under her black-framed glasses. Seeing her, Shang Tian finally believed that he had truly returned to the real world. He glanced around and discovered that he was in a hospital, yet he distinctly remembered lying in his apartment bed before transmigrating. Why had he returned in a hospital? Shang Tian looked at Xiaomi in confusion, just about to ask her, but she was already excitedly getting up to call for a doctor. Before long, doctors and nurses hurried over and began to examine him closely. Only then did Shang Tian realize that he had actually sustained quite serious injuries. His right leg was in a cast and his head was wrapped in thick gauze. Once the doctor finished the examination and informed him of some matters, he immediately turned to Xiaomi and weakly said, help me find a mirror. Xiaomi was taken aback but quickly reacted, pulling out a small makeup mirror from her bag and handing it to Shang Tian while holding it for him. Shang Tian looked into the mirror and sighed in relief. Thankfully it was just a head injury and he wasn't disfigured. Knowing what her male god cared about most, Xiaomi immediately said, don't worry male god, you will always be the most handsome. Shang Tian did not deny this at all, but he asked, how did I end up in the hospital? That night after you returned to the apartment from the airport, you fell asleep and there was a gas leak in the room. You were poisoned and found unconscious. On the way to the hospital, there was unfortunately another car accident. Xiaomi paused, then continued, that's how it turned out like this. How long have I been unconscious? Shang Tian asked, recalling that he had thought he was merely asleep and had transmigrated, not realizing so much had happened. Xiaomi replied, 6 days. Thankfully it wasn't too long, he could still catch up with many things in reality. Shang Tian then asked Xiaomi about some of the events that occurred during his unconsciousness. For instance, unsurprisingly, he had once again made the headlines with major news outlets reporting on the incident of the popular young star Shang Tian being in a car accident and falling into a coma. On Sina, Weibo fans had started one trending topic after another about him. The last Weibo post he made before falling unconscious had been shared and commented on over 1 million times by fans. Opening it, all the comments were prayers for his safety and quick recovery. Shang Tian felt quite gratified by this. However, what he did not expect was that during his hospitalization after the car accident, another person also made the headlines. Yan Yang. He was the so-called scumbag in Shang Tian's words who was unfortunate enough to be short and unattractive. In reality, he was a handsome tall guy with a sunny smile. In terms of appearance, he was not inferior to Shang Tian and was even a bit taller. However, compared to Shang Tian's explosive popularity, he had remained lukewarm in the entertainment industry. The reason Shang Tian called him a scumbag was that he often deliberately tried to overshadow Shang Tian, such as posting group photos where everyone was edited out except Shang Tian, stealing lines from him on set, hogging the spotlight in shows, and competing for headlines in the news. Although he ultimately never succeeded, he still made an effort. Shang Tian had deeply etched this in his heart. What he did not expect was that this time after Shang Tian's car accident, Yan Yang also made the headlines, and it was also due to a car accident occurring just a few minutes after Shang Tian's. Shang Tian couldn't help but curse inwardly, thinking, sure enough, he's a scumbag, even managing to steal the headlines from me in such a situation. While he was lost in thought, his manager hurriedly arrived. His manager's surname was Bai Konghao, a top manager at Shang Tian's agency, who rushed over upon hearing the news of Shang Tian waking up. Seeing that Shang Tian was awake, he immediately approached and said, "Xiao Tian, you finally woke up." Shang Tian was relatively familiar and close to him. He responded with a grunt. Due to this incident, the manager wanted to arrange for a personal assistant to live in Shang Tian's home, but Shang Tian vehemently refused. He then learned about some recent happenings in the entertainment industry from his manager. Aside from the sensational news of both him and Yan Yang being hospitalized after a car accident, everything else had been relatively calm. The next few days remained peaceful, allowing Shang Tian to recuperate in the VIP ward of the hospital. Assistant Xiaomi visited him almost every day, and manager Bai also made time to come by daily. Additionally, every few days representatives from his fan club would come to bring him gifts and blessings, along with some friends from the industry coming to visit. Shang Tian remembered the last words the system had left him. He wanted to find that person, but he knew he couldn't rush it and could only endure for now. Finally, 3 months later, the manager came early to handle his discharge procedures, but unexpectedly the news of Shang Tian's discharge was leaked in advance. Outside the hospital, where there were fans, had completely surrounded him who had come to welcome him. Shang Tian had already changed into a stylish black suit and put on sunglasses, but he was unable to exit for a long time. Due to the fans' overwhelming excitement, even the police couldn't disperse the crowd, which had seriously disrupted traffic and order around the hospital. Shang Tian was anxious about this, and helplessly, just as he was about to rush out, suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. He frowned and turned to see a sunny smile from the person who said, "Hey, what a coincidence." Shang Tian inwardly cursed and thought, what a coincidence, my ass. There is a saying that enemies cross paths, and that is exactly the case for Shang Tian and Yan Yang. Both had simultaneous car accidents, made headlines at the same time, and ended up in the same hospital, and now they were even being discharged at the same time. Shang Tian could only inwardly chuckle at this situation. In contrast, Yan Yang appeared to be in quite a good mood. He was tall with long straight legs, dressed in a light brown suit, and wore a bright warm smile. However, to Shang Tian he looked increasingly annoying. Shang Tian glanced at the hand Yan Yang had casually draped over his shoulder, feeling somewhat displeased. He deliberately kept his sunglasses on, his expression cold. Yan Yang, sensing the discomfort, slowly removed his hand from Shang Tian's shoulder, a smile still playing on his lips. But suddenly he grabbed Shang Tian's hand and amidst the astonished gazes of their assistants and agents pulled Shang Tian down the hospital corridor. In one moment Shang Tian was the aloof and cool male god, and in the next he was being dragged like a fool through the hospital corridor. Shocked, he exclaimed, "What the hell? What are you doing? Taking you out. If we stay any longer the entire hospital will be swarmed and the patients who actually need treatment won't be able to get in," Yan Yang said as he led Shang Tian to a window in the hospital corridor. Without Shang Tian realizing where he suddenly got it from, he quickly strapped on a parachute. Before Shang Tian could react, he pulled him onto the windowsill and jumped down. Shang Tian instantly felt darkness loom before his eyes. What kind of grudge did he have that he would drag him to death? Their assistant Xiaomi and Agent Bai, who had chased after them, were also dumbfounded. This was the 6th floor of the hospital. Falling from such a height could mean death. Shang Tian thought he was incredibly unlucky, having just returned only to encounter this lunatic. He was sure he would be smashed to a pulp. The thought of dying in such an ugly manner as a male god was unbearable. He might as well remain in the alternate world forever and never come back. But unexpectedly Yan Yang held him tightly and they slowly descended to the ground thanks to the parachute's cushioning effect. They landed in an inconspicuous little alley beside the hospital, a place overlooked by reporters and fans. The alley was narrow with hardly anyone passing through, but there was a black Porsche parked awkwardly at the entrance. Yan Yang quickly removed the parachute from his back, walked over to unlock the car door and smiled at Shang Tian, saying, "Get in." Shang Tian remained rooted in place, still shaken from the earlier danger. In shock and anger he retorted, "Damn. You lunatic. Hurry up, Shang Dinanshan, or your fans are going to catch up." Shang Tian truly wanted to punch him, but after hesitating through gritted teeth he finally walked over, opened the car door and slammed it shut with a loud bang. He glanced at his reflection in the rearview mirror, saw his disheveled hair, and his mood soured even more. Yan Yang started the car, glanced at him with a smile and said, "So how was it? Exciting, right, Shang Dinanshan?" Shang Tian replied, "Get lost. You jerk." The car turned out of the alley and onto the main road. Shang Tian hadn't driven on modern roads for a long time. Looking at the bustling traffic and street signs, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. After a while he coldly said, "Hey, can I borrow your phone?" Yan Yang pretended not to hear and focused on driving. Shang Tian cursed inwardly but softened his tone to repeat, "Can I borrow your phone?" Yan Yang then said, "It's in my coat pocket. Just reach in and take it." Shang Tian frowned, "You get it for me." Yan Yang replied, "I'm driving." Shang Tian shot back, "Are you going to die if you use one hand?" "No," Yan Yang countered, "we're both men. What's there to be afraid of? I won't accuse you of taking advantage of me." Shang Tian was left speechless. Damn. What a scheming jerk. With no other option, Shang Tian leaned over to feel around in his coat pocket. Just as he found the phone and was about to pull it out, Yan Yang suddenly asked, "Have you had your fill of touching?" Shang Tian was speechless and thought, damn. He really is a jerk. Shang Tian's face darkened and he quickly pulled the phone from Yan Yang's coat, dialed Agent Bai's number and informed him that he had gone to the company. He then told Xiaomi to head there directly, hung up and tossed the phone back to Yan Yang. Yan Yang didn't mind as he was in a good mood. Shang Tian closed his eyes, too lazy to deal with him. Yan Yang continued to drive, a faint, handsome, carefree smile lingering on his lips. Finally the car arrived at the building of the agency where Shang Tian worked, Xingshang Cultural Entertainment Agency. Yan Yang parked by the roadside as they were not from the same agency and it was inconvenient for him to go inside. Shang Tian unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the car door and was about to leave. Yan Yang called out, "Hey, I helped you today. Aren't you going to say thank you or treat me to a cup of coffee?" Shang Tian got out of the car, fixed his hair, put his sunglasses back on and chuckled twice, thinking it was wishful thinking. Without looking back, he walked away. Yan Yang sat in the car watching his retreating figure, unable to suppress a smile. He glanced at the urgent text messages from his assistant on his phone and helplessly turned the car around. Shang Tian went straight to his agent Bai Konghao's office, sitting inside and waiting for him. Half an hour later, Bai Konghao and Xiaomi finally arrived. Both looked somewhat anxious, and upon seeing Shang Tian safe and sound, they sighed in relief. Xiaomi rushed over asking, "Are you okay, male god?" Shang Tian replied, "Damn. That jerk is a lunatic." Xiaomi was speechless. Bai Konghao said, "Although Yan Yang has been rather low-key in the entertainment industry, he has an impressive background and no one dares to offend him. You'd best not let things get too tense with him, Xiao Tian." Initially Shang Tian's mood had calmed down, but upon hearing this he felt irritated again. "You saw it too. Did I provoke him or did he provoke me? I nearly got killed by him today." The agent could only helplessly change the subject, saying fortunately the media didn't capture it. A few hospital staff took photos on their phones, but they were instructed to delete them, otherwise it would have been another big news story tomorrow. Shang Tian leaned back in his chair and murmured in agreement. He realized that being dragged off a building by a lunatic would indeed make for a sensational headline if captured. After sitting in silence for a while, he suddenly remembered to ask, "Have the fans at the hospital dispersed?" Bai Konghao replied, "They have." Shang Tian sighed in relief. "That's good." At lunchtime the three of them went out to eat together. Bai Konghao returned to the company while Shang Tian went back to his apartment, giving Xiaomi a break to enjoy some leisure time, and he also took a break for himself. Shang Tian packed his bags and flew to the beach in Sanya, lounging under the sun for over 10 days. Then, under the persistent calls from his agent Bai Konghao and with rain starting to fall in Sanya, Shang Tian finally packed his bags and flew back. Since the car accident and hospitalization, Shang Tian had not appeared in the public eye for quite a long time. The reason Bai Konghao was so eager to call him back was that there was a major production fantasy drama and the sponsors had specifically nominated him to play the lead role. Bai Konghao had reviewed the script for him and found it satisfactory, so he accepted the offer. Sitting at his desk, Shang Tian took the script, glanced at the list of the director, screenwriter, and co-actors, and upon seeing the name of the actor behind the second male lead, he instantly felt displeased and tossed the list back onto the table, frowning. "Damn. Why is it this jerk again?" Bai Konghao could only helplessly explain the main roles this time were specifically designated by the sponsors. Shang Tian frowned, his mind racing with 1,000 curses. Half a month later, after the auditions and final fittings, the crew officially began filming. Accompanied by Xiaomi and 3 temporary assistants, Shang Tian flew to Hengyan and entered the crew on the same day. The hotel was also provided by the crew. Today Shang Tian wore a white casual suit and blue reflective sunglasses, with his assistant following behind. As he entered, he happened to see Yan Yang coming out dressed in a very warm-colored coat, flashing him a charming smile. Shang Tian remained indifferent, pretending not to see him, and walked in with a blank expression. Shang Tian's current filming project is titled Soul Sky Sword, based on a popular online game. Before the filming was confirmed, multiple voting campaigns regarding the selection of the male and female leads had already been launched online, with Shang Tian receiving high acclaim. Thus he was directly appointed as the male lead by the sponsors, aligning with the wishes of the majority of netizens. Since it was confirmed that he would portray the male lead, Chen Yunfan, a series of trending topics about him had once again begun to circulate on Weibo. After Shang Tian entered the hotel room, he took off his sunglasses and sat on the sofa to browse Weibo. Xiaomi set down her luggage and went to arrange accommodations for the 3 temporary assistants as well as their work after joining the crew. Sitting alone, Shang Tian opened a trending topic and casually liked a few posts praising his handsomeness, then returned and scrolled through the popular Weibo posts below. As he browsed unconsciously, his gaze landed on a recently published Weibo post. Yan Yang first day on set feeling good. Sun. Jegsun. Jegsun. JPG accompanied by a selfie with a warm smile. The background on the left side of the selfie fortuitously captured Shang Tian's back as he entered the hotel wearing a white suit. Shang Tian clicked on the image to enlarge it but couldn't discern its meaning. Lacking the mood to ponder further, he scoffed and returned to scrolling through other Weibo posts. Just as he started to feel a bit hungry, Xiaomi returned carrying a large bag of takeout saying, "Male God, I brought you food, fish-flavored shredded pork and eggplant." Shang Tian put down his phone, straightened up and smirked, "Not bad, thank you." Xiaomi took out the containers, laid them out on the table, and then they had lunch together. Since Xiaomi was staying in the adjacent room, she went back to tidy up her things. Shang Tian also got up and lay down on the bed to rest for a while. In the afternoon they officially began filming. When Shang Tian arrived, director Lu was already there discussing something with the cinematographer. Shang Tian called out from afar, "Director Lu." Upon hearing his voice, director Lu turned around and saw Shang Tian, immediately saying, "Xiao Tian, you're here. Welcome to the set. The makeup artist is ready." Shang Tian replied, "Okay." Then, accompanied by Xiaomi, he went to the makeup room. The makeup artist was very skilled and quickly styled him. Shang Tian's character, the male lead Chen Yunfan, initially was just an ordinary youth. The first scene depicted him playing with several boys of the same age catching birds in a village at the foot of a mountain. This scene was very easy for Shang Tian, he felt no pressure at all and passed it in one take. Director Lu was very pleased and applauded him. After a brief rest they began filming the second scene. Chen Yunfan returns home to find his parents murdered. Director Lu shouted, "Action!" and Shang Tian entered the frame again. The boy Chen Yunfan, dressed in a green robe, wore an innocent and carefree smile as he released a bird he was holding, happily pushed open the door and called out, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." However, as soon as those words left his mouth, the smile on Chen Yunfan's face vanished, instantly replaced by a look of panic as overwhelming sorrow engulfed him. Overwhelmed by pain and disbelief, he trembled all over, his eyes turning red as he rushed to kneel beside the two corpses on the ground, desperately shaking them and crying out, "Dad! Mom! Wake up!" Outside the scene, director Lu signaled and the camera immediately shifted to a close-up of Shang Tian's face. At that moment, Yan Yang also arrived wearing a bright yellow shirt and walked straight towards the makeup room. His male assistant following behind complained, "Another supporting role. Yan Ge, you could clearly be the male lead. Why do you always take these supporting roles?" Yan Yang smiled lightly and replied, "Because I like it." The assistant pressed, "What do you like?" "Yan Ge, do you like being a supporting role? You could just..." He was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly fell silent, turning his head to see Yan Yang's usually sunny and warm face had turned cold as frost, asking icily, "What do you mean?" The assistant, realizing that although Yan Yang seemed easygoing, he had a firm bottom line, quickly laughed awkwardly to smooth things over and changed the subject, saying, "He nothing. Yan Ge, let's go and quickly eat. The makeup artist has been waiting for you." Only then did Yan Yang relax his expression, saying, "Okay, let's go." He continued towards the makeup room. Shang Tian's second scene also went smoothly, but since it required a crying scene, he felt his throat dry and his eyes were a bit red after finishing. Xiaomi immediately brought him a bottle of water. Shang Tian opened the cap and took a sip, asking, "How was I just now?" Xiaomi gave him 2 thumbs up, saying, "Male God, you were amazing." Shang Tian replied, "Of course, this male god is professional." Xiaomi giggled and Shang Tian asked, "Did you manage to take a few handsome shots?" Xiaomi, already used to her male god's narcissistic behavior, had indeed taken some and was about to show him when suddenly a hand appeared from behind and snatched the phone from her. Xiaomi was startled and turned around alongside Shang Tian to look at the person behind them. Shang Tian frowned slightly, irritated. "Damn it." Yan Yang, now dressed in a disciple's outfit with a white base and blue edges, had his hair neatly tied up. He looked clean and sunny, glancing at Shang Tian before deliberately asking, "Hey, why are you crying?" Shang Tian replied, "A big man like you and you're crying." Shang Tian retorted angrily, "Don't you know I was just acting?" Yan Yang coolly said, "I don't know, I just arrived." Shang Tian thought, damn. Xiaomi looked a bit aggrieved at Shang Tian saying, "Mail got my phone." Shang Tian glanced at Yan Yang holding Xiaomi's phone and said, "Give her back her phone." Yan Yang replied, "All right, let me just upload a few photos first," and opened the gallery. Shang Tian felt quite displeased with this person's demeanor. If it weren't for being on set with many others around, he would have kicked him. Suppressing his anger, he reached out to snatch the phone. But Yan Yang had already finished uploading and tossed the phone back to Xiaomi, smiling at Shang Tian saying, "See you later." Shang Tian replied, "Hee okay, see you later." The next scene featured Chen Yunfan in danger with Yan Yang portraying the second male role, Tuoba Yu, the senior disciple under Yuan of the Qingling sect, coming to his rescue. Director Liu called out action, and the camera focused on Shang Tian. Chen Yunfan knelt on the ground clutching his father's corpse with his hands, his eyes already bloodshot yet still refusing to give up as he shook and cried out, "Dad, wake up! Tell me who harmed you and Mom." The immense sorrow had consumed his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. He could barely stay kneeling, to the point that he was completely unaware of the danger approaching from behind. A man in black clothing with a fierce gaze raised his sword and was about to stab him from behind. At that moment a flash of blue light appeared and a green long sword emerged, swiftly piercing through the body of the man in black. The sword in the man's hand fell to the ground with a loud clatter before it could stab Chen Yunfan. The black-clothed man let out a muffled scream, clutching his wound as he fell. Tuobayu appeared dressed in white and blue, exuding an extraordinary aura. He retracted the green sword and was about to help the kneeling Chen Yunfan. However, Chen Yunfan suddenly turned around and kicked him hard. Even though Yan Yang was taller than Shang Tian, he was taken by surprise and stumbled back a few steps, grimacing and clutching his abdomen as he crouched down. Director Liu was also startled, immediately shouting, "Cut!" Shang Tian quickly adjusted his expression to one of guilt and turned to say, "I'm sorry, Director Liu, I misremembered the script." Director Liu, helpless, somewhat aware of Yan Yang's background, rushed over to help him up and asked with concern, "Xiao Yan, are you okay?" Yan Yang supported himself to stand and smiled calmly, "I'm fine." Director Liu, fearing discord among the actors, added, "Xiao Tian didn't mean it, don't take it to heart." Yan Yang said, looking at Shang Tian, he exaggeratedly emphasized, "He absolutely didn't mean it." Shang Tian thought, "Haha, I meant to do it. So what?" Yet on the surface he appeared very apologetic and sincerely said, "I'm really sorry, Yan Yang. If you're angry, just come back." Yan Yang smiled charmingly, replying, "Okay, I'll come back when I have time." Shang Tian thought, feeling awkward as he realized, "What the hell? I was just joking, you jerk." Yan Yang turned to Director Liu and said, "Let's continue." Seeing that both sides were fine, Director Liu sighed in relief and called out, "All right, let's start again." They resumed filming. Finally, it was evening. Since it was the first day of shooting, Director Liu planned to treat the entire crew to dinner, so they wrapped up early. As Shang Tian had just changed his clothes and was about to head out, Yan Yang appeared and blocked his way, saying, "Hey, that was intentional, right?" Shang Tian replied, "Yeah." He didn't even look up. Yan Yang asked, "Aren't you going to hide it at all?" Shang Tian replied, "What's there to hide for a big man like me?" Yan Yang was taken aback, wondering who that guy was who had clearly said he didn't mean to do it earlier. Shang Tian, feeling a bit irritated by Yan Yang blocking his way, said, "Move aside, don't block the way." Yan Yang suddenly leaned closer and asked, "Hey, are you going to the gathering tonight?" Shang Tian thought for a moment before responding, "Are you going?" Yan Yang replied, "Of course." Shang Tian said, "Oh, then I won't go." After saying that, he pushed past him. Yan Yang chuckled helplessly and raised his voice behind him, "Then I won't go either." Shang Tian scoffed and ignored him, walking away. Later at the gathering the two coincidentally met again. Shang Tian thought, "Oh no. Cunning scum." Yan Yang said, "Hi, what a coincidence." Shang Tian glanced at him but ignored him, walking past directly. Xiaomi followed behind him and whispered, "Male god, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Shang Tian replied, "I can't be bothered with him." Xiaomi turned back to look at Yan Yang behind them and immediately caught up. Director Liu was chatting with the screenwriter at the table. Upon seeing Shang Tian, he immediately stood up and greeted, "You're here, Xiaoyan, come sit here." Shang Tian smiled at him and said, "Yes, Director Liu." As he walked over, the actress playing the female lead Ji Ranran arrived with her assistant and Director Liu greeted her as well. Ji Ranran had long light brown curly hair and wore a milk-white long dress, looking exceptionally gentle and charming, embodying the aura of a goddess as she walked over and sat beside Shang Tian. Shang Tian turned to her with a polite smile and Ji Ranran elegantly smiled back at him. As the leads of the show and both being single, they inevitably became the subjects of teasing regarding their on-screen chemistry. Director Liu had deliberately arranged for these two to sit together. Once everyone was present, Director Liu raised his glass and said, "Come on, let's raise a toast together to celebrate the smooth start of our filming today, and let's preemptively wish our drama great success." Everyone at the table stood up and Shang Tian followed suit, clinking glasses and drinking a toast. Yan Yang sat opposite him, and after sitting down Shang Tian felt as if Yan Yang was intentionally smiling at him, though he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. At first Shang Tian pretended not to notice, but later he couldn't help but glare at him. Suddenly Yan Yang stood up holding a glass of wine as he walked over to him, stopping in front of him with a handsome smile and said, "I'm very happy to collaborate with you again. Shall we have a drink?" Shang Tian was slightly taken aback, feeling reluctant to engage, yet he quickly lifted his own glass and said, "Sure." After clinking glasses he took a sip. Yan Yang finished his drink, set down the glass and turned to leave. Shang Tian continued chatting with the other crew members, and he couldn't tell if it was because of his high popularity or some other reason, but after Yan Yang left, several other artists came over to toast with him. At first Shang Tian didn't realize what was happening, but once he did, he found himself slightly tipsy. The gathering lasted until nearly 1 in the morning before finally coming to an end. Shang Tian was already drunk to the point of swaying as he walked, and Xiaomi struggled to support him. Director Liu called for a car, preparing to get someone to help him into the vehicle. However, outside the hotel a group of entertainment gossip reporters suddenly appeared, blocking the entrance with unexpected news. They were mainly there for Shang Tian and Ji Ranran, the two hottest idol stars. Artists dread being interviewed while drunk as it can lead to explosive revelations. As an artist's assistant, Xiaomi was anxious, feeling nervous for Shang Tian. While she struggled to support him, she thought about heading back to the private room to wait until Director Liu called for security. "Let me help him." Suddenly someone spoke up. Xiaomi looked up and found it was Yan Yang. Yan Yang spoke kindly, but his actions were quite domineering. Ignoring Xiaomi's consent, he pulled Shang Tian over, draping his arm over his shoulder. Shang Tian felt dizzy from the sudden pull, looked up at him in a drunken haze and frowned. "Hey, why is it you again, scoundrel?" Yan Yang said nothing, his face immediately darkening as he looked at Xiaomi and asked, "Does he often call me this?" Xiaomi felt a surge of sweat in her heart and hurriedly replied, "No, male god was just drunk. He doesn't usually do this, haha." Yan Yang, not in the mood to argue, supported Shang Tian and said, "Let's go." Shang Tian, dazed, didn't seem to hear or respond, but Xiaomi immediately grabbed him and asked, "Where are we going?" Yan Yang replied, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to him. I know there's another exit at the hotel, he'll take him out." However, Xiaomi was still a bit uneasy. Knowing that Shang Tian and Yan Yang had many previous conflicts, her concerns were justified. She looked back towards Director Liu, wondering if she should go over and inform them. But Yan Yang was already leading Shang Tian away, and in a panic Xiaomi didn't think about anything else and hurried to catch up, grabbing onto Shang Tian's other side. Yan Yang led them through a private passage used by hotel staff, which directly reached the underground parking lot. Not far away in the parking lot a red Ferrari was parked. Xiaomi looked at the car and couldn't help but let out a slight gasp. Yan Yang had already helped Shang Tian over, quickly opened the car door, got in and started the engine. But Xiaomi was still standing outside the car panicking and almost cried out, "You're not going to leave me here, are you?" Yan Yang said, "Sorry, my car can only fit 2 people." He pointed to another car with the window just rolled down and said, "That's my assistant, let him take you back." But Xiaomi wanted to say something, but Yan Yang's car had already driven away. Feeling wrong, she turned to the other car where the driver smiled amicably. Recognizing him as Yan Yang's assistant from earlier in the day, she felt reassured, albeit reluctantly, and walked over. Shang Tian was in a daze, not knowing where he was or who the person beside him was, and he called out for Xiaomi a few times in a blur. Yan Yang hesitated for a moment but ultimately took Shang Tian back to the hotel arranged by the crew. After getting out of the car, he helped him upstairs, searched his clothes for the room card, and after opening the door finally carried him directly into the bedroom and laid him on the bed. After drinking, Shang Tian's skin was slightly flushed, his eyes tightly shut, long and thick eyelashes resting on his eyelids, his thin lips tinged with a tempting hue. Yan Yang took off his shoes, removed his outer clothing and tucked him in. His heated gaze lingered on Shang Tian's sleeping face, and unable to resist he lowered his head and placed a light kiss on his lips. "Xiao Yan," Yan Yang murmured softly, leaning close to his ear, his tone a mix of affection and helplessness. "How can you be so heartless? I've always remembered you, but you seem to have forgotten me long ago." As he spoke, a look of disappointment crossed his face, but then suddenly his lips curled into a smile, his fingers lightly brushing over Shang Tian's cheek, saying, "But I have patience, I can wait. One day you will belong to me." Unfortunately, Shang Tian was in a deep sleep and didn't hear any of this. Yan Yang tucked him and stood up and was just about to take a shower himself. Suddenly Shang Tian said, "Don't go." Yan Yang froze in his tracks and turned to look at him. Shang Tian, still not awake, continued in a daze, "Don't leave me alone. I don't like being alone." Yan Yang was momentarily taken aback, feeling a rush of emotions, but couldn't help but smile again as he walked over and whispered in his ear, "All right, I won't leave. This is what you said yourself." He leaned down again and kissed Shang Tian on the lips once more. Shang Tian, in his dazed state, felt his breathing suddenly become heavy, his whole body feeling hot. The next morning in a hotel room, a sudden scream of "ha" startled a few birds perched in the nearby trees. Shang Tian opened his eyes, and upon seeing the face before him he was momentarily stunned and then explosively kicked out without hesitation. Yan Yang was caught off guard and was instantly kicked 2 meters away, letting out a cry as he crashed heavily onto the floor. Shang Tian glared at him angrily, "Damn! What did you do to me last night, you scoundrel? What do you think? What could 2 grown men do?" Yan Yang replied, somewhat aggrieved, grinning as he got up and approached him with a teasing tone, "Do you want me to do something to you?" Shang Tian was slightly taken aback and a bit angry, glaring at him, "Get lost. I was drunk, how would I know what you did?" Yan Yang sighed, not minding Shang Tian's glare, and picked up his clothes, saying, "Well, that's perfect. I was drunk too, so I don't know what you did to me, and we're even now." Shang Tian stiffened. "What could I have done to you?" Yan Yang walked over, picked up his clothes from the floor and said deliberately, "Oh, you never know. Last night someone was so drunk that they had to hold on to me and wouldn't let me go." Shang Tian was dumbfounded. Yan Yang added, "And someone even forcibly tore my clothes." Shang Tian was speechless. Yan Yang buttoned the last button of his shirt, straightened up, casually draped his outer jacket over his shoulder and turned to walk away, but suddenly turned back, flashing a charming smile at Shang Tian and said, "But don't worry, I won't force you to take responsibility." Shang Tian felt a bit complicated. After a pause, Yan Yang continued with a deliberately ambiguous tone, but I will always remember last night. Shang Tian could no longer hold back, grabbing a pillow from the edge of the bed and throwing it at him, shouting, "Get lost!" Yan Yang turned, shaking his head as he walked away, murmuring to himself, he really is a heartless person." Shang Tian gritted his teeth in anger. He looked down at his body, only wearing a pair of underwear, and felt the urge to bang his head against the wall. At this moment Xiaomi opened the door and was about to call for Shang Tian when she saw Yan Yang swaggering out of his room looking rather disheveled. She rubbed her eyes, doubting if she was seeing things. Yan Yang smiled at her and said, "Good morning." Xiaomi was momentarily stunned, frozen in place. On the way to the filming location, Xiaomi cautiously leaned over and said, "Male God, about last night." She wanted to apologize for letting him be taken away by Yan Yang. But Shang Tian's expression darkened, interrupting her, "Damn. Don't mention last night again." Xiaomi immediately covered her mouth. In the following days, every time Shang Tian saw Yan Yang, he wanted to kick him, but as a male god he held back for the sake of his image. However, after a while the entire crew learned about it, and almost everyone believed that Shang Tian and Yan Yang didn't see eye to eye and were at odds. A few days later, a series of trending topics suddenly surged on Weibo. Shang Tian suppressing co-stars, Shang Tian's bad reputation with male supporting actors, Shang Tian exposed for poor character. In an instant, Shang Tian was besieged by various controversies, trending again on hot search and headlines. In the deep of night, the crew finished their work and Shang Tian changed his clothes. Xiaomi was waiting for him outside the makeup trailer, holding something in her hands. When she saw him come out, she immediately approached him and handed him a box of late-night snacks, saying, "Male God, have some supper." Shang Tian glanced at it, shook his head, and with a somewhat weary expression said, "Thank you, I'm not hungry. You can eat it." Xiaomi was taken aback, took back the box, and spoke reassuringly, "Male God." Shang Tian interrupted her, saying, "Let's go back and rest." Knowing he was in a bad mood, Xiaomi didn't say anything more. She turned and handed the box of late-night snacks to the temporary assistant and then followed him. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was nearly 2 o'clock in the morning. Shang Tian took a shower, wrapped in a towel, feeling somewhat exhausted. His hair was still damp and he walked to the bedside and collapsed onto the bed, quickly falling into a deep sleep. He didn't answer the phone call from his manager by Kong Hao. The next day it was unclear what time it was when a series of urgent knocks on the door sounded from outside. Xiaomi looked at her watch and anxiously knocked again, saying, Male God, it's getting late. We need to go to the set." Shang Tian, still in a daze from sleep, took a while to finally hear the voice. He opened his eyes, reached for a piece of clothing to put on, feeling his whole body sore and his mind foggy. He pushed himself up and walked to the door to open it. Xiaomi stood outside the door and let out a sigh of relief when the door finally opened, but upon seeing Shang Tian's condition she immediately gasped in shock, exclaiming, Male God, what happened to you? Shang Tian leaned against the doorframe, his lips pale, and said, I'm fine really. Xiaomi replied, Male God, are you sick? As she spoke she suddenly tiptoed and placed her hand on Shang Tian's forehead to check his temperature, saying, You're burning up. Shang Tian pushed her hand away, somewhat displeased, and said, Little girl, can you just touch the forehead of this male god? Next time it will cost you. He turned and staggered back into the room. Xiaomi immediately followed, worried, saying, But male god, you have a fever. Shouldn't we go to the hospital? Shang Tian waved his hand dismissively as he walked into the bathroom, saying, No need, I just stayed up too late last night. No way I'm going to the hospital. I don't want to be accused of being a diva for not showing up on set. Seeing him this way, Xiaomi felt helpless. She had been by Shang Tian's side long enough to know that although he appeared indifferent to the online discussions, he was actually very affected by them. Those topics had escalated from merely suggesting he was at odds with Yen Yang and that he was a diva with a poor character suppressing other collaborating artists to suddenly malicious rumors circulating online about him having an affair with Ji Ranran due to their drama. Last night someone even spread false rumors that he was caught in a hotel room with another female actor from the crew late at night. This immediately sparked a wave of criticism. Manager Bai had tried to call Shang Tian about this matter last night but couldn't get through, so he called Xiaomi instead, advising her that it would be best if Shang Tian refrained from logging into Weibo for the next few days and also to isolate himself from phones and computers. The company had already hired a public relations team advising them to focus on filming. Xiaomi didn't know whether Shang Tian had seen the news from last night. Taking advantage of his moment in the bathroom, she quickly searched for Shang Tian's phone and hid it. After a while Shang Tian finished washing up and changed his clothes. Xiaomi had the temporary assistant buy breakfast and handed it to him. Shang Tian glanced at it and said, "It's getting late, we should head to the set." Feeling helpless, Xiaomi had one of the 3 temporary assistants immediately go downstairs to get the car. However, they still arrived late at the set. Director Liu and the other actors along with the crew had been waiting for a while. Shang Tian got out of the car looking a bit pale and walked over apologetically saying, "I'm sorry, I'm late." Director Liu clearly appeared somewhat impatient but didn't say much, only telling him, "Xiao Tian, hurry up and get your makeup done." Shang Tian replied okay and turned to head to the makeup trailer. During this time, due to the negative news, many people in the crew didn't show obvious signs on the surface, but privately their attitude towards him had indeed changed somewhat. Xiaomi was particularly aware of this and kept it in mind. She arranged the tasks for the 3 temporary assistants for the day and squatted down beside a chair, pulling out some of the items Shang Tian would need from her backpack. Suddenly a figure approached her with a serious tone asking, "Is he feeling unwell?" Xiaomi looked up to see it was Yen Yang. She felt a bit complicated as everyone in the crew knew about the conflict between Shang Tian and Yen Yang. Shang Tian was being criticized and most of the negative comments came from Yen Yang's fan. After a moment of silence, Xiaomi said, "Yes, the male god is feeling a bit unwell, but you don't need to worry about it." Yen Yang interrupted her asking, "Has he been to the hospital?" Xiaomi was taken aback saying, "Huh?" Yen Yang repeated, "Has he been to the hospital?" Xiaomi replied, "No." Yen Yang frowned and turned directly toward the makeup trailer. Shang Tian was sitting in a chair while the makeup artist was putting a wig on him. Yen Yang approached and forcibly pulled him up, saying, "I'll take you to the hospital." Shang Tian was initially taken aback, then suddenly glared at him angrily, shaking him off, saying, "My affairs are none of your business." Yen Yang reached out to touch his forehead, speaking softly, "But you're sick, how can you not go to the hospital?" Shang Tian swatted his hand away with a mocking tone, saying, "So what if I'm sick? I don't want to be criticized as a diva for not coming to the set over a minor illness." Yen Yang understood the implication in his words. To others they truly seemed incompatible, and many might think Shang Tian's current predicament had something to do with him. At first Yen Yang had thought this was just a normal gossip storm and that once he could drag Shang Tian to take a photo together and clarify things on Weibo it would be fine. But he didn't expect the situation to worsen, with negative discussions about Shang Tian suddenly popping up everywhere online. Only then did he realize someone was deliberately targeting Shang Tian and immediately sent someone to investigate. Shang Tian turned and sat back down, telling the makeup artist, "Continue." Yen Yang looked at him, feeling a sudden pang in his heart. He couldn't help but start to doubt whether his initial approach to getting close to Shang Tian was wrong. Today the scene they were to shoot in the morning involved Shen Yunfan and Tuobayu practicing swordsmanship on the back mountain, a challenging action scene that required wire work. Shang Tian walked out of the makeup trailer after getting his look ready. The crew's martial arts instructor came over to demonstrate the movements several times. Although Shang Tian had lost his magical powers after returning to reality, he still remembered the sword techniques he had learned in the past, so this scene posed no difficulty for him. However, he had been feeling unwell these last few days, and after staying up too late last night without drying his hair before sleeping, he caught a severe cold and felt sore and weak all over. With the sun beating down on him, he felt even more dizzy, his lips pale and lacking energy. Director Liu shouted action. The camera focused as Shang Tian was quickly lifted into the air by the wire. He held a red sword in his hand, a smirk on his lips as he swung the sword toward Tuoba Yu, played by Yan Yang. At this moment, compared to Shang Tian's efforts to endure and perform seriously, Yan Yang seemed somewhat distracted. He was fixated on Shang Tian, but when Shang Tian swung the sword toward him, he didn't move at all, allowing the sword to stab straight into his body. Director Liu frowned and shouted, "Cut!" He was aware of the conflict between Shang Tian and Yan Yang, but he hadn't expected it to reach this level. As a director, the worst thing he feared was discord between actors, especially if their off-screen emotions seeped into their performances. He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Shang Tian was lowered from the wire and looked at Yan Yang, his voice already hoarse but filled with evident anger, saying, "What do you mean?" Yan Yang looked at him, his eyes filled with complicated emotions, and approached him saying, "Shang Tian." Shang Tian interjected, "Even if we have issues, you don't have to act like this while filming." Yan Yang remained silent as he looked at him. Shang Tian's face was becoming increasingly pale, yet he still stood straight, holding his ground. Yan Yang said, "I apologize for just now." Shang Tian entered the frame again, suspended in the air by the wire, quickly ascending. He held the red sword, a smirk on his lips, and swung the sword. Shang Tian entered the frame again, suspended in the air by the wire, quickly ascending. He held the red sword, a smirk on his lips, and swung the sword towards Tuoba Yu, played by Yan Yang. Yan Yang looked at him, his body also being lifted into the air by the wire as he met him with his own sword. However, as their swords collided, Shang Tian suddenly felt darkness cloud his vision, as if all his strength had been drained away in an instant. The prop sword slipped from his hand and his body went limp. Yan Yang was startled. He dropped his sword and anxiously shouted, "Shang Tian." Shang Tian had completely fainted from exhaustion. Outside the set, Director Liu was also taken aback, immediately calling for a stop and ordering that Shang Tian be lowered from the wire. Xiaomi rushed over in panic, saying, "Male God, what happened to you?" Yan Yang ignored everyone else and picked up Shang Tian, rushing toward his car. Xiaomi anxiously followed behind, trying to snatch Shang Tian back, saying to Yan Yang, "What are you doing?" Yan Yang ignored anyone else and directly opened the car door, heading straight to the hospital. Shang Tian felt as if he had sunk into a deep sleep, and when he woke up he found himself in a hospital room and 4 drip in his arm. His throat felt dry and he had regained some strength, but his forehead was still warm and his limbs ached. He looked at the face of the person beside his bed, first taken aback, then asked, "How come it's you here?" Yan Yang appeared visibly tired, but upon seeing Shang Tian awake, he immediately smiled at him, feigning nonchalance, saying, "What, you don't want to see me?" Shang Tian remained silent for a moment and asked, "Did you bring me here?" Yan Yang replied with a faint turning to get a cup of warm water and handing it to him. Shang Tian propped himself up, took the cup, drank from it, then handed it back to him, suddenly saying, "Thank you." Yan Yang said nothing, placed the cup back on the table, and then came back, sitting quietly in front of the hospital bed watching Shang Tian. Shang Tian frowned and asked, "What are you looking at?" Yan Yang smiled and said, "Looking at you." Shang Tian replied. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. After a moment of silence, Shang Tian said, "Can I use your phone?" Yan Yang leaned forward slightly towards him and said, "It's in my pocket, you can take it yourself." Shang Tian gritted his teeth, a flicker of anger in his eyes, saying, "Are you going to die if you help me get it?" As soon as the call connected, Shang Tian said into the phone, "Xiaomi." Yan Yang suddenly reached out, snatching the phone away, and spoke to Xiaomi on the other end, "Your Shang Denanshan is doing well and I will take care of him. You don't need to come over, just treat these days as a vacation and go have fun." Without waiting for Xiaomi's response, he hung up the phone. Shang Tian was momentarily stunned, reaching out to grab the phone back, glaring angrily and saying, "What the hell? What are you doing?" Yan Yang tucked the phone away and said earnestly, "Let me help you with the discharge procedures." Shang Tian was taken aback, not quite understanding his intentions. Yan Yang's eyes reflected a mix of emotions as he said, "Perhaps I have been wrong all along, but I don't want to continue being wrong. I don't want you to drift further away from me." Shang Tian stared at him, somewhat dazed, when suddenly a person came to mind, Ri Tian Jiaozhu. With the same serious and affectionate gaze he spoke words that seemed inexplicable but were delivered with earnestness. Suddenly a complex mix of emotions surged within Shang Tian, leaving him puzzled as to whether it was the lingering disdain he held for this person or some new feelings that had emerged. Yan Yang stood up and said, "Give me some time." Shang Tian looked at him, opened his mouth to speak, and finally asked, "What do you really mean?" However, Yan Yang did not answer him. He turned around with a smile and said, "Wait for me, I will be back soon." Shang Tian stared blankly at his retreating figure, unsure of what to think. He did not know what method Yan Yang had used, but he had indeed managed to complete the discharge procedures, bringing Shang Tian, who was not initially allowed to leave, out. He carried Shang Tian out through a discreet side door of the hospital, where his assistant was already waiting outside with a black car. Under normal circumstances, Shang Tian would never allow himself to be carried like this, but at that moment his body was still weak and he couldn't break free. In contrast, Yan Yang's strength seemed substantial as he held him securely and walked briskly to the car, opening the door and sitting inside. Without his phone, Shang Tian had no way to contact anyone and did not know where Yan Yang intended to take him. He glared and said, "What the hell? What do you want to do? I still have to go back and act." Yan Yang adjusted his seatbelt and spoke gently, "I'm taking you to a place." Shang Tian gritted his teeth, saying, "But I don't want to go." Yan Yang ignored his words and directly told his assistant the address. This was a prestigious high school that had undergone significant changes after nearly a decade of weathering, yet the iconic buildings from the past still stood. Due to the overlap of the National Day holiday and the Mid-Autumn Festival, the school was quite empty, with only some senior students attending extra classes. Yan Yang helped Shang Tian put on a mask, hat, and sunglasses, embracing him as they got out of the car, asking, "Do you remember this place?" Shang Tian was momentarily dazed, many memories flooding back. He remembered this place, of course he did. This was where he had studied during his middle school years. He had once been a prominent figure in the school and nearly everyone knew Shang Tian from class 6 of the first year. Yan Yang suddenly looked sorrowful and said, "You remember this place, but why have you never remembered me?" Shang Tian abruptly raised his head, looking at him in confusion, and asked, "You knew me long ago?" Yan Yang smiled lightly, lowered his head to look at him earnestly, and said, "No, I started secretly liking you a long time ago." Shang Tian suddenly felt a buzzing sensation in his head, staring in shock at Yan Yang, and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" This person had been opposing him at every turn. Yan Yang remained silent. He took out his phone and opened the gallery to find an old photo. In the photo, a boy around 16 years old wearing a school uniform lay with his eyes closed on the playground. The sun shone brightly and he had earbuds in with a blue MP3 player beside him, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Shang Tian recognized at a glance that the person in the photo was himself, yet he had never seen this photo before. Yan Yang seemed to understand his confusion. Recalling the situation from back then, he smiled and said, "I secretly took this photo when you weren't paying attention." Shang Tian. Yan Yang hugged him and they continued walking through the campus as memories uncontrollably began to rewind. In the early autumn of that year, Shang Tian was 16, wearing a blue and white school uniform, sitting in the last row of class 6 in the first year of high school. He lowered his head, playing with a small airplane model, suddenly chuckling to himself, revealing 2 small white tiger teeth. "Hey Shang Tian, someone is looking for you." Suddenly a boy with short black hair at the door of the classroom shouted at Shang Tian. Shang Tian shot him a glance, put away his smile, tucked the model into his desk pocket, stood up, kicked his chair aside, and yelled into the air, Who is looking for me? Hey, it's me looking for you. A boy's voice came from behind. Shang Tian turned around to see a tall, skinny boy with dyed yellow hair. Hello, I'm Xin from class 1 of the first year. The boy said, extending a paper crane folded from letter paper towards Shang Tian. This is something my boss asked me to give you. He wants to get to know you and be friends. Shang Tian looked at him disdainfully and did not take it. The boy directly shoved the paper crane into his hand, smiling with a hint of mischief, and said, this was personally folded by my boss, and the content inside was also written by him. You have to read it. Shang Tian snorted and ignored him. The boy completed his task and left confidently. Shang Tian turned around and went back to the classroom, casually tossing the paper crane into the nearby trash bin. He then continued to take out the airplane model from his desk pocket and started playing with it again. Xin returned to class and immediately ran to Yan Yang, excitedly reporting his results. Yan Yang felt a bit anxious and asked, so did he accept it? Xin raised an eyebrow and said, of course, when I take action there's nothing I can't accomplish. Yan Yang smiled, but he felt restless the entire afternoon. As soon as the school bell rang, he quickly packed his backpack, dashed out to the nearby cake shop to buy a lot of snacks, and then rushed to the entrance of class 6. However, Shang Tian had already left. He hadn't even seen the letter and of course had no idea that someone was waiting for him after school. Yan Yang felt a bit disappointed but still waited for a long time with a big bag of snacks. As the sky darkened, he entered, stuffed all the snacks into Shang Tian's desk pocket and left a note on his desk that read, hey, why did you leave? The next day Shang Tian discarded the note but accepted the snacks. In class 1, Xin approached early in the morning, curiously asking, so how did it go, boss? Was the meeting after school yesterday smooth? I heard that guy has quite a temper. He didn't beat you up, did he? Yan Yang was lost in thought when he suddenly grinned and grabbed a book nearby to throw it at him, then got up and exited the classroom. Then, pretending to be casual, he took a big detour and passed by the entrance of class 6, glancing inside. Shang Tian was lying on the desk, sleeping, his long eyelashes resting on his eyelids. Yan Yang's lips curved into a smile as he walked past quickly. Ever since he found out that this boy was from class 6, he had been walking past here several times a day. Unfortunately, each time Shang Tian was either sleeping on the desk or playing with something with his head down. Yan Yang felt disappointed each time, yet a small joy would inevitably rise in his heart. For some reason, ever since he first saw him on campus, his gaze had been captivated. He thought this boy was really special, with big eyes and beautiful pupils, fair skin, and a smile that revealed 2 small tiger teeth. Though he had an undeniably cute appearance, he always wore a somewhat arrogant expression, and it was said that he had quite a temper. However, to Yan Yang this made him even cuter. It was once again during the afternoon break when Shang Tian sat in the last row of the classroom playing with an airplane model, and someone shouted at the door, Shang Tian, someone is looking for you. Shang Tian stood up, walked out of the classroom, and yelled again into the air, Who is looking for me? I'm looking for you, a clear voice came from behind. Shang Tian turned around to see a boy with a warm smile, clean and sunny. Hello, I'm Yan Yang. It was the first time Yan Yang truly stood in front of him, and he suddenly felt a bit nervous. Perhaps due to this nervousness, his face turned a bit red as he stammered, I. He wanted to say he wanted to get to know him, but in the end what came out was, my desk mate said he wants to get to know you. Shang Tian replied, oh, and then turned to go back into the classroom. Yan Yang. He stood there stunned and messy in the wind, wanting to say something more, but Shang Tian had already returned to his seat. When the class bell rang, Yan Yang had no choice but to return to his classroom. After school, he immediately packed his backpack and rushed to the entrance of class 6, but Shang Tian had already left. Once again Yan Yang secretly went in and stuffed some snacks from his backpack into Shang Tian's desk pocket, but this time he left no note. When he came out and walked to the school gate, the family driver was already waiting by the roadside. Yan Yang glanced over, about to walk over, but suddenly saw Shang Tian not far away. Shang Tian had just walked out of the school gate when he was surrounded by a few boys from another school. One of the boys with a buzz cut asked, "Are you Shang Tian?" Shang Tian looked at him disdainfully and replied arrogantly, "Yeah, so what?" The boy took a step forward and said, "My girlfriend says you're better looking than me." Shang Tian glanced at the boy's face a bit arrogantly, said, "She's right." The boy instantly became indignant, "Then let's fight and see." Shang Tian replied, "Sure." The boy swung his fist towards him and Shang Tian immediately clenched his fist to meet him. Both of their fists came towards each other, but Shang Tian's punch hit the other boy's face while the other boy's punch hit Yan Yang's face, who had rushed over. The boys' classmates behind them saw that Shang Tian had help coming, so they joined in. What was supposed to be an unknown fight instantly turned into a chaotic brawl with many against two. When everything ended, both of them were predictably left with bruised faces. Yan Yang lay on the ground and Shang Tian approached him, extending a hand and saying, "Hey, are you okay?" This was the first time Shang Tian spoke to him. Yan Yang should have been very excited and happy, but due to overwhelming excitement he suddenly felt a bit bewildered, frozen on the ground, and delayed in responding to Shang Tian. Seeing that he did not respond, Shang Tian retracted his hand, wiped the blood from his nose, and turned to leave. Yan Yang, stunned, finally called out to him, "Hey, classmate." Yan Yang thought that at least he and Shang Tian should have been acquainted by now. Yet the next day he found that they were still at a standstill. Shang Tian brushed past him, his short and refreshing hair complemented by a clean blue and white school uniform. His fair face looked even more immaculate under the morning sunlight. From a distance Yan Yang suddenly felt a racing heartbeat and nervousness washing over him. He paused for a moment, then unconsciously smiled as he continued walking toward him. As he approached, Yan Yang opened his mouth, but suddenly his face flushed. Feeling his throat dry, he stammered, "Classmate." He wanted to ask if the classmate remembered him, but before he could finish, Shang Tian had already walked past him. "Yan Yang." Shang Tian walked straight through the campus wearing earphones, humming a tune softly to himself, seemingly unaware of Yan Yang, who had just brushed past him. Yan Yang turned away in disappointment, staring blankly at Shang Tian's retreating figure. He was suddenly interrupted by Xin, who popped up out of nowhere, blocking his view, and teasingly asked, "You aren't really secretly in love with him, are you?" Yan Yang pushed him aside and glanced in Shang Tian's direction, suddenly smirking, "Don't tell anyone." Xin's jaw dropped in shock. Initially he helped Yan Yang deliver messages out of amusement, but he didn't expect Yan Yang to be serious. After all, their school didn't even allow early romances, let alone a scenario where a boy liked another boy. Yan Yang tucked away his smile, saying, "Let's go back to class." Throughout the morning Yan Yang was somewhat distracted, sitting there suddenly recalling Shang Tian, envisioning him in his school uniform wandering around the campus, remembering his somewhat cute face and his playful smile revealing two small white canine teeth. A small sweetness filled his heart, mixed with a hint of bitterness. He couldn't help but smile foolishly. Xin kicked his chair from behind, quietly reminding him, "The teacher just called on you to answer a question." Yan Yang suddenly snapped back to reality. The female teacher on stage frowned and said, "Repeat the question I just asked." Yan Yang stood up apologetically and said, "I'm sorry teacher, could you please repeat it?" The entire class burst into laughter. The female teacher said, "You can go outside." Yan Yang stood up and left the classroom, heading to the playground where a class was currently having physical education. It just happened to be class 6, the class Shang Tian was in. Yan Yang sat down at the edge of the playground, watching him from a distance. During PE class, Shang Tian was still listening to his MP3 while running. Suddenly it fell out of his pocket and got accidentally stepped on by a classmate running behind him. Shang Tian stopped and turned back to pick it up only to find it was broken. He frowned slightly and threw it directly into the nearby trash can. Yan Yang stared blankly at this scene and immediately ran out of school during lunch break to buy a new one. After school in the afternoon, he stealthily slipped it into Shang Tian's desk pocket. After thinking for a moment, he left a note on top that read, "For you." Then he went home. That night he felt inexplicably happy and couldn't sleep, constantly imagining how Shang Tian would react upon seeing it the next day. The next day Shang Tian discovered the new MP3 in his desk. He asked around in class but no one knew anything, so he accepted it. After school he left a pen and a note on the desk that said, "Thank you, here's a return gift for you." When Yan Yang saw it, he almost died of happiness. This was the first time Shang Tian had responded to him. Yan Yang immediately took the pen in his hand, beaming for a long while. He then took out a box of chocolates he had brought from home and slipped it into Shang Tian's desk. On the way home he sat in the car staring at the pen and smiling foolishly, scaring the driver a bit. When they reached home, the driver finally couldn't help but ask, "What made you so happy?" Yan Yang quickly tucked away the pen, muttering that it was nothing, and then got out of the car. The housekeeper had already prepared dinner and was waiting. After finishing his meal, Yan Yang immediately went upstairs, entered his room, closed the door, and took out the pen again, staring and smiling foolishly for a long time. He was so happy that he almost couldn't sleep that night. However, the next day when Shang Tian saw the chocolates on his desk, he appeared somewhat disdainful and casually tossed them to a girl sitting next to him. After school in the afternoon he left a note on the desk, "I don't like sweet things." When Yan Yang saw the note, he was stunned for quite a while, then silently put away the 2 bags of imported candies he had originally planned to take out of his backpack. He rushed to the school shop and bought a pack of spicy strips to put inside. The next day Shang Tian simply threw the spicy strips into the trash can. After school he left a note that read, "I don't eat junk food either." When Yan Yang saw the note, his emotions were once again complicated. He stared at it for a long while before leaving a note asking, "Then what do you like?" Shang Tian arrogantly threw the note into the trash and didn't reply. Yan Yang almost couldn't sleep again that night. The next day he left another note asking, "Then what do you like?" Yet still there was no response. On the 3rd day Shang Tian finally replied, leaving a long note filled with names of dishes from a grand banquet. Yan Yang held the note completely dumbfounded and frozen. Shang Tian was clearly being mischievous, yet Yan Yang took it somewhat seriously. He carefully tucked the note away and replied, "Then on Christmas I'll treat you." Shang Tian took several days to finally reply, "Okay." Yan Yang was happy for several days holding that note. He began to look forward to it, planning many days in advance, and even specially ordered a handsome suit to wear that day. One afternoon during this period he noticed that Shang Tian sometimes liked to sit by the playground after school and listen to music. So the next day he brought his compact camera and secretly took several photos of Shang Tian from afar. Holding the photos he was happy for several days. Finally Christmas was approaching. Yan Yang left the address and time on a piece of paper and Shang Tian replied to him, "Okay." Every day waiting after that he was filled with anticipation and a bit of nervousness that made it hard to sleep. He tossed and turned unconsciously, imagining the scenes that would unfold. Yan Yang felt anxious all day, but that evening he still put on the handsome suit he had specially tailored for himself and took the gift he had prepared for Shang Tian. Then he secretly went to the garage and took one of the family's cars. He went to the meeting place they had agreed upon, a bus stop across from the back gate of the school. They had arranged to meet here and then go together. Yan Yang got out of the car, took the gift and sat down at the bus stop. It was particularly cold that night, with the north wind blowing and a few snowflakes drifting in the air. Yan Yang was dressed lightly, yet he felt not much cold. What filled his heart was more of a restless anxiety. He didn't know why Shang Tian suddenly didn't come to school today, nor could he be sure if he remembered their agreement for tonight and whether he would come. Yet he dared not leave. He feared that if Shang Tian came and didn't see him, especially since this was their first arranged meeting, he cherished it dearly. The agreed time was 8 o'clock in the evening, but now it was almost 9. The snow, which had been falling lightly, gradually increased in intensity, looking exceptionally beautiful under the streetlights. Yan Yang imagined what a wonderful scene it would be if Shang Tian appeared standing amidst the swirling snow. It would surely surpass all beautiful sights. He thought about it and couldn't help but smile again. He got up to stomp his feet and rubbed his hands together. Then he sat down again, watching the time on his wristwatch tick away second by second. His heart seemed to be beating in sync with the second hand, anxiously pounding inch by inch until it began to sink gradually, as if it fell into an abyss only to be dug out and thrown into the snow trampled hard. Yan Yang bent down, leaning forward, gritting his teeth and taking a long breath of cold air, a chill sweeping over him. The time was nearing midnight. The last bus had already left, and at the bus stop there was no one else but him. Even a fool would know that Shang Tian wouldn't come today. Yet he was more foolish than a fool, sitting there waiting for almost the entire night. When his family finally noticed he was missing and found him, Yan Yang was nearly frozen stiff. But he still didn't sit back in the car waiting for Shang Tian with the gift in hand. Secretly liking someone is a solitary affair, a very foolish thing. I like you, but you never remember me. To you my earnestness may just seem like the antics of a fool. But I still like you like a fool. Yan Yang fell ill for several days after going home. When he returned to school a few days later, he still didn't see Shang Tian again. Soon it was winter vacation, and on the last day of the break Shang Tian still did not appear. Yan Yang went to his seat in the classroom and left a note: "I will always remember you." After a holiday, Yan Yang was forced to transfer to study abroad. 6 years later, on the first day back in the country and entering the company, they encountered each other face to face in the lobby on the first floor. Yan Yang recognized Shang Tian at a glance. Shang Tian wore a casual denim shirt and white t-shirt, sporting sunglasses. His features were still exquisite, but he no longer bore that previously aloof expression. A charming smile graced his lips. He walked past Yan Yang as if no one else existed. Yan Yang turned around, gazing blankly at Shang Tian's retreating figure, his heart suddenly racing with nervousness. A wave of indescribable joy surged within him, yet it was tinged with an inexplicable bitterness that stung sharply. His voice was a bit low as he asked the person beside him, "Who is he?" "He's a newcomer in the entertainment industry. For this autumn's new product launch, a few of the executives thought his image was quite good, so they invited him for discussions on collaboration," replied the manager beside him. Yuan Yang did not wish to recall the events that followed, nor was he eager to let Shang Tian know about them now. A cold wind swept across the playground, causing Shang Tian to involuntarily shrink his body. Yuan Yang took off his coat and draped it over him. Shang Tian, suffering from a severe cold, still felt a feverish heat. Yuan Yang reached out to touch his forehead, then immediately embraced him and carried him into the car. Yuan Yang's assistant drove the car while Yuan Yang held Shang Tian in the back seat. Shang Tian felt a mix of emotions. In knowing he couldn't escape, he ceased to resist. Yuan Yang tightly held him in his arms, and Shang Tian closed his eyes. They were in a villa on the outskirts where it was quiet and the air was fresh. Yuan Yang helped Shang Tian out of the car, carried him upstairs to a room and laid him on the bed, removing his coat. Shortly after, his personal doctor arrived, checked Shang Tian's temperature and prescribed some medication. Yuan Yang supported Shang Tian, helping him take his medicine, then laid him back down on the bed. After the doctor and assistant left, the large house was left with only the two of them. Shang Tian felt very complicated, with many words he wanted to say, but he didn't know what to start with. After taking the medicine he became a bit drowsy and soon fell asleep. Yuan Yang sat on the soft sofa of the balcony, the afternoon sunlight streaming through the glass warming and comforting him. He glanced back at the sleeping Shang Tian, a warm smile unconsciously curving his lips. No matter the circumstances or the location, he was the one who could not help but bring a smile to his face, the one who made his heart race and his innermost feelings stir. Yuan Yang gazed at him quietly for a moment. Shang Tian had his eyes tightly closed with long thick eyelashes resting on his lower eyelid. He had not injected the tanning solution in a long time and his skin had returned to its previous fairness. Due to the fever from his cold, his cheeks were slightly flushed and his hair was a bit messy. Gone was the perfect male god persona he displayed in public, yet he appeared somewhat adorable. Yuan Yang picked up his phone and secretly took a few pictures, saving them to his gallery. Then he opened Weibo on his phone and found threads discussing the discord between him and Shang Tian, along with other malicious attacks against Shang Tian still trending. Yuan Yang's expression grew dark instantly as he browsed through some other websites, discovering various posts about the conflict between him and Shang Tian still existed. Just as he was about to make a call, his phone rang. It was the person he had sent to investigate the matter. Yuan Yang answered, and the voice on the other end said, "We have found out that this matter involves Qin Feng, an artist from the same agency as Shang Tian. He and his manager bought a large number of internet trolls and bribed several entertainment media outlets, aiming to suppress Shang Tian so that he could become the top artist in their company and receive full support." Yuan Yang remained silent after listening, then replied flatly, "Make him infamous." The voice on the other end responded, "Understood." Yuan Yang hung up the phone and turned to look out the window. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, the leaves on the trees outside began to turn yellow. A gust of autumn wind blew, scattering a few leaves that danced in the air. The first day after the Mid-Autumn Festival was his birthday, just 3 days away. Unconsciously he began to anticipate it. Shang Tian slept through the drowsiness and woke up finally feeling much better. The sky outside was already dark and it seemed there was the sound of pots and pans clattering from the kitchen. Feeling a bit thirsty, Shang Tian got up and opened the door to go outside. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Yuan Yang wearing a sexy maid apron, sleeves rolled up, holding a spatula in one hand and a bowl of freshly cooked dishes in the other, walking out from the kitchen. Shang Tian. Yuan Yang. The two exchanged gazes for a few seconds before Shang Tian turned his head away. Yuan Yang immediately placed the dishes on the table, awkwardly removed the apron and tossed it aside. What the hell kind of apron did that damn assistant buy? Just as he was thinking about how to properly teach a lesson next time, he noticed Shang Tian had turned his head away to laugh and his mood suddenly brightened. Shang Tian turned back quickly, regaining a calm face, and said, "I want some water." Yuan Yang looked at him wearing only a shirt on top, frowned and coldly said, "Put on your outerwear before coming out." Shang Tian. Damn. Sure enough, he changed his territory and this guy instantly became tough. Shang Tian, feeling a bit irritated, stood still. Yuan Yang said, "If you don't wear an outer coat, don't think about dinner tonight." Shang Tian replied, "Then I'll leave." Saying this, he pretended to walk away. Yuan Yang's heart tightened sharply, but he continued, "We're in the outskirts, there's no bus or taxi, you don't have a phone, and you can't leave." Shang Tian suddenly turned around, glaring at him. Yuan Yang softened his voice slightly and said, "Be obedient, go put on your coat, and in a few days I'll take you home." Shang Tian gritted his teeth, contemplating for a moment, and finally went back to obediently put on his thick coat. Yuan Yang had already poured hot water for him and placed it on the table. Shang Tian picked it up and took a sip, only to find it had a bitter taste if the medicine had already been mixed in. He felt a bit disgusted, but knowing Yuan Yang wouldn't add sugar, he could only grit his teeth and finish it. Yuan Yang brought out all the dishes and the two sat quietly at the table to eat. While they were eating, someone accidentally brushed their foot against the other. Shang Tian said, "Why did you kick me?" Yuan Yang. Shang Tian, "I want to kick you back." letting you show off back then. Saying this, he deliberately kicked Yuan Yang hard under the table. Yuan Yang stared at him in shock. Shang Tian set down his utensils, stood up and said, "I'm going to sleep." Just as he took 2 steps, Yuan Yang stood up, grabbed him tightly and kissed him. Shang Tian was caught off guard, letting out a whimper before finally pushing him away with difficulty. He wiped his mouth a few times, angrily saying, "Damn. Are you crazy? Don't you know a cold can be contagious?" Yuan Yang's eyes held an undeniable desire as he said, "I didn't know." Then he forcefully embraced Shang Tian again, pushing him against the wall and kissing him. He had waited too long for this moment, and he could no longer suppress himself. At that moment he felt as if he was engulfed in flames, his blood boiling and surging uncontrollably as he kissed Shang Tian until he pressed him down onto the bed. Shang Tian felt his head buzzing if the person who had been at odds with him just the day before suddenly revealed that he had secretly had a crush on him for years and was now pinning him down on the bed. Damn it! Yuan Yang kissed him, not giving him a chance to evade his heated kisses, sweeping across Shang Tian's chin, gliding over his Adam's apple, landing on his collarbone and gently licking a few times. Shang Tian instinctively inhaled, sharply gripping the bed sheets tightly. Yuan Yang undid the buttons of his shirt, leaned down seriously, and said, I want to be with you." Shang Tian's face turned crimson as he gritted his teeth and turned his head away. Yuan Yang said, "Even if you don't like me now, one day you will. You will always be mine." Shang Tian closed his eyes. Yuan Yang lowered his head, planting fragmented kisses all over his body, almost kissing every inch of him. The next morning the sound of several crisp bird calls came from outside the window. Shang Tian opened his eyes and sat up, realizing he was naked with traces of intimacy on his body. With his messy hair atop his head, he sat on the bed in a daze, recalling last night and cursing inwardly. Just as he was about to get up and find his clothes, Yan Yang walked in. Today he wore casual clothing that looked quite handsome and sunny under the morning sunlight, a slight smile gracing his lips as he leaned against the door frame, gazing at Shang Tian. Feeling uncomfortable under Yan Yang's gaze, Shang Tian turned his head and asked, "Where are my clothes?" Yan Yang replied nonchalantly, "They've gone for washing." Shang Tian cursed inwardly again and immediately looked at him, frowning as he asked, "Then what am I supposed to wear?" Yan Yang stood up and casually said, "Since there's no one else here, why don't you just not wear anything? I don't mind you being naked." Shang Tian glared at him, grabbed something from the bed and threw it at him, shouting, "Get lost. You might not mind, but I do." Seeing him angry, Yan Yang helplessly softened his tone, saying, "Don't be mad, I was just joking." Shang Tian knew he was joking and his anger was feigned, hitting him was his true intention. Yan Yang brought him a set of clean clothes, and after Shang Tian changed and washed up, the two had breakfast together. Shang Tian thought he might as well stay since he couldn't leave, so after finishing his meal he wanted to return to the bedroom to sleep some more. Yan Yang grabbed him and said, "I'm taking you out to have some fun." Shang Tian wanted to refuse, but Yan Yang didn't care about his rejection and directly dragged him downstairs. A green off-road vehicle was parked downstairs, seemingly already equipped for an outing. Shang Tian suddenly had a bad premonition. It was already remote enough here and he really didn't want to go to an even more desolate area. However, when Yan Yang became assertive, he truly was strong, dragging Shang Tian straight into the car. Shang Tian sat in the passenger seat, feeling somewhat unhappy, staring out the window with a gloomy expression. Yan Yang occasionally glanced at him, unable to resist the smile that crept onto his face. As the car drove further away, the surroundings became increasingly remote and they gradually entered a large mountain with a winding road spiraling deep into the forest. Shang Tian finally turned to look at him, saying, "You're not planning to throw me into the deep woods, are you?" Yan Yang suppressed his laughter, deliberately avoiding his gaze as he drove, replying, "Maybe, depending on how you behave." Shang Tian wasn't fooled by that and countered, "Fine then, just drop me off now. I'll come back as a ghost and strangle you." Yan Yang continued driving, saying lightly, I'll wait for you, even as ghosts we should be together. Shang Tian gritted his teeth, wanting to slap him, thinking you wish. If it weren't for Yan Yang driving, he genuinely wanted to kick him. The car continued deeper into the mountains and Shang Tian looked out the window. The trees along the road grew increasingly lush. Although it was already mid-autumn, most of the trees in the mountains were still green. The air became fresher and more pleasant. Although Shang Tian was initially unwilling, after breathing in a few mouthfuls of fresh air he suddenly felt better. The car finally stopped under a large tree and ahead lay a narrow dirt road. The two got out of the car with Yan Yang leading the way, pulling Shang Tian along. Shang Tian pretended to disdain walking, but inside he was already feeling a sense of anticipation. This was a very tranquil and quaint little mountain village with fewer than 10 households scattered throughout. The ground was a mix of dirt paths and stone steps. The narrow paths were somewhat steep and challenging to walk. Yan Yang turned to Shang Tian and said, I'll carry you. Shang Tian shot him a glare, thinking my physical fitness is better than yours. He then stepped over the stone steps, surpassing him and walking ahead. Yan Yang, feeling helpless, looked at his back with affection, a smile tugging at his lips as he followed. They finally reached a flatter area. To the right of the road was a small river with clear water flowing gently, and to the left was a house made of ancient wooden construction. In the courtyard an elderly couple was taking something out of a basket and laying it out to dry at the door. Yan Yang pulled Shang Tian over, smiling as he said, Hello Grandpa and Grandma, we've come to play in the mountains. Can we stay at your home for a few days? The two elders were momentarily taken aback, likely accustomed to young people coming to the mountains to play and seeking shelter, so they understood Mandarin. After a pause they immediately smiled kindly, saying, Just so happens that we have 2 empty rooms. My son and daughter-in-law work outside and don't come back often, so they're available. Come with me to take a look. If you don't mind, you can stay. Yan Yang immediately replied, Thank you. We certainly don't mind. We're already very grateful that you can take us in. The group then went upstairs to the wooden house. Yan Yang took a look inside. Although the room was a bit small, the lighting was decent, and being on the second floor helped avoid dampness and allowed for a slightly better view. The elder suggested that they could tidy up 2 rooms for them. Yan Yang quickly and politely replied, Thank you, but that would be too much trouble. We're together, so let's just stay in 1 room. After all, we're all men, so there's no need to be cautious. The elder thought about it and agreed, nodding, All right then. Shang Tian had been very low-key throughout, saying not a word but shooting Yan Yang 2 glances. Once the room was tidied up, it was lunchtime. In this village people typically had lunch later, and it was already past 2 in the afternoon. The elder prepared the meal and invited them downstairs to eat together. Shang Tian was indeed hungry, and after finishing the meal and expressing his gratitude, he went upstairs again, preparing to lie down on the bed to rest for a bit. Yan Yang closed the door and suddenly approached from behind, wrapping his arms around Shang Tian tightly, whispering softly in his ear, Here there's no internet, no phone, and nothing from the outside world, just us, Shao Tian. Stay here with me to celebrate mid-autumn and my birthday, alright? Shang Tian stood still, feeling warmth flow behind his ears, sending tingles through him. Everything had happened too quickly, from knowing about his secret crush to being brought here. He was still a bit dazed and hadn't figured many things out. As for Yan Yang, he was uncertain about the feelings he had for him, but he inexplicably felt a sense of attachment and familiarity emanating from him, and that feeling was becoming increasingly apparent. He thought of many people, the leader of the traversing world, Yan Mo, Fan Yi, Huan Yu, and even Mu Qingfan. Although he had returned to reality, thinking of Mu Qingfan still pierced his heart suddenly. After a moment of silence, Shang Tian finally replied, Okay. After taking a short break, they went for a casual walk in the mountains again in the afternoon. Soon the sky darkened and the night in the mountains was particularly quiet, devoid of mobile signals and internet access. However, the night sky outside was exceptionally beautiful. Yan Yang wanted to go out, but Shang Tian did not want to, so Yan Yang forcibly pulled him downstairs and they sat together in the yard for a while. The grandparents at home were also in the yard pulling up the lights, collecting the dried sweet potatoes and some other dried vegetables and fruits that had been laid out during the day. Yan Yang pulled Shang Tian to help, and while helping they tasted a piece. Yan Yang exclaimed, "It's really delicious." The two elders smiled and said, "If you like it you can take more upstairs to eat later." Yan Yang thanked them and indeed grabbed a handful, stuffing it into Shang Tian's pocket. Shang Tian remained silent. Yan Yang smiled at him saying, "If you like it take more to eat." Shang Tian said nothing but kicked him hard. Yan Yang winced in pain while Shang Tian pretended nothing had happened, maintaining a blank expression, and the two elders chuckled. After helping they went upstairs and Shang Tian took off his jacket preparing to sleep. Yan Yang also came over, lying down close to him. Shang Tian felt uncomfortable and shifted closer to the wall, but Yan Yang grabbed him and pulled him into his embrace from behind, sounding somewhat displeased. "What are you hiding from?" Shang Tian wanted to roll his eyes at him, thinking him not hiding, just waiting to be pinned down again. Yan Yang reassured him, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you tonight." Shang Tian glared at him and turned his head, saying, "Get lost, dumb." Yan Yang seized the opportunity to kiss him. Although Shang Tian logically wanted to push him away, his body remained unresponsive, unable to resist the indulgence. This feeling was both contradictory and torturous. When the kiss finally ended, both were a bit breathless. Shang Tian's face turned slightly red. He thought that if Yan Yang wanted to continue he might just cooperate. But Yan Yang said, "Let's sleep." Shang Tian was taken aback, thinking, "This bastard." Yan Yang smiled, holding him even tighter from behind. The next day they woke up for the first time in the fresh morning of the mountains. The air outside was crisp with occasional bird calls, and the sound of flowing water from the river across the wooden house made everything feel particularly comfortable and beautiful. Yan Yang got up and saw that Shang Tian was still asleep, so he carefully got out of bed, washed up, and placed Shang Tian's toiletries by the bed before going downstairs. By the time Shang Tian woke up it was already breakfast time. After the four of them had breakfast together. Today was the Mid-Autumn Festival. The grandmother at home planned to make mooncakes and some pastries herself, while the grandfather took a wooden bucket and a fishing net, preparing to go to a deeper part of the river to catch some fish and shrimp, and later in the evening to collect some crabs for the festival. Seeing this, Yan Yang immediately said, "Shall we go with you?" The elder hesitated for a moment, then nodded and smiled, saying, "All right." He then took another wooden bucket and 2 fishing nets. The elder walked ahead while Yan Yang pulled Shang Tian to walk behind. Walking along the riverbank and stepping on the stones, they continued until they reached a wider area of the river with higher water levels, stopping to place the wooden bucket by the riverbank. They took off their shoes, rolled up their pant legs, and entered the water with the fishing nets. Shang Tian initially found the river water cold, reluctant to go in. Yan Yang suddenly pulled him down, and with a splash the water splashed up. Shang Tian almost lost his footing and fell directly into the river, but Yan Yang quickly held him up. Once Shang Tian regained his balance, he felt a bit angry and pushed Yan Yang away. Yan Yang stumbled back a few steps, steadied himself, and laughed, saying, "Hey, are you mad?" Shang Tian ignored him and bent down to scoop up some water from the river, splashing it at Yan Yang. Yan Yang, caught off guard, was instantly drenched, with a few drops even landing on his hair, dripping down. He paused, preparing to bend down to scoop water and splash it back at Shang Tian, but Shang Tian was quick-witted and immediately turned to run. Yan Yang thought. Shang Tian looked back with a triumphant smile. Yan Yang couldn't help but grin and threw the fishing net to the riverbank, chasing after him. The elder shook his head with a smile, knowing these 2 young men were really lively and had scared away all the fish. Although Shang Tian and Yan Yang were playful, they didn't forget their main task. After running around, they returned to help the elder seriously catch fish. Although it was their first time after a whole morning, they managed to catch over a dozen fish of various sizes in the wooden bucket. After finishing their work, the three of them started walking back along the riverbank, Yan Yang and the grandfather each carrying a wooden bucket in front, while Shang Tian followed with the fishing net. At that moment the river's surface shimmered and a gentle breeze blew by the riverbank. Shang Tian picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at Yan Yang. Yan Yang turned around looking at him with a hint of helplessness. Shang Tian huffed dismissively, ignoring him. Sometimes Yan Yang really found it quite frustrating. On screen he was the charming national idol, but off-screen he seemed somewhat aloof and arrogant. Yet once familiar, he was just a mischievous child. Despite his helplessness, Yan Yang still liked him this way. He walked back and fell in step beside him, and Shang Tian picked up another small stone from the ground and threw it towards the river. On the way back, the grandmother had already prepared a lot of mooncakes and various pastries with flavors like peanut, red date, and mung bean. Although they did not look as exquisite as those in the market, they tasted quite good. Shang Tian picked a peanut and red date flavored one. He had been pretending to be sullen for the past couple of days, but after eating it he couldn't help but smile, saying to the grandmother, "Grandma, your skills are really great. This is delicious." The grandmother's eyes crinkled with laughter as she said, "As long as you like it, that's good." Shang Tian of course liked it and couldn't resist reaching out for another. After lunch they stayed at home for a while. As evening approached, the sun set and the grandfather took a wooden bucket to go out again. With the darkness creeping in, the crabs in the river began to come onto the shore, making it the perfect time to catch crabs. Seeing the elder was quite old, Yan Yang couldn't bear to let him go out again, so he snatched the wooden bucket from the elder's hand, saying, "You'll go." The elder was a bit worried about his lack of experience. Yan Yang reassured him, "Don't worry, I will definitely catch a lot." After saying that, he turned to Shang Tian and said, "You wait here for me." Shang Tian ignored him, but seeing him go out, immediately got up to follow. When they reached the riverbank, he picked up a stone and threw it at Yan Yang, saying, "Hey, what do you think I am?" Yan Yang was somewhat taken aback. Shang Tian said, "Don't always think of me as someone lazy and useless." Yan Yang paused for a moment, walked over, grabbed his hand, and said, "All right, I was wrong. Let's go together." Shang Tian rolled his eyes at him and mumbled an "mm." The two held hands and walked along the riverbank, not shy at all, and they didn't let go of each other. Crabs generally only come out to forage along the shore in the evening after the sun sets. Since it was the Mid-Autumn Festival in August, it was the season for catching crabs. There were plenty of crabs in this river. Although the two were somewhat clumsy, they managed to catch quite a few using sticks. Yan Yang could cook, so when they returned he helped the two elders prepare the fish and crabs. The elders smiled happily, continuously praising him, saying that this young man was really impressive. Shang Tian sat in the yard watching him. Sometimes Yan Yang really surprised him. He suddenly remembered what Manager Bai had said. Yan Yang's background was not simple, don't offend him easily. But Shang Tian thought it wasn't about offending him, rather it was Yan Yang who kept teasing and holding on to him. In fact, during high school he didn't completely forget about Yan Yang. He didn't remember the boy who fought with him, but he remembered the one who would leave snacks and gifts in his desk every afternoon after school, leaving him notes. He just hadn't had the chance to see his face. That night he didn't forget or intentionally miss the meeting, it was just that a sudden change at home forced him to transfer to another school. At that school he was still a well-known figure. Many liked to have a crush on him, but there was no longer that person who used to sneak him snacks and leave notes every day. Shang Tian lowered his gaze and then looked up at the night sky. The night sky in the mountains looked exceptionally beautiful, with a bright moon and sparse stars. After dinner they set up a small table in the yard, and the four of them sat around it eating and chatting while enjoying the moon. Although they weren't family, the feeling of closeness was even stronger than that of family. Shang Tian hadn't experienced such a holiday with others for a long time. At this moment he genuinely felt happy and suddenly appreciated Yan Yang for bringing him here. The two elders also seemed to really like these two young men and kept suggesting they stay a few more days and not rush to leave. Shang Tian wanted to agree, but there were still so many things waiting for him outside. If he didn't go back soon, Director Xiaomi and the others would probably be frantic. Yan Yang said, "In the future we will come to visit you again." The two elders smiled. A little later they began to feel sleepy and went to bed. Shang Tian and Yan Yang continued to sit in the yard. The night was very quiet, so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. A gust of autumn wind blew, bringing a hint of chill. It was unclear who leaned in first, but they ended up embracing and sitting together. They sat for a long time until the mooncakes and pastries on the table were almost finished. Having experience in crossing worlds, Shang Tian gauged the time based on the moon's shadow. When it finally passed midnight, he turned to Yan Yang with a smile, saying, "Happy birthday." Yan Yang's eyes deepened slightly as he leaned in and kissed him, saying, "Thank you." The reason he brought Shang Tian here was for this moment, no other distractions, just the two of them. It was hard to tell how long they kissed, but eventually they realized it was time to go upstairs to sleep. After lying on the bed, it was unclear who moved in closer first, but they embraced and kissed for a long time until they were both breathless, almost gasping for air before finally letting go. In the end they did nothing but simply held each other and slept through the night. The next day Yan Yang placed a stack of money under the pillow. He knew that if he gave it directly to the elders they would refuse. By placing it under the pillow they would discover it after he left. After breakfast they said goodbye to the two elders and prepared to head back. Shang Tian felt a bit reluctant but also resigned. The two elders packed a lot of dried fruits for them, which Yan Yang accepted. After saying goodbye to them again, Shang Tian and Yan Yang returned to the off-road vehicle. Yan Yang was still driving while Shang Tian sat in the passenger seat looking out the window. Reflecting on the time spent with Yan Yang over the past 2 days, he felt that he must have gone crazy. It seemed that suddenly they had transformed into some indescribable relationship. On the other hand, Xiaomi had been almost driven crazy these past few days as Shang Tian had suddenly disappeared along with Yan Yang. After returning, he spent another night at the villa in the suburbs. The next day Yan Yang handed his phone to Shang Tian, who dialed Xiaomi's number. On the other end of the line, Xiaomi anxiously said, "Where have you been these past few days, my idol?" Shang Tian thought of saying he had been kidnapped to a remote mountain forest, but looking at Yan Yang he replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I just went out to play nearby for a couple of days." Xiaomi immediately asked, "With whom?" Shang Tian. "Xiaomi, it can't be with Yan Yang, right?" Shang Tian. Suddenly feeling flustered as if he had done something sneaky and was caught. Xiaomi remembered that this phone number was the one Shang Tian had used in the hospital before, but later Yan Yang took the phone from him. Yan Yang told her not to go to the hospital, saying he would take care of Shang Tian, yet everyone knew there were conflicts between them. Worried, Xiaomi wanted to ask more. Shang Tian quickly interrupted her, saying, "Don't worry, I'm really fine. You'll be back soon and I'll tell you everything when I return." After hanging up, Xiaomi felt even more anxious. Could it be that her idol was threatened by Yan Yang? Casually imagining, she envisioned a frightening scene. Little did she know at that moment Shang Tian had just hung up the phone and was embraced from behind by Yan Yang, who whispered in his ear, "Even if we go back we must be together." Shang Tian's body stiffened slightly and he awkwardly said, "What are you joking about?" Yan Yang asked, "Do you mean you want to break up with me as soon as we go back?" Yan Yang turned his face to look at him and asked. Shang Tian remained silent, thinking to himself, "When did I ever agree to be with you?" Yan Yang's eyes darkened instantly. His voice grew cold as he said, "Did you really think that way?" Shang Tian continued to be silent, but his expression clearly showed signs of feeling exposed. He had initially wanted to see Yan Yang's disappointed and sorrowful expression, but unexpectedly Yan Yang suddenly smiled and leaned closer, saying, "Do as you wish. In any case, even if you really break up with me, I will still tease and cling to you every day. Sooner or later everyone will know that we have something going on." Shang Tian almost choked on his own blood. "What do you mean we have something going on?" Yan Yang, however, paid no mind and took the opportunity to kiss him. Shang Tian wanted to push him away, but then thought since they had already done everything that needed to be done, what was there to hold back? He began to respond. By the time the two finally finished kissing and got downstairs into the car, it was already quite late. After returning to the crew, Xiaomi handed the phone back to Shang Tian, who then realized that the scandal he had faced had long passed. The comments on Weibo had turned into a harmonious sea and his follower count had increased significantly. He thought it was the public relations team's doing, but Bai Jing, his manager, said it wasn't. He was puzzled about who had helped them in secret this time. Shang Tian suddenly glanced at Yan Yang inexplicably, and Yan Yang smiled at him. Although they had privately developed an indescribable relationship, others in the crew remained unaware and still believed there was some discord between them. After work that night, Yan Yang approached and said, "I invite you to have a late-night snack." Shang Tian returned to his aloof self and replied indifferently, "I'm not going." Yan Yang leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Then I'll let everyone know you have something going on with me." Shang Tian. "Damn. You're ruthless." Yan Yang asked again, "Are you going or not?" Shang Tian gritted his teeth, "Fine, I'll go." Xiaomi beside them. "What just happened?" Shang Tian said to her, "You go back with those three first." Xiaomi, suddenly unable to understand them. Yan Yang and Shang Tian got in the car, and after they had their late-night snack, Yan Yang disregarded Shang Tian's agreement and directly took him back to his place. Shang Tian, somewhat dissatisfied, asked, "What are you bringing me here for?" Yan Yang remained silent, opened the door and directly pushed him against the wall, kissing him. Shang Tian internally called him a beast, but then responded. Although he was somewhat reluctant to admit it, he had to acknowledge his feelings for Yan Yang, indescribable, yet he felt a strange familiarity and attachment, unable to resist getting lost in his kisses. The two kissed and tore each other's clothes all the way from the living room to the bedroom. Shang Tian felt he was going crazy. After being dominated once, he still wanted to be dominated a second time, and he closed his eyes in impatience. The places where Yan Yang's tongue had licked seemed to ignite, and Shang Tian's body quickly turned a shade of crimson, irresistibly enticing. When the two finally released their pent-up desires, Shang Tian felt almost completely limp. Yan Yang carried him to the bathroom to clean up and then brought him back, holding him in bed. Like a pair of truly intimate lovers. Yan Yang held Shang Tian tightly, as if afraid he would suddenly run away in the middle of the night, whispering in his ear, "Good night." Shang Tian replied, "Good night," closing his eyes. The next morning, Yan Yang got up early to prepare breakfast. After they ate, they drove together to the crew. Shang Tian sat in the passenger seat, casually scrolling through Weibo, when his phone suddenly pinged. It was a message from Bai Jing. "The person helping you behind the scenes this time is Yan Yang." Shang Tian silently stared at his phone for a while before replying, "Help me investigate his true identity." When the two got out of the car at the film set, it stunned everyone else present. How could the two individuals who previously seemed incompatible suddenly have a reversed relationship? It wasn't until the afternoon that they finally understood. After Shang Tian and Yan Yang arrived at the film set and got made up, they entered the shooting area, immersing themselves in their roles and taking the filming seriously, thus remaining unaware of other happenings. During the unified break in the afternoon, director Lu suddenly announced that Yan Yang's role had been replaced by another male artist. Shang Tian was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that Yan Yang had indeed vanished. Changing actors midway through filming was not unheard of in the industry, but it was still quite rare. The other artists and crew members were also astonished and began to gossip immediately. Naturally connecting it to earlier events, their speculation pointed towards Shang Tian without surprise. Almost all of them believed that it was Shang Tian who had squeezed out Yan Yang. Although their relationship seemed harmonious on the surface, these past few days the underlying conflict remained and had intensified to the point where neither could tolerate the other. Shang Tian was the leading male specifically designated by the sponsors, while Yan Yang was just a lukewarm supporting actor. Comparatively, it was clear that any conflict would result in Yan Yang being the one to suffer. The apparent harmony of the past few days was likely forced compliance on Yan Yang's part, merely a facade. As they discussed, they began to sympathize with Yan Yang. When these words reached Shang Tian's ears through Xiaomi, he truly wished to find Yan Yang and give him a good slap. Damn! You couldn't even say goodbye? Don't think that I care about acting with you, but could you at least not leave behind such a huge mess for me to deal with? Shang Tian was genuinely angry and had been trying hard to contain it all afternoon. By the time filming wrapped up, it was already very late, nearing midnight. Xiaomi brought over her phone, and when Shang Tian flipped through it, he surprisingly found that he didn't have Yan Yang's number saved. Forget it, why would he call him anyway? Just as Shang Tian, somewhat sulking, was about to put his phone away, it rang again. It was Manager Bai. He recalled the message he had sent that morning, hesitated for a moment, and answered the call. Xiao Tian, came the voice on the other end. Shang Tian calmed himself. How good? I had already heard privately that Yan Yang's identity is not simple and advised you not to offend him easily. I didn't expect him to be the hidden heir of the Yanhua group all along. Shang Tian had some impression of this group. A few years ago he was unexpectedly chosen by them to endorse their men's brand, and it was after that he was selected by a certain director to shoot his first film, thus officially stepping into the entertainment circle and becoming an overnight sensation. He paused for a moment. Bai Kong Hao continued, no wonder he has been lukewarm in the entertainment industry these past few years. He wasn't really interested in pursuing it, just playing around. Shang Tian remained silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and asked, could you do me one more favor? What? Please compile a list of all the sponsors I have worked with over the years. I'll send it to you tomorrow afternoon. All right. Shang Tian hung up and returned to the hotel with Xiaomi. The next day in the afternoon, Bai Kong Hao really did compile the list Shang Tian wanted and sent it to his phone. After reading it, Shang Tian felt a buzzing in his head. Thankfully he finished early today. He returned to the hotel early, closed the door, and stayed inside alone. Suddenly his phone rang, showing an unfamiliar number. Shang Tian answered. Hello. Yan Yang's voice came through, suddenly softening his heart. It's me, I'm here to pick you up. Shang Tian replied with a faint sound and hung up. Yan Yang soon drove up, parked outside the hotel, and Shang Tian stepped out wearing sunglasses and a mask, then got into the car. The car drove straight to Yan Yang's residence. Once the two went upstairs and entered the door, they couldn't wait to kiss each other. However, while kissing, Shang Tian suddenly pushed him away and coldly asked, how long do you plan to keep pretending? Yan Yang was somewhat surprised and stunned. What do you think I am? Shang Tian asked again. Yan Yang looked a bit flustered. Xiao Tian, do you think that after all you've done in secret I would be moved or grateful? Yan Yang didn't need to ask again. He knew Shang Tian had figured everything out. He reached out to embrace him, but Shang Tian shook him off, saying, do you think I owe my current success to you? All the films I've shot were sponsored by your Yanhua group, so I should just accept you, be with you, and let you take advantage of me. Yan Yang's eyes were filled with pain as he tightly embraced Shang Tian again, burying his voice in his neck. I'm sorry, I was wrong before. However, Shang Tian was genuinely angry, like a lion in fury, and once again forcefully pushed him away, his tone cold and his words deeply hurtful. Unfortunately, I tell you, I never liked you and will never accept you. You only make me feel like a useless pretty boy in your eyes. After saying that, he turned around and slammed the door behind him. Yan Yang stood frozen on the spot. Outside, the cold wind blew on the street as Shang Tian put on his mask, sent Xiaomi his location, and waited alone by the roadside. Feeling displeased, Shang Tian thought to himself that he had always believed he didn't care, but now he surprisingly felt a bit sad with a subtle ache in his heart. Shang Tian gritted his teeth, standing in place, suppressing his impulse to return and confront Yan Yang. This bastard, this scoundrel. It made him suddenly feel like a kept pretty boy over the past few years. Without Yan Yang's backing, he might not have the popularity he has now, he might still be an unknown actor. However, at least he wouldn't suddenly feel that all his previous efforts were in vain, that everything was false and given to him by others, not achieved through his own hard work. When Xiaomi arrived, Shang Tian was already sitting directly by the roadside. Seeing the car stop, he got up, opened the door, and got in. Noticing Shang Tian's bad mood, Xiaomi didn't ask further and instructed the driver in front to head back immediately. As Shang Tian sat there, he suddenly turned to her and asked, "Am I really that bad? Is it that I have no acting skills? Without anyone backing me, will I never rise to fame in this lifetime?" Xiaomi paused for a moment and replied, "But you're so." She had originally intended to say, "How could someone so handsome not become popular?" but Shang Tian interrupted her seriously, saying, "Be honest with me." Xiaomi was a bit taken aback, unsure why Shang Tian suddenly seemed this way. However, if she had to be honest, she really didn't think Shang Tian's acting was poor. Although he was somewhat narcissistic and overly concerned about his image, he was indeed very serious and invested during filming. Seeing her silent, Shang Tian thought she was put on the spot and turned his head, his expression dimming as he said, "Forget it, I won't put you in a difficult position." Xiaomi called out, "Xiao Tian." Shang Tian said, "Next I will prove myself with my own strength. I don't need anyone's support to achieve fame." After returning to the hotel, he immediately called manager Bai Kong Hao, instructing him to cancel all film advertisement and event engagements related to the Yanhua Group. Otherwise, he would terminate his management contract even if it meant breaching it. Bai Kong Hao was bewildered and perplexed, but Shang Tian was not an easy artist to manage, so he felt helpless. Shang Tian did indeed have a temper, but he also knew when to hold back. Although the current drama was also sponsored by the Yanhua Group, it was already halfway through. Despite his displeasure, he wouldn't just disregard the efforts of the crew and leave without a word, he would still earnestly perform every remaining scene. Soon 3 months passed and Shang Tian's scenes were finally completed perfectly. After bidding farewell to the screenwriter, director, and crew, Shang Tian took a flight and after a morning finally returned home. Upon returning, he immediately gave Xiaomi a week off. Then he stayed home alone. He had asked manager Bai to cancel nearly half of his upcoming engagements, leaving him with plenty of free time recently. But it was for the best. Ever since he had crossed over, he had first been in the hospital and then gone to the film set to shoot, never having the time to rest properly and think things through. Shang Tian got up in his slippers to grab a glass of water, then lay back down on the sofa. Suddenly he remembered a certain troublesome being, the system. He genuinely wanted to catch it and give it a good beating. This troublesome being had messed him up in several worlds, and it just left without telling him any truly useful information. Compared to returning to reality, Shang Tian actually hoped even more to return to the world with Mu Qingfan. Even now he clearly knew that his feelings at that time were genuine. He truly liked and admired him. In his eyes, no one could compare to Mu Qingfan. Unfortunately, he couldn't choose. Shang Tian closed his eyes and the image of a man in a long blue robe with an extraordinary appearance and otherworldly demeanor flashed in his mind, stirring his heart. But suddenly that face morphed into Yan Yang's. Shang Tian cursed under his breath and immediately opened his eyes, about to sit up from the sofa, when suddenly he heard a familiar ding. In his mind, followed by an electronic voice saying, "Host successfully rebound again." Shang Tian was taken aback, still not processing it. The excited voice of the system echoed, "Host baby. What's going on? Didn't this guy say he had completed his task and left?" Why is he back? Was he summoned back by his own resentment? Shang Tian froze, and the system, knowing what he was confused about, immediately said, "Host baby, don't worry, it's not that you have to do tasks again. This system has no tasks recently, so I came back to see you." Shang Tian paused again, then said, "You troublesome being, you do know how to come back." The system felt a bit guilty about leaving at that time. Shang Tian said, "But since you know to come back, I will forgive you this time." The system was delighted, and Shang Tian continued, "Since you're back, then help me with one thing." "What?" asked the system, who had followed Shang Tian through several worlds and knew what he most desired, but still asked. "Help me return to the world of Mu Qing Fan again. It will end up the same way again." Shang Tian fell silent. "Don't forget what I told you, he's in your real life." Shang Tian certainly hadn't forgotten, but how could someone like Mu Qing Fan exist in reality? Sitting in silence on the sofa for a while, Shang Tian initially thought that the system would stay like before to chat for a long time, but less than an hour later the system said, "Host baby, this system wants to go check out other places. I'll come back to see you in a few days." After saying that, it made another ding sound and disconnected. Shang Tian was once again stunned. "Damn. You troublesome being, just don't come back. If you don't come back, I'll beat you up." Initially he wanted to stay in the house for a few more days, but after the system's visit he suddenly felt bored alone. He changed his clothes and prepared to go out for a stroll. As soon as he grabbed the keys and opened the door, he was suddenly embraced by someone waiting outside, pressed against the wall and kissed. It felt familiar. It was Yan Yang. Shang Tian let out a few sounds of surprise, then immediately pushed him away, glaring angrily. "Damn! What do you want?" Yan Yang was dressed in a crisp black suit today, and after 3 months apart he had gained an inexplicable coldness, but still looked handsome. "I missed you," Yan Yang said. Shang Tian coldly replied, "Oh, if you hadn't shown up today, I would have forgotten you exist in this world." Yan Yang's eyes showed a hint of disappointment and pain as he said, "Even if you really forgot me, I would still come to find you. We were together before and you had feelings for me, didn't you?" Shang Tian smiled, "Feelings are only temporary." Yan Yang's expression suddenly darkened as he tightly embraced Shang Tian again, saying, "Even so, I won't let you go." This time he truly used a great deal of strength, and Shang Tian found it hard to break free. Yan Yang kissed him, saying, "I think about you every day, but you turned off your phone and stayed in the house all day. How could I find you?" Shang Tian finally gasped for breath and said, "When did I tell you to find me?" Yan Yang replied, "I wanted to find you." Shang Tian tried to push him away, but he couldn't manage to do so and ended up being pushed back inside, pressed onto the sofa. Yan Yang kissed his neck again and said, "I missed you." Shang Tian replied, "But I don't miss you at all," saying this while digging his fingers hard into Yan Yang's back, leaving a few red marks. Yan Yang winced in pain but continued to kiss him, saying, "Even if you don't miss me, I miss you." Shang Tian unwillingly had to admit that he had feelings for Yan Yang. Clearly they were two people with completely different temperaments and characteristics, yet why did he always think of Mu Qing Fan when he was with Yan Yang? Could it be? Shang Tian closed his eyes. When he awoke again, night had already fallen. Unbeknownst to him, he had been carried back to the bedroom and laid on the bed. Shang Tian shifted uncomfortably in Yan Yang's embrace, struggling slightly. Yan Yang released him and asked, "Awake?" Shang Tian ignored him, got up, turned on the light, dressed himself, then picked up Yan Yang's clothes from the floor and tossed them to him, saying coldly, "Get dressed and leave quickly." Yan Yang paused for a moment, then dressed himself, but made no move to leave just yet. He sat on the edge of the bed gazing at Shang Tian and asked, "Are you really so heartless? Do you have no feelings for me at all?" "Never have," Shang Tian replied, his eyes drifting indifferently elsewhere. "Then you'll make you remember those feelings," Yan Yang said, rising to his feet. He turned Shang Tian's face toward him with his fingers and declared, "I don't believe your words. I only trust your true reactions." Yan Yang clasped his hand at the nape of Shang Tian's neck and kissed him again, a tender delicate kiss yet brimming with an intense aggression. His tongue entwined with Shang Tian's roving and plundering the sweetness within his mouth. Shang Tian's body trembled slightly. Yan Yang released him, deliberately reaching out to touch a certain raised point on his chest through the fabric of his clothes, saying, "See. You do have feelings. It's already hard." Shang Tian felt a flicker of anger but still forced a cold tone, saying, "Anyone else would be the same." A shadow of gloom suddenly passed over Yan Yang's eyes. He forcefully dragged Shang Tian back onto the bed, pinning him down, and declared, "Then well, do it again until you admit you have feelings for me." Shang Tian retorted, "Why should I? I don't like you. Are you going to kill me because you can't have me?" Yan Yang said nothing, kissing him again with renewed force, his fingers gripping Shang Tian's wrists. With his hands restrained, Shang Tian lashed out with his foot, kicking Yan Yang hard and sending him tumbling to the floor. Shang Tian quickly got up, descended upon him, and pinned Yan Yang to the ground. Yan Yang was taken aback. Shang Tian held him down and said, "Don't think you can just do whatever you want to me. Watch out, or one day I'll be the one on top of you." Yan Yang was speechless. Shang Tian slowly rose, shifting his position to straddle Yan Yang. For the first time he had a man pinned beneath him, and a flicker of excitement stirred within him. He leaned in close to Yan Yang and said, "Don't come bothering me again or I'll take you." Yan Yang remained silent but suddenly pulled his hand free, grabbed Shang Tian by the collar and drew him down so their lips met in a kiss. Between gasps he murmured, "Fine, let's do it right now." Shang Tian froze, caught in a dilemma. To do it or not? Just then the doorbell rang. Shang Tian immediately got up, straightened his clothes, and turned to Yan Yang, saying, "Don't come out." Yan Yang rose, sitting on the floor with a smile, and replied, "Hmm." Shang Tian went to open the door. Standing outside was Xiaomi. Xiaomi, holding a new script, beamed and said, "Handsome, why haven't you been answering your phone these past few days?" Shang Tian deliberately said, "You little girl, mind your own business." Xiaomi immediately retorted, "Not at all. I'm just worried about you as your assistant." Shang Tian let her in and they sat together on the living room sofa. Just as Shang Tian was about to glance through the script, Yan Yang suddenly opened the bedroom door and walked out. He had deliberately unbuttoned a few buttons of his shirt, looking completely at ease, and said, "Xiao Tian, we have a guest." Shang Tian was momentarily stunned. Xiaomi was speechless. Yan Yang walked over and sat down on the sofa beside Shang Tian, saying, "I've been here all day. Let's go eat together later." He then turned to Shang Tian and gave him a gentle, doting smile. Shang Tian gritted his teeth. Xiaomi asked in surprise, "You've been together all day?" Shang Tian was about to deny it, but Yan Yang quickly cut in, "Yes, I came yesterday." Shang Tian was speechless. Damn. He made it sound so real. Xiaomi was speechless. It seemed she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Yan Yang was in high spirits. He snatched the script from Shang Tian's hands and said, "Let me take a look for you." Shang Tian shot him a glare and snatched it back, retorting, "I'm not blind. I'm more professional than you when it comes to picking scripts." Indeed, although many of the films he had taken on were backed by the Yanhua Group, the scripts were always chosen by Shang Tian himself, and they usually turned into blockbuster hits. This was why he had risen to fame so quickly. His eye for scripts was undeniable. Yan Yang smiled and said no more, leaning back against the sofa. Xiaomi sat across from them, occasionally stealing glances at the two men trying to uncover more clues. Shang Tian flipped through the script, rapidly scanning the general plot. He tossed it back to Xiaomi and said, "Tell brother how it's a terrible script. Reject it." Xiaomi caught it promptly and nodded, "Okay, but..." She looked at the two of them suspiciously. "Handsome, should I go now?" At that moment a plan formed in Shang Tian's mind. He turned to Yan Yang and said, "Didn't you say we'd go eat together?" Yan Yang looked at him and replied, yes. Xiaomi was pleasantly surprised and ventured, "Really? Won't I be intruding?" "Of course not," Yan Yang said with a smile. Xiaomi was speechless. Shang Tian put on his coat and Yan Yang also went to tidy up his clothes. It was the dead of winter, now bitterly cold outside. As the three of them reached the door, Yan Yang suddenly pulled Shang Tian back to the wardrobe, took out a gray scarf and wrapped it around him. Then he found a pair of gray earmuffs and placed them over Shang Tian's ears. Shang Tian was momentarily stunned. Xiaomi stood at the door, inexplicably feeling like she had been force-fed a huge mouthful of dog food. It was so cruel. Once inside Yan Yang's car, Shang Tian deliberately chose not to sit in the passenger seat, opting instead to sit in the back with Xiaomi. Yan Yang drove in the front. Shang Tian finally turned on his phone after days of it being off. He found numerous missed calls from unfamiliar numbers, likely Yan Yang's. After a moment's hesitation, he still didn't save the number. Instead, he opened Weibo and scrolled down. Xiaomi leaned in close and whispered, "Handsome, are you too?" Shang Tian replied, "We're nothing." Xiaomi sat back and said, "Oh." Yan Yang couldn't help glancing at Shang Tian through the rearview mirror, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. One day he would make him admit it. They arrived at an upscale French romantic restaurant. The entire layout was tastefully arranged, with even the lighting cast in a romantic shade of lavender. Shang Tian casually ordered a few dishes. Yan Yang requested 2 bottles of red wine and Xiaomi added several desserts. The food arrived quickly. After clinking their glasses of red wine, they began to eat. Shang Tian usually maintained his image as a heartthrob, but today he ate quickly. Once he had finished what was in front of him, he picked up his wine glass and said to Yan Yang, "Let's have another drink." He flashed his perfect signature heartthrob smile, one he hadn't used in a while. Yan Yang was slightly taken aback. Shang Tian stood up with his glass and with a careless motion spilled red wine all over Yan Yang. In an instant, Yan Yang's smile froze. Xiaomi stopped mid-chew. Shang Tian said flatly, "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Yan Yang knew perfectly well whether it was intentional or not, but he was endlessly indulgent with Shang Tian. He replied, I know. I'll go clean up." Shang Tian quickly fished the car keys out of his pocket, saying in a somewhat awkward tone, "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just afraid you might accidentally drop the keys into the sink. What if they break? How would we get back?" A flicker of joy lit up Yan Yang's eyes. He said, "All right, you keep them safe." Shang Tian hummed in response, sat back down and continued eating as if nothing had happened. But the moment Yan Yang's figure disappeared, he immediately got up, grabbed Xiaomi and urged, "Quick, let's go." Xiaomi, who was only halfway through her meal, asked in surprise, "Where to?" "To take you home." "Huh?" Xiaomi was taken aback. "But Yan Yang hasn't come back yet." "That's exactly why I'm telling you to leave," Shang Tian said. He quickly put on his mask and scarf. "If you're not coming, I'm leaving on my own." With that, Shang Tian strode out of the restaurant. Xiaomi immediately put down her utensils and followed. Shang Tian hurried to Yan Yang's car, opened the door and slid into the driver's seat. Xiaomi got into the passenger seat, looking uneasy. "Isn't it a bit harsh to just leave him here alone?" she asked. Shang Tian quickly started the engine, made a U-turn and drove onto the road. He said flatly, it is." Xiaomi exclaimed in surprise, "Then why are you doing it?" Shang Tian replied, "He's different." "Different how?" Shang Tian wanted to call him a bastard but held back. He first dropped Xiaomi off at her home, then drove Yan Yang's car straight to the entrance of his own apartment building. He got out, went upstairs. Shang Tian was in an exceptionally good mood all the way. Who told him to come provoke this heartthrob today? The more he thought about it, the more elated he felt. Shang Tian opened the door, took a shower, and lay down on the bed. When Yan Yang came out, he was momentarily stunned, but he had anticipated this, so his expression didn't change much. At least Shang Tian hadn't taken his wallet. Yan Yang paid the bill downstairs and called his assistant. Over the next few days, every time Shang Tian went out, he would first peek through the peephole to make sure Yan Yang wasn't lurking outside before daring to leave. Yan Yang's black Porsche had been parked downstairs for many days. Shang Tian tossed the keys onto the living room table. Shang Tian sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, and ordered takeout. The screen was playing a movie he really liked. He lounged on the sofa waiting for the delivery while watching the film. Just as he was getting really hungry, the food finally arrived. Shang Tian opened the door to take the delivery. As he was about to turn back inside, the delivery guy, blushing, stammered, "Are you really Shang Tian?" Shang Tian flashed his charming smile and said in a pleasant voice, "Yes, it's me." "Someone asked me to give you this," the guy said excitedly, handing him another bag. Shang Tian took it, puzzled. "What is it?" "I don't know," the guy replied quickly, pulling out his phone. "Could I take a photo with you?" Shang Tian said, "Sure." He posed for a few pictures, then went inside, closed the door, and opened his takeout. As he ate, he took out the contents of the other bag. It was a script. Shang Tian was taken aback. The delivery guy was also handing out scripts. He continued eating while flipping through it. He was still turning the pages quickly, but gradually his pace slowed. His finger stopped on a certain page. Suddenly he sprang up and rushed out the door. But the delivery guy was already gone from the hallway. Shang Tian chased all the way downstairs. Yan Yang's car was parked right there. Shang Tian dashed toward it, ready to open the door, but then remembered he hadn't brought the keys. He was about to run back upstairs to get them. He could find the delivery guy and through him the person who had actually sent the script. Just as Shang Tian turned around, the car door behind him suddenly opened. Yan Yang reached out and pulled him inside. Shang Tian was startled. "How are you in the car?" Yan Yang looked at him and said, "It's my car. What do you think? But the keys are upstairs. I have a spare." Shang Tian was speechless. Suddenly remembering something important, he said urgently, "Quick, help me chase after the delivery guy who just went downstairs." Yan Yang's eyes deepened. He turned Shang Tian's face toward him and kissed him, saying, "Fool, I've been right here with you all along." Shang Tian froze, his pupils dilating in shock. The man before him, dressed in a black suit, began to transform. He gradually shifted into a figure with ink-black flowing hair, clad in green robes, a man with a pure ethereal countenance. Shang Tian's thoughts collided in a chaotic storm, his mind ringing with a thunderous roar. But soon it all turned into joy. The person before him is Mu Qingfan. He seems unchanged, still carrying that cold and ethereal demeanor from when they were on Yunmiao Mountain. It is the master he once adored, the one he couldn't help but want to follow and cherish from the depths of his heart. Shang Tian stared at him, his mind racing with words he wanted to say and questions he wished to ask, but he found himself momentarily speechless. In truth, there was nothing to say or ask. He understood that the system had mentioned every world had someone accompanying him through the journey, and that person was in his real life. He is Yan Yang. Not only is he Mu Qingfan, but also Fan Yi Huan Yu, and he represents all of them. Otherwise he wouldn't know everything about the worlds he traversed, wouldn't have scripted their stories, and he certainly wouldn't have suddenly transformed into Mu Qingfan, for he knew deep down that his favorite person has always been Mu Qingfan. But why had he never spoken of it before? Shang Tian was stunned, and after the immense joy came questions as he gazed at him and asked, "Why didn't you say it before?" In an instant the figure before him suddenly shed its azure robes, changing into a sharp black suit, his light eyes deepening as Yan Yang replied, "Because I had my memories erased during the process." Shang Tian was even more stunned, looking at him in confusion. Yan Yang continued, do you remember the night we had the car accident together? Shang Tian actually had little impression of that night, as he had been unconscious during the ride to the hospital. At that time you were knocked out by gas and sent to the hospital. I received the news and rushed to the hospital as well. On the way your ambulance had an accident and I had my own car crash, coincidentally very close in time, and thus we traversed together. However, my memory was erased during the process of crossing over, so when I woke up in the hospital with you I couldn't remember anything about the journey. Shang Tian continued to ponder in silence. Yan Yang said it wasn't until that night when we were dining at the restaurant and you took my car keys and drove off with Xiaomi. When I came out alone from the restaurant waiting for my assistant to pick me up, suddenly a system bound itself to my mind, restoring all the erased memories. Shang Tian was momentarily stunned, then instantly understood. It was the system. Just then a ding echoed in his mind as the system released its bond with Yan Yang and returned to Shang Tian's body. Before he could speak, the system exclaimed excitedly, "Host baby." Shang Tian deliberately replied, "You useless thing." The system. Shang Tian smiled and said, "Thank you." The system fell into a state of shyness. Yan Yang had endured for too long, and now that person was finally in front of him. He embraced Shang Tian and said, "I've been thinking about you for these past few days to the point of madness. But you kept shutting down your phone, locking yourself at home. Do you know how anxious I was?" Shang Tian looked at him, a flicker of light in his eyes, and replied, "I don't know." Yet it was the first time he took the initiative to kiss him, straddling him as he pulled Yan Yang closer by his tie. The back of the car seat was slowly reclined. Shang Tian straddled Yan Yang's thighs, leaning down to unbutton his shirt, speaking to the system in his mind, "Close all senses." The system expressed that it had no desire to close off, but the scene seemed truly unsuitable for a single system to witness, so it immediately complied and withdrew. Breathless, Shang Tian gripped the steering wheel tightly, arching his body upward. At that moment it seemed that only the constant collision within him, paired with the overwhelming and suffocating pleasure on his body, could alleviate the joy and excitement in his heart. Yan Yang's fingers traced along his long legs, slowly descending from his ankle to the root of his thigh. Shang Tian gasped, trembling slightly, and pulled him down for another kiss. After a while of shamelessly embracing each other in the car, they finally remembered they needed to go upstairs to clean up. Fortunately, the car windows were specially made and nothing could be seen from the outside. They went upstairs, cuddled together in the bathtub, feeling warm and comfortable. Yan Yang leaned close to his ear and asked, "Do you admit to having feelings for me now?" Shang Tian turned his head away and said, "No." "You're being contradictory," Yan Yang remarked. Shang Tian smirked, grabbing a handful of foam and smearing it on Yan Yang's face. Yan Yang didn't dodge, allowing it, but then he grabbed a handful to smear back at Shang Tian, who immediately dodged, got out of the bathtub, quickly rinsed off with the shower, wrapped himself in a towel, and ran out without even drying his hair. The living room's heating was ample, and he sat on the sofa flipping through the script on the table. Yan Yang came out of the bathroom drying his hair and handed a dry towel to Shang Tian, saying, "Hurry and dry your hair or you'll catch a cold." Shang Tian ignored him, focusing intently on the script in his hands, each scene playing out like a movie in his mind. Yan Yang, feeling helpless, bent down to take the towel and carefully dried Shang Tian's hair. Breathing against his ear, he asked playfully, "So Shang de Nanjun, are you interested in taking this script I wrote?" Shang Tian glanced at him and placed the script down on the table, saying, "It's wonderful, but this Nanshan has no interest in taking it." Yan Yang asked in confusion, "Why?" Shang Tian shot him a glance. "Do you want everyone to know how we ended up in bed?" Yan Yang smiled knowingly. "I don't mind at all." Shang Tian certainly knew he was saying that on purpose, but he couldn't help but want to slap him. Holding back, he said, "Don't show it to anyone else." "Of course," Yan Yang replied seriously. "This is a memory that belongs only to us, and it's written just for you." As the sky darkened, Shang Tian sat up and said, "Let's go watch a movie." Alright, Yan Yang agreed. Shang Tian put on a military green down jacket while Yan Yang remained dapper in his fitted black suit. Both covered their faces while wearing masks and hats to avoid being recognized. Shang Tian wrapped himself up so tightly that only his eyes were visible. There was no private screening, no special treatment. Like many ordinary people, they bought regular tickets and sat among the audience watching an ordinary movie before heading to a roadside eatery for a late-night snack. Then, like many ordinary couples, they held hands while walking along the sidewalk. On a winter night, the cold wind blew piercing through their bones like needles. Yan Yang held Shang Tian's hand and turned to ask, "Are you cold?" Shang Tian replied, "Not cold." Then he glanced at Yan Yang, who was shivering in his sharp suit against the cold wind, and asked, "What about you?" "I am cold," Yan Yang admitted, looking at him expectantly. Shang Tian said, "Oh, you deserve it." Yan Yang. Shang Tian deliberately turned his head away from him. Across the street, a normal couple was also holding hands walking towards them. They were like all ordinary couples, yet distinctly different. Eventually Shang Tian untied half of his white scarf to share it with Yan Yang. Yan Yang, being slightly taller, subconsciously leaned closer to Shang Tian. Shang Tian glanced at him a bit disdainfully, saying, "Why are you getting so close?" Yan Yang replied, "What do you think?" and leaned in even closer. Shang Tian. Suddenly a smile broke on his lips as he yanked on the scarf. In the next second their lips met. The cold wind continued, but the air gradually began to warm. This was already the second time this month that Yan Yang happened to see Shang Tian chatting enthusiastically with the male actor Higu when he visited the filming set. Although Higu was only 1 year younger than Shang Tian, he had debuted later, and this was his first time playing a relatively important role, so as a newcomer he treasured this opportunity and worked hard to learn. As someone who had already risen to the top of the entertainment industry, Shang Tian naturally took extra care of him, showcasing both his approachable nature and the charm of a male idol. Higu was also an ambitious person, and whenever he had free time he would actively approach Shang Tian to discuss the script and seek advice on acting techniques. At that moment Shang Tian was smiling kindly at him, displaying his trademark charming smile, completely unaware that a pair of eyes in the distance was fixated on him with a growing coldness radiating from those eyes. Ultimately it was Xiaomi who noticed Yan Yang standing by a black luxury car in a sharp black suit with a neat tie, staring intently in their direction, his expression growing increasingly gloomy. "Idol." Xiaomi immediately tugged at Shang Tian's clothes, reminding him, although they hadn't gone public yet, Xiaomi was already aware of their relationship. Shang Tian followed Xiaomi's gaze and finally spotted Yan Yang, who seemed inexplicably displeased. Shang Tian, not to mention he hadn't done anything wrong, even if he had he wouldn't blush or lose his breath. He glanced toward Yan Yang and then turned to Higu warmly, saying, "Let's continue our conversation later." Higu, with his delicate features, may not have the strikingly handsome looks that would instantly captivate anyone like Shang Tian, but he appeared quite pleasant. He nodded and said, "Okay." He also glanced in the direction Shang Tian was looking and just happened to see Yan Yang's even darker face. Recently Yan Yang had been feeling some emotions. He had officially revealed his identity as the future heir of the Yanhua Group and had started to take on responsibilities within the company, so he could no longer leave casually. Since Shang Tian took this role and joined the crew, they had begun a long-distance relationship, which was an immense torment for him. They could only meet 4 times a month, and each time he would rush over on a weekend flight, but twice he had seen Shang Tian looking very close and happy with someone else. Frustrated and filled with jealousy, Yan Yang still managed to put on a smile when he saw Shang Tian approaching him. Shang Tian had approached intentionally to prevent Yan Yang from coming over. To others they had suddenly become good friends, and Shang Tian didn't want anyone to know the true nature of his indescribable relationship with Yan Yang, so he walked over and directly opened the passenger door to sit inside. Yan Yang smiled and immediately opened the door to sit inside as well. He didn't care about the outside and directly pulled Shang Tian over and kissed him. Shang Tian struggled a bit, then pushed him away, frowning and asking, "What are you doing?" Yan Yang's eyes momentarily darkened, but he still smiled and asked, "What, you dislike that in here?" Shang Tian certainly didn't dislike it, he just had concerns. Although the inside of Yan Yang's car was not visible from the outside, they were still at a filming site with so many people around, and it was hard to feel comfortable. Yan Yang took his hand again, kissing the tips of his fingers softly, saying, "I miss you." Shang Tian paused and replied, "I miss you too."